Before dawn breaks, the vast wilderness lies shrouded in darkness. Yet sunlight has already begun to illuminate the majestic Sword Gate Mountain. Halfway up this extraordinary peak, wisps of mist swirl gracefully, while auspicious clouds float above, with the sun's rays first kissing the golden summit. The resplendent palace atop the golden peak bursts forth with myriad beams of light, casting a breathtaking glow. Across the sea of clouds, nestled among the mountains, grand and ancient halls appear to float upon the cloudscape, exuding an aura of sanctity and solemnity. This is the boundless wilderness, the shared sacred ground of the 3,000 human tribes of Sword Gate. Renowned for producing exceptional chi refiners, the Sword Gate safeguards the vast wilderness. The members of the 3,000 tribes hold the aspiration of becoming chi refiners of the Sword Gate as the highest honor that in this harsh environment, where humanity is frail, the absence of the Sword Gate guardianship would likely lead to the obliteration of the tribes. The towering mountain gate leads to the dwelling place of the Sword Gate's outer disciples, where tens of thousands reside. Numerous chi refiners are nurtured within the Sword Gate, and the tribes send their young to learn the arts. Without a profound background, most live here, while those from influential tribes often have established chi refiners who can directly mentor their kin. Zhongyu rises early, standing bare-chested by the well as he draws a bucket of water, pouring it over his head to awaken himself with a jolt. The fresh water cascades down his form, splashing against the blue stone slabs beneath him. His physique is robust, muscles well-defined, with skin tautly stretched over his powerful frame. Notably, 3 deep claw marks mar his chest, remnants of some ferocious beast, now scarred over. Turning, he reveals similar claw marks on his back, and his left arm bears scars from beastly bites. She possesses over a dozen such scars, presenting a visage far removed from that of an ordinary 15-year-old boy. Shouldering a medicinal basket, Zhongyu silently steps beyond the mountain gate, descending the path. The status of outer disciples is exceedingly lowly, granting them access only to the most rudimentary techniques of the Sword Gate. Only upon achieving spiritual refinement can one aspire to become a named disciple of the inner sect, receiving the true legacy of the Sword Gate. However, for those without connections, the path to becoming a named disciple of the inner sect is fraught with difficulty. Among the 3,000 tribes of the wilderness, small tribes consist of merely thousands, while larger ones boast populations in the millions. Countless individuals vie for a place within the Sword Gate, yearning to become named disciples and chi refiners, thus intensifying the competition. The Sword Gate adheres to its own regulations. Should one fail to attain spiritual refinement before the age of 16, they shall be expelled. Naturally, the children of tribal leaders have access to various spiritual herbs and elixirs to enhance their cultivation, striving to achieve spiritual refinement before reaching 16. Even those of modest aptitude can become chi refiners through the accumulation of sufficient spiritual resources. Conversely, the children of the impoverished lack such privileges, relying solely on their diligence and perseverance. From the humble Zhongshan tribe, Zhongyu hails from a minuscule community, reduced to a mere 100 souls after years of calamity, arguably the smallest tribe in the wilderness. In such a tribe, self-preservation is a struggle, let alone the prospect of nurturing a chi refiner. Thus, despite Zhongyu's tireless efforts, he still finds himself at a considerable distance from achieving spiritual enlightenment. His early descent from the mountain was motivated by the need to scour the remote forests for rare herbs to concoct the Feather Spirit Elixir, a potion intended to nurture the soul. The Feather Spirit Elixir, though commonplace in its nature, requires equally ordinary ingredients. Yet Zhongyu could not afford even these simple materials, compelling him to rely on his own skills for their procurement and refinement. The time invested and the hardships endured in gathering herbs and concocting elixirs far exceeded those of his peers. Having departed from Sword Gate Mountain approximately 2 hours prior, daylight had fully emerged. Disciples of both the inner and outer sects had already risen, each engaged in their own cultivation. Suddenly, the air was pierced by the urgent tolling of a bell from the mountain. As formidable alchemists descended from the peak, their voices resonating across the expanse. The malevolent soul miasma is imminent. All disciples of Sword Gate, heed this command. No one is permitted to venture outside. No one may step beyond Sword Gate Mountain. The soul miasma is extraordinarily perilous. Only Sword Gate can safeguard this realm. Anyone who dares to leave shall face certain death. The atmosphere grew tumultuous, with alarm as the grand gates of the mountain resounded with a thunderous crash, sealing shut. Above Sword Gate Mountain, amidst swirling clouds and mist, resplendent palaces radiated brilliance, their golden roofs ablaze with myriad beams of light, illuminating the void. With unparalleled splendor, such a formidable display was a novel sight for the outer sect disciples. Yet the inner sect members were well acquainted with it. The soul miasma, which emerges every decade, is exceptionally deadly, and even experienced alchemists meet grim fates when confronted with it. Each occurrence leaves the land ravaged, devoid of life in its wake. How could the soul miasma erupt ahead of schedule? By the timeline, it should have manifested in 5 days, murmured an inner sect disciple. At that moment, a deep rumbling emanated from beneath the earth, akin to malevolent forces stirring in the depths. Suddenly, from a nearby abyss, a torrent of black mist surged forth, erupting skyward like a fountain of darkness. Before long, this column of shadow towered even higher than Sword Gate Mountain, ascending straight into the clouds, dispersing its ominous shroud in all directions, resembling an immense black umbrella unfurling majestically. Darkness enveloped the world, save for the radiant glow of Sword Gate Mountain, which illuminated the encroaching black mist. As the billowing shadow approached, it was repelled by the brilliance emanating from the mountain, as if an invisible barrier safeguarded Sword Gate, preventing the miasma from penetrating its sacred grounds. Within that inky haze lurked terrifying entities, issuing bone-chilling roars that sent shivers down the spine. Occasionally, these creatures would collide against the luminous barrier of Sword Gate, reverberating with thunderous impacts that were profoundly alarming. At the summit of Sword Gate Mountain, before a grand hall, several alchemists gazed up at the terrifying manifestation of the soul miasma. One quietly remarked, "There have been a few outer sect disciples who ventured beyond the mountain gates and have yet to return. I fear they may not come back." Zhong, you ventured to a place known as Jian Mountain, famed for its abundance of spiritual herbs, located in the southeastern region of Jianmen Mountain. Over the past few years, he had been an outer disciple in Jianmen, and although he had not mastered any profound techniques, he had cultivated a robust physique capable of leaping over considerable distances and traversing the mountains with remarkable ease. As he entered Jian Mountain, dawn had already broken, and the air was punctuated by the occasional roar of beasts. This remote area was scarcely trodden by human feet, devoid of any nearby hunting tribes, and teeming with ferocious wildlife. Zhongyu navigated the forest with caution, searching diligently, and soon gathered several varieties of spiritual herbs. Most of the spiritual herbs are relatively easy to find, yet this particular 5-spice herb is elusive and requires a stroke of luck. He mused that as he traversed the rugged terrain, he suddenly caught a faint whiff of a peculiar medicinal fragrance. This aroma, though subtle at first, intensified as he approached its source. The scent was a delightful amalgamation of 5 distinct notes: sweet, fragrant, refreshing, fiery, and rich, unmistakably the essence of the 5-spice herb. Following the fragrance, he arrived at the edge of a steep cliff. Peering down, he observed a treacherous drop filled with jagged rocks and a profound abyss below. Approximately 10 zhang away, a large protruding boulder stood, from which delicate streams of water trickled down, nourishing several unusual plants. 5-spice herb, Zhong Yu exclaimed inwardly, a surge of joy flooding his heart. Cautiously, he began to scale the cliff despite its steepness. His agility rendered the ascent relatively safe. After a brief interval, he reached a point close to the boulder. Gazing downward, he was met with a dark, foreboding valley, where a chilling wind rose from the depths, biting at his skin. Exercising utmost caution, he finally reached the boulder, poised to pluck the 5-spice herb when suddenly, the sky darkened ominously. Startled, he looked up. To his astonishment, a magnificent golden bird soared towards the cliff. Its wingspan was impressive, extending over Zhang, and it sported four majestic wings, swooping down with alarming speed, its talons glinting with a menacing sheen. What manner of raptor is this? He wondered, heart racing. As the four-winged golden bird descended, a fierce gust of wind accompanied its approach, striking Zhong Yu's face with painful force, nearly toppling him from the boulder. With a rush of adrenaline, he seized several five-spice herbs and leapt from the boulder just as the bird lunged. The creature missed its target, flapping its wings in a frenzy as it searched the vicinity, only to find Zhong Yu had deftly maneuvered to grasp a green vine just over Zhong. Below the boulder, the four-winged golden bird screeched in frustration and ascended, preparing for another assault. Gritting his teeth, Zhong Yu began to slide down the vine into the depths of the valley. Just then, a thick shroud of darkness rolled in, enveloping the entire gorge. As if the heavens themselves had been draped in a black cloth, faint glimmers of light flickered at the valley's bottom, though their source remained obscured. Suddenly, a chilling rush of wind swept overhead, and Zhong Yu witnessed a massive skeletal frame plummeting from the sky, crashing beside him and plunging into the abyss. His heart raced as he recognized the skeletal remains of the very four-winged golden bird that had just pursued him within a heartbeat. It seemed as though the creature had been consumed by some unseen force within the black mist, leaving behind nothing but its bones. Zhong Yu felt a chill run down his spine as he raised his gaze, only to behold a dark haze swiftly advancing along the cliff towards him, in a flurry of urgency. He slid down rapidly, when suddenly, with a series of sharp cracks, several vines detached from the cliff face, causing Zhong Yu to tumble down alongside them. In the midst of his panic, he reached out instinctively, finally grasping a gnarled branch protruding from an ancient tree on the cliff, halting his descent. Looking up, he saw the encroaching black mist was now a mere 4 or 5 yards away. Beside the sturdy ancient tree, there lay an opening the size of a water barrel, from which unsettling rustling sounds emanated. A colossal triangular head emerged from the cavity, lifting high as it curiously fixated on Zhong Yu. It was an unimaginably large python. The great serpent hissed, evidently intrigued by him. Such a massive constrictor possessed terrifying lethal power, reigning as a king among the bizarre beasts of the wilderness. Even for a skilled martial practitioner, vanquishing such a creature would prove formidable, let alone for him. With gritted teeth, Zhong Yu relinquished his hold on the branch, plummeting once more. The python, flicking its long forked tongue, was poised to strike when suddenly, the black haze engulfed it, swallowing the creature whole. With a resounding crash, a serpentine skeleton over 10 yards in length fell from the black mist, descending alongside Zhong Yu into the abyss below. The cold valley was deep and shadowy, thickly carpeted with withered branches and fallen leaves. Upon landing, Zhong Yu felt little impact, and as he surveyed his surroundings in the dim light, he discerned a heap of bones at the valley's bottom, flickering ghostly flames, revealing the remains of beasts that had perished at the jaws of that great python and monstrous birds. That massive python has perished too. What, then, is this black mist? Oh no! Zhong Yu's expression shifted dramatically as the black haze finally reached the valley floor, swirling around him, extinguishing the ghostly flames one by one. As he looked around, the black mist surged ever closer, prompting him to murmur in despair. This ghastly fog has consumed the golden bird and the giant python. I fear I am doomed. As well, wait, why has the mist stopped moving? The haze halted abruptly within, a mere yard of him, as if held at bay by an invisible force, forming a hemispherical protective barrier around him. Zhong Yu observed a massive skeletal claw reaching from the black mist, clawing at the protective dome, emitting a grating, piercing sound, yet failing to breach it. This skeletal claw belonged to an unfathomably large creature, with even a single digit dwarfing him. It was worth noting that Zhong Yu, having honed his physique over the years, was taller and more robust than most adults, yet the size of this claw's digit was indeed astonishing, leaving one to ponder the true enormity of its owner. What is this? Zhong Yu noticed at the center of the modest protective circle a seated skeleton in a meditative posture. The right arm of the skeleton was raised, holding an oil lamp as if illuminating the path for those lost in darkness. The dim light flickered, barely brighter than the ghostly flames, and seemed on the verge of extinguishing at any moment. How strange this person has been deceased for many years, reduced to mere bones. Yet this lamp remains lit. Zhong Yu, filled with curiosity, approached for a closer inspection, soon discovering the peculiar truth. This skeleton could hardly be classified as human bone, for it was not merely seated cross-legged, but rather assumed a more profound meditative position. The reason it is referred to as a pan is not due to a seated position, but rather because this individual is devoid of legs, possessing instead a lengthy, serpentine tail that coils around itself. The upper half of his form, however, resembles that of a human, complete with a head, neck, hands, and arms. This is the skeletal remains of a grotesque creature, possessing a human head and a serpent's body. Could it be that this lamp obstructs the peculiar black mist? Zhong Yu bowed respectfully to the skeletal figure and cautiously lifted the lamp. The flame flickered precariously, threatening to extinguish at any moment, prompting him to shield it with his hand. Suddenly, a languid voice echoed, in the grand dream of countless autumns. What year is it tonight? Young one, in which era does Fuxi reign currently? Zhong Yu stood in a daze, realizing that the voice he had just heard was no mere illusion. Yet, apart from himself, the only presence here was the skeletal remains of that strange figure. Could it be? Even someone as fearless as Zhong Yu felt his complexion drain of color. Shivering uncontrollably. Where should he look? I am here. The voice resounded again, tinged with irritation. Young man, I inquire of you, which dynasty currently recognizes Fuxi as sovereign? Zhong Yu stared blankly at the lamp in his hand, his tongue stumbling over words, unable to articulate a response. The voice had emanated from within the lamp. The four-winged golden bird was already peculiar enough, and the man-eating black mist was even more bizarre, but the strangest of all was this lamp, a lamp that could speak. Your lineage has diminished to a point where I can scarcely perceive it. Has the Fuxi divine lineage fallen to such a state? The voice within the lamp expressed a hint of melancholy. Fuxi divine lineage? Is it referring to me? Zhong Yu pondered, leaning closer to the lamp. Yet, beneath the lampshade, nothing seemed amiss. The light was dim, the flame barely a finger's height, making it impossible to discern the source of the voice. Suddenly, Zhong Yu's gaze fixated on the flame, and he realized that it was not a flame at all, but a doll with an oversized head. Nearly the size of a finger. The doll's skin was pale, clad in a delicate golden garment, with a head full of vibrant red hair, resembling flames upon closer inspection. Such a peculiar being exists in this world. Zhong Yu blinked, curiously observing the flame-like doll. The doll glared at him indignantly, exclaiming, Fuxi divine lineage youth. I asked you which dynasty currently acknowledges Fuxi as ruler, and you have yet to respond. Fuxi? Zhong Yu regained his composure and chuckled. Are you speaking of the legendary Huang? Huang is unique, a figure of mythic proportions, the Earth Emperor and Heaven Sovereign of lore. There can only be one. Where would there be another? Moreover, I am not of the Fuxi divine lineage. I belong to the human race. Incorrect. Incorrect. The doll within the lamp leaped up, its form flickering like the flame. That is fundamentally wrong. Fuxi is a title, not a name. It represents the Earth Emperor and the position of the Taihao Heaven Sovereign. Long before my slumber, there had already been 9 generations of Fuxi. The first Fuxi ascended to the heavenly throne, reigning for 18,000 years. Followed by the second generation Fuxi, who ruled for over 15,000 years, passing the mantle to Shi, who in turn bequeathed it to Taihao, then to Howie. Subsequently to Xiaohao, then to Jijia, and finally to Zhou, totaling 9 dynasties of Fuxi. Zhong Yu listened, dumbfounded. He had heard from the elders of Jiamin that Fuxi was the sole Earth Emperor of antiquity. Yet this strange doll in the lamp claimed there had been as many as 9. The doll paced atop the wick, muttering to itself, how long did I truly slumber? How is it that the current youth is unaware of Fuxi? He is undeniably of the Fuxi divine lineage, albeit with a diluted bloodline, yet insists on identifying as human. What sort of race is the human lineage among the myriad of beings? I have never heard of such a thing. The flame-like child leaped from the lantern and onto Zhong Yu's arm, traversing his limb and imparting a sensation of warmth. The little flame murmured, surely something has transpired here. Something of which I am unaware. What evening is this? In my slumber, to what era have I succumbed? Zhong Yu prompted. It is said that Huang was the holy emperor of ancient times. Many millennia ago, we now dwell in the era of the human emperor. But pray tell, what exactly are you? Scratching his head, Zhong Yu found it difficult to address this diminutive being. The flame child languidly replied, I am called Xinhua, once the Emperor of Fire. Alas, speaking of Fushi to you is futile, for your understanding is but superficial. Take me from this place. I seek a bearer of the flame to continue the legacy. In return, I shall grant you a boon." Suddenly, the child vanished without a trace. Zhongyu, perplexed, heard the voice of the flame child resounding in his mind. "Is this your method of soul visualization? How lamentable that a member of the illustrious Fushi clan resorts to such a humble technique, tarnishing the legacy of past dynasties. Cease your aimless glances. I reside in your sea of consciousness. Simply concentrate your spirit and envision a vast ocean of stars nestled within your brow, and you shall behold me. I shall instruct you. Follow my lead." Visualizing the sea of consciousness. Such a feat demands profound mastery, a rarity among the outer disciples. Can the method you impart truly unveil the sea of consciousness? Zhongyu, filled with skepticism, attempted the technique as instructed by the flame child. Suddenly, his surroundings shifted, and he found himself in a wondrous realm, floating above a serene lake. The water sparkled like jade, spanning over 10 zhong, with a sword gate hovering above its surface. Zhongyu's heart raced. He had indeed glimpsed his own sea of consciousness. Despite years of cultivation and meditation, he had never laid eyes upon it, primarily due to his insufficient mastery. Yet, under the guidance of the flame child, he achieved this wondrous sight in an instant. Such rapid advancement would surely be met with disbelief. Before Zhongyu, the flame child danced like a flickering ember, flitting about the sea of consciousness, proclaiming, "This sword gate serves as your method for visualizing and cultivating the soul? How pitiable! A proud descendant of Fushi possesses not even a proper technique for cultivation, resorting to such inferior methods. Moreover, despite your time spent in practice, your sea of consciousness remains so diminutive, clearly indicative of the lowly nature of your cultivation technique." Zhongyu, his face flushed, retorted, "This is the sword gate out-of-body visualization technique. Though it may not be the pinnacle of soul cultivation methods, it is far from crude. It is the best I could acquire. To become a chi master, one must first refine the soul. The sword gate treats all outer disciples equally, imparting the same visualization technique. Cultivating this soul refinement method will form a sword gate within the sea of consciousness. Once the soul surges through the gate, it can exit the body and soar. The best method of soul cultivation? The young sprite of fire chuckled coldly, saying, "To practice this soul refinement technique, one drifts aimlessly, oblivious to the essence of the soul. A mere gust of wind can scatter the soul, a ray of sunlight can dissolve it, and a strike of lightning can reduce it to ashes. Such a soul is exceedingly frail. It dissolves in water, ignites in fire, and petrifies upon contact with earth, truly perilous. The genuine method of soul refinement involves envisioning the divine, fortifying the soul, transcending the heavens and the earth, remaining undispersed in the wind, undiminished by light, unyielding to thunder, impervious to water, unseen by fire, and unaffected by earth. That is the authentic path." Zhongyu was taken aback. The young sprite's words rang true. The practitioners of the outer sect, the Azure Sky Hall, had similarly warned him that reaching the stage of soul projection was fraught with danger, necessitating practice within the confines of the Azure Sky Hall, detached from the world and the 5 elemental substances. Otherwise, if the soul were to project and encounter these elements, it would face grave peril, even the risk of disintegration. How does one truly cultivate? Zhongyu questioned, unwilling to relent. "I shall teach you." The young sprite of fire alighted upon his shoulder, brimming with pride. "Your ability to find me signifies a fateful connection, by all rights. You should be the next inheritor of the flame's legacy. However, your bloodline is too thin, a disgrace to my name. If you assist me in locating the pure blood Fushi divine clan, I shall impart to you the secrets of cultivation. Your soul is not weak. You may be able to practice the Fire Era Palace's Sui Huang visualization, but I am not of the divine race," Zhongyu protested, scratching his head. "Everyone around me shares my heritage. They cannot all be divine, can they? Can the human race also practice the Sui Huang visualization?" The young sprite of fire chuckled. "Though I am unaware of how the Fushi divine clan fell to such depths, you are indeed of divine lineage and capable of practicing my visualization." Before long, Zhongyu had to concede that the Fire Era Palace's Sui Huang visualization surpassed the Sword Gate's projection method by leaps and bounds. The Sword Gate's method relied on sword energy to sever the connection between the soul and body, thereby allowing the soul to leap forth, an immense burden on both the soul and the body. In contrast, the Fire Era Palace's Sui Huang visualization refines one's essence, spirit, and vitality, nurturing the soul. A robust soul can emerge from the body with far less strain, and with strength, it can withstand external forces, thereby reducing danger significantly. The sea of consciousness serves as a gathering of spirit. The stronger the spirit, the broader the sea of consciousness, facilitating visualization. The young sprite of fire stood upon Zhongyu's shoulder, its eyes emanating two beams of light, intertwining before Zhongyu to form a magnificent image. This is the first-generation Sui Huang of the Fire Era Palace, revered as the Celestial Emperor, who inaugurated this epoch of Fire Era. Comprising a lineage of 32 Sui Huangs. To envision the divine, one must contemplate such an emperor who ruled all races and opened an era. Now, meditate upon yourself as the Sui Huang, residing in the Fire Era Palace, sovereign over all gods and races. As Zhongyu scrutinized the image, he discerned that it possessed 3 layers. The first layer depicted the Sui Huang with a dragon's head, a serpent's tail, and a human form. Adorned with dragon horns and scales, its skin etched with patterns resembling celestial scripts, seemingly harboring profound truths. Merely comprehending this layer was an arduous task. And to visualize its essence, spirit, and the divine aura of the Sui Huang, an entity revered as the celestial emperor who established an era of fire, was an exceptionally formidable challenge. The second layer is the Hall of Fire, the divine temple of the celestial emperor. The image of the Hall of Fire projected by the flame child is exceedingly simplistic, yet for Zhongyu, it remains incredibly intricate. The grandeur and timeless majesty of the palace are challenging to envision. The third layer features the fiery tree in front of the hall, its canopy sprawling vast and unreachable, shrouded in clouds and mist, with great birds nesting within. Each leaf of this fiery tree is unique, making it all the more difficult to fully visualize the entire tree. The complexity of envisaging the entire image of the Hall of Fire is countless times more challenging than that of the sword gate diagram, and its intricacy is likely a myriad times greater as well. After a moment of meticulous observation, Zhongyu contemplated, if I wish to fully envision this image and construct all its details, it is utterly unfeasible. The only path forward is to grasp the essence of the Flame Emperor's spirit, the grandeur of the Hall of Fire, and the magnificence of the fiery tree. Then gradually refine my understanding. With this thought, he closed his eyes in deep reflection, imagining himself as the Flame Emperor, residing within the Hall of Fire. At that moment, a sudden surge of waves erupted in his consciousness, and Zhongyu's soul began to expand. His feet vanished, transforming into a serpentine tail, while his head morphed into that of a dragon, resembling the Flame Emperor depicted in the diagram. Furthermore, the rolling waves in his consciousness began to shape the Hall of Fire around him, while simultaneously, a fiery tree started to materialize before the hall. The flame child perched upon Zhongyu's shoulder was taken aback. Could he truly envision the Hall of Fire, the Flame Emperor, and the fiery tree so swiftly? Although this divine lineage may possess a diluted bloodline, their comprehension is not lacking. Indeed, it rivals that of the pure-blood divine beings I have encountered before. Zhongyu seemed to perceive the fluctuations within his sea of consciousness, yearning to open his eyes. While the mental construct of the Sun Emperor's diagram he had created teetered on the brink of collapse. Do not be distracted, admonished the flame child. If your focus falters, all your efforts will be in vain, causing harm to your spirit, making it even more arduous to fully visualize the Sun Emperor's diagram of the Flame Palace. Now is the time to muster all your strength and complete this cultivation. Zhongyu reined in his thoughts, concentrating fully. Gradually, the Flame Palace, the Flame Tree, and the Sun Emperor grew increasingly stable and complete. After a considerable duration, he felt his spirit waning and opened his eyes. Incredulous as he beheld the resplendent and magnificent Flame Palace surrounding him, he then glanced down at himself, astonished beyond belief. Do not be astonished. This is merely a vision you have conjured with your spirit, existing solely within your sea of consciousness. The energy spin is your own. Yet what you have gained is the fortification of your soul, the flame child declared with a sense of pride perched upon his shoulder. The visualization of the Flame Palace's Sun Emperor is not akin to the rudimentary techniques you previously practiced, which offered only a modicum of benefit for soul refinement and none for mental fortitude. The diagram I have imparted to you not only aids in soul cultivation but also fortifies your spirit, rendering it ever stronger. As Zhongyu prepared to rise and exit the Flame Palace to behold the scenery outside, a sudden crash resounded. The Flame Palace crumbled, the flame tree melted away, and even the corporeal form of the Sun Emperor he had manifested disintegrated, revealing the true essence of his soul. What is happening? Zhongyu queried, perplexed. If you step beyond the Flame Palace, your soul will exit your body, the flame child chuckled. Both the Flame Palace and the Sword Gate represent portals. Within lies your essence, while beyond is the corporeal realm. Whether you cross the threshold of the Flame Palace or the Sword Gate, it signifies the departure of your soul. You have merely begun to engage with the visualization of the Flame Palace's Sun Emperor, and achieving this milestone is already commendable. Really? Zhong Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Flame Child's expression stiffened once more as he paced along Zhong Yu's soul, hands clasped behind his back, and scoffed, "Descendant of Fuxi. Do not let pride swell within you. You are still far inferior to the pure blood flame inheritors. They can effortlessly visualize the diagram in its entirety with just a glance. While you have only grasped a vague outline, you must continue your training." Zhong Yu, however, maintained a light-hearted demeanor and replied, "Are the pure-blood celestials truly that formidable? After all, they belong to the divine lineage. While I am but a mortal, it is only natural that I cannot measure up to them. Diligence can compensate for inadequacies. I shall intensify my cultivation and prove that I am not inferior to them." The Flame Child frowned, inwardly musing, "Diligence compensates for deficiencies? With a higher comprehension than others and working harder, how are the others to survive?" Zhong Yu's perceptiveness could only be considered average among generations of flame inheritors. However, every inheritor the Flame Child had encountered was a pure blood descendant of the Fuxi lineage. The fact that Zhong Yu had reached this point was already a pleasant surprise for the Flame Child. "Your spirit is severely depleted. A single visualization has exhausted your mental energy, and you require a brief respite. Through diligent practice of the Fire Chronicles Palace's Sui Huang visualization, your spirit shall grow ever stronger. When you achieve the manifestation of spirit, visible to the eye, you will have attained a modest success." Xinho glanced at his sea of consciousness and saw that the vast expanse, once measuring over 10 zhang, had now dried up. He chuckled. Zhong Yu stood in stunned silence. The manifestation of spirit, visible to the eye, is merely a modest success? Is this a feat only attainable by chi refiners? Can I truly achieve it? Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and he felt an overwhelming drowsiness, causing him to involuntarily close his eyelids and drift into slumber. It was evident that the earlier visualization had drained an excessive amount of his mental energy. The youthful Xinho exited his sea of consciousness and returned to the flickering lamp, surrounded by swirling darkness, with ominous sounds echoing around him. The tiny figure cast a glance at the sleeping Zhong Yu, then surveyed the encroaching darkness. A look of confusion crossing his features. How long have I been asleep? What has become of the Fuxi divine clan? What transpired during this time? And what is the nature of the entities within this dark haze? This small divine clan claims we now reside in the era of the human emperor. What, pray tell, is the era of the human emperor? Within Zhong Yu's sea of consciousness, his spirit flowed like a gentle stream, gradually filling the once dry expanse. After several hours, he awoke and, upon a brief moment of meditation, immediately returned to his sea of consciousness, filled with elation. The once modest expanse of his consciousness had now expanded nearly by half, measuring over 20 zhang. It is worth noting that he had spent years cultivating the Sword Sect's exit visualization to achieve merely a 10 zhang expanse. Yet a single practice of the Fire Chronicles Palace's Sui Huang visualization had augmented his spirit by half. What remarkable method of visualization is this? What is the true nature of Xinho? He steadied his mind and visualized the Fire Chronicles Palace once more, with his spirit now twice as potent as before. He found the visualization of the Fire Chronicles Palace, Sui Huang, and the fire tree to be considerably easier this time. Moments later, Zhong Yu's soul opened its eyes. The spirit manifested as the Fire Chronicles Palace appeared far more stable than before, although this visualization had consumed much of his mental energy. Nearly half still remained for him to expend. With such abundant mental energy left, he should be able to exit the Fire Chronicles Palace. Zhong Yu's heart raced. He had never achieved soul separation in 6 years of cultivation, yet now, after merely 2 practices of the Fire Chronicles Palace's Sui Huang visualization, he felt confident in his ability to accomplish soul separation. Within the Fire Chronicles Palace, Zhong Yu's spirit, transformed into Sui Huang, took steps toward the palace's exit. As he moved, his spirit rapidly dwindled with each step. 1, 2, 3. His mental energy, manifested as oceanic waters, swiftly receding. Upon taking the 9th step, Zhong Yu stood before the palace's grand entrance, half a foot from stepping into the divine realm. Yet at that moment, his spirit was nearly depleted. At last, he fully crossed the threshold of the 9th step, and his sea of consciousness was utterly exhausted. Boom! A thunderous roar filled his ears, akin to the rumble of spring thunder, deafening and overwhelming. The world spun around him, and in an instant, it felt as though he had crossed into an entirely new realm. At this moment, his spirit emerged from within his body, standing before him. Soul separation. Zhongyu's heart soared. He had finally achieved the separation of his soul. At the tender age of 9, he entered the sword gate, and now 6 years have elapsed. During these 6 years of diligent practice, he has labored with a fervor that surpasses that of his peers, displaying unwavering perseverance. Yet, despite his relentless efforts, he had not achieved the state of soul separation until, within mere hours of practicing the fiery imagery of the Flame Palace, he accomplished it. Zhongyu was overwhelmed with astonishment and joy, longing to weep and laugh in exuberance to express his elation. As flames danced, sparks flew from the copper lamp. Confronting Zhongyu directly, it was only then that he realized the diminutive nature of his soul, almost comparable to the flickering sparks. The two tiny entities exchanged glances and burst into laughter simultaneously. Achieving soul separation is merely the beginning. You are still far from becoming a chi refiner. The spark-like spirit assessed him, observing him closely. The realm of soul separation is quite rudimentary. Your soul remains fragile, incapable of performing soul rituals, let alone sensing the spirit. Soul rituals? As Zhongyu's spirit returned to his body, he felt a wave of dizziness, a consequence of his mental exhaustion. He fought against the urge to succumb to slumber and replied, "Among the 50,000 outer disciples of the Sword Gate, fewer than 1,000 can perform soul rituals. It cannot be such an easy feat." As he spoke, he sensed a slight restoration of his mental faculties, although the recovery was significantly slower than that achieved through deep sleep. To rapidly regain his spirit, a good slumber was imperative. Soul rituals belong to a different realm. After the soul is separated, it can be tethered to an object, allowing the object to be lifted and flown. However, performing soul rituals demands an exceptionally robust soul, a task not easily accomplished. Those capable of such feats are truly exceptional among the outer disciples. Is it truly so challenging to perform soul rituals? The spark inquired, settling on his shoulder. The next time you practice visualization, you may attempt a soul ritual. Zhongyu felt his eyelids growing heavier and murmured, "How could it be possible to achieve that so swiftly?" Upon awakening once more, he immediately examined his sea of consciousness and noticed it had expanded slightly, filling him with both surprise and joy. Perhaps this time, he could indeed attempt a soul ritual. Wait, why have I lost so much weight? Glancing down, he realized that in just a few short days, he had dramatically slimmed down, his frame reduced to little more than skin and bones, causing him alarm. Although only 15 years of age, Zhongyu's physical prowess was among the finest among the tens of thousands of outer disciples at the Sword Gate, as he was one of the few practicing martial arts. Martial arts are not considered crucial for chi refiners, and it is rare to hear of significant achievements among those who practice both. Consequently, the Sword Gate does not prioritize martial arts. The Sword Gate primarily cultivates sword chi, first comprehending the spirit and then utilizing it to refine sword chi. Even ordinary chi refiners within the Sword Gate can achieve sword chi that soars through the air, with 3 feet of sword chi that is indestructible. Nevertheless, as a venerable sacred site with a rich history, the Sword Gate possesses some traditions regarding martial arts and does not prohibit outer disciples from engaging in practice. The martial arts technique Zhongyu acquired as an outer disciple is known as the Serpent Dragon Totem Body Technique, a visualization method originating from a human tribe that revered the serpent dragon as their totem. This technique allows him to envision a fierce serpent dragon coiling around his body, enhancing his physique, making his every movement feel as though empowered by the dragon, endowing him with immense strength. Zhongyu has cultivated his physique to a level far superior to that of the average outer disciples, a testament to his relentless dedication to martial arts. His humble origins necessitated frequent descents from the mountains in search of herbs for alchemy, compelling him to possess a means of self-preservation. The Jiaolong Totem Body Technique has enabled him to escape numerous encounters with ferocious beasts, leaving only scars upon his body while preserving his life. However, in the past few days, the robust physique he had painstakingly developed has inexplicably withered, a transformation that Zhongyu finds somewhat difficult to accept. Yet, despite his diminished stature, he perceives no loss in strength. His power remains intact. The practice of the Fire Era Palace Sui Huang visualization consumes a significant amount of energy, resulting in the depletion of his muscles during the 2 visualizations. The Fire Spirit Child elucidated, "Your physique is commendable. Surely, you possess a body-refining technique? You have performed admirably. The body, spirit, and soul are interdependent. To achieve great accomplishments, one must maintain a strong body. Should your body weaken even slightly, The first visualization of the Fire Era Palace's Sui Huang could lead to your demise from starvation. Zhong Yu gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Does practicing this technique truly risk death?" Indeed, the spirit is intertwined with the body. A robust physique fortifies the spirit. The consumption of spiritual energy depletes the energy within the body. During visualization, the expenditure of spirit concurrently drains bodily energy. Should your body be even marginally weaker, it could certainly lead to starvation, the fire spirit child replied with a chuckle. Fortunately, your foundation is relatively solid, allowing you to withstand 2 visualizations. However, should you attempt a third, you may well become nothing more than a skeleton. Now, you must eat abundantly and well. Ideally, avoid grains and consume only elixirs. Otherwise, your body will be hollowed out. Elixirs? As a child of humble means, being able to eat my fill is already a blessing. How could I afford to indulge in such luxuries? Zhong Yu shook his head, lifting the copper lamp to depart for the sword sect, but suddenly halted and turned back. Curiosity piqued. The fire spirit child watched as Zhong Yu retrieved a medicinal hoe from his basket, spending over half an hour digging a grave. After paying respects to the corpse, he laid it to rest within the pit, filled it with earth, offered another bow, and finally rose, lamp in hand, to leave. The spirit within the lamp observed with admiration, quietly waiting for him to complete his task. Upon seeing Zhong Yu hang the lamp around his neck and begin to ascend the rocky wall, he could not help but remark, "A member of the divine lineage. And yet you cannot fly? You must rely on your legs to traverse? How disgraceful for the divine race. Pure-blooded deities are inherently sacred, capable of flight with a mere flick of their tails." Zhong Yu, having scaled the cliff, smiled and replied, "I possess no tail, nor am I of the divine race. Thus, I cannot fly." The fire spirit child leapt from the lamp and scampered across his clothing, feeling his coccyx and shaking his head. "You indeed have a tail. Merely unformed. The Fushi divine race I encountered previously all bore serpent tails. Why is yours absent? Do you doubt it? Then feel your backside and see if there are any traces of a tailbone." Zhong Yu reached behind him and, to his astonishment, discovered the presence of a tailbone. His heart stirred by the revelation. Is it truly the case that my kind, the human race, is descended from the divine lineage of Fushi? It seems implausible. We are but a weak and insignificant species among the myriad of beings, hardly worthy of being regarded as heirs of the most esteemed royal bloodline of the divine. Gathering my resolve, I exerted myself to ascend the cliffside. With the flame and the worn copper lamp in hand, the encroaching black mist could not penetrate my sanctuary. Before long, I reached the summit, casting my gaze around, only to be met with an expanse shrouded in darkness. "Flame, can you discern what lies within this murky veil?" The illustrious divine race, unable to utilize their divine sight. "Ah, your divine vision has indeed waned." I touched my brow, noting a slight indentation. This is the location of the third eye of the Fushi divine lineage. Upon examining my brow, I confirmed the presence of a subtle concavity, deepening my doubts. I pondered. In the visions of the Fire Era Palace, the sovereign of fire bore a third eye. Could it be that our human race possesses such a feature as well? The dilapidated copper lamp began to glow brighter, illuminating an ever-widening radius. Despite the oppressive darkness, this light seemed capable of piercing through all shadows. Following the illumination, I gazed around and was struck with terror. A colossal foot descended from the heavens, landing in the abyss below. This foot, devoid of flesh and blood, was composed solely of bleached bones, spanning roughly half an acre. Looking upward, I beheld a towering skeleton giant amidst the black mist, clad in tattered armor. Its surface encrusted with rust, bearing the scars of time's relentless passage. The giant's bones were adorned with intricate, vibrant patterns, akin to totemic designs, covering its skeletal form. It strode forward, dragging a lengthy bony tail behind, swaying in an unknown rhythm. Suddenly, a tattered banner drifted silently past me, floating ethereally in the air. Other enormous skeletal feet descended silently, moving through the darkness, each foot surpassing my height by a considerable margin. Numerous skeletal giants began to rise from the earth, joining this spectral army, yet the ground remained unscathed. These skeletal giants bore intricate totemic engravings upon their bones, enduring through the ages unblemished. They appeared to lack true corporeality, passing through mountains and traversing waters with ease. Following the floating banner, they only siphoned the very life force from the living beings they encountered. Then, monstrous creatures emerged, their decaying flesh hanging grotesquely from their forms, with ghostly flames flickering within their skulls. The skeletal giants rode upon these beasts, some adorned with the flesh of various birds and beasts, writhing eerily. In the distance, tattered banners danced in the air, and more giants and beasts materialized. Yet they were too far for my eyes to discern clearly, merely appearing as flickering ghostly flames, the eyes of the skeletal giants and beasts. Where once stood the lush and verdant Swordgate Mountain, it now resembled a domain overrun by malevolent spirits. These are the souls of the damned, the wrathful remnants of gods and demons who, in death, coalesce into restless phantoms. In the lantern, the flickering flame spirit whispered, "The resentment here is palpable. Something monumental must have transpired, leaving these beings steeped in grievance. Moreover, what could these souls of the deceased deities possibly seek? Whatever they pursue must undoubtedly be a remarkable treasure." Zhongyu exclaimed in astonishment, "Are they of the divine lineage?" Indeed, there exist both divine and demonic races, albeit the latter predominantly comprise lower-tier deities. Only the 9 esteemed clans, Fuxi, Niuhua, Huaxiu, Yinzi, and others, truly embody the sovereign divine lineage, boasting the most illustrious bloodlines. While you possess a trace of Fuxi's divine blood within you, its rarity renders it insufficient. Even the fallen deities are far superior. You are unfit to inherit the flame. Otherwise, you would be the bearer of this generation's legacy. Zhongyu discerned the direction and proceeded towards Swordgate Mountain. Upon his emergence from Gathering Cloud Mountain, the oppressive spirits began to dissipate, and after a half-day's passage, the gloom vanished entirely. With the departure of the malevolent spirits, the flickering flame spirit fell silent. Though he had found companionship in this peculiar being over the past few days, Zhongyu now felt a sense of unease at its abrupt cessation of speech. He lifted the lantern's cover, only to find the flame spirit had vanished, leaving behind a flicker no larger than a fingertip. "Flame spirit, are you still there?" Zhongyu inquired, shaking the peculiar lantern. "Do not disturb me," came the muffled response as the flickering flame swayed, revealing a tiny head akin to a finger's size, yawning. "I have expended considerable energy in warding off the darkness these past few days and require rest. We must swiftly locate the heir to the flame. I must dwell within their soul, or I shall extinguish before many years pass. I have slumbered far too long and am not what I once was." With that, it drifted back into a drowsy state. Zhongyu pondered for a moment before placing the lantern within his medicinal basket, covering it with herbs, and advancing into Swordgate Mountain. The treatment of outer disciples who have achieved soul projection differs greatly from those who have not. Those who succeed reside in the upper courtyard, receiving 10 spirit feather pills monthly, along with access to profound teachings. I must first go to the outer sect's Azure Sky Hall, pass the assessment, and elevate my status. Zhongyu made his way directly to Azure Sky Hall. Aware that the soul projection examination occurs only once a month, and today marks that day. Should he miss this opportunity, he would have to wait until the next month. With over 50,000 outer disciples, his 3-day absence had not attracted Swordgate's attention. Individuals of his humble origin from the Zhongshan tribe would likely go unnoticed. Even in death, in the realm of soul projection, he could not employ the flame techniques bestowed upon him by the Fire Chronicle Palace's sovereign concept. He could only utilize the Swordgate's projection methods. He worried whether this path would suffice for his soul projection. Swordgate places immense value on tradition. Should they discover his training diverges from their teachings, expulsion would be a minor consequence compared to the dire fate of losing his life. Upon arriving at Azure Sky Hall, Zhongyu observed a gathering of over 100 outer disciples, all awaiting the assessment. A few among them wielded totemic pillars adorned with intricate patterns drawn in the blood of exotic beasts. The totem pillar serves as a sacred column for the human tribes of the Great Wilderness, endowed with extraordinary powers that nourish the soul and significantly enhance the practice of meditation. Only those of noble lineage within the tribe are deemed worthy to wield the totem pillar. Such pillars can only be crafted by chi refiners, which means that only tribes possessing chi refiners can have them. The essence refined by these practitioners is known as Turing, a spirit that embodies the essence of the totem. The connection between the spirit and the totem is profound. One tribe, whose chi refiner's Turing is a mystical tortoise, has adopted the tortoise as their totem. Their worship of the tortoise totem, in turn, elevates the cultivation of that particular chi refiner. Conversely, tribes lacking chi refiners naturally do not possess totemic pillars. The Zhongshan tribe, from which Zhongyu hails, is notably the smallest tribe and thus lacks such treasures. As Zhongyu approached the Azure Sky Hall, a sudden commotion erupted among the crowd. Someone has died. A disciple has been killed during the assessment, their soul shattered. This revelation stirred something within Zhongyu, and he witnessed 2 men in white carrying the corpse of a young disciple who had perished during the trial. This scene tightened the hearts of many outer disciples. The soul extraction assessment is exceedingly rigorous, requiring not only the successful extraction of the soul but also the evaluation of its strength and combat awareness. Fraught with peril where a moment's inattention could lead to injury. Indeed, fatalities are not uncommon. Outside the Azure Sky Hall, the outer disciples awaiting their assessment were engulfed in anxiety. While they had heard tales of deadly incidents during the trial, seeing it firsthand struck a deeper chord within them, causing many to hesitate and reconsider their resolve. As Zhongyu stepped forward, he pondered, the path of cultivation demands audacity and relentless progress. If one's spirit falters, all is lost. What then is there to discuss regarding cultivation? Before the Azure Sky Hall, the elder in white, presiding over the hall, appeared to be in deep contemplation. Seemingly oblivious to Zhongyu's arrival, he spoke in a detached manner. Which clan do you hail from? Zhongshan tribe, Zhong clan, Zhongyu. The elder lifted his gaze and appraised Zhongyu, then instructed, enter. Next, which clan do you come from? Wei Shui tribe, Shui clan, Shui Qingyan. As Zhongyu stepped into the Azure Sky Hall, a melodious voice suddenly called out from behind. Zhongyu? Brother you of the Zhong clan? Is that truly you? It's been a few days. How have you become so gaunt? Turning around, Zhongyu beheld a young girl following closely behind him into the hall. She appeared to be around 13 or 14, with fair skin and exquisite features, adorned with a white fur hat. Her eyes sparkled with clarity akin to pure water, and she radiated a subtle, elegant fragrance. Carrying a petite totem pillar, she approached him with lively enthusiasm. It really is you. I was frightened when I couldn't find you the other day. I thought something had happened to you. How did you become so thin? I almost didn't recognize you just now. The girl was named Shui Qingyan, hailing from the Wei Shui tribe among the 3,000 tribes of the Great Wilderness. Often referred to as the Shui clan due to the abundance of wetlands in their region. Zhongyu and Shui Qingyan have known each other for a considerable time. Last year, upon returning to his homeland, Zhongyu traversed the vast wilderness alone, journeying from the Zhongshan tribe to the sacred Jianmen. Along the way, he fortuitously encountered Shui Qingyan. Shui Qingyan, whose parents hold a distinguished position within the Shui Tu clan, was escorted to Jianmen by over a dozen adult hunters. Unfortunately, they were beset by a tide of beasts, leaving only Shui Qingyan alive, just as the girl was on the brink of perishing beneath the monstrous jaws. It was Zhongyu who came to her rescue. The scar on Zhongyu's left arm is a testament to his bravery. Having been bitten by a ferocious beast while saving her, he escorted her safely to Jianmen, and as a result of this harrowing experience, Shui Qingyan affectionately began to call him Brother Yu. Qingyan, have you truly reached the state of soul separation? Zhongyu exclaimed in astonishment, unable to comprehend. You have only practiced for a year. At this juncture, he suddenly fell silent, as he was reminded of his own circumstances. Shui Qingyan's rate of advancement in cultivation was indeed remarkable. Having joined Jianmen for merely a year, she had already achieved the ability to separate her soul and participate in the assessments of the Bihong Hall. A feat that could only be deemed extraordinary compared to many outer disciples. However, in contrast, Zhongyu had managed to attain soul separation in just a few hours through the visualization techniques of the Fire Chronicle imparted by the little monk, a speed that would surely be met with disbelief if he were to disclose it. Nevertheless, Zhongyu had previously cultivated for several years, and now, having broken through to the realm of soul separation, he could only be regarded as possessing above-average talent among the tens of thousands of outer disciples, thus drawing little attention. As the two entered the Bihong Hall, they found it indeed worthy of its name. Beneath their feet lay an imperceptible barrier, below which was a sheer drop into the boundless sky, with magnificent mountains rolling endlessly, and the vast wilderness stretching as far as the eye could see. Billowing clouds drifted past them, and they beheld the extraordinary sights of the wilderness, towering icebergs, colossal trees shrouding vast expanses, roaring rivers, and unimaginably grand lotus flowers, all awe-inspiring in their grandeur. Above them, the blazing sun hung high, accompanied by the luminous moon, as if the celestial bodies were now closer than ever before. At that moment, within the Bihong Hall, more than 10 individuals had gathered before a high platform. This platform, spanning 100 feet, was crowned with a sword-like structure. Standing tall at its center, the battle upon the platform was fierce. A youth of around 15 or 16 years engaged in a duel with a pitch-black demon. The demon's arms resembled the forelegs of a mantis, its legs bent backward, exhibiting incredible speed as it darted around the youth like a shadow, its arms slicing through the air like scythes in a relentless assault. The youth defended himself valiantly, but blood flowed continuously from his wounds. and he was frequently struck by the demon's attacks, perilously close to defeat. An invisible barrier surrounded the platform, trapping the demon within, and driven by its bloodthirsty nature. It launched a desperate onslaught against the youth. On the opposite side of the platform, several white-robed examiners sat in silence, awaiting the outcome of the battle. This demon was a lower-tier member of the magical race nurtured by Jianmin, employed for the purpose of assessment, exhibiting both speed and strength in close combat. Defeat was all but certain. In the audience, several outer disciples adorned in splendid attire, evidently hailing from prestigious clans, engaged in fervent discourse regarding the peculiarities of the. They remarked, however, the possesses a significant vulnerability. Its soul is exceedingly fragile. During a confrontation, one need only let their soul exit the body, penetrate this mental domain. Envision the sword gate, and unleash a slashing sword aura to obliterate its soul. Victory would naturally ensue. Though this notion appeared simple in articulation, its execution proved to be quite challenging. Another disciple shook his head, expressing, this speed of attack is alarmingly swift, and its strength formidable. Engaging in close combat would undoubtedly result in utter defeat. If one's soul were to exit and be struck by its scythe-like arms, instant demise would follow. Just moments ago, a disciple's soul was severed by the, leaving him in a state of utter disarray, and even the examiner from the could not intervene in time. One must seize the fleeting opportunity to allow their soul to infiltrate its mental realm and deliver a soul-slicing strike. Indeed, this speed is overwhelmingly rapid, and its power far surpasses that of an ordinary person. Direct confrontation is futile. One must rely on cunning. The examination assesses both the ability to project the soul and combat awareness. Both are indispensable. Zhang Yu furrowed his brow, a look of perplexity crossing his features. This speed does not seem exceptionally rapid, nor does its strength appear superior to mine. Why do they all claim that one cannot contend with it? In his perception, this speed seemed rather ordinary, and the force of its scythe-like arms did not bear the weight he expected. He could distinctly perceive each of its movements, and his limbs were poised for action. An odd sensation indeed. Unbeknownst to him, his mental fortitude had multiplied several times over, rendering that regarded as elusive by others, merely commonplace in his eyes. This is the marvel of a formidable spirit. Shui Qingyan removed a petite totemic pillar from her back, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she whispered, Our Shui Tu clan has an esteemed elder within the sword gate who bestowed upon me this totem pillar. It greatly accelerates my cultivation. Brother Yu, this examination is perilous. Please take my totem pillar during your assessment, and once you pass, return it to me. This way, we can both succeed. Zhong Yu felt a surge of temptation but lifted his gaze to the above and firmly replied, No need. I wish to endeavor on my own. On the platform, a young man bore the marks of battle yet gritted his teeth in determination. Suddenly, a white-clad examiner gestured, and with a resounding explosion, that was vanquished. Meeting an untimely end. The examiner, with an impassive demeanor, addressed the young man. You are no longer able to continue. Step down. Next, from the Jun Mountain tribe. Jun Xiaofei. Another youth ascended the platform, clearly from a prominent lineage. As he reached the stage, he promptly planted his totem pillar into the ground. Strange patterns upon the pillar began to illuminate, radiating vibrant designs outward. With a thunderous roar, the sword gate on the platform swung open, and a dark figure surged forth, hurtling towards Jun Xiaofei, its arms resembling scythes, closing the distance in an instant, poised to sever his head without affording him a moment to react. Suddenly, the speed of the otherworldly beast slowed dramatically, though still swift. It was no longer beyond the grasp of the naked eye. The totemic pillar proved to be extraordinarily remarkable. Zhong Yu's eyes brightened with admiration, filled with curiosity about the totemic pillar crafted by the Qi refiners. He wondered how they managed to forge such a creation. Although the beast's pace had diminished, it remained dauntingly fast for Jun Xiaofei. After a prolonged struggle, he seized an opportunity to project his soul into the creature's head, severing its spirit with his blade, thus achieving victory. As time passed, numerous young men and women ascended the high platform, while an unending stream of otherworldly beasts emerged from the sword gate. Some of these youths could not endure even a single round, swiftly losing limbs to the beasts and were rescued by the examiners. Others fought valiantly but ultimately fell short. Only 2 youths, wielding the totemic pillar, managed to secure a tenuous victory, while not a single disciple from humble origins emerged triumphant. Soon, it was Zhong Yu's turn. Shui Qingyan's expression turned anxious as she removed the totemic pillar from her back, whispering, Brother Yu, perhaps you should use my totemic pillar. Zhong Yu's gaze grew ever brighter as he shook his head, declaring, No need. As the battles concluded on the platform, a white-robed elder glanced at the roster without raising his brow, Zhang Mountain Tribe, Zhang Family, Zhangyu. Disciple present. Zhangyu responded, stepping onto the high platform. Taking a deep breath, he fixed his gaze upon the sword gate above. Below the platform, many outer disciples looked up, observing this slender, ragged youth. Burdened with a large medicine basket, resembling not a participant in a trial but rather a herbalist gathering herbs. Laughter erupted from the crowd, with someone whispering. A disciple from a humble background should refrain from embarrassing themselves on stage. Before the words could settle, a thunderous roar resonated as the sword gate opened at the behest of a white-clad examiner. From within came an otherworldly beast's soul-chilling roar, and a shadow shot forth like an arrow, hurtling towards Zhongyu. Its side-like arms flashed like whips, slicing through the air. Two blades of light descended upon Zhongyu. One after the other. Coiling dragon. Zhongyu bellowed, akin to the reverberation of spring thunder. At that moment, it seemed as if a low, resonant dragon's roar emanated from the Baikong Hall, and some claimed to see an ominous dragon faintly manifesting around Zhongyu, entwining him. As the beast's blade struck down, a soft sound was heard, followed by a spray of blood. A shadow soared high into the air, crashing with a thunderous sound against the invisible barrier of the high platform before falling to the ground, motionless. On the platform, only one figure remained standing. Below, silence enveloped the crowd. The white-clad examiners gazed upward in disbelief, witnessing the otherworldly beast's corpse sprawled on the ground, its ribs shattered by fists, the broken bones piercing its heart, having succumbed to an untimely demise. He had not used his soul but had vanquished the beast with sheer might. One examiner stood in a daze, murmuring, "Brothers, does this count as passing the examination?" The other examiners exchanged glances, for they had never encountered such a situation since assuming control of the Azure Sky Hall. The sight of an unarmed, astonishingly swift and powerful aberration being vanquished was a feat attainable for a Qi refinement master. However, for outer disciples, it was utterly inconceivable. Yet here they were, witnessing this very aberration being struck down by Zhang Yu's fist, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. Moments ago, they had been nonchalant, but now they found themselves invigorated, albeit perplexed about how to evaluate this examination. Zhang Yu stood upon the stage, envisioning the totem of the serpentine dragon, his spirit not yet dissipated. A faint azure aura seemed to swirl around his body, reminiscent of a fierce dragon displaying its claws and fangs. This visible manifestation of spirit was a testament to the power he harbored. Among the practitioners of the great wilderness, their spiritual strength was formidable, capable of transformation. Their spirit could take the form of soaring birds to fly, or terrestrial beasts to leap, or even weapons to slay, merging spirit with vital energy to create invincible supernatural abilities. However, that was the realm of the Qi refiners. Zhang Yu's spiritual force, though discernible to the naked eye, was still far inferior to that of the Qi refiners. Yet for the outer disciples, the overwhelming might of Zhang Yu's spirit was nothing short of astonishing. The Fire Memorial Palace's Sui Huang visualization, which had been imparted to him, was indeed formidable. A tempest of emotion surged within Zhang Yu. Having practiced the Sui Huang visualization merely twice, he had not only transcended the state of soul separation but had also vastly amplified the potency of the serpentine dragon totem technique, far surpassing the visualization methods of the sword sect. The onlookers, a throng of youths, were left speechless, their eyes fixated upon him. Only Shui Qingyan was exuberant. Her small fist clenched in encouragement for Zhang Yu, as if she herself were undergoing the assessment. Meanwhile, the examiners whispered amongst themselves, deliberating. Yet they had yet to announce the results. Such a situation had never occurred within the sword sect. Suddenly, an elder with white hair pondered aloud, "The purpose of our Bikuan Hall assessment is to evaluate the soul strength and combat awareness of the outer disciples. However, Zhang Shan's use of body refinement techniques to vanquish the demonic foes cannot be deemed a passing mark. In my view, he should be declared unsuccessful. What do you think, fellow brothers?" Senior Tian speaks wisely, another examiner concurred. "If we consider this a pass, we would undermine the principles of our sword sect. We cultivate spirit and refine sword energy to safeguard the great wilderness. If other outer disciples follow his example of neglecting the orthodox techniques of the sword sect, it may disrupt our established order. Should this compromise our legacy, the transgression would be grave. Thus, this assessment should be ruled a failure." A weight settled in Zhang Yu's heart, when suddenly a young examiner rose, his raven hair billowing as his aura surged forth, exclaiming, "Enough, brothers. I have tolerated your arguments long enough. For the disciples from humble backgrounds, passing the Bikuan Hall assessment is a monumental challenge, a rarity indeed. with many suffering injuries or even death. The scions of noble families possess totemic pillars, while the humble have nothing. Where's the fairness in this? Since there is no equity, how can passing through body refinement be deemed a violation? Today, Zhongshan must be recognized as having passed. The white-haired examiner frowned slightly. Junior brothers Wu, you are being rather audacious. I shall be audacious just this once. The young examiner's spirit surged magnificently. And from above his head, a portal resembling a sword materialized, opening to release a blazing fireball akin to the sun. At its core stood a diminutive figure with the head of a bird, his own totem, who sneered, "Brothers, you hail from esteemed lineages and dominate the sword sect, while we from humble origins find no opportunity to rise. I too am from a humble background, and today I shall speak on behalf of the disciples from such origins." His totem spirit, with a human body and a bird's head, and wings resembling those of a bird, appeared as if the sun had descended upon the entire azure sky hall, bringing with it a scorching and arid heat, accompanied by a fierce blaze that enveloped the air. "Brother Tian, you have been a chi refiner in the sword sect for 60 years, while I have only been a novice for a decade. Today, I challenge you to see whether your esteemed lineage as a chi refiner surpasses my humble beginnings. Do you dare to accept the challenge, Brother Tian?" Zhuxiangxing, you are utterly underestimating yourself. The white-haired elder scoffed, summoning forth a representation of the sword sect above his head. It was a mere foot in height, yet it depicted a tree spirit devoid of feet, with its lower half composed of a dense network of roots, while its hair formed a lush canopy. The two chi refiners unleashed their formidable auras, and suddenly, the tree spirit of the white-haired elder swayed slightly, causing countless tendrils to dance in the air. The roots twisted and coiled like dragons and great pythons, growing thicker as they surged towards Zhuxiangxing. In an instant, his spirit transformed into a towering tree. Bursting with vitality that radiated from its core, its canopy overshadowing the entire azure sky hall. Meanwhile, Zhuxiangxing's spirit expanded with the wind, his bird-headed figure towering, wings unfurled. As he unleashed a torrent of flames that ignited the myriad roots, suddenly the tree spirit raised its hands, and massive trunks appeared in midair, each weighing tens of thousands of pounds, crashing down upon Zhuxiangxing like a rain of destruction, wielding wood as its sword in a formidable wood-based sword formation. Conversely, the bird-headed spirit emitted fierce sword energy from its eyes, wielding fire as its sword, sharp and searing. The two chi refiners engaged in a fierce battle, their overwhelming presence causing the outer disciples of the Azure Sky Hall to groan in discomfort. The other examiners rushed to shield the disciples, exclaiming loudly, "Brother Tian, Junior brothers Wu, cease this at once." With their protection, disciples such as Zhong Yu and Shui Qingyin finally breathed a sigh of relief, gazing up to witness the escalating conflict between the two chi refiners, leaving them mesmerized. The remaining examiners exchanged exasperated glances, muttering among themselves. One remarked quietly, "It is quite absurd for esteemed chi refiners to brawl over an outer disciple. If word of this spreads, our Azure Sky Hall will lose face within the sword sect." This is the first instance in the Azure Sky Hall's assessment where a bare-handed combat resulted in the defeat of a foreign demon. And it is also unprecedented for the examiners to engage in a brawl rather than the disciples. Should we intervene? Whom shall we assist? Naturally, we must support Brother Tian. He comes from a prestigious lineage, and the Tianfeng family holds significant influence within the sword sect. Just as the examiners concluded their discussion, the white-haired elder suddenly emitted a muffled groan and plummeted from midair, crashing to the ground with a thud. Blood trickling from his lips as he struggled, but failed to rise. The examiners were taken aback, looking up to see Zhuxiangxing suspended in the air, engulfed in roaring flames, transformed into a formidable figure with a bird's head, human body, and bird-like legs and wings, exuding an imposing presence akin to a deity of fire. While his totem spirit had vanished without a trace. "You have attained a level of unification between man and spirit?" The white-haired elder's complexion paled as he gazed at Zhuxiangxing hovering above, his eyes filled with both envy and dread. Coughing up blood, he admitted, "You have merged with your totem spirit. I concede my defeat wholeheartedly. You may lead the Azure Sky Hall as you see fit, and I have no objections. However, rules are rules. The Zhongshan clan's failure to triumph without the use of souls constitutes a breach of the regulations of my sword sect. I shall report this to the higher echelons of the sect for further deliberation." Zhuxiangxing stepped down from the air, laughing heartily, brimming with vigor. "Brother Tian, there is no need to disturb the higher-ups. Zhong Yu of the Zhongshan clan can easily vanquish them with his bare hands. Defeating them using souls would be but a trifling task. Since you hold dissenting views, let him attempt it once more. Zhong Yu, on the stage." Zhongyu bowed and said, "Disciple is present. You shall be assessed again, but you must not employ the body refinement technique to slay the. You may only use your soul." Zhuoxiangshan gestured, and the gates of the sword sect opened once more, a lunging forth. Zhuoxiangshan intoned, "I require you to seek a path for us, the impoverished offspring of humble beginnings, to pass the assessment without relying on the totemic pillars." With a fierce shout, Zhongyu envisioned the totem of the dragon, his spiritual energy manifesting as a pale azure stream enveloping his form, akin to a dragon coiling around him. As he raised his hand to seal the approaching's arms, the collision between man and beast reverberated like thunder. With his hands bound, its speed considerably diminished. Zhongyu's brow flashed as his soul surged forth, piercing into this mind like a bolt of lightning. Within this sea of consciousness, the sword sect materialized, and a blade of energy shot forth from the gate, severing the soul. Zhuoxiangshan displayed an expression of approval, glancing toward the elder with white hair, and remarked, "Zhongyu's physique is formidable, but cannot inflict even the slightest harm upon him. As long as his soul can exit, he can easily vanquish the Brother Tian. I assert that he has passed the assessment. Do you have any objections now?" The elder remained silent, letting out a cold snort. Zhuoxiangshan produced a token from the upper academy and handed it to Zhongyu, stating, "From this day forth, you shall be a disciple capable of soul exit, receiving 10 feather spirit pills each month from the upper academy's medicinal valley. You have performed admirably. It is challenging for the offspring of humble origins to become chi refiners. If there are more such disciples in the sword sect, your contributions will be monumental." His words were devoid of exaggeration. The sword sect places little emphasis on body refinement, and those from the impoverished backgrounds often falter at the soul assessment. Zhongyu's success through body refinement would undoubtedly ignite a wave of interest in this approach among the disciples from humble origins, leading to an increase in the number of such chi refiners within the sword sect. "You are already 15 years of age, correct?" Zhuoxiangshan pondered for a moment and continued, "At your age, reaching spiritual awakening by 16 may pose certain risks. Should you encounter difficulties in the future, feel free to seek my assistance." Zhongyu expressed his gratitude, contemplating. This was sure she was truly a remarkable individual. He did not depart immediately, instead standing at the edge of the stage to observe the battle of Shui Qingyan. On the stage, Shui Qingyan's attire billowed as if carried by waves, her feet barely touching the ground as she engaged in a fierce conflict. She did not utilize the totemic pillars, but it was evident that she had cultivated an exceptionally advanced visualization technique, matching the in speed, though lacking in strength compared to it. Zhongyu's method of overcoming the was straightforward and forceful, fully unleashing the explosive power of his muscles, while her movements were as graceful as a sprite dancing in the air. Soon, Shui Qingyan discerned the flaw in her soul soaring forth to envision the sword gate, cleaving through with her blade. The young lady of the Shui Tu clan had only been initiated for a mere year, had she? The examiners exchanged glances. One of them murmured, "Though she has the backing of a chi refiner from the Shui Tu clan, her rate of cultivation is indeed remarkable. Passing the assessment without resorting to the totemic divine pillar is a rarity in recent years for such outstanding disciples." As for Zhongyu, his lack of reliance on the totemic divine pillar was overlooked by them. In their eyes, Shui Qingyan was treading the orthodox path of the sword gate, while Zhongyu's reliance on body refinement methods appeared somewhat unorthodox. Having received her token from the upper academy, Shui Qingyan and Zhongyu joyfully departed from the Biyun Hall, making their way towards the upper academy of the sword gate. The upper academy was divided into female and male sections, designed to prevent the potential impropriety of male and female disciples cohabiting and interacting too closely. After all, the external disciples of the upper academy were the focus of the sword gate's rigorous training. Any moral decay could adversely affect their cultivation progress. As Shui Qingyan parted ways with Zhongyu, she reluctantly said, "Brother Yu, do remember to visit me often at the female academy." Zhongyu nodded, carrying his medicinal basket through the upper academy, attracting countless gazes. He pondered, "I wonder if male disciples are permitted to enter the female academy. Perhaps I should first make a trip to the medicine valley to procure 10 feather spirit pills to replenish my strength. Otherwise, my frail condition will impede my progress with the Sui Huang visualization chart." Zhongyu arrived at the medicine valley and received 10 feather spirit pills before seeking out the steward of the upper courtyard to settle into his own residence. This abode comprised 3 courtyards. The rear courtyard served as a resting area. The middle courtyard functioned as a hall for receiving guests, and there existed a quiet room for contemplation and cultivation. The front courtyard was designated for the servants. The steward guided Zhongyu through this estate, remarking with a smile that some noble scions from various tribes often traveled with a retinue of numerous servants to cater to their needs, allowing them to focus solely on their cultivation while the servants resided in the front courtyard. The token of the upper courtyard possessed remarkable capabilities. Simply placing it into the groove at the main gate would activate the totemic pillar within the courtyard, creating an invisible barrier to secure the premises from intruders. To withdraw the barrier, one merely needed to remove the token, which required nurturing with one's soul and spirit to ensure that others could not easily take it from the groove. Zhong Yu's eyes brightened at the thoughtful function of the upper courtyard token. Although the disciples of the upper courtyard were merely novice members, their daily commitment to cultivation demanded an uninterrupted environment. Otherwise, they risked falling into obsession. With this token, the entrance would remain closed to others, alleviating concerns of being disturbed during critical moments of cultivation. Furthermore, should any valuables be housed within the courtyard, there would be no fear of theft. May I inquire how the disciples of the upper courtyard conduct their training? Zhong Yu asked. The steward chuckled. Every disciple who becomes a novice of the upper courtyard is reported to the Qi refiners of the sword sect. These Qi refiners will come to select disciples, imparting techniques and guiding their cultivation. Each Qi refiner typically has a dozen to 20 disciples from the upper courtyard, who will one day become Qi refiners themselves, thus bringing honor to their faces. Rest assured, as long as you pass the assessment of the Azure Sky Hall, a Qi refiner will come to take you under their wing within 5 to 6 days at most, or as little as 1 or 2 days. Ah, I see. Zhong Yu sighed with relief. Once the steward departed, Zhong Yu promptly affixed the token to the main gate, causing the totemic pillar within the courtyard to hum and vibrate, sealing the area. He carefully set down his medicinal basket and retrieved the tattered copper lamp, which flickered erratically, its flame still dormant. How long would this flame remain asleep? He pondered, then produced a small jade vial. Upon opening it, a delicate fragrance of medicine wafted forth, revealing 10 pills the size of soybeans. Indeed, the feather spirit pills. In the past, he had toiled for months to gather the necessary herbs for refining medicine, uncertain whether he would succeed in the process. Now, as a disciple of the upper courtyard, he had been granted 10 pills at once, with a monthly allocation of 10 more, an immense fortune for Zhong Yu. One feather spirit pill could render an ordinary person as light as a swallow and endowed with boundless strength, enabling them to endure without sustenance for half a month. Even a disciple from the outer sect of the sword sect could consume a single feather spirit pill and train tirelessly for 2 to 3 days, replenishing their spirit, nurturing their body, and invigorating their soul. Upon ingesting one feather spirit pill, Zhong Yu instantaneously felt a surge of medicinal power transform into pure energy coursing through his limbs and bones, an indescribable comfort. His body, akin to a parched land, was nourished by the essence of the feather spirit pill, which flowed like a gentle stream, revitalizing his once withered muscles and causing them to swell gradually, a truly wondrous experience. Before long, Zhong Yu restored his former well-proportioned physique, his muscles solid and robust, as the energy depleted from practicing the Fire Era Palace's Huang visualization regained its vitality. He sensed a rejuvenation of his spirit, waves undulating in the sea of consciousness, resonating with a gentle rustle. Moreover, his soul was nourished by the medicinal properties, providing a profound sense of comfort. The Yuling pill was indeed miraculous. It was said that some disciples from the great tribes could consume such elixirs daily. No wonder their progress was remarkably swift. Seizing the moment, he began to practice the Huang visualization again, eager to see if he could advance further. Zhong Yu immediately envisioned Huang from the Fire Era Palace, the tides in his sea of consciousness surging as he constructed the imagery of Huang, the Fire Era Palace, and the Fire Tree. Simultaneously, his mental energy began to deplete rapidly. However, due to the Yuling pill he had consumed, his mental strength was simultaneously replenished. Time slipped away without his notice, and when the effects of the Yuling pill had faded, he promptly ingested another elixir to continue his training. His sea of consciousness expanded continuously, the old energy dissipating as new vigor surged forth, enlarging his sea of consciousness and fortifying his soul. Unbeknownst to him, the potency of the Yuling pill had once again diminished, prompting him to consume a third one. One by one, he ingested the Yuling pills, immersing himself in the wondrous experience of visualization. For the first time, he felt that cultivation was no longer tedious. Rather, it was filled with intrigue and anticipation. Alas, the Yuling pills were gone. Zhong Yu suddenly awoke, staring in astonishment at the empty jade bottle. 10 Yuling pills, typically requiring a month for an ordinary upper house disciple to exhaust, had been consumed in what felt like an instant during his training. It had only been 4 days to deplete 10 Yuling pills. Zhongyu felt somewhat overwhelmed. Practicing the Fire Era Palace's Sui Huang visualization was akin to an insatiable abyss, requiring substantial financial resources for any meaningful progress. No wonder it was said that only elixirs could sustain one. Consuming grains and cereals would surely drain one's vitality, leading to starvation. Taking a deep breath, Zhongyu rose, stepping out of the quiet chamber and into the garden, gently stretching his limbs. He felt an explosive power coursing through him and mused, having consumed 10 Yuling pills and trained for 4 consecutive days. I wonder if I am now capable of summoning my soul? With a thought, his soul separated from his body, instantaneously attaching itself to a stone pillar weighing around 100 pounds. Whoosh! The stone pillar suddenly lifted, hovering before Zhongyu. His soul adhered to the pillar, elevating it. A technique employed by upper house disciples during confrontations. The stronger the soul, the heavier the objects it could manipulate. Theoretically, with sufficient strength, one could even lift a mountain, soaring through the skies, potentially devastating a city. However, this remained merely theoretical. Among the upper house disciples, those capable of lifting a 1,000-pound object were already considered exceptional. And using heavy objects as a means of attack was merely the most rudimentary approach. Typically, upper house disciples would imbue their weapons with their souls, etching totemic designs upon them. Once activated, these weapons would strike with lightning speed, cleaving through iron as if it were mud, rendering them virtually indestructible and immensely powerful. In the garden, Zhongyu deftly manipulated the stone pedestal, causing it to soar through the air with the grace of a breeze, rising and falling with fluidity. Suddenly, the stone pedestal lost control and crashed forcefully onto the artificial mountain, shattering the towering structure that stood 3 to 4 zhang high, cleaving it in half, with a portion tumbling into the water. An astonishing spectacle indeed. The ritual soul of the sword gate possessed a unique technique, where the ritual soul commanded blades and swords, each bearing its own intricate swordplay. Mastery of these techniques was essential to harness the full potential of the ritual soul, rather than resorting to chaotic strikes that led to loss of control. After a moment of contemplation, Zhongyu mused that to comprehend the profundities of the ritual soul, one must have a mentor. The steward of the upper courtyard had mentioned that newly admitted disciples would receive direct instruction from a Qi refinement master. Yet he wondered why no one had come to seek him in recent days. Not dwelling on it further, he called out sharply, envisioning the coiling dragon totem. He felt his mental energy surge forth, transforming into dragon scales and claws, gradually manifesting the dragon's body, which became increasingly vivid, entwining around him. Then, a fearsome dragon head slowly rose behind him, glaring menacingly ahead, its claws gripping Zhongyu's shoulders tightly. He sensed an overwhelming power flooding into his arms. The dragon's hind claws gripped his legs, imbuing him with the explosive strength and swiftness of the dragon itself. Zhongyu gazed in disbelief at his limbs, witnessing the tangible form of the dragon entwined around his arms and legs, the dragon's body even undulating gently, while the long whiskers of the dragon head behind him swayed in front of him. He felt as though he was truly ensnared by a ferocious dragon, merging its strength with his own, becoming one. To have cultivated the coiling dragon totem to such an extent seemed to suggest he had reached an apex, Zhongyu murmured. Quite early indeed, suddenly came the voice of the fire child. Zhongyu's heart leaped with joy as he saw a small flame emerge from the quiet chamber. A disproportionately large head with tiny limbs and fiery red hair, the fire child from the copper lamp. Your dragon totem is still far from complete. You have merely acquired the dragon skin, lacking its form and spirit, the fire child remarked, hopping onto Zhongyu. It ventured into the dragon's mouth he had envisioned, traversing within its form. Behold, your dragon totem possesses merely the skin, devoid of sinew, blood, and muscle, an empty shell without substance, capable of unleashing only a fraction of the dragon's true power. Furthermore, your dragon totem lacks the authentic malevolent dragon essence, and there is still much to attain. To master this physical refinement technique to its fullest, one must capture a living malevolent dragon, meticulously study its muscle, bloodline, skeletal structure, and spirit, and then envision it. Zhongyu chuckled. If I were to capture a living malevolent dragon, would I still need to envision it? Indeed, the fire child concurred after a moment's thought. However, if you were of pure blood from the Fushi divine clan, merely exuding your aura would suffice to compel the dragon to submit, allowing you to study it at will. Wait, there are many Fushi divine presences. Come, let us hasten outside. As Zhongyu dissipated his spiritual energy, The little fire spirit immediately delved into his sea of consciousness, urging him, "If we do not find a pure-blood royal soon and complete the fire inheritance, I fear I may extinguish. There are many people here. Perhaps we can find a pure-blood member of the Fushi divine clan." Zhongyu led him out of the courtyard and observed numerous disciples from the upper academy making their way to the scripture pavilion, likely to learn from the Qi refiners descending from the mountain. Why has no Qi refiner yet taken me under their wing? Seeing several outer disciples who had passed the Baikong Hall examination alongside him heading to the scripture pavilion only deepened his confusion. The little fire spirit continued to peer outward through Zhongyu's eyes, muttering, "Not pure blood, not pure blood, not pure blood. What has happened to the Fushi divine clan? Among thousands, we cannot find even one pure blood. You are less than one. Let us move over there. It's crowded, and we might just find a pure blood." Zhongyu, eager to visit the scripture pavilion and inquire why no Qi refiner had taken him as a disciple, approached the pavilion. Suddenly, 2 arcs of light flashed past, and with a resounding thud, 2 totem pillars fell beside him. Instantly, a wave of pressure emanated from the pillars, pinning him in place. "Zhongyu of the Zhong clan? You seem to have gained quite a bit of weight. I almost didn't recognize you." An upper academy disciple strode forward, sizing Zhongyu up, then unexpectedly kicked at Zhongyu's knees with a laugh, saying, "Junior brother Zhong, we have no enmity, nor have we met before, but you have offended my master. He has instructed me to teach you a lesson. By the way, my master's surname is Tian. Just kneel here outside the scripture pavilion for a few hours." The upper disciple was robust, muscular, and appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, resembling a mighty black bear. He executed a fierce kick to Zhongyu's knee, unleashing enough force to shatter stone pillars and cleave trees in half. With a dull thud, Zhongyu swayed, almost collapsing to one knee, while the weight of the 2 totem pillars pressed down upon him, intensifying his burden. Surname Tian? Tian Feng? Could it be the old examiner from the Baikong Hall? In a flash of insight, Zhongyu understood the implications. Tian Feng wielded considerable influence within the Sword Gate, and the examiner controlled the outer Baikong Hall, akin to Tian Feng's grip on the outer academy, providing conveniences to his disciples. Now, during Zhongyu's examination at the Baikong Hall, the left minister realized that only by controlling the hall could he create pathways for disciples from humble backgrounds. Consequently, he challenged the old examiner of the Tian clan, seeking to usurp power. This incident, sparked by Zhongyu, resulted in Tian Feng's loss of control over the Baikong Hall, inevitably inviting retribution from the Tian clan. "Oh, the totem pillars I bear are inscribed with the Turtle Mountain Totem, and upon activation, they unleash the power of mountains. How is it that you still stand?" The upper disciple, surprised to see Zhongyu still upright after his kick, exclaimed, "No wonder you managed to pass the Baikong Hall examination solely through strength. However, you are merely inviting your own suffering. If you were to kneel in submission before the disciples of the upper court, and remain in that position for several hours in front of the scripture pavilion, this matter would be resolved, and my Tianfeng clan would not press you further." "Huh." With another sweeping kick, he chuckled, saying, "Yet you stubbornly refuse to kneel, and I fear you shall endure even greater agony." Zhongyu's legs bent further under the relentless pressure from the 2 tortoise-shaped totem pillars, pinning him down with unyielding force. "You must be curious as to why no Qi refiners have descended in these past few days to take you under their wing, correct?" The disciple of the upper court continued to strike at the bent joint of Zhongyu's leg, while numerous disciples of the upper court passed by the scripture pavilion, bustling with activity, yet none intervened, merely observing from a distance. "This is because my Tianfeng clan has suffered the loss of the Baikong Hall, and other Qi refiners are wary of taking you on, fearing it might displease the Tianfeng clan." Bang! Zhongyu was struck to one knee. His hands clenched into fists against the ground, striving to prevent his other leg from succumbing. Veins bulged on his forehead and hands, taut with exertion. In the Sword Gate, without anyone to impart knowledge or guidance, you will languish in neglect, and your cultivation will come to a standstill. As for becoming a Qi refiner, that is an unattainable dream. With another forceful kick to Zhongyu's right leg, the upper court disciple laughed. "The higher-ups of my Tianfeng clan have not issued orders to reject you. It is their own reluctance to accept you. For the Tianfeng clan is one of the top 10 clans in the Great Wilderness. To offend the Tianfeng clan means that even without their intervention, you shall find no opportunity to rise. Today, all you need to do is kneel here for a few hours, and you may leave the Sword Gate voluntarily." Outside the scripture pavilion, many upper court disciples looked on, shaking their heads in disapproval. A female disciple remarked, "The Tianfeng clan is one of the 10 great clans of the Great Wilderness. To offend them, especially after losing the Biquang Hall. Not only will you be unable to remain in the Sword Gate, but you may find no refuge even in the vast expanse of the great wilderness. What is the story behind this? Someone inquired softly, unaware of the circumstances. I heard that a few days ago, the left elder of the Biquang Hall and the Tian elder clashed over this disciple of the Zhongshan clan. The left elder severely injured the Tian elder and seized control of the Biquang Hall. The Tianfeng clan was enraged by the loss of the Biquang Hall and pressured the left elder, resulting in significant unrest. Oh, I see. The left elder is the most outstanding young qi refiner in the Sword Gate and enjoys the favor of many elders. The Tianfeng clan cannot touch him. However, this disciple of the Zhongshan clan has no backing whatsoever, and I fear he will suffer greatly as a result. Not just suffering greatly. Look. Even the Tian elder from the Biquang Hall has come to the scripture pavilion. Officially, he is here to impart teachings. But I suspect he is also here to witness the fate of this Zhongshan disciple. Zhang Yu let out a muffled groan, and upon hearing this, turned his gaze toward the scripture pavilion. There, in a quiet chamber, the elder from the Biquang Hall sat, expressionless, watching him intently. Boom! It was as if something exploded within Zhang Yu's mind, a surge of humiliation and defiance overwhelming his heart. In the midst of the tumult, Tian Feng's presence resonated with a cacophony of explosive sounds emanating from within him, his bones vibrating rhythmically as if they were beans in a hot pan. Streams of visible spiritual energy surged from his brow, coalescing around him into a dense array of dragon scales, claws, and form. A thunderous roar erupted, reverberating through the air. The deep rumble of a dragon's growl growing ever louder and clearer. Zhang Yu, under the immense pressure of two towering totem pillars, gradually rose. The dragon patterns and forms surrounding him becoming increasingly distinct. It was as though a colossal dragon was undulating along his body, its formidable scales standing erect. The disciple from Tian Feng's upper academy was taken aback, hastily exclaiming as he observed the intricate patterns of the totem pillars becoming ever more luminous. The ripples upon the pillars surged, morphing into two massive mountains resembling a turtle, pressing down upon Zhang Yu. The power of these totem pillars had been unleashed to its zenith, determined to crush Zhang Yu beneath their weight. Foolish Tianfeng, Zhang Yu bellowed, his spine straightening with resolve. As he stood, an aura of wild ferocity emanated from him. A terrifying dragon head slowly rose from behind him, its eyes glinting with malevolence. Dragon claws resting upon his shoulders. With a final surge, Zhang Yu fully stood upright, his straw sandals crushed beneath him. He suddenly stomped his foot heavily, causing the ground to tremble violently, and the two totem pillars were jolted upward, their rippling forms shattering with a thunderous crash. The disciple from Tianfeng emitted a muffled grunt, only to hear a faint crackling sound from the pillars, which then exploded into countless splinters. Revealing that instead of suppressing Zhang Yu, the totem pillars had been shattered by his overwhelming dragon power. Tianfeng is nothing, Zhang Yu declared, sweeping his leg in a powerful arc. The disciple, filled with dread, beheld the dragon form of concentrated spiritual energy coiling around Zhang Yu's leg, amplifying its strength to an unimaginable degree. Having previously kicked at Zhang Yu's knee, he found himself perilously close, as Zhang Yu unleashed his might, shattering the totem pillars. A sweeping kick followed, leaving him no chance to evade. The force behind that kick was incomparably stronger than that of lowly demonkind. As if mountains were collapsing and the earth itself was yielding. A resounding impact echoed as a figure was sent hurtling through the air, crashing violently against the windows of the scripture pavilion, which shattered instantaneously. The Tianfeng disciple flew directly toward the elder of Tianfeng, collapsing before him with a thud. His knees striking the ground, blood gushing forth and staining the earth crimson. Within the quiet chamber, the other disciples of Tianfeng stood in stunned silence, as did the elder, equally astonished. Meanwhile, those upper academy disciples observing the spectacle outside were left agape, utterly bewildered. They had anticipated that Zhang Yu would be humiliated, forced to kneel for hours before the scripture pavilion, then retreating in disgrace. After all, Zhang Yu had only just entered the upper academy, possessing merely an ethereal cultivation, while that upper academy disciple had trained there for an extensive period, far surpassing Zhang Yu in strength. Moreover, Zhang Yu possessed nothing, while his opponent had the Kuaishan totem pillar binding him, and there were two of them. Yet, the disciple from the upper academy was sent flying by a single kick from Zhang Yu. He retracted his leg, shook off the beast-hide jacket adorning his shoulders, and raised his gaze towards the tranquil chamber of the scripture pavilion, where the elder of the Tianfeng clan cast a dark look in his direction. The upper academy disciple kneeling before him felt a mix of shame and fury, struggling to rise, only to suddenly emit a muffled groan and collapse back to his knees. The force behind Zhong Yu's kick was immense. Despite his deeper cultivation and earlier entrance into the academy, he was overwhelmed by Zhong Yu's dragon force, which crushed his legs, muscles, and bones, rendering him powerless and forced to remain kneeling. You seek your own demise. The upper academy disciple was filled with rage and alarm as a blade suddenly soared from his waist. The weapon was adorned with exquisite totem patterns, a manifestation of his soul weapon. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned the soul weapon, and in an instant, a flurry of sword light filled the air, rushing towards Zhong Yu. This sword light was clearly part of a sword formation, likely a high-level offensive technique from the sword sect, leaving Zhong Yu to behold a blinding white expanse, unable to discern reality from illusion. Such was the formidable legacy of the sword sect. Although Zhong Yu had also reached the realm of soul summoning and could manifest his spiritual energy visibly, he had not practiced any profound offensive techniques. Faced with this soul weapon and sword techniques, he found himself at a loss. The Huajijai Palace's Sui Huang visualization technique was a method of cultivation, while the Jialong Totem's body wrapping technique was for body refinement, but lacking an offensive method rendered him akin to possessing immense strength yet being unable to unleash it. The dense torrent of sword light surged forth in the blink of an eye, and Zhong Yu, entwined by the Jialong, leapt backward, retreating several yards. Yet, the sword light pursued relentlessly, a tempest of blades descending with a speed surpassing his own retreat, sharp enough to sever hair and skin, should he be struck. Even a body of iron would surely be riddled with wounds. Such brazen intimidation. Zhong Yu gritted his teeth, his soul suddenly departing from his body, and he forcefully summoned the soul from the azure stone slab beneath him. With a single whoosh, the heavy azure slab sword, hurtling towards the scripture pavilion. With rapid succession, he released and drew back his soul, casting one slab after another, causing them to rise like waves, forming a straight line that howled toward the pavilion. The upper academy disciple within the pavilion was taken aback, hastily retracting his soul weapon and swinging his sword to slash at the oncoming azure slabs. In an instant, debris flew wildly, dust billowing in a dense fog. Useless wretch, unable to contend with even a mere novice of the upper academy. The elder of the Tianfeng clan, incensed, withdrew his palm into his sleeve and discreetly flicked his fingers. Suddenly, the disciple's soul weapon shot forth, piercing through the dust and darting towards Zhong Yu with lightning speed. Unnoticed by anyone, such swiftness? Zhong Yu's heart raced as he saw the soul weapon approaching his brow. Fear not, with me here, a mere soul weapon cannot harm you. In the depths of Zhong Yu's consciousness, the voice of the fire child suddenly echoed. However, I can only act through your body. Once I strike, I fear I will be exposed, and many will seek to target me. We shall be forced to flee for our lives. Oh, someone has made a move. The soul weapon was mere inches away from piercing Zhong Yu's brow when a hand suddenly reached from the side, gently pinching the incoming weapon between thumb and forefinger. A fine sheen of cold sweat broke out on Zhong Yu's forehead as he felt his very soul tremble under the invisible sword energy emanating from the soul weapon. This perilous moment had brought him to the brink of life and death, leaving him in a daze. Regrettably, within Zhong Yu's consciousness, the fire child flitted about, expressing deep regret. I had intended to expose myself and detonate the malevolent souls suppressed here, releasing them to massacre everyone on Swordgate Mountain. And then we would roam the world in search of the pure-blooded Fushi clan. Zhong Yu shuddered. The fire child's words struck him as even more terrifying than the previous sword strike. The soul weapon continued to quiver, seemingly attempting to break free from the grip of the two fingers. Second uncle, cease. The owner of those fingers was a young man clad in purple, handsome in appearance, with eyes like stars and moons. He smiled at the elder of the Tianfeng clan and said, "Your covert actions cannot escape the notice of the Qi refining masters. Even if you kill him, it will only serve to mock the Tianfeng clan's dignity." The elder of the Tianfeng clan was taken aback, hastily rising from the scripture hall, exclaiming, "What brings you to the upper courtyard?" "Zhuo Xiangxing has defeated my second uncle, seizing our Tianfeng clan's Biquang Hall, which has tarnished our reputation. How can the Tianfeng clan tolerate this?" The young man smiled gently, replying, "I have come precisely to meet him and gauge his abilities." The elder's eyes sparkled with hope. "With your presence, we can surely reclaim Biquang Hall." The young man shook his head, chuckling. "Zhuo Xiangxin has indeed done well to provide an opportunity for the children of humble origins. Let him manage Biquang Hall. My purpose in descending the mountain is to restore our Tianfeng clan's honor by defeating him, proving that we are not without merit." He turned to Zhong Yu, bowing slightly. "My second uncle has been impolite, I apologize on his behalf. Zhong Yu quickly returned the gesture, feeling a measure of goodwill towards him, inquiring, "May I ask who you are?" "I am Tian Yinzong, a Qi refining master of the Sword Gate." With that, Tian Yinzong rose gracefully and departed, saying, "Second uncle, do not trouble him. I descend the mountain to challenge his Xiangxing for the sake of our clan's honor. Do not bring further disgrace upon the Tianfeng clan." The elder's expression shifted between uncertainty and resolve, and he abruptly swept back into the scripture hall. "Ha! Is brothers Xiangxing present?" Tian Yinzong, suspended in midair, laughed heartily. His voice echoing across the mountains. "Tian Yinzong of the Tianfeng clan, here to seek guidance." Zhang Yu watched as Tian Yinzong departed. Murmuring softly, the breadth of Tian Yinzong's vision and spirit is by no means inferior to that of Xiangxing. With such demeanor and such ambition, he is undoubtedly a remarkable figure. Both Tian Yinzong and Xiangxing are still quite young, merely in their 20s, just a few years my senior. Yet they already exude such presence and aspirations. It is certain that they will emerge as significant individuals in the vast wilderness in the future. The alchemists they are, in my eyes, embody the true essence of what an alchemist should be. Zhang Yu's emotions surged like the ocean. Had he merely observed the actions of the elder of the Tianfeng clan, he would not have yearned to become an alchemist. However, witnessing Tian Yinzong and Xiangxing made him realize what the true mindset of an alchemist entails. This encounter has broadened and deepened his perspective, already instilling within him a semblance of an alchemist's demeanor. From within Zhang Yu's consciousness, the fire spirit child praised him. In the future, you may very well become an extraordinary alchemist. However, those of the alchemists here are far from the pure blood inheritors of the fire spirit. Accustomed to such critiques, Zhang Yu brushed it aside, contemplating. Though the Tianfeng clan does not trouble me, I remain without a mentor to impart the techniques to me. Without a martial arts method, I cannot fully realize my capabilities. For instance, just now, when that upper academy disciple summoned his soul weapon and executed his sword techniques, I was unable to withstand it, relying solely on clever tricks to distract him. Had I mastered combat techniques, I would not have been relegated to mere evasion. Even though the Tianfeng clan currently refrains from troubling him, the alchemists in the upper academy have yet to accept him as a disciple, preventing Zhang Yu from learning those combat techniques and showcasing his true potential. In life, if one's aspirations are lowly, even the most prodigious talent may struggle to achieve greatness. If they do not accept me, must I not actively seek to learn? As long as I can acquire skills, why should I be concerned with formal titles? Zhang Yu's eyes sparkled with determination as he stepped into the scripture pavilion. Alchemists from the sword sect often descend upon the upper academy to impart their knowledge. Today, the pavilion was graced by over a dozen alchemists, each instructing a multitude of academy disciples in the principles of cultivation. Zhang Yu entered a quiet chamber and stood in the corner, observing as numerous academy disciples sat cross-legged, quietly listening to an elderly alchemist expounding on his teachings. Upon noticing Zhang Yu's entrance, the elderly alchemist paused momentarily, nodding in acknowledgement. The other academy disciples also turned to look, and the elderly alchemist resumed his discourse. His voice resonating like thunder. Mountains possess mountain spirits, rivers possess river spirits, trees possess tree spirits, grasses possess grass spirits, clouds possess cloud spirits, winds possess wind spirits. Metals possess metal spirits, earth possesses earth spirits, moons possess moon spirits, and suns possess sun spirits. By attuning oneself to the spirits of heaven and earth, one may cultivate corresponding spirits within their consciousness. What are spirits, if not the essence of totems, the souls of offerings? The denizens of the vast wilderness have long engaged in rituals honoring mountains, great rivers, sacred trees, spiritual grasses, winds, clouds, sun, and moon. Over time, these elements have acquired spirit. Only those with sufficiently strong souls can perceive the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, drawing it into themselves. Only by possessing a spirit can one become an alchemist. The union of spirit and soul forms the essence, the primordial spirit. Behold, this is my spirit. Suddenly, atop the head of the venerable alchemist, a sword gate appeared, and from it emerged a stone figure, measuring a foot in height, with 4 arms, each palm open, containing an eye that shimmered with an enigmatic glow. My spirit is that of the mountain. The union of the mountain spirit with the soul gives rise to what is known as the essence or primordial spirit. The mountain deity possesses 4 eyes, observing all directions. Thus my soul is endowed with 4 eyes as well. The old alchemist's soul ascended, merging with the mountain spirit, becoming one. Before long, his primordial spirit grew larger and taller, transforming into a colossal stone figure of 100 feet, standing majestically behind him, with arms outstretched and 4 eyes surveying the surroundings, leaving the many disciples of the upper academy in awe and speechless wonder. Zhongyu, too, was profoundly shaken. He had often heard others speak of spirits, some referring to them as totemic essences, yet he had never truly grasped what a spirit was until now, gaining a preliminary understanding of its nature. To sense the spirit, one must possess a sufficiently powerful soul, and such strength requires rigorous cultivation, experience, and self-refinement. To venture deep into the wilderness for further refinement necessitates formidable strength. The venerable alchemist, with gentle persuasion, eloquently delved into the main topic, stating, such formidable strength can only be harnessed through the art of combat. Those of you able to enter the sword gate of the upper academy possess a solid foundation. Your mental fortitude is commendable, and your souls are capable of exiting the corporeal realm with combat instincts that are not lacking. You are all capable of practicing the combat technique I shall impart today, the Thunderbolt Sword Technique. His words captivated the audience, gradually leading novices like Zhongyu into a wondrous realm. The Thunderbolt Sword Technique relies on visualizing the spring thunder with one's mental energy. For spring thunder is the first sound of thunder in the year. I require you to use your mental energy to construct a thunder pattern totem. Once the thunder pattern totem is refined into sword energy, the Thunderbolt Sword Technique will be considered a minor success. The sword energy of the Thunderbolt Sword Technique, once unleashed, resonates like the spring thunder. In distant combat, it can surge thousands of miles in an instant, cutting down foes from afar. In close combat, it can slay an enemy within 10 paces, unleashing a thunderous explosion that obliterates all in its path. Time passed unknowingly as the venerable alchemist generously imparted the essence of the Thunderbolt Sword Technique, demonstrating to the disciples of the upper academy how to intricately depict the thunder pattern totem using his formidable mental energy, without reservation. Zhongyu listened, entranced. When the explanation of the Thunderbolt Sword Technique concluded, the alchemist closed his eyes and ceased speaking, awakening the many disciples from their reverie. Each disciple, brimming with excitement, eagerly began to practice the Thunderbolt Sword Technique, some even engaging in duels to observe and improve upon each other's shortcomings. The speed of thunder is extraordinarily swift. Flashing down from the heavens, in ancient times, beings revered thunder, giving rise to the thunder pattern totem, which harbors the might of thunder. Zhongyu did not immediately attempt to depict the thunder pattern to test the Thunderbolt Sword Technique. Instead, he continued to visualize, contemplating. The essence of the Thunderbolt Sword Technique resides in the thunder pattern totem. The totem depicted by the venerable alchemist was strikingly lifelike. Yet the crux lies not in the form of the thunder pattern totem, but in whether it can fully unleash the vigorous momentum of spring thunder. The intricacies of the thunder rune totem are exceedingly complex, making it challenging to grasp all its variations in a short time. One must first capture the essence of the thunder rune totem to swiftly master the Thunderbolt Sword Technique and apply it in combat, subsequently refining the totem to enhance the technique's potency. He delved into profound contemplation, recalling the sight of lightning striking from the heavens, akin to a sword piercing through the fabric of the world, its brilliance flashing across vast distances. The spring thunder, heralding the first thunder of the year, shatters the cold winter and resonates deeply within the soul, embodying yet another layer of meaning. After a considerable time, Zhongyu opened his eyes, rose to his feet, and began to practice the Thunderbolt Sword Technique. By this time, many disciples from the upper academy had already begun to perform the technique with considerable proficiency, their swordplay mirroring that of the elderly alchemist. However, Zhongyu's execution of the Thunderbolt Sword Technique stood in stark contrast, appearing remarkably awkward and lacking the fluidity of thunder. The elderly alchemist remained seated with closed eyes, while behind him, the mountain deity with 4 hands and 4 eyes kept a vigilant watch over the actions of the upper academy disciples. After a lengthy pause, the elderly alchemist sighed, rose, and departed, lamenting, "Only one has truly grasped my teachings." Upon hearing his words, the myriad disciples exchanged bewildered glances. Who among them had received the genuine teachings of the venerable master? Though they were all fellow disciples, the innate competitive spirit within each of them flared. The alchemist's assertion that only one had comprehended his true teachings, without disclosing who it was, naturally sparked speculation, with each believing themselves to be the chosen one. Is it not simple to ascertain who has received the true teachings? A spirited female disciple suddenly proposed. Let us engage in a contest using the Thunderbolt Sword Technique. The one who excels shall undoubtedly be the one who has truly inherited the Master's teachings. This idea was met with enthusiasm. Within the quiet chamber, many Upper Academy disciples eagerly prepared for a duel, pairing off without invoking other techniques, totem pillars, or soul weapons. Solely relying on the Thunderbolt sword technique. Instantly, the chamber erupted with flashes of lightning, as waves of thunderous sword energy surged forth. Among these disciples, some displayed extraordinary talent. Wielding the Thunderbolt sword technique with bare hands, conjuring visions of thunder, quickly overwhelming their opponents, albeit with minimal force, causing no significant harm. In such friendly competition, they naturally held back, refraining from unleashing their full potential. While the others engaged fervently in battle, Zhongyu remained in a corner, diligently practicing his Thunderbolt sword technique. Opting not to partake, his execution grew increasingly clumsy, yet within this awkwardness, an ancient aura began to emerge, exuding a sense of rustic grandeur. Akin to thunder cleaving through ancient pines, resonating through the empty mountains. At times, his sword energy resembled a tree of thunder, radiating bolts of lightning. At others, it manifested as a solitary beam of sword light. With intense concentration, he could transform his mental visualization into form. Envisioning a dragon would yield a dragon, and conjuring thunder would unleash its formidable power. The thunder conjured by Zhongyu pales in comparison to the brilliance exhibited by other disciples of the Upper Academy, lacking the resplendent vibrancy of the Thunder Sword technique, rendering it rather unremarkable. After a considerable time, the outcomes among the Upper Academy disciples were determined, leaving only a poised female disciple and a male disciple engaged in fierce competition. Both possessed spiritual power that had reached the transformative realm, capable of manifesting lightning with a mere thought, conjuring electricity from thin air. Within the confines of the tranquil chamber, their forms darted about with astonishing speed. Akin to the swift descent of thunder, they unleashed an array of techniques from the Thunder Sword, accompanied by crackling sounds and flashes of lightning. As the thunderbolts sliced through the air towards one another, a spectacle to behold. Before long, the female disciple suddenly summoned a radiant thunder beneath her feet, elevating her body over 4 feet into the air, enabling her to glide gracefully. With a deft motion, she unleashed a streak of thunderous sword light that struck the male disciple squarely in the chest. Caught utterly off guard by her ability to soar as if in flight, he received the blow, leaving his chest darkened, his hair standing on end as he tumbled to the ground. "Senior sister, I concede," he exclaimed, coughing up black smoke. Clutching his chest, a look of admiration crossing his face. "Your skills are indeed superior, managing to command the lightning for flight. No wonder Master Pu mentioned that only one has received his true teachings. Are you unhurt, junior brother?" The female disciple asked as she descended, smiling. "I merely harnessed the lightning for a brief moment. I could only fly a distance of 10 zhang before descending, and I cannot soar too high. Compared to Master Pu's description of riding the thunder across vast distances, I still have a long way to go." The other Upper Academy disciples approached, chuckling. It is undoubtedly true that senior sister has received Master Pu's true teachings. Once she becomes a chi refiner, commanding the lightning to travel 1,000 miles will surely be within her grasp. Senior sister displayed a joyful expression but then turned to glance at Zhongyu in the corner, who was still practicing the Thunder Sword technique. However, his rendition had grown increasingly peculiar, diverging entirely from Master Pu's original teachings. She furrowed her brow, pondering. Such a bizarre interpretation of the Thunder Sword technique could not possibly stem from true teachings. It seems that the individual Master Pu mentioned truly must be me. Zhongyu of the Zhong clan. Senior sister approached him confidently, smiling. "I am from the Dating clan, Ting Lanhua, and I entered the Upper Academy a year before you. Would you care to spar with me? Perhaps it is you who has received Master Pu's true teachings." Zhongyu shook his head, chuckling. "Senior sister, I have only been at the Upper Academy for 4 or 5 days. How could I possibly be your match?" "Indeed, that is a valid point." Ting Lanwei did not press further, smiling. "Our group of seniors intends to venture into the Sword Gate's demon ruins to hone our skills in combat against the demon race and enhance the power of the Thunder Sword technique. Would you be interested in joining us?" "The Sword Gate's demon ruins?" Zhongyu inquired. "Ah, you are unaware of the Sword Gate's demon ruins?" Ting Lanwei realized. "Of course, you have just entered the Upper Academy and are not yet acquainted with the secrets of our Sword Gate. In the past, our forebears safeguarded the human tribes of the wilderness as they migrated to the Great Wilderness, which was then a realm of demons, teeming with malevolent creatures. The ancestors of the Sword Gate toiled diligently, clearing the vast wilderness to create a sanctuary for the flourishing of our human tribes. While the demonic entities within the Great Expanse were subdued by these forebears in the demon ruins of the Sword Gate. During the assessment in the Azure Sky Hall, My junior brother encountered an alien demon, the weakest among the fiends in the Sword Gate's demon ruins. Another disciple from the upper academy chuckled, stating that the demon ruins are teeming with numerous fiends, predominantly alien demons and spider demons, which are ideal for honing our skills. Having recently acquired the Thunderbolt sword technique, it is imperative that we engage in real combat to enhance the technique's potency. For it is through battle that one may grasp the profound essence of the Thunderbolt sword technique. Brother, he is indeed correct, exclaimed many enthusiastic disciples of the upper academy. They continued with laughter. However, brother, he neglected to mention that slaying the fiends in the ruins can yield rewards from our sect, such as feather spirit pills, totem pillars, and soul weapons. Feather spirit pills? Totem pillars? Soul weapons? Zhang Yu felt a surge of excitement. The totem pillars hold significant value in both cultivation and battle, while soul weapons serve as formidable instruments of warfare, greatly enhancing combat prowess. The feather spirit pills are especially crucial for him, as he cultivates the Fire Era Palace's Sui Huang visualization technique, which demands substantial resources, necessitating an abundance of feather spirit pills to sustain his practice. Having exhausted his supply of feather spirit pills, he must acquire more, lest he risk depleting his body through reckless cultivation, leading to detrimental consequences. Zhang Yu hesitated, inquiring, "Am I permitted to enter the Sword Gate's demon ruins, even though I am not a disciple of Elder Pu?" A female disciple replied, "Any disciple of the upper academy may enter the Sword Gate's demon ruins, albeit only once a month. Furthermore, the ruins are rife with fiends, and safety is best ensured in numbers. With Sister Ting and Brother He accompanying us, Sister Ting has received the true teachings from Elder Pu, and Brother He is merely a step away from mastery. Victory is assured." Hearing this, Ting Lanwei smiled gently and remarked, "Engaging in battle against the demon race will greatly benefit your understanding of the true teachings of the Thunderbolt sword technique." Zhang Yu nodded in agreement, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Sister Ting, Brother He." The aforementioned Brother He, who had once been bested by Ting Lanwei in a duel, hailed from the Bihua tribe and bore the name He Qingchuan, a highly gifted individual among the hundreds of disciples under Elder Pu's tutelage. Known for his cheerful and talkative demeanor, Zhang Yu, alongside 100 fellow disciples, ascended Sword Gate Mountain, where the terrain grew increasingly steep, and clouds enveloped them, creating the sensation of walking upon the very heavens. As he gazed downward, a wave of dizziness washed over him. The mountains below appeared diminutive, while the upper academy seemed no larger than the palm of his hand. Before long, the treacherous ascent gave way to a broader path as they reached the mountain's midsection, revealing a magnificent sight. The mountain was adorned with palatial structures, each grand hall resembling the rasher mushrooms sprouting from tree stumps. Zhang Yu had previously gathered rasher from the mountains, which grow outward in circular crowns atop stumps. The grand halls of Sword Gate Mountain were similarly constructed upon these mushroom-shaped platforms, with an endless abyss below, shrouded in swirling mists. The denizens of the Sword Gate had indeed crafted a spectacle of great splendor here. The young disciple, Xinhua Xiaodong, surveyed the surroundings through Zhang Yu's eyes and could not help but marvel. The alchemists who crafted this place must have possessed powers akin to those of gods and demons. The group of disciples ascended a circular dais resembling a crown, where they beheld an elderly man clad in white, with hair to match, seated before the grand hall. Beside him was a thick iron chain, tethered to a pillar, while another similarly aged figure in white also had a chain affixed to his pillar. The other ends of the chains hung suspended in the air, and as Zhang Yu gazed intently, he discerned nothingness above, yet the chains appeared to bind something unseen. He Chengchuan stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Esteemed elders, we intend to venture into the demon ruins for our trials. We kindly request your leniency." One of the white-haired elders nodded and instructed, "Gaze into the mirror before the hall." The disciples promptly approached the grand bronze mirror, towering at 4 or 5 zhang. Zhang Yu, filled with curiosity, listened as He Qingchuan whispered beside him, "Junior brother Zhang, this mirror is a rare treasure, a superb soul weapon. Merely by gazing into it, one can leave an impression. Should you vanquish demons in the ruins, the mirror will record the number of foes slain and your merits. The more accomplishments you achieve, the greater the rewards from our sect." Zhang Yu stepped closer and beheld his reflection, while others' images bore inscriptions detailing their entry into the demon ruins and the number of demons they had slain. His own reflection, however, remained blank. The treatment between the upper and lower sects was starkly different. The lower sect was dreary, whereas the upper sect was vibrant and full of life. A wave of emotion washed over Zhang Yu as he reflected on his 5 to 6 arduous years in the lower sect, where cultivation was a monotonous struggle, only to find excitement blossoming in the upper sect. The two white-clad elders raised their hands and grasped the iron chains affixed to the stone pillars, pulling with force. A creaking sound echoed as a portal gradually materialized in the air. This entrance appeared as though a sword had been split down the middle. With the chains connecting the two halves, the sword's translucent form rendered the portal nearly invisible. As the elders drew the gateway open, radiant light spilled forth, illuminating what seemed to be an empty space before revealing a staircase that extended from the sword gate to the circular dais. A dark mist of demonic energy billowed from the portal, accompanied by eerie wails that sent shivers down one's spine. Ting Lanyu and He Chenchuan took the lead, stepping into the sword gate, followed closely by Zhang Yu and the others as they ventured into the demon ruins. Zhang Yu lifted his gaze, surveying the somber sky, shrouded in leaden clouds that seemed almost burdensome, casting an oppressive gloom over the landscape. The distant mountains loomed menacingly, jagged and foreboding, resembling a dense forest of perilous peaks. The dark mist coalesced into a fierce wind, stirring up stones the size of millstones, creating an atmosphere of danger. Suddenly, a peculiar cackle echoed from afar, and Zhong Yu's heart raced as he beheld a throng of demons charging toward them. It was evident that a tribe of aberrant demons had discovered the presence of Zhong Yu and his fellow upper sect disciples in the demon ruins. The alien demon clan surged forth, their eerie cries echoing. Kill the males, pickle them, and dry them for future consumption. Capture the females for hybrid breeding, to propagate our next generation. Could it be that the alien demons possessed the ability to speak? Zhong Yu was taken aback. The alien demons he had previously encountered in the Azure Sky Hall had only engaged in mindless slaughter, leading him to believe that such creatures acted solely on instinct. He was astonished to discover that they could articulate thoughts. However, their comparison of the female disciples of the Sword Gate South Upper Court to small cows perplexed him. In his eyes, these female disciples were far more endearing than mere cattle, leaving him baffled as to how the demons could draw such a parallel. Ting Lanwei commanded with authority, "Brothers and sisters, prepare for battle. Zhang Shidi, as you possess the least strength and have not experienced combat of this nature, stay close to me." Zhang Yu stood in a daze, torn between amusement and bewilderment. Ting Lanwei and the other disciples from the upper court were already poised for battle, their resolve unwavering. In a hushed tone, Ting Lanwei explained, "The alien demons you encountered in the Azure Sky Hall were immature, unable to speak, and their souls were weak. One touch could easily dispatch them. In contrast, the ones here are fully grown, possessing combat prowess several times greater than their juvenile counterparts, with souls that are robust and not easily vanquished." Zhong Yu focused his gaze ahead, where a mass of dark alien demons loomed, now only a dozen paces away. These creatures bore a striking difference from those he had previously seen. They were taller, more muscular, exuding strength and speed. Moreover, the demons used for testing in the Azure Sky Hall had skeletal arms devoid of flesh, shaped like sickles, while the approaching demons had arms that shimmered with a metallic sheen, suggesting that their bones had absorbed metal, transforming their limbs into formidable weapons. "Attack," Ting Lanwei commanded, unleashing her mental energy to execute the Thunder Sword technique. A brilliant blue lightning coalesced into a 3-foot sword aura, piercing through one alien demon with a sharp hiss. The other upper court disciples followed suit, each invoking the Thunder Sword technique, filling the air with thunderous roars as their lightning swords clashed against the demon horde. The digestive prowess of the alien demons was astonishing. Fully grown demons could consume dark iron or purifying the iron within their bodies and integrating it into their very bones. As Ting Lanwei felled an alien demon, she turned to Zhong Yu and stated, "These demons are merely ordinary adults. The truly perilous ones are the mutated variants. From birth, the mutated demons bear alien totem markings on their skin, and upon reaching maturity, their bones are entirely replaced by dark iron, rendering them impervious to blades and spears. Such demons possess skeletons weighing over 1,000 pounds and can unleash tremendous force, making them immune to the slightest injury from ordinary soul weapons. Fortunately, these mutated variants are exceedingly rare. Out of millions, one might not be found. Only large demon clans might host such creatures. The small clan we face today is unlikely to produce such formidable beings." In the midst of conversation, she had already slain 5 adult aberrant demons with remarkable ferocity and speed, demonstrating her formidable prowess. Truly deserving of the recognition as the esteemed senior sister among the hundreds of disciples of the Upper Academy. Other disciples were also engaged in combat with the aberrant demons, honing their Thunderbolt sword technique. This tribe of aberrant demons was relatively small, comprising over 200 adult demons. besides Ting Lanwei, who possessed the strength to vanquish aberrant demons. There were 2 or 3 other disciples with commendable combat capabilities, employing the Thunderbolt sword technique to dispatch their opponents within a matter of rounds. Particularly notable was He Chenchuan, whose strength was not inferior to that of Ting Lanwei, delivering strikes with terrifying ferocity. However, the remaining disciples faced a more arduous challenge, merely managing to hold their own against the adult demons, with some sustaining injuries. Thus far, none had resorted to utilizing treasures such as the totemic pillars or soul weapons, indicating that they were still capable of handling the situation. Slaying aberrant demons also served as an excellent means of collecting dark iron, which could be used to forge soul weapons. The 2 scythes wielded by the aberrant demons contained exceptionally pure dark iron, making them ideal materials. Ting Lanwei continued her guidance, stating, "Junior brother Zhang, the weakness of the aberrant demons lies in their hearts. However, the hearts of adult demons are encased in bone, forming a protective shell. Only the formless yet tangible sword energy of the Thunderbolt sword technique can penetrate this shell and pierce their hearts. The Thunderbolt sword technique is the most effective method for dealing with aberrant demons." Zhong Yu observed the combat techniques of these upper academy disciples, absorbing their strengths, as they were seasoned warriors far more adept in battle than he. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, urgent and insistent. "Zhong Yu, within these aberrant demons, there is a mutated aberrant demon. Exercise utmost caution." A mutated aberrant demon? A shock coursed through Zhong Yu, and he was about to warn Ting Lanwei and the others when an exceptionally shrill cackle pierced the air. He beheld an aberrant demon, engaged in combat with a male disciple of the upper academy, suddenly swell in size, towering over 16 or 17 feet, its formidable frame brandishing its scythe with blinding speed, slicing through the air with a brilliant arc of light. The male disciple's head was sent soaring into the sky, his face still reflecting disbelief. It appeared that no human alchemists had accompanied them this time, so I need not conceal my true nature. The aberrant demon laughed heartily, leaping like lightning to the side of another male disciple of the upper academy. This disciple reacted swiftly, summoning the Thunderbolt to transform it into a lightning sword aimed at the demon's chest. The aberrant demon paid it no heed. The lightning sword exploded upon impact, leaving him unscathed. In the next instant, the disciple's head was severed, the demon grasping him by the waist and lifting him to its mouth to drink his blood. A mutated aberrant demon. Ting Lanwei, He Chenchuan, and the other upper academy disciples immediately recognized the gravity of the situation, their eyes ablaze with fury. Almost all the disciples simultaneously activated the Thunderbolt sword technique, and in an instant, the air was filled with a dazzling display of lightning sword light, overwhelming the aberrant demon. A torrent of thunderous sword lights coalesced into a colossal sphere of lightning, encasing the aberrant demon within. Ting Lanwei's graceful eyes observed as the mutated fiend remained steadfast in its stance, tilting its head back to drink the blood of the upper academy disciples, whose bodies visibly withered at an alarming pace. Astonishingly, this aberrant demon was utterly unscathed amidst the onslaught of the thunderous sword techniques unleashed by over 100 upper academy disciples. Fellow brothers and sisters, raise the totem pillars to restrain its movements. Ting Lanwei commanded fiercely. He Chenchuan and the other upper academy disciples hurriedly cast their totem pillars, which landed with a thud, forming a large circle around the demon. Not every upper academy disciple possessed a totem pillar, yet over 50 pillars were planted at that moment. Zhong Yu was acutely aware of the formidable power of the totem pillars. During his struggle against the disciples of the Tianfeng clan, just 2 pillars had nearly immobilized him. Now, they had summoned more than 50 at once. The pressure he felt then was likely magnified 20-fold. As the power of the totem pillars erupted, ripples surged outward, effectively binding the aberrant demons one after another, forcing them prone and immobile. When the lightning faded, the aberrant demon remained within the circle of totem pillars, its visage grotesque, somehow resisting the weight of the lightning. It struggled to shift its head, its eyes glinting with malice as it fixed its gaze upon Ting Lanwei, extending its long tongue to lick its lips. Such a fierce little cow. "I relish conquering creatures like you." A sheen of cold sweat broke out on Ting Lanwei's smooth forehead. Upon noticing that some disciples intended to summon their soul weapons to slay the demon, she urgently shouted, "The mutated demon's hide is tougher than iron. Even soul weapons cannot harm it. Our thunderous sword techniques are insufficient against it. Form groups of 10 and disperse. Escape as many as you can." Before her words had fully settled, she noticed strange patterns emerging on the demon's skin, the innate totem markings of a mutated fiend. Her expression shifted dramatically as she admonished. You must flee at once. She understood the terror of the mutated fiend. It possessed immense strength, an impenetrable body, and now displayed its innate totem markings, indicating its intent to unleash the power of the totems and forcibly break free from their confinement. With the strength of this aberrant demon, it could easily slaughter the Upper Academy disciples, and its speed was astonishing. If they lingered even for a moment, none might escape alive. He Chuan and the others recognized the dire situation, promptly forming groups of 10 to scatter in every direction. Zhongyu sprinted behind Ting Lanyue, casting a glance over his shoulder. To his horror, he saw the totem markings on the demon glowing ominously, undulating violently as pillar after pillar began to tremble, gradually loosening their grip. The demon could break free from their suppression at any moment. The group fled desperately, moving with remarkable speed. Yet in the fleeting moment Zhongyu turned back, he witnessed a totem pillar suddenly uproot itself with a whoosh, soaring into the air before exploding with a crack, splintering into its shavings. Dust billowed as one by one, the totem pillars succumbed to the pressure of the demon's innate totem markings, launching into the air and subsequently shattering. With a haunting grace, the mutated demon moved swiftly towards the fleeing party of Ting Lanyue and Zhongyu. Suddenly, Zhongyu delved into his consciousness, pondering whether he possessed the strength to confront this formidable entity. Within his mindscape, the youthful spirit of Xinhui paused briefly, responding nonchalantly, to contend with this demon? It possesses innate totemic protections, far beyond what any ordinary totemic pillar can offer. Given your current capabilities, the odds of victory are exceedingly slim. However, after a moment's hesitation, Xinhui continued, yet, if you manifest your mental energy in the form of the Sun Emperor, there remains a flicker of hope for triumph. By embodying the Sun Emperor, your thunderclap sword technique can be significantly enhanced, granting you a fighting chance. Xinhui added, as for your actual chances of success, I cannot say. For you are not a pure-blooded Fushi lineage. A pure-blooded Fushi would effortlessly vanquish this demon. Zhongyu abruptly halted, while Ting Lanwei and the others continued their flight, oblivious to his absence. What a pure-blooded deity can achieve, I may not be incapable of as well. He turned resolutely, advancing towards the mutated demon. The creature roared, its totemic patterns igniting one after another, increasing its speed as its scythe-like arms whirled menacingly. Zhongyu's strides grew larger, his mental energy surging forth from his brow, manifesting a colossal Sun Emperor behind him, towering 100 feet high, crowned with dragon horns, standing sentinel at his back. He felt an overwhelming surge of power, as if the world lay beneath his feet. Thunderclap sword technique, spring thunder breaks the chill of winter, lightning illuminating the realms. Zhongyu bellowed, as thunder erupted beneath his feet, propelling him into the air, where lightning crackled to life. At that moment, Ting Lanwei abruptly turned around, startled to find Zhongyu missing. Junior brother Zhong has not mastered profound techniques. His movements are sluggish. Alarmed, she retraced her steps. Just as she returned a short distance, she looked up to see a youth commanding the lightning, gripping an invisible giant sword, striking fiercely at the mutated demon. Crack! The sword unleashed a burst of lightning in the air, resembling a thunderous tree. Ting Lanyue's mind echoed with realization, the true inheritance of the thunderclap sword technique. The individual Master Pu spoke of was indeed him. Her spirit stirred, she stood in awe, gazing at the figure soaring through the sky, grasping the thunder, resembling a deity of legend who wielded the very essence of lightning. In the scripture pavilion, Master Pu had proclaimed that only one could claim his true legacy. All disciples believed him to be referring to themselves, but ultimately, Ting Lanwei triumphed over the others, convincing them that she was the chosen one. Ting Lanwei had never directly challenged Zhongyu. When he practiced the thunderclap sword technique, he appeared quite clumsy, and at that time, she had not discerned the uniqueness of his swordplay, leading her to believe she too had received Master Pu's true inheritance. As Tian Lanyue beheld Zhongyu suspended in midair, she envisioned thunder, commanding the lightning to traverse the skies, executing the thunderbolt sword technique. The spring thunder erupted with a resounding roar, and she realized that only this thunderbolt sword technique could be deemed the true transmission. Spring thunder shattered the cold of winter, and the radiance of lightning illuminated the 9 provinces. Zhongyu's thunderbolt sword technique diverged significantly from the one imparted by Elder Pu. The lightning tree that struck down was laden with branches, each exuding the essence of thunderous sword energy. Notably, this particular maneuver was absent from the thunderbolt sword technique. Yet, within it, Tian Lanwei discerned a resonance akin to that of Elder Pu's teachings. What constitutes a true transmission? This epitomizes true transmission. Merely imitating the form signifies mere learning. whereas true transmission embodies the comprehension of its quintessence and spirit, transforming the teacher's imparted wisdom into one's own knowledge, seamlessly integrating and transcending the forms. What left Tianlanwei most astounded was not merely Zhong Yu's thunderbolt sword technique, but rather the ethereal semblance of the Flame Emperor looming behind him, a manifestation conjured through his mental fortitude, coalescing into the form of the Flame Emperor. The aura of majesty emanating from it was overwhelming. A mere glance left her feeling an insurmountable dominance, as if it could crush the heavens and compel all to submission. Yet, was he not excessively audacious? Tianlanyue's heart raced. The mutated demon, adorned with its innate totemic patterns, was not easily subdued. She remained at a considerable distance, observing as the mutated demon's arms flailed, transforming into brilliant blades of light. The totemic patterns beneath its skin glowed ever brighter, and its visage twisted into a grotesque snarl as it lunged into the lightning, hurtling towards Zhong Yu with unyielding ferocity, displaying an utterly ruthless assault. Crack! The lightning tree struck the mutated demon, tearing through flesh and muscle, leaving a horrific scene of charred remains. However, a sense of foreboding gripped Tianlanyue. While the thunderbolt sword technique proved exceptionally effective against ordinary demons, it was crucial to note that ordinary demons possess hearts encased in bone, rendering them impervious to ordinary blades. Only the thunder transformed into sword light could penetrate and vanquish them. In contrast, the mutated demon was different. Its entire skeletal structure, including the encasing bones, was wholly replaced by an exceptionally pure black iron. This black iron conducts thunder, channeling it throughout its iron-formed bones, rendering its heart untouchable. Not only was its heart impervious, but even its brain remained unharmed, encased as it was in a skull of black iron, making it impossible for the thunderbolt sword technique to breach. The might of Zhong Yu's thunderbolt sword technique surpassed Tianlanyue's by several folds, yet it posed no threat to the life of the mutated demon. Furthermore, witnessing the peculiar phenomenon behind Zhong Yu and the lightning tree sword light conjured through his mental prowess, she understood that while the thunderbolt sword technique wielded great power, it exacted a tremendous toll on his mental energy. Such an expenditure could not sustain for long. Soon his mental energy would be depleted. Should his mental energy run dry, the mutated demon would find it exceedingly effortless to slay Zhong Yu. It was perilous for Brother Zhang to confront the mutated demon with the thunderbolt sword technique. Indeed, although the mutated demon had been struck by the lightning tree, its momentum remained unyielding. In the next moment, it was upon Zhong Yu, its razor-sharp blades of light flashing like lightning as they descended upon him with lethal intent. At that moment, beneath Zhong Yu's feet, the thunder crackled ominously, lightning flickering and propelling his figure over 10 yards away, narrowly evading the dual blades of the mutated demon. With a resounding crack, another thunder tree struck down upon the plummeting demon, its skin erupting in a violent explosion as it helplessly tumbled toward the ground. Zhong Yu, too, found it challenging to maintain his control over the thunder, his form descending rapidly. In a flurry of motion, he crossed his hands, summoning thunder trees one after another to cleave down upon the demon. Ting Lan was sprinted forward, contemplating. After all, junior brother Zhong has only recently entered the upper academy. He lacks the experience of rigorous combat. His awareness in battle is feeble. If he continues to expend such immense energy, I fear his remaining mental strength may be negligible. I hope I can reach him in time. Boom, boom. The human and demon landed one after the other, followed by the rumbling of thunder and the demon's roars, accompanied by the sound of collision, shaking the earth and sending rocks flying. The place where Zhong Yu and the mutated demon fell was a gully, and in her urgency, Ting Lanwei could not discern the unfolding battle. She could only catch glimpses of the luminous Sui Wang, a manifestation of Zhong Yu's mental energy, darting swiftly, indicative of his relentless movement during the confrontation with the mutated demon. If junior brother Zhang lands, he will suffer greatly. The demon cannot fly, but once on the ground, its speed becomes astonishing. He will be unable to evade its attacks. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she suddenly witnessed Sui Wang leap high into the air, followed closely by Zhong Yu's form soaring out of the gully like a meteor, clearly having been struck with tremendous force. Seeing this, Ting Lanyue's heart sank. Zhong Yu's ejection from the gully was unmistakably the result of a heavy blow from the demon. The mutated demon possessed immense power, easily capable of crushing Zhong Yu. She rushed forward, only to see him stagger upon landing, stepping back unsteadily as he dissipated the demon's force, not suffering the devastating injury she had feared. Instead, An incredibly intense array of thunderous totems materialized around Zhongyu. These manifestations of mental energy coalescing into a thunder dragon entwined about him. The Thunder Dragon Totem Technique. Ting Lanyue approached rapidly, her heart racing anew. He has successfully fused the body refining technique with the Thunder Sword technique passed down by Elder Pu, utilizing the might of thunder to enhance his physical resilience. No wonder he could withstand the demon's fierce strike without succumbing. It was only now she realized that Elder Pu's assertion that Zhongyu had grasped the true essence of his teachings was no exaggeration. Zhongyu had not only comprehended the core of the Thunder Sword technique, but had also ingeniously synthesized it with other body-refining methods. Meanwhile, the mutated demon leaped out of the gully, charging at Zhongyu with a thunderous roar, its imposing presence terrifying. Yet, Ting Lanyue observed that the demon was now drenched in blood, its speed and strength significantly diminished compared to before, as if its power had been halved. Losing the previously insurmountable aura it once exuded, its skin had been stripped bare by Zhongyu's earlier thunder trees, exposing raw flesh and rendering its demonic totems utterly destroyed. Indeed, Brother Zhong had just expended a considerable amount of his spiritual energy to unleash the Thunder Tree, aiming to dismantle the totemic patterns of the mutated demon. In a moment of clarity, Ting Lanyue realized that the formidable moves employed by Zhongyu were not without purpose. They were intended to weaken the demon's power. Brother Zhong's combat instinct was astonishingly formidable, far beyond that of a novice merely entering the upper academy. As Ting Lanyue approached swiftly, she observed the ongoing battle between Zhongyu and the demon. The confrontation was intense, with the demon pressing forward, wielding two enormous scythes that were both imposing and lethal. Towering at around 16 to 17 feet, each scythe blade measured 7 to 8 feet in length. Forged from pure mystic iron and exhibiting an unparalleled sharpness, instilling a profound sense of dread. Zhongyu, however, was in constant retreat, enveloped by a serpentine dragon of lightning. With a pointed finger, he unleashed a strike of lightning that transformed into a sword, hurtling towards the demon. The speed of their exchanges was astonishing. Within the brief span of Ting Lanyue's approach, they had already executed hundreds of strikes, with Zhongyu narrowly avoiding several lethal blows. Suddenly, Zhongyu found himself unable to evade a powerful kick from the demon, sending him flying. The demon leaped into the air, its size poised to strike down on Zhongyu. Ting Lanyue gasped in alarm, but at that moment, a brilliant flash of lightning illuminated the scene, obscuring her view of the unfolding drama. As the light dissipated, she beheld Zhongyu and the demon plummeting to the ground before her. Hastening to their side, she saw Zhongyu stagger to his feet, the celestial manifestation behind him collapsing, and the lightning dragon that had coiled around him disintegrating. The demon lay on the ground, blood pooling around it, lifeless. Dead? Ting Lanyue stood in disbelief, gazing at the demon's corpse. Its chest, encased in a shell of mystic iron, bore a small puncture wound, the heart pierced by Zhongyu's Thunder Sword Qi, resulting in its demise. The thunderous essence of the Thunder Sword technique was typically diffused by the iron shell, rendering it incapable of harming the heart. How had Brother Zhong managed to breach this formidable barrier? In a flash of insight, Ting Lanyue deduced the sequence of events. Zhongyu had repeatedly struck the same spot on the demon's chest with over 100 sword strikes, using the intense heat of lightning to melt a small aperture in the iron shell, culminating in the decisive strike that pierced its heart. Skillfully employing the Thunder Sword technique to dismantle the mutated demon's totemic patterns, Zhongyu's relentless barrage had proven effective. Ting Lanyue found the battle both exhilarating and awe-inspiring, regarding Zhongyu with newfound respect. In the recesses of Zhongyu's consciousness, Xinhou whispered ominously, "This girl has witnessed your manifestation of the Fire Emperor. She must be silenced. Otherwise, it may lead to your detriment. You are still exceedingly weak, possessing exceptional skills, which will undoubtedly attract the envy of others." Zhongyu was taken aback. Kill senior sister Ting? That is not the only option, Xinhou enticed. You could overpower her and engage in a union, thereby binding her to you and ensuring she remains silent. A union? Zhongyu's countenance darkened as he furtively glanced at Ting Lanyue, who, though only a few months his senior and approximately 15 years of age, had already developed a physique that was remarkably exquisite, exuding an air of elegance and allure. Noticing his gaze, Ting Lanyue, with an unusual expression, understood his concern and stated earnestly, "Are you worried that I might divulge your practice of other martial arts? Junior Brother Zhong? You need not fret. Although our sword sect ostensibly prohibits disciples from cultivating techniques from other clans, Many of the older generation of Qi refiners have indeed embraced the martial arts of other races, and several disciples follow suit without fear of reprimand. Zhongyu sighed with relief and replied, I kindly ask you to keep this to yourself, senior sister. Ting Lanwen nodded. I'm not one to gossip indiscriminately. In his mind, the flickering flames continued to incite. I can assist you in observing the winds. You need only take action. Zhongyu chose to ignore the voice. The value of the mutated aberrant demons was immense. It would require an average disciple of the upper academy to slay 100 aberrant demons to earn a single feather spirit pill, while the demise of just one mutated aberrant demon could yield 100 such pills. Ting Lanwen expressed her envy, stating, moreover, the bones of mutated aberrant demons are comprised of the purest dark iron, far superior in purity to that found in ordinary aberrant demons, making them ideal for crafting soul weapons. Over 2,000 pounds of dark iron can forge more than 10 soul weapons of exceptional quality. Zhang Yue's heart raced at the thought of 100 feather spirit pills, a fortune that would be akin to a timely downpour for him. The allure of soul weapons was undeniable, promising a significant enhancement to his combat capabilities. The prospect of crafting over 10 soul weapons from the remains of the aberrant demon suggested a staggering wealth. Among the disciples of the upper academy, many possessed soul weapons. Yet most were of lower quality, constructed from ordinary metals that could barely sustain the summoning of souls, with their dark iron lacking in purity. Ting Lanwen closed her eyes to meditate, and suddenly, a fierce blaze erupted before her, engulfing the corpse of the mutated aberrant demon as she envisioned a fire-based technique. Even lower-tier soul weapons wield considerable power. Once summoned, they strike like lightning, rendering one defenseless. Conversely, high-quality soul weapons contain no impurities. And few among the upper academy disciples are fortunate enough to possess such formidable armaments. Only those from the core families of the 10 great tribes may hope to wield such divine instruments. The flames consumed the corpse in a short time, reducing it to ashes, leaving only the dark iron skeleton gleaming from the fire's caress. Ting Lanwen continued her meditation, channeling her spiritual energy to summon a torrential downpour. Cooling the dark iron skeleton. Forging soul weapons is beyond our capabilities as disciples. Only Qi refiners possess such skills. Should you wish to sell this skeleton or seek someone to forge it, I have connections. Although my Ting family is not among the 10 great clans, we still possess our own heritage, and our sword sect has Qi refiners from the Ting family. As the rain washed over the skeleton, steam rose from it, finally cooling it down. Zhongyu nodded, acknowledging that he indeed lacked connections within the sword sect. The Zhang family had waned in influence, with no Qi refiners emerging from the elder generation, and although he was acquainted with Zhuangxing, their relationship was not particularly close. If Ting Lanwen had connections, selling this mysterious iron skeleton to the Ting family would not incur much loss. Ting Lanwen continued, Junior brother, I have already taken care of this corpse. Carry it on your back, and let us immediately search for our other brothers and sisters. The sword sect's demon ruins are extremely perilous. If we become separated and encounter the different demons, particularly the spider demons, our situation would be dire. Indeed, Zhongyu admired her capability to command both fire and rain with such ease, exclaiming, Sister, your mastery of multiple techniques is truly commendable. Visualizing water and fire is a fundamental skill for those venturing out, though not remarkable in itself, it proves to be immensely useful. Without such skills while braving the elements, one would endure considerable hardship. Ting Lanwen smiled in response. Zhongyu's mind stirred as he envisioned the totem of the flood dragon. He perceived his mental energy transforming into a flood dragon, which seized the corpse of the different demon in its jaws while he himself, empty-handed, hurried to keep pace with Ting Lanwen. Upon seeing this, Ting Lanwen silently praised, Junior brother Zheng's mental resilience is astonishing. The corpse of the different demon, over 2,000 pounds, is effortlessly held by his flood dragon. No wonder he was able to slay the mutated demon. It was indeed no stroke of luck. The pair hurried onward, with Ting Lanwen scaling a high mountain and visualizing flames. A brilliant fire surged to over 20 feet high, taking the shape of a large character for Pu and Midair. Before long, He Chuchuan and 9 other disciples arrived at the mountain, reuniting with Zhongyu and Ting Lanwen. Upon seeing the flood dragon in Zhongyu's grasp, holding the corpse of the different demon, they were taken aback. Junior brother Zhong, you have slain that mutated demon? He Chuchuan exclaimed. Zhongyu shook his head, smiling, I feel ashamed. I was merely fleeing in the wilderness when I tripped and fell, only to discover this corpse afterward. It must have perished of old age in the wilds. Quite unexpectedly, I stumbled upon it. He Chuchuan, and the others expressed their envy, voicing, "Junior brother Zhong, your fortune is extraordinary. Why do I not possess such luck?" The other disciples from Pu Lao's sect, who had not strayed far, were drawn to the character for Pu that Ting Lanyue had visualized. After half an hour, they gradually gathered together. Upon seeing the mutated demon's corpse on Zhong Yu's back, they were astounded. He Chengchuan, ever quick to speak, shared his thoughts, and the others expressed their admiration. Ting Lanyue cleared her throat, stating, "Brothers, during our venture into the demon ruins, we have lost 2 brothers and can no longer proceed. We must leave immediately. Something extraordinary has likely transpired in the demon ruins. Otherwise, such a small tribe of different demons could not possibly give rise to a mutated one. This matter must be reported to our sect for further investigation." Everyone nodded in agreement. It was known that only a tribe of over 1 million different demons could potentially produce a mutated one. How could a mere 200-strong tribe give birth to such a terror? There must be a hidden truth behind this. As the group prepared to descend the mountain, a sudden commotion echoed from afar. They observed dark, swirling clouds rolling ominously from the depths of the demon ruins, growing larger and approaching swiftly. In front of the clouds, dozens of disciples from the Sword Sect's upper courtyard were seen running for their lives. That is, disciples under Uncle Jinhong. He Chenchuan, well-connected, immediately recognized the fleeing disciples of the upper academy ahead and wondered, what are they fleeing from? It is the eagle demons. The countenance of those on the mountain peak changed dramatically as a female disciple gasped, "So many eagle demons." The ominous cloud in the sky was revealed to be a breathtaking sight of thousands of giant eagles spreading their wings. Zhong Yu focused his gaze and saw that these so-called eagle demons possessed human heads and avian bodies, with formidable claws and wings, their mouths filled with sharp teeth. Countless eagle demons surged forth, relentlessly attacking the disciples of the upper academy below. Suddenly, one disciple was seized by the shoulders and thrust into the sky. A few eagle demons swooped in from the side, and in an instant, they tore the disciple apart, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. However, not a single piece fell to the ground, as the eagle demons consumed every morsel in midair. Lin Shuping is dead. He Chenchuan watched in horror as the eagle demons devoured the upper academy disciple, his eyes widening in shock. He murmured, "Lin Shuping, a disciple of Master Jinhong, belongs to the Yulin clan, one of the 10 major clans. His strength was astonishing, renowned as one of the top 10 disciples of our Sword Sect's upper academy. A mere step away from becoming a chi refiner. How could he be slain by eagle demons like this? It is a mutated eagle demon." Tian Lanyue's face turned pale as she decisively shouted, "Quickly retreat down the mountain and leave the demon ruins. A small tribe of 1,000 eagle demons has even produced mutated ones. There is surely something amiss in the Sword Sect's demon ruins." Zhong Yu also sensed the gravity of the situation. The emergence of mutated demons in the first small tribe could be deemed an accident. But now even the eagle demon tribe had produced mutations. There was something sinister at play. The group hastily descended the mountain, with Tian Lanwei and Zhong Yu walking side by side. She remarked, "Junior brother Zhang, should we encounter peril, I implore you to lend us your strength." He Chenchuan, puzzled by her words, wondered why she would say such a thing. Unbeknownst to him, Tian Lanwei had witnessed Zhong Yu's prowess and knew his combat ability surpassed her own. Hence her plea for assistance. "Rest assured, senior sister, though I am not a disciple of Master Pu, I shall stand united with you all in times of adversity." Just as Zhong Yu spoke, a cloud of dust rose in the distance as hundreds of pitch-black giant spiders surged forward, driving dozens of disciples from the Sword Sect's upper academy towards them. These monstrous spiders moved rapidly, each towering over 6 feet, with a circumference of more than 10 feet. Astonishingly, the spiders bore the upper bodies of humans, both male and female, revealing themselves as the demon spiders of the demon ruins. Leading the charge was a particularly fearsome spider demon, who opened its maw and spat out a brilliant silk thread. In a swift motion, it ensnared a disciple from the upper academy. With a powerful tug, the unfortunate disciple was lifted uncontrollably into the air, a scream escaping their lips before silence fell, consumed by the swarm of spider demons, leaving no trace behind. Mutated spider demons. The faces of Tian Lanwei, He Chenchuan, and the other upper academy disciples turned ashen as they swiftly turned to flee from this dreadful place. That was a disciple of Master Cansong, who also fell victim to the mutated spider demons. Just as they had escaped a few miles, they encountered another wave of upper academy disciples fleeing in panic, pursued by hundreds of demonic creatures from the demon ruins. It was clear something catastrophic was unfolding within the demon ruins. We find ourselves ensnared in a realm of darkness. By the time the chi practitioners of the Sword Gate receive word of our plight, We may already be beyond salvation. What has transpired here? Why have so many mutated demons suddenly emerged in this place? Zhongyu and his companions hurriedly fled, yet more demonic entities materialized, surrounding the disciples of the Upper Academy within a perimeter spanning 100 miles. The human race has long tormented our kind, confining us here to breed us like livestock, allowing their offspring to slay us for practice. Today, retribution has come upon them. Beyond the encirclement, a host of mutated demons emerged, their wild and unrestrained aura palpable, revealing themselves to be the leaders of a vast tribe among the demon race. Some among them had even sensed the ethereal presence of the magical spirits, merging their souls with the essence of the wasteland to become chi practitioners of the demon clan. For countless years, we demons have toiled to propagate our kind, secretly offering our reverence to this realm, and at last, the magic spirits have been born from the land of desolation. At the forefront stood a demon chi practitioner, shrouded in a dark robe, laughter echoing as the wind howled around him. Today, we shall treat these human offspring as livestock, to honor our ancient ancestors and awaken their spirits. We will break free from this wasteland and reclaim the vast expanse that rightfully belongs to us. I will let the blood of these humans nourish the spirits of our forebears, bringing them back to life. Behind him, a cadre of demon chi practitioners soared into the air, commanding, "Children, heed my call. Do not consume them, capture them alive. Spare their lives for the purpose of our ancestral sacrifices." The disciples of the Upper Academy had but one opportunity each month to venture into the wasteland, and none wished to forsake this chance. Thus, 1,000 disciples found themselves ensnared in this locale. They were destined for such calamity. The wasteland had always served as a crucible for the Upper Academy's disciples. Although there were occasional fatalities during their trials, there had never been a significant oversight, and thus the higher echelons of the Sword Gate paid little heed to the wasteland. It was commonplace for disciples of the Upper Academy to enter the wasteland for training, yet none anticipated that the tables would turn, transforming the Upper Academy's disciples into prey while the demons of the wasteland became the hunters, pursuing the disciples of the Sword Gate. Within the expanse of 100 miles, nearly 1,000 disciples fled in every direction. Some banded together to resist, while others hid in fear. Waves of demonic entities swept through, seeking out the Upper Academy's disciples. Countless individuals were captured, bound, and rendered helpless, akin to swine, as they were hoisted by two demons toward the depths of the wasteland, their fate uncertain. Many Upper Academy disciples even lost their lives in the struggle. Tens of thousands of demons surged forth, enveloping the area and diminishing the space available for the remaining disciples. In ancient times, the human race was but a pitiful creature, akin to sheep before our kind, destined only to serve as offerings and livestock. In the past, the sacrifices made by our demon kin were always human. As the demons ravaged the area, their laughter rang out, shattering the confidence of those Upper Academy disciples brave enough to resist, their eerie chuckles reverberating in the air. A line of bound humans lay upon the fire, roasting and glistening with oil, exuding a savory aroma. With a single thrust, blood filled the basin, a tribute to the spirits of heaven and earth, and to our ancestors, allowing them to savor the exquisite taste of human blood. These despicable beasts dare to rebel and suppress us. It is time for them to learn who truly reigns as the masters of heaven and earth. Zhongyu, Tinglanwei, Huan, and others gathered together, having endured multiple assaults from the demonic clan. From over 100, less than 20 remained, with many captured or slain in the chaos. The few who survived were all injured, bearing wounds of varying severity, looking utterly disheveled. Even the mightiest among them, Zhongyu, Tinglanwei, and Huan, had barely escaped death at the hands of the mutated demons in several encounters. Zhongyu discarded the heavy corpse of a strange demon during battle, leaving behind only its severed arm and two gleaming scythes, which he repurposed as weapons. These scythes, made of mysterious iron and stretching 8 feet in length, were taller than a man. Though not sole weapons, their sharpness was unparalleled. Zhongyu infused them with his spirit, wielding them with such swiftness that each strike cleaved through the flesh of the demons with minimal resistance. Yet, the sheer number of demons was overwhelming. Previously, mutated demons had been scarce in this region. Now, their prevalence was alarming, with 1 in every 100 demons displaying mutations. Even Zhongyu, amidst battles with other mutated demons, had narrowly escaped death. Although he had slain 1 mutated demon, such creatures were the lowest tier among the demonic ranks, inferior even to spider demons. The strength of other mutated demons far surpassed that of the lesser aberrations. Some mutated demons possessed feathers composed of pure gold, razor-sharp, while others had incredibly resilient spider silk that required dozens of strikes to sever. Some bore exoskeletal structures made of metal, resembling heavy armor, each variant presenting its unique challenges. Through these fierce battles, Huan and the others witnessed Zhong Yu's formidable prowess. The Thunder Sword technique in his hands became extraordinarily lethal, striking down both humans and demons alike. Moreover, Zhong Yu could simultaneously wield the Thunder Sword technique while channeling his spirit into the mysterious iron scythes, causing swathes of demons to fall before him, even more effectively than Ting Lanyue, who employed soul weapons. However, their situation was perilous. The increasing number of mutated demons rendered Zhong Yu's strength less impactful, as he could not contend with many of the aberrations. Thus, the group felt astonished yet increasingly anxious about their predicament. If we linger in the demon's lair any longer, the higher-ups from the sword sect will surely notice something amiss and come to investigate. Ting Lanyue encouraged them, saying, "We need only to hold on for 2 or 3 more days, and then some chi refiners will descend to quell this uprising." 2 or 3 days. I fear we may not last that long. Chuan managed a wry smile and looked skyward, spotting flocks of eagle demons soaring above, their sharp eyes scanning for disciples from the upper courtyard. "Sister Ting, the number of demons here is growing, and the mutated ones are multiplying as well. It would be a stroke of luck if we could endure even an hour." A female disciple sighed. If only someone could escape the abyss of demons and inform the 2 elders. Zhong Yu closed his eyes, concentrating deeply as his soul ventured into the sea of consciousness, asking, "Xinhua, do you possess a means of escape? The number of lowly demon clan members here is overwhelming, and your strength is insufficient for a successful getaway." The young spirit, Xinhua, responded candidly. "Moreover, I sense the presence of demonic chi masters. Although they are mere pawns, they remain formidable for you." He continued, "Within this abyss, I also perceive some secrets, subtly exuding an ancient aura that is dark and malevolent." Demonic chi masters? Zhong Yu shuddered involuntarily. The might of such beings was almost unfathomable for disciples of their level, akin to the disparity between heaven and earth. The emergence of demonic chi masters in this abyss boded ill indeed. In addition to the demonic chi masters, there exists an ancient, sinister aura. Could it be even more powerful than the demonic chi masters? Much more powerful, Xinhua replied, yet these ancient presences seem suppressed, as if they are in slumber or perhaps already deceased, only faintly revealing their essence. Xinhua continued to sense, stating, "I detect that these demonic chi masters are preparing for a grand ritual to awaken these ancient auras. If they succeed, it would certainly spell chaos for the disciples of the Sword Gate. Youth of the Fushi Divine Clan, if you relinquish your body to my control, I could facilitate your escape. However, that would expose me. It would be wiser to fight our way out of the Sword Gate and wander the world." The little flame said with enthusiasm, "My current strength pales in comparison to the past, and I have yet to find a worthy successor to the flame. There are still many formidable figures within the Sword Gate capable of thwarting me. Therefore, I plan to create a diversion by detonating the souls of the gods and demons suppressed beneath the Sword Gate. Those souls are exponentially more powerful than these ancient auras in the abyss. They would surely wreak havoc upon the Sword Gate, allowing us to escape." Entrusting his body to Xinhua was utterly unreliable. Zhong Yu dismissed this perilous thought, realizing that Xinhua's danger far exceeded that of the demon clan. "Young Yu, should you fall in battle, I shall intervene regardless," Xinhua proclaimed within his sea of consciousness. Zhong Yu pondered for a moment, his expression shifting as he whispered, "Sister Ting, Brother He, when we encounter the demon clan, resist slightly, then allow them to capture us. I have a plan that may offer a chance for escape." Ting Lanyue and the others felt a stir in their hearts, vaguely guessing his strategy. They exchanged glances and nodded silently in agreement. Zhong Yu promptly removed the 2 8-foot-long black iron sickles from his back and buried them in the earth. Ting Lanyue felt a twinge of unease and whispered, "Junior brother Zhong, how far can your spiritual power extend? Is it truly feasible?" Zhong Yu shook his head, urging softly, "Silence. The demons are approaching. Humans are here." A cacophony of howls erupted as a group of spider demons discovered them, with several mother spiders exclaiming joyfully, "A human little bull. Dare to resist, and I shall slay the female of the human race, leaving only the male for my own delight." Upon hearing these words, Chuan and the other male disciples turned ashen, their faces paling in horror. A brief struggle ensued, but they were swiftly captured, ensnared by the silken threads of a mutated spider demon. The human male, a female demon tenderly caressed Chuan's cheek, chuckling, Consuming the small male during mating is our favorite pastime. The foremost mutated spider demon cautioned, "Do not provoke trouble. The elders require their blood for ancestral sacrifices." Dozens of lesser demons approached, hoisting the captives onto their shoulders as they marched deeper into the demon realm. "Deliver them to the altar. Once the elders arrive, we shall offer these two-legged sheep as blood sacrifices to our ancestral spirits, awakening their souls." A minor demon, seemingly the overseer among them, exclaimed with glee. "We shall also awaken our shared ancestor, the Celestial Mother." The mention of the Celestial Mother startled Ting Lanwei and the others, prompting her to whisper, "This is dire." They intend to awaken the Celestial Mother. Zhongyu, intrigued, inquired, "Sister, who is the Celestial Mother?" Before Ting Lanwei could respond, the minor demon gleefully interjected. "The Celestial Mother is the common ancestor of our great wilderness demon clan, our deity. She birthed the first son, ancestor of the Celestial Demon Clan, the second son, ancestor of the Eagle Demon Clan, and the third son, ancestor of the Fire Demon Clan. We, the minor demons, hold a lower status, yet still rank above your kind. You humans are mere livestock. In the great wilderness, our ancestors hunted your kind, particularly the small females. Once captured, they would be stripped bare." The minor demon pinched Ting Lanue's cheek, chuckling, blissfully unaware of the chaos unfolding behind them. Suddenly, the ground erupted as two massive sighs leaped from the earth, gliding along the surface, closely trailing the captors. Unbeknownst to them, the minor demons had traversed the encirclement of the demon clan, while Zhongyu and the others furtively scanned their surroundings. The path ahead revealed diminishing numbers of demons, leading to the heart of the demon realm, where thick demonic energy billowed skyward, presumably the altar the minor demon had spoken of. "Die!" Zhongyu roared, as the two 8-foot scythes soared into the air, whirling ominously. In an instant, they sliced through the ranks of the demon bearers, severing heads and sending them soaring into the air, transforming them into headless corpses. As the scythes, under Zhongyu's mental command, returned to him, they flashed with deadly precision, obliterating the minor demon leader. With a surge of mental energy, Zhongyu cleaved through the silken restraints binding his limbs, leaping forth to sever the threads ensnaring Ting Lanwei and the others. "Quickly, we must flee. There may yet be a chance to escape the demon realm." Ting Lanwei was the first to break free, immediately rolling over and leaping up, exclaiming, "In the past, my ancestors of the Ting clan collaborated with the pioneers of the Sword Gate to carve out the vast wilderness. They were acutely aware of the terror of the celestial phenomenon matron and left behind records concerning her. I have perused those accounts. And this celestial phenomenon matron is indeed a demonic deity, not an ordinary being. These fiends aspire to awaken her, and they must inform the higher-ups of the Sword Gate. Otherwise, the situation will spiral beyond control." Zhongyu handed her another scythe, and together they swiftly severed the webs binding their companions. Just as everyone was preparing to flee, Hichuan hurriedly urged, "Conceal the bodies." Zhongyu suddenly realized that this path led to the lair of the demon clan. If anyone discovered the numerous corpses of the aberrant demons scattered on the ground, it would undoubtedly reveal their escape. They needed to bury the bodies to buy themselves more time to flee. Senior brother He, seasoned by the trials of battle, was astutely contemplative. Zhongyu mused. The group immediately set about burying the many aberrant demon corpses, marking their direction, and stealthily made their way towards the entrance of the demon ruins. Within the demon ruins, there was no distinction between day and night. The sky remained perpetually shrouded in gray. Zhongyu and the others dodged and hid, evading various demon clans, drawing ever closer to the entrance of the demon ruins. Ahead, a towering sword gate stood, marking both the entrance and exit of the demon ruins, with two elders from the sword gate stationed outside. Once they reached that gate, they would be safe. With a collective sigh of relief, the group felt the weight of their burdens lighten. Only a few miles remained before they could escape the demon ruins and regain their freedom. Hichuan wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his mind easing as he declared, "As long as we escape the demon ruins, we will be safe. We can report to the higher-ups of the sword gate. We should still have time to rescue those brethren trapped here." The many disciples from the upper academy nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a voice imbued with an eerie magical power resonated clearly in their ears, mocking, "You actually managed to reach here. Your luck is remarkably extraordinary. However, none of you shall escape. So how can you hope to save others?" The group's expression shifted dramatically as they looked up to see a woman standing at the entrance of the demon ruins. To call her a woman was misleading, for her head was not human but that of an elephant, with a long trunk swaying and two lengthy tusks protruding. "Celestial Phenomenon Demon Clan." The celestial phenomenon demon clan is the most esteemed among the demons in the Sword Gate's ruins. This race reproduces poorly and is scarce in number. Yet each member is immensely powerful. Even an ordinary celestial phenomenon demon possesses strength on par with that of an aberrant demon. At the feet of the elephant-headed woman lay over a dozen corpses, likely the upper academy disciples who had struggled to escape the demon clan's siege, only to meet their demise at the hands of this celestial phenomenon demon woman before the Sword Gate. A demon clan chi refinement master, Ting Lanhua murmured. A chi refinement master? Everyone gasped in shock, realizing that the demon clan had stationed a chi refinement master here, and it was the formidable celestial phenomenon demon clan. Ting Lanhua's voice held a note of despair. With a chi refinement master guarding this place, we stand no chance of leaving alive. The little human girl possesses keen insight, capable of discerning that I have already achieved the status of a chi refinement master. The celestial demoness exhibited a glimmer of astonishment in her small eyes and chuckled. Now, you may make your move. I harbor little interest in devouring humans. Yet I find great pleasure in taking lives. Ting Lanhui gritted her teeth and whispered, Brothers, we must fight with all our might. Every soul that escapes is a victory. A profound silence enveloped the group as Zhong Yu retrieved his dark iron sickle, silently polishing it. The chi refiners grasped the essence of spirit, recognizing the formidable unity of soul and essence, known as the primordial spirit, which rendered them incomparably powerful. The chasm between them and the chi refiners was unfathomable, and the likelihood of victory seemed non-existent. Even should they fight to the death, it was likely that all would perish here, with none able to flee. Youth, I must borrow your body this time, no matter what. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Zhong Yu's mind, that of the flame-haired child. If you perish, I will once again descend into silence, awaiting the next discovery by the Fushi deity. Yet, after enduring countless eons, I am on the verge of extinguishment and can no longer afford to wait. Even if it means exposure, I must act. Startled, Zhong Yu was about to respond when, unexpectedly, a creaking sound resonated, and the Sword Gate slowly began to open. This unexpected turn left everyone momentarily stunned, including the celestial demoness, who was equally taken aback. From beyond the Sword Gate, the voice of an elder emerged. The demonic ruins have been opened. You may enter. Thank you, elder. As the gate opened, disciples from the upper academy streamed in, chatting and laughing, likely under the tutelage of a chi refiner from the upper academy, entering the demonic ruins for an ordeal. Upon entering, these disciples immediately noticed Zhong Yu, Ting Lanhua, and the celestial demoness standing before the Sword Gate, leaving them momentarily speechless. Brothers, retreat quickly, Ting Lanhua commanded sharply. Hasten to inform the elders. The demon clan has captured all disciples of our academy, preparing for a blood sacrifice to resurrect the celestial matriarch. Before she could finish, the celestial demonish trunk suddenly expanded dramatically, swelling to an enormous size, resembling a fleshy white bag several yards in diameter. With a powerful inhale, the 100 or so disciples who had entered the ruins were helplessly drawn towards her, with over 10 of them swiftly vanishing into her trunk. I detest consuming the raw, the celestial demoness declared, chewing vigorously, blood trickling from her lips as she swallowed those souls whole. The remaining 90 or so disciples were drawn into the air, only to be flung away by her trunk, like a massive serpent crushing everything in its path. Not a single one escaped the carnage. Abominable beast! Before the Sword Gate could close, a flash of white light appeared, and an elderly man clad in white stood before the gate. His expression a mix of shock and fury as he gazed at the celestial demoness. His face suddenly shifted, and he exclaimed in disbelief. A chi refiner of the celestial demon clan? How could there be chi refiners in the demonic ruins, devoid of the spirits of heaven and earth? This is dire. The white-haired elder, one of the guardians of the ruins, quickly realized the gravity of the situation and barked, Sound the alarm. The demon clan is performing a ritual to summon the demonic spirits within this realm. Beyond the magic ruins, another elder immediately took action upon hearing the words. A faint chime resonated, its tone both melodious and deep. The cunning old ghost of the human race. The celestial demoness, with a light-hearted chuckle, swung her trunk towards the elder, exclaiming, But it is too late. The spirit of the celestial matriarch is about to be awakened. Even if your sword sect is aware, it will be of no avail. The mention of the celestial matriarch caused the white-clad elder's expression to change drastically. Suddenly, a flash of white light surged, and another elder charged into the magic ruins, joining forces to besiege the celestial demoness. The 3 chi refiners engaged in a fierce battle at the sword sect, unleashing various extraordinary powers that shook the heavens and earth. The celestial demoness merged her essence with her spirit, manifesting as a colossal figure with 8 arms and 4 heads. Towering 100 feet high, causing the ground to tremble and the sky to crack. Meanwhile, the 2 sword sect elders also fused their essences with their spirits. One transformed into a winged deity, while the other stood upon a mystical tortoise, bearing a great serpent. Their combined might forced the onlookers, including Zhongyu and He Chengchuan, who were several miles away, to retreat continuously, unable to approach the sword sect, and thus trapped within the magic ruins. As for the sword sect elders, suddenly, a torrent of demonic energy surged forth, resembling dark tentacles that shot out with a hissing sound. One elder was caught off guard and struck by the demonic energy. Feeling his life force deplete rapidly, panic rising within him as he sensed his very flesh beginning to dissolve into the pitch-black energy. In the distance, the swirling demonic energy formed a cloud, upon which stood a figure cloaked in black, obscured from view. With a sinister laugh, he remarked, "The elders of the sword sect possess rich vitality. Indeed, they are fine offerings for the ritual after decades of cultivation." Tentacles whipped around another sword sect elder, launching a relentless barrage. In mere moments, the elder let out a muffled groan as a tentacle pierced his chest, causing his essence to drain wildly. "Who are you?" The 2 sword sect elders exclaimed in shock and fury. "This is beyond your comprehension." The black-cloaked chi refiner chuckled, watching as the 2 elders withered away, their souls utterly consumed, leaving behind only desiccated bones. With the essence extracted from these elders, the awakening of the celestial matriarch's spirit was now assured. The black-cloaked figure laughed heartily before vanishing into thin air, his voice echoing distantly, "Children, heed my command. Slay the sacrificial offerings upon the altar and perform the blood ritual." 7 miles away from the sword sect, Zhang Yu, He Chenchuan, and Ting Lanwei stood in a daze, with He Chenchuan murmuring, "The 2 elders have perished." A chilling laughter echoed, "The little human ghosts are hiding here." Suddenly, a colossal shadow enveloped them. Zhong Yu looked up and saw the celestial demoness transformed into a 4-headed, 8-armed demonic deity, standing before them. The celestial demoness spoke simultaneously from all directions, her voice rolling like thunder. "Our primary aim in capturing you little ghosts from the magic ruins is not merely for sport. The real objective is to obtain the essence of these 2 sword sect elders. Only with their blood can the spirit of the celestial matriarch be restored to its peak." How could the demons of the magic ruins possibly know that these 2 elders were guarding outside? Could it be that someone has informed you regarding the affairs of the 2 elders? Is there a traitor from your demonic clan within our sword sect? The ingenuity of the human intellect is remarkable. The Tianxiang demoness, displaying an expression of admiration, raised her trunk and remarked, "What a pity that you all are destined to perish." Zhong Yu's countenance darkened, and he thought to himself, "It seems the flames of vengeance are about to be unleashed through my body." Just as the Tianxiang demoness trunk descended, a sudden crimson line split her brow, and a beam of sword light surged forth from her mind like a startled phoenix. Swish! The resplendent sword light stretched for miles before retracting, leaving the Tianxiang demoness with wide, astonished eyes as her lifeless body crashed to the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently. A white-clad Qi practitioner gracefully traversed the air, slowly advancing towards the depths of the demon ruins. There, he beheld the altar of the demon clan shrouded in swirling blood mist, within which shadowy figures of divine beings seemed to loom, their colossal forms barely perceptible. The demons of the ruins had brazenly sacrificed nearly 1,000 disciples of the sword sect to the Tianxiang matriarch. "Bear the mountain, bear my sword," the white-clad practitioner declared calmly. An overwhelming roar echoed as Zhongyu, Ting Lanwei, and the other disciples of the upper court turned their gazes towards the source of the sound, only to witness a gargantuan tortoise resembling a mountain moving deliberately past them, causing the ground to crack and the hills to undulate. Upon the back of this ancient tortoise rested a dazzling sword light, radiant beyond measure. Was this the Tianxiang matriarch from 10,000 years ago? The white-clad practitioner extended his palm, and the brilliant sword light ascended, landing gracefully in his grasp. Instantly, the tortoise seemed to lighten, its movements becoming considerably swifter. "Fong Sword Pavilion of the Sword Sect, I implore the Tianxiang matriarch for guidance." The mention of Fong Sword Pavilion stirred Zhong Yu's emotions, and he cast a profound gaze towards the white-clad Qi practitioner, who strode through the air as if traversing solid ground, accompanied by the colossal tortoise that caused the earth to quake with each step. The tortoise's pace had quickened significantly. It seemed that the weight of the sword light it had borne previously had hindered its movement. Now, with its robust limbs, it covered vast distances effortlessly, surpassing even Zhong Yu's swift running, moving like a shifting mountain. One could only imagine the immense weight of the sword light from Fang's sword pavilion. Before long, the tortoise found itself amidst the mountains of the demon ruins, its towering shell akin to a moving peak. In the depths of the demon ruins, around the altar, countless demons roared like a swarm, surging towards the tortoise in a thunderous wave. The Tianxiang demons, eagle demons, fire demons, spider demons, snake demons, and other races of the demon ruins numbered in the hundreds of thousands, even millions, creating a truly terrifying spectacle. Among these demons were many mutated ones of formidable strength. Swarming around the tortoise, dark masses resembling ants climbing its legs, brandishing various weapons, clashing like rain upon the ancient creature. With a thunderous roar, the ancient turtle unleashed a sound wave so powerful that it rippled through the air, reverberating against the surrounding mountains. The very mountains trembled under the impact of this palpable force, causing floating stones to soar into the sky, scattered in all directions. Countless demon warriors upon the turtle's back were violently propelled into the air, their organs shattered and brains splattered by the sonic blast. The area within an 8 to 9 mile radius around the turtle was engulfed in a cataclysmic explosion-like uproar, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Even those who stood at a distance near the exit of the demon ruins, including Zhong Yu and others, felt the overwhelming sound wave pressing down upon them, nearly causing them to cough up blood from the sheer intensity. One could only imagine the ferocity of the sonic pressure that the demons near the ancient turtle endured. Suddenly, figures began to rise from among the demon ranks. They were the hidden demon chi practitioners who, upon ascending into the air, summoned their spirits to attack the ancient turtle. An array of bizarre manifestations appeared in the sky: a 4-headed, 8-armed elephant-headed deity, a bird-headed god with a human body and 4 wings, a 1-eyed demon engulfed in flames, and a spider demon standing upon a web, showcasing the diverse spirits cultivated by these practitioners. Although they had yet to reach the level of unification of spirit and soul, their terrifying manifestations still shook the mountains as they sought to eliminate the ancient turtle amidst its fury, thereby severing the support of the Fang Sword Pavilion. Meanwhile, the Fang Sword Pavilion remained undistracted, fixated on the blood mist hovering above the altar, where the demon god gradually became more distinct as the mist began to dissipate. With a swift motion, Fang Sword Pavilion drew his sword, his thumb flicking lightly, revealing a blade that shimmered with golden light. Extending a span of over an inch from its sheath, the sword vibrated gently, producing a crystalline sound, unleashing a flurry of radiant sword energy that cascaded through the air like a peacock's plumage, just as the demon chi practitioners summoned their spirits. Before they could launch their assault on the ancient turtle, they were met with a torrential downpour of sword energy, severing the heads of the elephant-headed deity, the bird-headed god, the 1-eyed demon, and the spider demon, all falling like rain. As Fang Sword Pavilion retracted his thumb, the blade returned to its sheath, causing the myriad sword energies to vanish, while the lifeless bodies of the demon practitioners plummeted from the sky. Those concealed among the swarm of demons were utterly decimated, leaving no survivors. The sheer might of the sword energy left Zhong Yu in awe, murmuring, "I too shall aspire to become such a chi practitioner in the future." In his consciousness, the fire spirit let out a soft hum, remarking, "Indeed, the Fang Sword Pavilion possesses some remarkable skill. It is not as rudimentary as one might think. If you continue to cultivate the visualization techniques I have imparted, becoming a practitioner of his caliber is not beyond the realm of possibility. Should you become the bearer of the fire legacy, surpassing him would be well within reach. Alas, your Fushi bloodline is too feeble. I am already quite content to become a practitioner akin to Fang Sword Pavilion," Zhong Yu replied with a smile. The fire spirit shook its head, flickering like a small flame in the breeze, and said, "Is that truly all you aspire to? You underestimate the potential of the visualization techniques I have bestowed upon you. Junior brother Zhang, why do you remain in a daze?" Ting Lanwei and the others hurriedly made their way towards the exit of the demon ruins. Glancing back, they noticed Zhong Yu still gazing into the depths of the battlefield within the ruins, anxiously stamping his feet. The conflict among the Qi refiners is perilous. A moment's carelessness could bring disaster upon us, leading to our untimely demise. We must leave at once. Reluctantly, Zhang Yu withdrew his gaze, intending to follow the others out of the demon ruins. Suddenly, he spotted the colossal corpse of the celestial demoness. A flicker of inspiration crossed his mind as he envisioned a dragon, and with a resonant roar, the dragon totem materialized, opening its maw to grasp the celestial demon's ankle and pulling with all its might. The others stood speechless at this sight. "Sister Ting, brother He, is the corpse of the celestial demoness of any significant value?" Zhong Yu inquired. Qinchuan chuckled helplessly. Junior brother Zhang, are you willing to risk your life? While the corpse of the celestial demoness may hold considerable worth, there is nothing more precious than one's own life. Should the residual forces from a Qi refiner's attack reach us, we would all perish. The weight of this celestial demon's body is immense and difficult to move. He paused, for Zhong Yu's dragon totem was indeed dragging the celestial demoness body with surprising speed. A sense of dread enveloped He Chengchuan as he realized. The mutated celestial demoness bones were composed of pure mysterious gold, far heavier than mysterious iron. The weight of the celestial demon's skeleton alone likely exceeded 10,000 pounds. Coupled with her flesh, the total weight was staggering. How could junior brother Zhong's envisioned dragon manage to pull it? Just how resilient was his spiritual strength? This trial we undertake, fraught with danger, cannot end in vain. Zhongyu exclaimed with a smile. Once we extract this celestial demoness corpse, we shall sell it and share the profits. It is a pity that the other senior brothers and sisters, Ting Luanyue, He Chengchuan, and the others fell silent, their expressions somber. Over 100 disciples had entered the demon ruins under the guidance of Elder Pu, yet only a handful returned alive. The rest had been sacrificed in the blood rituals of the demon clan, perishing upon the altar. Ting Luanyue took a deep breath, channeling her spiritual strength to assist in dragging the celestial demoness corpse towards the exit. In a low voice, she lamented. This calamity can only be attributed to the treachery of the demon clan within the ruins and the negligence of the sword sect's higher-ups in their oversight. There must be nearly 1,000 disciples from the upper academy who perished within the demon ruins, alongside 2 elders from the sword sect. He Chinchuan shook his head repeatedly. Junior brother Zhang speaks the truth. It is likely that some among the sword sect's higher-ups conspired with the demon clan, becoming traitors within our ranks, leading to this catastrophe. Over 1,000 upper academy disciples have fallen. Ting Luanyue asserted with gravity, brothers. Once we have exited the demon ruins, we must refrain from discussing the matter of traitors among the higher-ups, lest we invite peril upon ourselves. Do you understand? There are undoubtedly wise individuals among the sword sect's leaders. Such matters should be handled by them. A chill ran through the hearts of the group, and they nodded in unison. With traitors lurking within the ranks of the higher-ups, Zhang Yu and his companions, as mere upper academy disciples, had already counted themselves fortunate to escape this calamity. Should they recklessly spread tales of treachery, it would undoubtedly incite unfathomable danger. As Zhong Yu prepares to exit the demonic abyss, he casts a glance back and observes the altar before him, where dark energy surges like errant currents, swirling incessantly. Within this tumultuous haze, a figure cloaked in black stands shrouded in the demonic mist, and behind him, the form of the celestial mother of blood mist becomes increasingly corporeal. There looms a colossal spirit of a demon god amidst the sanguine fog, the celestial mother adorned with 8 heads, each representing an elephant, a serpent, a cyclops, and an eagle, among others, while beneath her lies a grotesque spider-like form, its myriad eyes half open, teetering between slumber and wakefulness. The flesh and blood of thousands of disciples, along with the vital essence of 2 elders from the sword sect, coalesces around this demon god spirit, subtly hinting at its impending physical manifestation. Surrounding the altar, countless lesser demons prostrate themselves, fervently beseeching the awakening of the celestial mother. Ah, Fangjianga, your power has indeed grown. A voice jeers from the black mist. Truly, you deserve your rank as the second among the 4 young titans of the sword sect, a prodigy of innate golden essence. Do you truly believe that you can slay the spirit of the celestial mother with merely your own strength? You are not of the demon race. Fangjianga halts, tilting his head. You are one of my kin within the sword sect. Your aura of dark energy and your attire serve only to disguise your true identity. Who are you really? He slowly draws forth his treasured sword, golden light spiraling around the blade, its resonance echoing like rolling thunder. Unperturbed, Fangjianga strides forward. You may choose not to reveal your identity, but worry not. Should we engage in combat, you will be forced to employ your most formidable techniques. And then I shall ascertain who you are. The figure cloaked in black bursts into laughter, suddenly disintegrating into a wisp of black smoke. It won't be so easy to capture me, Fangjianga. The celestial mother stirs. I hope you can survive. Upon the altar, the immense spirit of the demon god gradually opens its myriad eyes, fixing its gaze upon Fangjianga. Livestock, the demon god's spirit intones. Livestock? A fierce wave of murderous intent erupts in Fangjianga's eyes, and in an instant, brilliant sword light floods the expanse, golden sword energy cleaving the heavens, resonating with earth-shattering force as it pierces through the essence of the celestial mother. Did she escape, or has she perished? The spirit of the celestial mother collapses with a thunderous roar, blood cascading like a torrential waterfall. Fang Jiang sheaths his sword and surveys the chaos, noting the countless fallen demons below, while the spirit of the celestial mother has vanished without a trace. Fushan, bear my sword upon your back. Let us return. Fang Jiang commands, casting the sword's radiance onto the aged turtle's shell. The old turtle grunts, shifting towards the exit, and raises its head to say, Jiang. The celestial mother has likely returned to life. A mere soul cannot stir significant upheaval. Such arduous tasks as tracking the celestial mother's spirit are best left to the old bones of the sword sect. Fang Jiang replies nonchalantly. What piques my interest is that traitor. What does he intend by awakening the celestial mother? In the tumultuous realm of Jianmen, the demonic uprising resulted in the brutal sacrifice of over 1,000 disciples from the upper academy, as they were offered as livestock in a blood ritual to awaken the spirit of the celestial matriarch. This heinous act led to the untimely demise of numerous disciples from various sects, many of whom hailed from the 10 great clans of the wilds, including the progeny of clan leaders. The uproar within Jianmen was nothing short of catastrophic, inciting unparalleled wrath among its senior members, marking one of the gravest humiliations in the sect's history. Elders descended from the majestic palaces high upon Jianmen Mountain, venturing into the demonic wasteland to seek out the practitioners of the dark arts and locate the spirit of the celestial matriarch. The incident stirred widespread commotion, and whispers of treachery began to circulate, suggesting that a traitor had emerged within Jianmen, colluding with the demonic forces. After more than 10 days, the situation began to stabilize, and the elders imposed a strict seal on the wasteland, prohibiting any entry. However, these events had little to do with Zhongyu. Elder Pu arrived promptly, encountering Ting Lanyue and others, filled with a bittersweet mix of joy and sorrow, as he had lost a significant number of his disciples, leaving only a handful alive. Ting Lanyue and He Chinchuan approached respectfully, expressing their gratitude. Elder Pu, it is thanks to junior brother Zhang that we managed to escape from that demonic realm. They recounted their harrowing experiences within the wasteland, their words flowing with urgency. Elder Pu, visibly moved, scrutinized Zhongyu from head to toe before nodding slowly. You are Zhongyu of the Zhong clan, are you not? A promising young talent indeed. You have saved my disciples and possess exceptional aptitude. I wish to accept you as my disciple and bestow upon you the true teachings of my Thunderblade technique. Ting Lanyue exchanged meaningful glances with Zhongyu, urging him to accept. After a moment of contemplation, Zhongyu shook his head. Thank you, Elder Pu, but if you were to list me among your disciples, it might provoke the ire of the Tianfeng clan. If you do not mind, I would prefer to attend your lectures regularly. As long as I am not formally recognized as your disciple, I trust this will not lead to enmity with the Tianfeng clan. Initially eager to join the ranks of a distinguished practitioner, his aspirations had shifted, and he found himself relieved at the prospect of remaining without a master. The profound technique passed down to him, the Fire Chronicle of the Palace of Flames, was extraordinarily potent, propelling his cultivation speed to unprecedented heights within mere days. He had progressed through the realms of out-of-body and spirit sacrifice. He pondered that if he were to become a disciple, his technique would inevitably be exposed. Zhongyu contemplated the potential ramifications of such exposure. Should the essence of his technique be unveiled, Jianmen's relentless pursuit of its origins would lead them to the fire. And should the fire erupt in fury, well, perhaps it was for the best. Elder Pu smiled warmly. You have rescued my disciples. I must express my gratitude. You are in need of a soul weapon, I presume? He assessed Zhongyu, noticing the 2 mutated demonic arm bones he carried, resembling elongated scythes, and the corpse of a celestial demon practitioner not far off. You excel in strength, and your mental prowess is commendable among your peers, allowing you to wield 2 soul weapons. I shall forge for you 2 black gold soul weapons from a blend of mysterious iron and gold. In 20 days, come to the scripture pavilion, and you shall behold your soul weapons. Ting Lanyue and He Chengchuan could not help but reveal expressions of envy. For a master of chi refinement like Mr. Pu, crafting a soul weapon is hardly a formidable challenge. Within 2 to 3 days, he could forge a soul weapon. However, Mr. Pu instructed Zhang Yu to retrieve the soul weapons after 20 days, indicating that the 2 soul weapons he intended to create were of exceptional significance. With Xian Tai and Xian Jin, one could already forge high-grade soul weapons, and with Mr. Pu's meticulous craftsmanship, these 2 soul weapons, once completed, would be exceedingly rare within the upper academy. Even the core disciples of prominent families might not possess such treasures. Zhongyu felt a surge of joy in his heart, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. He smiled at Ting Lanwei and said, "Senior sister, since Mr. Pu is using the Xian gene from the body of that demon clan Qi refiner to forge 2 soul weapons for me, I shall relinquish the remaining Xian gene. It should be equally divided among you and the other senior brothers." Ting Lanwei quickly responded, "How could that be? This demon clan Qi refiner was brought back by you, junior brother, so it is only right that you take the lion's share. You should certainly receive an additional portion. To be frank, if the remaining Xian gene were sold by our Ting clan, each of us could receive no less than 800 feather spirit pills." Zhongyu was taken aback. 800 feather spirit pills. The sword sect distributes 10 feather spirit pills to upper academy disciples each month, meaning it would take 6 to 7 years to accumulate such a quantity. Ting Lanwei laughed. "Junior brother, you seem tempted. Once I sell this Xian gene, I shall come find you." As everyone dispersed, Zhongyu made his way to his courtyard and connected with the flame of wisdom within his consciousness, saying, "Flame. The sword sect has likely been established for over 10,000 years. How could the celestial mother of phenomena possibly still be alive? You may not be aware," Flame explained, "that gods and demons differ fundamentally from you mortals. Both human and demon races possess only souls, devoid of spirits. Spirits and souls are 2 distinct entities. Only by becoming a Qi refiner can one hope to unify them. For instance, that little ghost named Mr. Pu has already attained the unity of spirit and soul. With the mountain deity being his spirit, he can refine his soul into a totem for his kin to worship. If this little ghost were to perish, his soul and spirit would remain closely intertwined, and as long as the spirit exists, so too does the soul. The preservation of the spirit is achieved through worship, allowing him to avoid the fate of soul dispersal and retain his essence through the offerings of his kin. In that case, he would become a deity, the mountain deity. Should the worship be sufficiently potent, it could even forge a golden body for his soul, resurrecting him from death, endowing him with immense powers." Zhongyu suddenly understood. The ancestors of the demon clan, the celestial mother of phenomena, was indeed a demon god. Although she had perished, her spirit surely had not been vanquished by the predecessors of the sword sect, but rather lay hidden. If the demon clan of the demon ruins had been secretly worshipping her, then the spirit of the celestial mother of phenomena might very well have survived. Spirits possessed such capabilities? Zhongyu pondered, realizing that Qi refiners unify spirit and soul to safeguard their essence from dispersal after death. His understanding of spirits deepened further as he mused. "I wonder if the Fong Sword Pavilion has slain the spirit of the celestial mother?" "Absolutely not," Flame replied decisively. "Shortly after you departed from the demon ruins, I sensed an ominous presence also leaving, which should be the spirit of the celestial mother." Zhongyu was taken aback, exclaiming, "The celestial mother has departed from the demon abyss? Just moments ago, some elders had entered the abyss to search. How could she possibly escape?" It was evident that one of those elders had facilitated her exit. Xinhua, with an air of casual indifference, remarked, "Outside the demon abyss, without the presence of demonic priests, the celestial mother's spirit cannot survive for long and will soon perish, unless she manages to find a vessel to inhabit. In my opinion, the individual who rescued her has likely already secured a body for her. The celestial mother must have now become one of the disciples of the sword sect. Unrecognizable to anyone, the celestial mother has become one of the sword sect disciples?" Zhongyu suppressed his astonishment, murmuring, "This is quite troublesome." "Xinhua, can you sense whose body she has inhabited?" "She is now concealed within another's body, obscuring my ability to sense her presence," Xinhua chuckled. "If I were to encounter that person, I could indeed detect her, but as of now, I cannot." "How intriguing. A traitor within the sword sect has expended such effort to extricate the celestial mother from the abyss. There must be some ulterior motive at play. How delightful it will be to witness." Meanwhile, within a grand hall resembling a spiritual mushroom, situated on the mountainside of the sword sect, a girl of approximately 13 or 14 years old curiously examined her new form, glancing left and right, before suddenly bursting into laughter. "I never imagined I would end up hiding within the body of livestock. How ironic, don't you think?" A shadowy figure lurking in the darkness responded with a laugh. "Celestial Mother, the human race is but livestock nurtured by our divine kin. Yet you have been subdued by this livestock for so many years. That is the true irony. If it weren't for my guidance of your descendants, enabling them to become Qi refiners, you would still be trapped for an indeterminate time." The celestial mother giggled. "I also did not foresee that I, a deity of the demon race, would be rescued from peril by the very enemy of my race, the divine kin. You have gone to great lengths to free me. What is it that you truly desire?" The voice from the shadows replied, I seek the treasures hidden beneath the Sword Sect's mountain. The Celestial Mother's expression shifted dramatically, her features fluctuating with uncertainty. The treasures beneath the mountain? Who are you, and how do you know of them? Being of the divine race, I am privy to certain secrets, came the reply. Since you are aware, do you comprehend the terror that would be unleashed if those treasures were to emerge? I am well aware. The shadowy figure continued leisurely. I possess the utmost confidence in my ability to control that power. Celestial Mother, my rescue of you was merely a means to an end. Even without your assistance, the Sword Sect will inevitably be mine, and all that lies beneath it shall also belong to me. The Celestial Mother snorted derisively and after a moment's contemplation, replied, I have yet to regain my strength. How can I assist you? I can await your recovery. Celestial Mother, this body belongs to an outer disciple of the Sword Sect. You should first cultivate within the outer sect, becoming a chi refiner. Once you have regained some strength, I will have further use for you. You are the spirit of a demon god. Do not disappoint me. With a cold huff, the Celestial Mother descended the mountain, heading straight for the upper courtyard of the Sword Sect. In the courtyard, Zhang Yu, lacking the feather spirit pill, hesitated to cultivate the Fire Era Palace's Sui Huang visualization technique. Instead, he devoted his practice to the Thunderbolt Sword technique and the Jiao Dragon Totem Wrapping technique. Both disciplines possessed profound intricacies. Each time he contemplated these two methods, he gleaned distinct insights. The Thunderbolt Sword technique served as an offensive approach, while the Jiao Dragon Wrapping technique focused on physical refinement. Now, by merging these two techniques, he transformed the thunder patterns into a Jiao Dragon, unveiling additional marvels in his practice, which immersed Zhong Yu in the joy of cultivation. He discovered that the integration of these techniques accelerated his physical enhancement more rapidly than before. The thunder patterns coalesced into a Jiao Dragon enveloping him, with the thunder refining his body, rendering it more resilient. With a mere thought, his strength surged forth, swift as lightning. This novel method of physical refinement surpassed the mere Jiao Dragon Wrapping technique, facilitating even swifter bodily enhancement. While the other disciples of the Upper Academy held little regard for physical cultivation, he persisted, growing ever stronger. Ziz! Within him, the lightning flickered, the silhouette of the Thunder Jiao Dragon faintly traversing his skin, muscles, bones, and even blood, filling him with an exceptionally potent current that purified his body of impurities. Furthermore, the energy from the thunder subtly permeated his being, nestled within him. After 6 or 7 days of practice, Zhong Yu sensed he had reached a bottleneck in this physical refinement method, the enhancement no longer as pronounced. He mused, it must be that my Jiao Dragon Totem Wrapping technique lacks true transmission, hindering further advancement. With over 10 days remaining until Master Pu crafted the soul weapon, I might as well visit Shui Qing Yin. After all, I promised her I would see her at the Female Academy. Moreover, I wonder if she has ventured into the demon ruins. Zhong Yu exited the courtyard, making his way to the Female Academy, where he noticed several male disciples from the Upper Academy lurking and peering from a distance. Confused, Zhong Yu shook his head and boldly entered the Female Academy. Suddenly, someone had intruded into the Female Academy. The lurking male disciple's eyes nearly bulged with astonishment, exclaiming, "What audacity! This person dares to trespass into the Female Academy. Surely, he would be mercilessly dealt with by those young women," they thought. A stone tablet stood prominently in the corner before the Female Academy, inscribed with the warning, "Male disciples who trespass into the Female Academy shall be dealt with ruthlessly." The Female Academy served as the abode for the female disciples of the Upper Academy, a realm utterly unfamiliar and shrouded in mystery for any male disciple. There have been instances where male disciples entered the Female Academy only to be beaten into amnesia and expelled from the Sword Sect. Such occurrences transpired once or twice each year. Despite the allure many male disciples felt towards the Female Academy, its dangers were well known. Even those with favored female disciples could only wait outside, refraining from entering. "May this brave soul fare well," sneered the male disciples outside. Zhong Yu, having recently become a disciple of the Upper Academy, was unaware of the strict prohibition against male disciples entering the Female Academy, and thus walked in unimpeded. Indeed, the ambience of the Female Academy differed greatly from that of the Male Academy, adorned with picturesque scenery and unparalleled beauty. As he strolled along, he surveyed the enchanting scenery surrounding the women's courtyard. The landscape was adorned with vibrant blossoms, lush mountains, azure waters, and a cerulean sky, creating a harmonious tableau where the lake mirrored the heavens. In the water, small boats floated serenely, while cormorants and mandarin ducks frolicked. The air was filled with the ethereal melodies of a woman's song, lingering delicately in the atmosphere. Zhongyu paused, captivated by the sight of a lady at the bow of a boat, serenely singing. The gentle ripples of the water were interrupted by a few maidens emerging from below, resting at the boat's edge, their fragrant shoulders breaking the surface. Suddenly, one of the women on the boat caught sight of Zhongyu by the lakeside and exclaimed in alarm, "There's a man spying on us while we bathe." The other maidens shrieked and swiftly dove back into the water, splashing waves around them. Zhongyu hurriedly retreated, while the maidens swam to a small island in the lake, quickly donning their garments. With fierce expressions and eyes wide with indignation, they traversed the waves, searching for Zhongyu's whereabouts. However, he moved with great swiftness, and their delay in dressing allowed him to escape. "There's a man who intruded into our courtyard and dared to spy on us while we bathed. Inform the other sisters and find him immediately. How audacious to invade the women's domain and peep at us. Capture him and break his legs." Zhongyu meandered through the courtyard, pondering where Qingyan resided. The expanse of the women's courtyard was vast, and with so many female disciples, locating her proved to be quite a challenge. Perhaps it would be best to inquire someone for directions. "Junior brother Zhong, what brings you here?" A familiar voice suddenly called out, and Zhongyu turned to see Ting Lanwei, adorned in a village maiden's attire and carrying a basket brimming with colorful flowers. Her expression one of surprise. "You are quite bold to venture into the women's courtyard." Ting Lanwei approached briskly, then paused, realization dawning upon her. With a hint of shyness, she asked, "Did you take the risk to come here to find me? I have yet to change my clothes." Zhongyu chuckled, "Sister, you misunderstand. I have an acquaintance here named Shui Qingyan, of the Shui clan from the Weishui tribe. I promised her I would visit, but I had been occupied until today. Are you familiar with her?" So he was not here for me. Ting Lanwei felt a pang of disappointment, but quickly masked it with a smile. "Oh, you seek Shui Qingyan? Is she perhaps your romantic interest?" Before Zhongyu could respond, she seized his arm and began pulling him towards her courtyard. "You are exceedingly daring. If anyone discovers your presence here, you shall regret it. Let us take refuge in my quarters for now. By the way, did anyone see you enter?" Zhongyu hesitated. "I heard someone singing by the lake, and when I saw others bathing, I was noticed and decided to leave." Ting Lanwei shot him a disbelieving look, exclaiming with a mix of laughter and concern, "You are in deep trouble. Among those bathing was my senior sister, Yu Fian, the granddaughter of the Yu clan leader, one of the 10 prominent clans. The Yu clan ranks second among the 10. Sister Yu is recognized as the strongest in the women's courtyard, nearly at the level of a qi refining master, with a fiery temperament. You dare to gaze upon her while she bathed? You are in grave danger. You must hide in my room until the commotion subsides, and I will discreetly escort you out." Zhongyu elucidated, "I did not deliberately intend to observe her bathing. Rather, I was entranced by her melodious singing. The lady in question is no ordinary individual. She hails from the esteemed Taolin clan, ranked third among the 10 prominent clans, known as Tao Dyer, whose voice is exceptionally enchanting. Her father serves as the chief elder of law enforcement at my Jinmen, a man whose perpetually stern demeanor makes him appear as if he bears a grudge against everyone he encounters, akin to a vengeful spirit." Ting Lanwei, with a frown, affixed her upper courtyard token to the door and warned, "If you are discovered, you shall surely face dire consequences. I am off to seek water shimmy, but you too must refrain from engaging in any scandalous behavior within my courtyard." Zhongyu, puzzled, inquired, "What shameful acts could water shimmy and I possibly commit?" Ting Lanwei shot him a sharp glare, her cheeks flushed with indignation. "Regardless, you cannot conduct yourselves inappropriately in my space." Before long, Ting Lanwei returned. But Water Qingyan was not in tow. She shook her head at Zhongyu and remarked, "Your little paramour ascended the mountain a few days ago and was summoned by the alchemist of the Shui Tu clan. Upon her return, she has secluded herself in meditation. When I attempted to visit her, she expressed her unwillingness to see you. Have you had a quarrel?" I noticed her demeanor was rather sour. I casually mentioned your near demise in the demon ruins, and she seemed utterly indifferent. Zhongyu was taken aback, pondering, Water Shimmy has always been gentle. I have never wronged her. Why has she turned so cold? Ting Lanwei continued, Water Shimmy's cultivation has indeed been remarkable. Since her return from the mountain, her progress has been astonishing, surpassing my own, and it is likely that she will soon attain spiritual enlightenment and become an alchemist. Such rapid advancement is truly extraordinary, even outpacing you. Now, whether Yu Fian can maintain her position as senior sister is uncertain. Disheartened, Zhongyu rose to leave. Since Water Shimmy does not wish to see me, I shall take my leave. No, Ting Lanwei exclaimed hastily. If you depart now, you will undoubtedly be caught. If anyone sees you leaving my room, I shall be utterly humiliated. Wait until nightfall, and I will secretly escort you out. Zhong Yu nodded, and the pair fell into a contemplative silence. Ting Lanwei found herself somewhat uneasy in his presence, stealing glances at him. Zhong Yu was not the archetypal handsome man, rather. He possessed a rugged charm, with thick brows and large eyes, a physique that was both muscular and robust, and a stature that towered over the average youth. Though Ting Lanwei herself was tall among women, standing before him made her feel diminutive. Upon closer inspection, Zhong Shidi was, in fact, more pleasing to the eye than many of the conventionally handsome disciples. Ting Lanwei's cheeks flushed, and she mused to herself. As night descended and more than an hour passed, Ting Lanwei stealthily led Zhong Yu outside toward the women's courtyard. Her heart racing with trepidation, to be clandestinely escorting a young man out of the women's quarters could ruin her reputation. And Zhong Shidi would undoubtedly be perceived as her little lover. Anxious yet relieved that the hour was late and no other female disciples were present, they suddenly passed by a courtyard when Zhong Yu's inner consciousness resonated, proclaiming, Young Yu, I sense the presence of the Tianxiang matriarch nearby, extraordinarily close. Tianxiang matriarch? Zhong Yu's heart raced. Could it be that the Tianxiang matriarch has taken refuge within the Jianmen's upper courtyard? The spirit of the demon god is most likely parasitic within a certain female disciple, residing in this very courtyard. A flickering flame remarked, her aura is exceedingly faint, concealed within the woman's body, only occasionally revealing a trace of imperceptible energy. She must have only recently acquired this corporeal form and has yet to fully integrate with it. Once she achieves complete fusion, sensing her presence will become exceedingly difficult. Zhong Yu gazed at the courtyard, while Ting Lanwei, astonished, chuckled. Indeed, junior brother Zhong, you possess a heart attuned to the sentiments of lovers. You have discerned that this is the residence of our junior sister Shui Qingyan. Alas, your little beloved is unwilling to meet you. Let us depart to avoid detection, otherwise, I shall bear the brunt of the blame for junior sister Shui. Zhong Yu's mind was a tumult, as he followed her unevenly forward. After a moment, they finally exited the female courtyard. The thought that junior sister Shui had been parasitized by the celestial mother left him in a state of shock. The girl who always called him brother Yu was now under the influence of the celestial mother, a reality he found hard to accept. After a brief interval, Zhong Yu regained his composure and asked, Xinhua, if she is possessed by the spirit of the demon god, does that mean junior sister Shui remains the same? The spirit of the demon god is immensely powerful. The soul of an ordinary person would perish under its oppression. The young flame replied nonchalantly. Even a chi refinement practitioner may not endure it. If the spirit of the demon god takes hold, the soul is undoubtedly doomed, leaving only the body to exist. Seeing him lost in despair, Ting Lanwei shook her head and cautioned, Junior brother, you are still young. If you become infatuated with beauty, it may hinder your cultivation progress. Ha ha ha, Sister Ting, so you are aware that becoming enamored can impede cultivation. Suddenly, a cold laugh echoed from the small grove outside the courtyard. Several women emerged from the thicket, blocking their path. The leader among them was Yu Fian, the eldest sister of the female courtyard, who scrutinized Zhong Yu with disdain and sneered, You have concealed a man in your home, engaging in illicit pleasures until now. What explanation do you offer? Ting Lanwei realized the gravity of the situation and quickly interjected, Sister Yu, you misunderstand. Another woman retorted with a sneer, Misunderstand? If that were the case, would you have hidden your little man in your room for so long? During this time, what good deeds have you engaged in that I need to elucidate? However, the rules of the female courtyard cannot be altered. Otherwise, if you hide a man, I shall hide one too, and chaos will ensue. Today, your little lover must lose a leg, and it is up to you, Sister Ting, to choose which one among the three. In a panic, Ting Lanwei turned to Zhong Yu and whispered urgently, Junior brother, you must leave. Suddenly, a piercing sound erupted as totem pillars manifested, radiating blinding light. Yu Fian, Tao Dyer, and several others had already set a formation with the totem pillars, effectively suppressing the two of them. Ting Lanwei felt her body rendered immobile, her heart racing with anxiety. Abruptly, one of the totem pillars trembled, soaring into the air before exploding with a thunderous bang. Zhong Yu stepped forward, his muscles trembling as the pressure from the totem pillars met with the force of his body, causing the pillars to rise uncontrollably and explode with resounding bangs. Yu Fian shouted fiercely and soared into the air, suddenly envisioning a great fish and a magnificent bird, as her spiritual energy surged forth, both rushing towards Zhongyu. In the darkness, the two figures clashed, and a flash of lightning illuminated the shadows, revealing a fearsome dragon radiating with thunder, colliding with the fish and bird in midair. A dragon's roar echoed, and Yufian let out a muffled groan as she landed, looking up to find that the vicious dragon had vanished. And Zhongyu too had disappeared into the abyss. Ting Lanyue's heart skipped a beat. The esteemed Yu Shiji of the Female Academy could not stop him? Yufian snorted coldly and stepped forward, only to see that Zhongyu had already vanished into the darkness. To pursue him further would likely lead her into the Male Academy, so she halted, turned back, and said lightly, "He possesses some skill." Beside her, Tao Dairu exclaimed in indignation, "Ting Shimi, how could you bring a man in here? And your little man is a lecher, peeping at us while we bathe." Ting Lanyue quickly replied, "Junior brother Zhong has only recently entered the upper academy and is unaware of its rules. He did not intend to spy on you, Tao Shiji. Please do not inform your father. Thanks to junior brother Zhong, we were able to escape from the demon ruins last time. He accidentally wandered into the Female Academy, and I must protect him from being harmed by you all." Tao Dairu chuckled, "Look how flustered you are. Do not worry. I did not bathe in front of him, so I won't tell my father. Only those who were exposed would be enraged." Ting Lanwei smiled softly, glancing secretly at Yufian. Yufian's expression was icy as she coldly said, "Shimi, summon your man once more, and I shall not hold him accountable for witnessing me bathe." Ting Lanyue was exasperated, knowing that Yufian's competitive spirit was roused because she failed to retain Zhongyu. After all, it was the first time the senior sister of the Female Academy had not gained an advantage over a male disciple. How could her pride allow her to easily swallow this defeat? She blinked, contemplating. Junior brother Zheng's skills have become increasingly remarkable, advancing at an astonishing rate, almost on par with Shui Qingyan's progress. They seem well suited for each other. No wonder they share an attraction. However, why did Shui Shimi have a quarrel with him? Moreover, Zhongyu appeared rather upset when he left. In the darkness, Zhongyu walked briskly through the dense forest, his consciousness ablaze with tumultuous waves. The tragedy that befell Shui Qingyan still haunted his heart, preventing his mind from finding peace. "Xinhua, are you planning to inform the Qi refiners of the sword sect about this matter?" The young spirit of Xinhua stood amidst the chaos of his consciousness, shaking its head. "The crux of the matter is, why should others believe you? What is your status? Merely a minor disciple of the outer sect's upper academy who would trust you. Moreover, uttering such words would only hasten your demise." Zhongyu felt a chill in his heart and suddenly realized, "You speak the truth. I have not considered this thoroughly." The emergence of the Celestial Mother from the abyss indicates the presence of a traitor within the upper echelons of the Sword Gate. Sister Ting mentioned that Sister Shui was summoned by a practitioner from the Shui Tu clan, casting considerable suspicion upon them. The Shui Tu clan ranks among the 10 great clans of the vast wilderness, and should they conspire with the Celestial Mother, not only would my words fall on deaf ears, but it would also be exceedingly simple for the Shui Tu clan to eliminate me. Upon uttering these words, the tumultuous waves of the sea gradually began to calm, settling into a serene stillness. "Splendid, although your mind was briefly disturbed. Your swift return to clarity surpasses that of countless ordinary individuals." Xinhou expressed approval. "However, I still sense your murderous intent. Are you preparing to eliminate the Celestial Mother?" Zhongyu nodded slowly, his thoughts drifting to the girl who always called him brother Yu. A wave of melancholy washed over him. Shui Qingyan still existed, but that girl was no longer the same as before. "If I can vanquish the Celestial Mother, I shall avenge Sister Shui, making our acquaintance worthwhile." "Then you must exert yourself," Xinhou continued. "Though the Celestial Mother is but a provincial demon god, she is not to be underestimated. Her soul endures, and upon her parasitism, she possesses an innate spirit. Even with 100 versions of your current self, you would not stand a chance against her." Xinhou, the young spirit, added, "The reason she has yet to become a practitioner lies in her lack of compatibility with this body. Once she merges with it, her ascendance to practitioner status will be a natural progression. As for you, your soul is still too feeble, vastly inferior to that of the demon god. Even achieving spiritual unity would still leave you at a disadvantage. Xinhou, you must know how I can surpass the Celestial Mother?" Zhongyu's heart stirred, and he inquired eagerly. "Indeed, the Celestial Mother is merely a provincial demon god. When you possess sufficient strength to become a practitioner, I shall reveal the means to you," Xinhou stated solemnly. "However, you too are provincial, a member of the Fuxi divine lineage. Thus, you must not only strive 100-fold harder, but also lay a more solid foundation than anyone else." I possess a training method that will allow you to cultivate with remarkable efficiency, solidifying your foundation immensely. The question remains whether you can endure the hardship. With a yawn, Shinho remarked, I have been awake for too long. I require a rest. Awaken me when your feather spirit elixir is in hand, and I shall guide you in your cultivation. His form slowly transformed into a pure flame, becoming silent. Is Shinho not returning to that copper lamp to rest this time? Zhongyu pondered, noticing the small flame floating quietly above his sea of consciousness, remaining present. Unlike the last time when Shinho had slumbered upon that dilapidated lamp, when will I become a practitioner, venture beyond the vast wilderness, and accompany Shinho in search of the pure-blooded inheritors of the fire legacy? Zhongyu closed his eyes, envisioning the totem of the dragon entwined around his body. As the thunder rumbled deeply, transforming into a lightning dragon that coiled around him, the sword gate now faintly revealed signs of turmoil, evoking a sense of impending storm. As if a monstrous creature lurked in the shadows, awaiting its prey. Beneath the sword gate, darkness had fully enveloped the surroundings. However, the golden pinnacle of the sword gate still radiated brilliance, illuminated by the dying rays of the setting sun. After a brief moment, the sun's glow gradually faded, and the golden summit was also shrouded in obscurity. This sacred land of the great wilderness was entirely cloaked in darkness. 2 days later, Ting Lanyue hurriedly arrived at the male courtyard, calling out for Zhongyu at the entrance, which drew a crowd of male disciples who looked on with envy. Male disciples were strictly prohibited from entering the female courtyard, yet female disciples could freely visit the male courtyard, often seeking their beloved. Zhong Shidi. Here are 920 feather spirit pills. Inviting her in, Zhongyu watched as Ting Lanwei produced 10 jade vials. Smiling as she spoke. Each vial contains 100, and this small bottle holds 20. You, I, and brother he. Each shall divide the 920 feather spirit pills, sufficient for prolonged cultivation. Zhongyu could not help but feel elated, hurriedly expressing his gratitude, thinking, at last, I can continue my training with the Huojijiang Sui Wang visualization. As Ting Lanwei departed, she suddenly recalled something. Oh no, I forgot to inform Zhong Shidi that Sister Yu and Sister Tao are looking for him, advising him not to venture out. Sister Yu and the others plan to find Zhong Shidi to see whose skills are superior. If I were to tell Zhong Shidi this, he would undoubtedly inquire how they knew he was the one from that night. Then he would realize that I had betrayed him. With a blink, Ting Lanyue hastened away, muttering, it has nothing to do with me, nothing to do with me. In the courtyard, Zhongyu focused on his consciousness, awakening the spark of fire. To establish a foundation stronger than others, one first requires a robust physique, second, a formidable soul, and third, an indomitable mental strength. The spark of fire child spoke eloquently, stating, by practicing the Huojijiang Sui Huang visualization, you can strengthen your soul and enhance your mental prowess. Meanwhile, cultivating the dragon totem technique will fortify your physique. However, these merely elevate you. They do not render your body, soul, and spirit ferocious. To become truly formidable, one must possess explosive power, envisioning the Huojijiang Sui Huang while unleashing that power. This courtyard is too small to withstand such tumult. Step outside, to the cliff's edge, and I shall instruct you on how to unleash your body, soul, and mental strength without reservation. Zhongyu exited the courtyard, making his way toward the drinking horse platform of the upper sword gate. The platform was a sheer precipice, before which lay a lake where various exotic beasts quenched their thirst. Peering down, Zhongyu felt a wave of dizziness. The cliff was exceedingly steep, as if cleaved by the axe of a colossal giant. The gorge below was estimated to be 1,000 feet deep, with clouds drifting faintly visible. Good. This is quite splendid, the spark of fire child remarked. To forge a formidable physique, soul, and spirit, you must follow my instructions. Now, consume 3 feather spirit pills. Zhongyu, heeding the command, swallowed 3 feather spirit pills and instantly felt an overwhelming surge of medicinal power coursing through his body, soul, and spirit, igniting a feverish intensity. The potency of a single feather spirit pill was already formidable. How much more so when taken in 3s? Excess can be detrimental. If he fails to digest the power of all 3, it could impose a tremendous burden on his body, soul, and spirit, causing his cultivation to regress rather than advance, and potentially leaving him with hidden ailments. Now, lead. Xinhua's voice was icy and unyielding. What? Zhongyu exclaimed in disbelief. Jump. Xinhua's tone was devoid of emotion, chillingly commanding. Upon descending, immediately visualize the Fire Chronicle Palace's Sun Emperor. In this realm of life and death lies both great terror and great potential for explosion. I require you to unleash your latent power in that fleeting moment. When I give the signal, you must exert every ounce of your physical, mental, and spiritual strength to prevent your demise. Cold sweat poured down Zhong Yu's forehead as he glanced downwards. Xinhua sneered, "What? Are you afraid? It is true. You are not a pure blood of the Fuxi divine clan. My decision not to choose you as the inheritor of the Xinhua legacy is indeed justified. How could you hope to conquer the celestial matriarch?" With a determined resolve, Zhong Yu leaped from the drinking horse platform. His body spiraled out of control, plummeting towards the cliff's edge with increasing velocity, the wind howling ominously around him. In that instant, an overwhelming dread surged forth, engulfing his mind. His consciousness trembled as he descended the precipice. At that moment, his mind sea contorted, and the waters of his spirit transformed into terrifying demons, assailing his soul and rendering him distraught. Inner demons. The profound fear between life and death manifests as inner demons within the mind's sea, tormenting the self, transforming dread into overwhelming terror. Visualize immediately, Xinhua commanded, his voice reverberating powerfully. Zhong Yu clenched his teeth, drawing blood from his gums, striving to stabilize his spirit and soul, suppressing the tremors of his body as he began to visualize. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed in his ears, and then silence enveloped him. All sensation faded away, leaving only the magnificent figure of the Sun Emperor standing tall in his mind's sea. He focused solely on the Sun Emperor, channeling every ounce of his being to perfect the image. As the majestic celestial sovereign emerged, all inner demons within the mind's sea dissolved like snow under the sun. In that moment, Zhong Yu perceived nothing. All his senses were closed off, even the pores of his skin tightly sealed, preventing any leakage of spirit or energy, while his soul remained more stable than ever before. The inner demons born from his leap were entirely refined, ushering him into an unprecedented state of transcendence. Time seemed to freeze, elongating into an eternity, as if the world itself had become timeless. This was the profound tranquility that followed the great terror and fear between life and death, an unparalleled concentration of mental power, an extraordinary response beyond limits. This so-called extreme response manifested as every organ, every subtle nuance of spirit and soul operated at an extraordinary frequency, creating a wondrous sensation. Imagine, for a moment, if your perception of an object's velocity were tenfold that of an ordinary person, you would witness moving objects appearing to languish at a tenth of their usual speed. Now, envision a moment when your thoughts race at 10 times the normal pace. You would feel time itself stretching and slowing. If your body, spirit, and soul were to enter a state of extreme responsiveness, your physical strength could surpass any ordinary limits. And if your mind were to be unleashed, it would exhibit an unprecedented potency. In the realm of cultivation, the speed of your progress would be astonishingly rapid. Zhong Yu's body continuously absorbed the potency from the 3 feather spirit pills, transforming this essence into spiritual energy, nourishing his soul, and enabling his soul's manifestation, the Flame Emperor, to grow taller and more magnificent. The rate at which he absorbed this essence and converted it into cultivation was beyond anything he had ever dared to imagine. Now, it had become his reality. As he leaped from the cliff, he lost all sense of time. In this state of heightened responsiveness, his reactions were extraordinarily swift, rendering time almost irrelevant. After an indeterminate duration, the sound of crackling flames echoed. An explosion. Zhong Yu awakened, his eyes wide open, the peak of his responsiveness beginning to fade. He realized he was plummeting at an unimaginable speed, nearing the cliff's base. At such velocity, even with wings, he would surely meet a catastrophic end. In that fleeting moment when he opened his eyes, he found himself above the treetops at the cliff's foot. Towering pines loomed around him, reaching heights of over 10 zhang. The distance of more than 10 zhang would vanish in an instant. He feared that before he could blink, he would crash to the ground, his body reduced to mere fragments. The crackling flames conveyed a sense of urgency, urging him, quickly, unleash the power contained within your physical strength, mind, and soul in a moment of fierce eruption, or you will undoubtedly perish. Coiling dragon! Zhong Yu bellowed, and a piercing sound erupted as thunder roared around him. In an instant, a dragon formed from thunder coiled around him, fierce and menacing. Visualize the Flame Emperor. Command the thunder. His voice intertwined with the dragon's roar and the crack of thunder. The coiling dragon transformed as his soul transcended, morphing into a 100 zhang tall Flame Emperor, amplifying the dragon's might. At that moment, the forest at the cliff's base was engulfed in flashes of lightning. Trees fell with a thunderous crash, as if a tempestuous dragon, entwined with lightning, rampaged through the woods. Wherever the dragon passed, the mountains trembled and the forest lay prostrate. With a resounding crash, Zhongyu, encircled by the dragon and commanding the thunder, shifted 100 zhang in an instant and crashed to the ground. Mud and rocks flew in all directions, creating a massive crater. Zhongyu knelt on one knee, hands pressed to the earth, as crackling thunder surged from his body, penetrating the ground and scorching the earth black. He had survived. As Zhongyu rose, a sudden dizziness overwhelmed him. Every limb ached fiercely, his mental energy oscillated as if it sought to tear him apart. And his soul seemed on the verge of bursting. His body swayed uncontrollably, threatening to plunge him into unconsciousness. Within him, the potency of 3 feather spirit pills had been entirely consumed in this fleeting moment. He felt a profound emptiness, as his exuberant spirit and soul siphoned energy from his body. In this final burst, he unleashed nearly all of his physical capabilities, mental acuity, and spiritual force. He promptly ingested 3 more feather spirit pills. The voice of the flame of life echoed. Your current exhilaration is unprecedented, placing an unbearable strain on your body. It is imperative to replenish your energy with feather spirit pills. Otherwise, your body shall be drained in an instant, leading to your demise. Zhongyu swiftly retrieved 3 feather spirit pills and swallowed them. He had heard of similar situations from the tribespeople, women carrying their children, facing collapsing homes during earthquakes, would often lift heavy beams weighing 1,000 pounds to save their offspring. The children emerged unscathed, yet the women, after performing such extraordinary feats, would perish soon after, their bodies bearing no wounds. This was likely due to the primal instinct of motherhood triggering an extreme response, resulting in exhaustion without the restorative aid of feather spirit pills. His condition mirrored this, but fortunately he had an ample supply of feather spirit pills to replenish his energy. As the pills entered his system, he instantly felt their abundant energy rapidly restoring his physical strength and invigorating his spirit and soul. His consciousness expanded wildly, growing at an astonishing rate. By the time the effects of these 3 pills diminished, his awareness had burgeoned to encompass 100 acres, and his mental prowess had nearly doubled. How could such a transformation occur in such a brief span? Zhongyu was astonished. Since his leap from the cliff, he had only taken a short while, consuming 6 feather spirit pills, while his mental capacity had nearly doubled. At this rate of consumption, even 900 pills would sustain him for merely a month. Initially, he had considered 900 feather spirit pills an immense fortune, but now he realized he had been rather naive. Under the brutal training method of the flame of life, even a greater quantity of pills might prove insufficient. Now, he needed to climb back up the cliff and leap once more. The flame of life spoke solemnly. Your body remains intact, surprisingly unscathed. Therefore, this time you must consume 6 feather spirit pills. Moreover, you will carry a large stone while leaping from the cliff. Yes, this very stone. You shall ascend the cliff with it upon your back, and then leap down. Zhongyu stared blankly at the boulder before him, which weighed no less than 1,000 pounds and was larger than himself. The thought of carrying it while leaping from the cliff, let alone scaling the steep, wall-like precipice, seemed insurmountable. Youth, leaping from the cliff is intended to enhance your explosive power, while ascending the cliff cultivates your control. With the boulder on your back, envision a dragon, its claws gripping the cliff as you ascend. Mastering the coordination of the dragon's strength with your own is essential for mastering every ounce of your power. Zhongyu nodded, and with a surge of mental focus, he transformed his essence into a dragon, his visualization of the creature far swifter and his reflexes sharper than before. The dragon entwined around his body as Zhongyu carried the massive stone to the base of the cliff. He gazed upward, where clouds enveloped the heights, obscuring the summit. With a sharp crack, the dragon's claws gripped the rocky wall, exerting just enough force to shatter the stone. Zhongyu frowned slightly. Indeed, as Xinhua had noted, his control was lacking, and he felt a disconnect within himself. Only when envisioning the dragon could he command its strength with precision, directing its power wherever and however he wished, which would signify true mastery over his own abilities. He calmed his mind, keenly sensing and reflecting upon the flow of power while the dragon coiled around him. After a considerable time, Zhongyu resumed his ascent, shouldering the heavy stone and envisioning the dragon as he climbed toward the summit. The dragon wrapped around him, its claws gripping the cliff face as he ascended step by step under his command. The climb was fraught with peril. A moment's negligence could lead to disaster, and Zhongyu faced several close calls, nearly tumbling down the mountainside. Fortunately, 3 of the dragon's claws remained anchored to the cliff, preventing his fall, though the experience was harrowing. As he continued to climb, his control over the envisioned dragon grew increasingly adept, and his mastery of power became more refined, leading to fewer dangers and bringing him closer to the summit. At the top of the cliff, the drinking horse platform was alive with the cries of wild beasts as they gathered at the lakeside to drink. There, a girl in red, with her sleeves rolled up, dipped her feet into the water, causing splashes of crystalline droplets to dance around her. Tao Tao, do you think Zhongyu has arrived here? Asked a girl in black, stepping lightly across the water's surface. Where is he? The girl in red smiled brightly, exuding warmth. I saw him ascend the drinking horse platform, but I couldn't tell where he went. It's strange. The platform isn't large. Where could he possibly hide? The girl in black halted, her brow furrowing slightly. Beneath her feet, the water surged, revealing the back of a massive fish, its length approximately 4 to 5 zhang, a manifestation of spiritual energy. Zhongyu from the male courtyard has withstood my dual attack of fish and wild geese. He is indeed a worthy opponent. However, the girl in black remarked coolly. Yet he lacks courage, hiding away without a trace of manliness. How contemptible. Tao Tao, since he dares not show himself, let us depart. Before she could finish, her gaze was drawn to the cliff edge where a fierce dragon had emerged. The dragon's claws gripped the ledge as Zhongyu, enveloped by the dragon, ascended to the drinking horse platform, burdened by the immense stone. He set it down beside him, panting heavily. The two girls turned to him, observing the youth with his bare torso, glistening with sweat that trickled along the taut lines of his muscular skin. Though resting, he radiated a wild energy. Oh, the main character has arrived. Senior sister, am I no longer of concern? The girl in red chimed, her laughter like silver bells. Zhongyu turned at the sound, recognizing the two girls and pausing momentarily. They seemed somewhat familiar. The girl in red giggled, junior brother Zhong. Back then, I was singing on the little boat. It wasn't he as if you caught me bathing. Is Tao Tao implying that you were seen bathing by him? The girl in black, her demeanor displeased, remarked. He has seen nothing more than my shoulder. He has not glimpsed any other aspect. Zhongyu's expression darkened, a sense of foreboding washing over him. It must be Yufian and Tao Dyer from the female academy. How could they know I am the one from that night? Surely, it must be that senior sister Ting has betrayed me. Young Yu, allow me to impart some wisdom on how to deal with vengeful maidens. A flicker of excitement emanated from the essence within his mind. To push the maiden down and maid is the swiftest and most effective resolution to such matters. Thereafter, she will not seek to strike or harm you, but rather will be tender and compliant. Xinghua, is this truly how the bearers of the legacy handled such situations in the past? I am quite curious to learn how they met their demise. Disregarding the ill-conceived suggestion from the flickering flame, Zhongyu cleared his throat and addressed the two maidens, Senior Sister Yu, Senior Sister Tao. What transpired that day was merely a misunderstanding, and I owe you both an apology. There is no need for apologies, Junior Brother Zhong. The girl in black, Yufian, replied with a serene countenance, shaking her head. The fact that you intruded upon our academy that evening is already considered resolved. However, as you escaped under the cover of darkness, we did not settle the matter then. Today, I have come to seek resolution. Junior Brother Zhong, let us proceed. Zhongyu shook his head, stating, with no grievances between us, why must we resort to violence? I implore you to forgive me. I must continue my cultivation and cannot accompany you further. Rising to his feet, he retrieved 6 spirit feather pills and consumed them, preparing to resume his training. Beneath Yufian's feet, a massive fish surged through the lake's surface, creating tumultuous waves. The fish's enormous head, resembling that of a dragon, emerged from the water, revealing itself as a formidable fish dragon. Her cultivation of the dual flying fish had indeed resulted in the manifestation of a fish dragon, the sovereign of the waters. That night, in the depths of darkness, Zhongyu had caught only a fleeting glimpse of this creature. Now, he beheld its true form, undeniably fearsome. Yufian had evidently inherited the genuine teachings of the fish dragon totem, her mental prowess sufficiently potent, as the fish dragon appeared remarkably lifelike, measuring 7 zhang in length, with flesh, blood, and bone. The dragon's maw was menacing, exuding a fierce vigor as it glided through the water. This was far beyond the imagined dragon totem Zhongyu had envisioned, which consisted merely of skin, devoid of flesh and bone. Her mastery was on a far more profound level. It seemed she must have encountered a true fish dragon, allowing her to cultivate the totem to such an extent, Zhongyu mused. What he did not realize was that Yufian's ability to refine the fish dragon totem so adeptly was tied to her lineage. The Yu clan, named for the phonetic similarity between Yu and fish, revered the fish dragon as their ancestral totem. The Yu clan's history stretches back millennia, with practitioners of qi refinement emerging over 10,000 years ago, bequeathing the fish dragon totem to posterity. through countless generations of rituals conducted by this illustrious clan. The fish dragon totem had evolved to embody the essence of a true fish dragon, possessing vast powers to protect the Yu clan. As the granddaughter of the Yu clan's patriarch, it was no challenge for Yufian to achieve mastery over the fish dragon totem. Truly, she was the esteemed senior sister of the female academy. That night, when they clashed, she had not fully unleashed her strength, likely intending only to incapacitate me rather than to take my life. Zhong Yu sensed a fierce, killing intent rushing towards him, and a thought flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning. That previous confrontation had revealed his strength to her. Thus this time she unleashed the full power of the fish dragon totem, unburdened by concerns that he would be unable to withstand it. However, she had only utilized the fish dragon totem, while the fish and wild goose soaring represents a fusion of two totems, indicating that she had yet to reveal her complete prowess. Yufian, brimming with murderous intent, summoned a tempest that surged forth from the fish dragon, raising a towering wave over 10 feet high, crashing down towards the cliff where Zhong Yu stood. Junior brother Zhong, I am not here to seek your approval. I am here to engage in a genuine contest with you. You must fight, whether you wish to or not. This woman struck decisively and fiercely, leaving him no avenue for retreat. Sister, you had evidently mastered the art of combining two distinct totemic attack methods into one, truly embodying the essence of both totems. No wonder she was the esteemed senior sister of the academy. Zhong Yu smiled faintly, shouldering a boulder of immense weight before leaping from the cliff, contemplating. She may possess greater knowledge and skill than I, yet in terms of mental fortitude and spiritual essence, she falls short. The outcome of our battle remains uncertain. Although I am not afraid of her, there is no merit in contesting with her. Tao Dai gasped and quickly jumped up, stamping her feet, exclaiming, Sister, you will kill him. Yufian's expression changed dramatically as she heard the splash of the fish dragon leaping from the lake beneath her, plunging off the cliff. Tao Dai stomped her feet and leaped after them, saying, Why did you jump too? If you both perish below, people will say this young couple committed suicide for love. Oh no, why did I jump as well? If 3 of us die, 1 man and 2 women, what will others say? Sister, save me. The 3 plummeted from the cliff. However, Zhong Yu, burdened by the heavy stone, descended faster, with Yufian trailing behind, the distance between them widening. While Tao Dai flailed about as if trying to swim through the air, exerting herself to rise from below, though to no avail, following the 2 downwards. At the moment Zhong Yu leapt from the cliff, he glanced up in surprise to see the 2 maidens had also leaped down. Confusion washed over him. Was Sister Yu descending to save him or to harm him? If her intention was to end his life, she could simply allow him to fall to his demise. Why pursue him? This woman's heart, it seemed, was not entirely wicked. Despite being the granddaughter of the Yu clan leader, ranked second among the 10 great clans, she did not abandon him to danger. And then there was Sister Tao Dai, who had also pursued them. It appeared they both possessed means to descend without succumbing to death, likely having cultivated techniques that allowed for flight. Yet, they were unaware that he was not seeking death but rather engaging in cultivation. He was immediately enveloped in contemplation, once more entering the profound realm between life and death, honing his reflexes, envisioning the Sun Emperor, this time burdened by the heavy stone. Any misstep would lead to his demise, leaving no room for negligence. Despite Yufian and Tao Dai pursuing him from the cliff, he could not allow himself to be distracted. His vision of the Sun Emperor grew clearer. The dragon scales, whiskers, and eyes of the Sun Emperor became increasingly distinct, revealing more intricate details. As the details became increasingly intricate, Zhong Yu suddenly felt the consumption of his mental energy intensify, akin to bearing the weight of 1,000 pounds, causing him to plummet with greater velocity and a more pronounced sense of mortality, engendering an overwhelming urgency. The fierce instinct for survival ignited all his latent potential, urging his body, spirit, and soul to marshal every ounce of energy to elevate himself. The terrifying specter of life and death birthed profound fear and inner demons. Yet, upon the appearance of the Fire Sovereign, all these mental afflictions were instantly refined, rendering his mental strength more pure and resilient, facilitating a smoother visualization process. Meanwhile, above, Tao Dai danced exuberantly, her cries echoing, while Yufian remained oblivious. Suddenly, a surge of mental energy manifested at her brow as she envisioned a great bird. To her astonishment, 2 wings, spanning over 16 or 17 feet, materialized beneath her arms. With a powerful flap, Yufian's speed dramatically increased, rapidly closing the distance to Zhong Yu. They descended like meteors along the mountainside, and as Yufian pursued, the ground loomed larger, the trees and rocks becoming increasingly distinct, igniting a sense of alarm within her. Their pace was perilously swift, and the ground approached with alarming proximity. Even with the mastery of the dual-winged flight, she feared that such a fall could prove fatal. Panic surged as cold sweat beaded on Yufian's forehead, her thoughts spiraling. I am moving too fast. There is no time. In Zhong Yu's consciousness, the flame of awareness erupted, rousing him from his visualization. His eyes opened, and a terrifying yet resilient mental force erupted forth, coalescing into a dragon that entwined around him, accompanied by the roar of thunder and rolling lightning, akin to a golden dragon soaring through the skies. The weighty stone upon his back was swept away by the dragon's lightning, shattering into fragments. Just as Zhong Yu prepared to command the thunderous skies, he witnessed Yufian's wings unfurling dramatically. Suddenly, a cacophony echoed as the wings formed from her mental energy were obliterated by an oncoming tempest. The girl in black was overtaken by an overwhelming dread, plummeting headfirst into the forest, fearing that in the next moment, she would become a mere puddle of flesh. Logically, at the moment her wings were destroyed by the fierce wind, she had the opportunity to visualize and conjure another pair of wings from her mental energy to counteract her descent. However, Yufian seemed paralyzed. As if enchanted by the profound fear of life and death, her consciousness overwhelmed by the terror that had taken hold of her mind. Zhong Yu, having experienced a similar terror of life and death, immediately discerned her plight. Her consciousness was inundated with inner demons, rendering her incapable of responding. He roared. As the dragon entwined around him surged forth towards Yufian, startling the flame of awareness, who exclaimed, "Are you mad? Do you wish to throw your life away?" As the lightning erupted around Zhong Yu, a second dragon began to take form. He divided his focus, visualizing the fire sovereign while simultaneously conjuring two dragons, one to rescue Yufian and the other for his own salvation. This was indeed the first time he had employed such a technique, one that had never been taught to him by the fire of inheritance. Yet, in the face of dire peril, he instinctively unleashed it, whether by waving his hand to save another or envisioning his own salvation. Both actions flowed as effortlessly as water. He beheld the thunder dragon descending, having recently coalesced from his mental energy, which rendered it somewhat sluggish. He had already plunged into the forest, perilously close to the ground. At this rate of descent, even should he summon every ounce of his strength, escape from death would be nearly impossible. With unparalleled composure, he deftly maneuvered the thunder dragon, which twisted and turned, aggressively colliding with towering trees to dissipate the force of his fall. The resounding crashes echoed as each giant tree shattered upon impact, a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Ultimately, both he and the thunder dragon came to rest after skidding for several dozens of yards across the mountainous terrain. Dizzy and disoriented, he felt an unprecedented emptiness within his body and hastily consumed 6 spirit feather pills. Glancing back, he noticed the deep trail he had carved through the forest. Though not a straight line, it meandered and twisted, reminiscent of the path left by a soaring dragon. This was the technique he had just comprehended, the mark of the dragon's journey. To his astonishment, he had indeed achieved it. The fire of inheritance, still shaken, could not help but exhale in relief, pondering that perhaps this young man might truly rival the inheritors of the fire. At the very moment when Zhong Yu plummeted to the ground, a second dragon, born from the essence of his spirit, had already arrived beside Yufian, swiftly ensnaring the maiden and unleashing the power to command thunder, crashing into one tree after another, barely managing to descend. Yet, Yufian, lost in her thoughts and under the control of her inner demons, still tumbled several times upon landing before coming to a halt. Fortunately, despite not having intentionally trained her body, her physique was far superior to that of an ordinary person, and she suffered no injuries, save for a few bruises marring her fair skin. The girl remained shaken, her eyes filled with fear, the inner demons still lingering. "Sister, help me." The sound of Tao Daio's frantic cries echoed from above. Zhong Yu looked up to see the girl in red flailing as she descended from the air, albeit at a leisurely pace. This visualization technique is quite peculiar, focusing on the essence of clouds. Upon closer inspection, Zhong Yu noticed the swirling clouds enveloping Tao Daio, slowing her descent. He pondered, old Master Pu once mentioned that clouds possess spirits. When worshipped, they do not dissipate, and over time, they acquire sentience. Sister Tao might be following the path of cloud spirits. The essence of cloud spirits is ethereal, formless, and variable. They can transform into wind, rain, thunder, soaring into the skies or descending into the mountains, embodying a profound mystery. Regaining her composure, Yufian, the esteemed eldest sister of the female academy, quickly visualized a fish dragon, refining the inner demons within her consciousness. Upon noticing Tao Dia plummeting from above, she hurriedly ran over and exclaimed, "Tao Tao, I'm here to catch you." With a thud, Tao Dia landed before her, sitting abruptly on the ground, dazed and disoriented. "Sister, you did that on purpose." "Not at all." Yufian withdrew her hands. Her expression calm. "Tao Tao, I genuinely wished to catch you, but I failed. It was an accident." Tao Dia got up, rubbing her backside, indignantly retorting, "You clearly did it on purpose. It wasn't an accident." Yufian cast a furtive glance at Zhongyu in the distance and whispered, "I truly did not. I made a mistake just now." "Nonsense. You were embarrassed and didn't want to be humiliated alone, so you let me fall too." Tao Dia huffed in indignation. The two girls bickered softly until they suddenly noticed Zhongyu had found a large stone in the forest and was attempting to carry it up the cliff. They exchanged glances and approached him. "Junior brother Zhang." Yufian paused for a moment before expressing her gratitude. "Thank you." Zhongyu, visualizing the dragon, smiled and replied, "It was nothing. After all, sister, you jumped down without hesitation. Neither of us need your company." Tao Dia retorted, "We're not drinking." Yufian shot her a glance and remarked, "Is this what you call cultivation, junior brother?" "Indeed," Zhongyu responded, "traversing the chasm between life and death, awakening latent potential, overcoming immense fears, and striving for survival. This is my method of cultivation." Zhongyu chuckled, "Sister, you two have just experienced the brink of life and death. You should know the taste of it. Between life and death." Yufian cast a profound glance at him, and suddenly, two dark wings unfurled behind her with a whoosh, propelling her upwards towards the cliff top. "Since you are in the midst of your cultivation, let our battle await another day." "Sister, you've abandoned me again," Tao Dia exclaimed, stamping her feet. She quickly envisioned the clouds, her body gradually rising as she slowly ascended towards the cliff summit. "Zhongyu, we shall seek your company another time. I shall go ahead." "Hey, wait for me. Don't climb so swiftly. Accursed clouds, why do you drift so quickly?" Upon reaching the summit, Zhongyu found that Tao Dia was still hovering midway up the mountain, while the dark-clad maiden Yufian had vanished, presumably having gone far. The art of flight is indeed mysterious. Whether envisioning clouds or birds, all can soar. While riding the thunder offers remarkable speed, the consumption of energy is immense, and it lacks the grace of winged flight. On the next lecture day, I shall see if I can learn a method of flying. He realized that the art of flight is crucial not only for disciples like him, but also for chi practitioners. It proves invaluable in combat and significantly aids in daily travel. With a whoosh, Zhongyu leaped from the cliff, carrying a heavy stone upon his back. As he passed by Tao Dia, he leaped downwards and then ascended the cliff. Over half an hour had elapsed, and he observed the red-clad maiden still laboriously drifting towards the summit. The gust of wind created by Zhongyu's descent caused her to sink further down, eliciting cries of alarm from her. Before long, Zhongyu, burdened with the stone, ascended the cliff once more, and Tao Dia was again calling out for him to slow down. "Zhong Shansher, if you dare jump down beside me again, I shall have words with you." The red-clad maiden, finally incensed, declared, "Should you dare to do it once more, I shall tell Ting Shimei that you are teasing me, and you shall face the consequences." As Zhongyu passed her side once more, he solemnly replied, "I assure you, I have no connection with Ting Shimei." Tao Dia leapt onto his back, beaming with joy. "If you carry me up, then it counts as you having no connection with her." Zhongyu felt little additional weight, realizing the girl was light as a feather, her form seemingly devoid of substance. Moreover, she envisioned the clouds to lessen her weight, ensuring he could bear her. He mused, "Tao Shiji is indeed considerate. Having leapt down the cliff alongside me, with such a kind heart, it is no wonder she possesses such enchanting melodies." "Tao Shiji, why not sing a song for me?" Zhongyu proposed. "I shall not sing." Zhongyu feigned an intention to drop her, causing the maiden to cling tightly to his neck in alarm. "I will sing. I will sing. How could you be so wicked? I truly do not understand what Ting Shimei sees in you." On his back, Tao Dia sang lightly, her voice ethereal and enchanting, resonating through the valley. Before her song had faded, Zhongyu had already carried her to the cliff's peak. Sitting by the lake, Tao Dia playfully splashed the water with her toes, her song still lingering in the air. Zhongyu plunged into the lake of the drinking horse platform, cleansing himself of sweat and dirt, while her melody caressed his spirit, alleviating his fatigue. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the evening glow lingered between the heavens and the mountains, casting its warm radiance upon a maiden by the lakeshore and a youth in the water. A few leisurely unicorns approached the lake's edge to quench their thirst. The ethereal melody grew increasingly enchanting as Tao Dia, holding her shoes, gracefully walked past Zhongyu, treading through the rippling waves. After a moment, The song gently faded, its echoes lingering in the air, as the girl in red waved to him from a distance before disappearing into the forest. After a considerable time, Zhongyu emerged from the enchanting reverie of the girl's melodious voice, only to realize she had long since departed. With a surge of spirit, he soared from the water, unleashing his mental power as a serpentine dragon coiled around him. He glided over the lake's surface like an enraged dragon breaching the water, stirring up tumultuous waves. And in a few strides, he crossed the drinking horse lake, striding towards the upper courtyard. On that singular day, his cultivation underwent a profound transformation. Not only had the essence of the Sun Emperor become more solidified, its image clearer than ever, but his sea of consciousness also expanded significantly. Now encompassing an expanse of 300 acres, his body resonated with explosive power, capable of manifesting his mental energy and unleashing formidable attacks in no time. Tomorrow, I shall continue my training, the young flame spirit within his sea of consciousness proclaimed. To surpass the celestial mother, a languid pace in cultivation will not suffice. What you are currently achieving is far from adequate. Only by embodying the principles of agility, ferocity, and resilience can you attain the entry-level understanding of spiritual resonance. Zhongyu inquired, what do you mean by agility, ferocity, and resilience? Agility pertains to power. The moment your fist connects with the enemy, your strength must fully erupt, obliterating all in its path. Ferocity pertains to spirit. With the heart of a fierce tiger and the ambition of a descending dragon, let your mental energy surge forth, envisioning deities and demons instantaneously. Resilience pertains to the soul. The soul must be as a sharp spear, flexible yet unbreakable. When the soul stirs, it can summon immense power. When still, it exudes an aura of invincibility, akin to the celestial emperor seated in the throne, impervious to all malevolence. The young flame spirit remarked, only by achieving this can your foundation be solidified, granting you the means to contend with the celestial mother. Zhongyu inhaled deeply and resolutely declared, very well. Tomorrow, I shall resume my training. Grandfather, today I encountered a youth in training who spoke of the profound terrors that exist between life and death. Within a grand hall supported by the Lingji mountain cliff beneath the golden peak of the Sword Gate, the black-clad maiden Yufian respectfully addressed a venerable elder with silvery hair who sat in meditation. He mentioned crossing the threshold of life and death, awakening hidden potential, conquering great fears, and striving for survival, claiming that such an approach to cultivation yields remarkable results. What is this life and death concept? Does such a method of cultivation truly exist? The elder, the esteemed patriarch of the Yu clan, opened his eyes in astonishment upon hearing her words. Between life and death? Is there truly someone who practices in such a manner? Does such a method exist? Yufian exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, it exists, but it is merely a rumor. The patriarch replied solemnly. This method of cultivation is exceedingly extreme, extremely perilous, with an exceedingly high mortality rate, which is why few dare to pursue it. Life and death are in constant opposition. To succeed is to live, to fail is to perish. However, among those who undertake this method, the majority meet their demise. In the past, there were individuals within the sword sect who practiced this method, yet all met their demise. Yufian was taken aback. All dead? The clan leader of the Yu family nodded and remarked, this cultivation method is merely for foundational establishment. It proves effective only for the realms of soul exit and spirit offering, and bears no efficacy for chi refiners. Chi refiners traverse the heavens and the earth. Is it so simple to navigate the thin line between life and death? Without becoming a chi refiner, one possesses scant means of self-preservation, and a moment's inattention can lead to death. Thus, this foundational method is deemed extreme and highly inadvisable. However, I have heard that our sword sect's former master once employed this method to solidify his foundation remarkably, though this remains but a rumor, not to be taken as truth. Yufian's eyes sparkled, and upon noticing her gaze, the clan leader felt a chill in his heart and admonished, you must not learn this method. Your ascension to a chi refiner is as certain as the rising sun. Should you practice this technique, even the slightest misstep could result in death, yielding more loss than gain. The following day, Zhongyu returned to the drinking horse platform and, from a distance, observed a young girl clad in red seated by the lake, accompanied by another girl dressed in black. Oh, Zhongshan clan. What peculiar method is this for courting a young heifer? Xianhua exclaimed with astonishment and glee, share it with me at once. If I find the next heir of the Xianhua legacy, I shall teach him too. Regarding the question of why carrying a heavy stone allows for swifter movement, It seems necessary to clarify amid the confusion expressed by many friends concerning Chapter 21, where the notion of bearing a 1,000-pound stone leading to increased speed was met with skepticism, even mockery of the principles of physics. Many are familiar with Galileo's Leaning Tower experiment, where two iron balls, one large and one small, drop simultaneously from the tower and land concurrently. Some assert this to be a concept from elementary textbooks. However, these texts do not delve into the knowledge acquired in middle school, particularly concerning air resistance and buoyancy. While air buoyancy is minimal, it still affects larger objects. Furthermore, the primary factor influencing gravitational acceleration is air resistance. When a person falls from a height, air resistance counteracts acceleration, causing the falling speed to reach a terminal velocity, typically between 25 to 50 meters per second, which cannot be exceeded. Since the density of a stone is 7 times that of the human body, it possesses greater potential energy, and the effect of air resistance is diminished, allowing it to fall more swiftly. Thus, is Galileo's Leaning Tower experiment accurate? When two iron balls of the same height are dropped, which one descends faster? Let us calculate using middle school physics principles. For two spherical stones, one large and one small, the air resistance can be expressed as FW116 ACWV2, where we set CW1, A11, A2 R2, and mass M11. M R3 with R1, leading to air resistance FW1 116V12 and FW2 116V22 R2. The gravitational forces are G1G and G2 or 3G1. If both are traveling at the same speed, then the acceleration A1, G, 116V2, and A2 are 3G, 116V2 R2, are 3, G, 116V2 1R, A1. Hence A2 A1, indicating that the larger stone accelerates more rapidly. 2. When terminal velocity is reached, speed no longer increases. 116V12G, 116V22 or 2 or 3G, 116V22 or G, with V2 exceeding V1, the large iron sphere's terminal velocity is greater. Hence, the large iron sphere descends first. Furthermore, calculating buoyancy in air presents greater challenges. However, a simple experiment can be conducted in water. Water also exerts buoyancy. If one were to drop an iron sphere and a piece of meat into the water, it would be evident that the iron sphere descends first. A similar experiment involves an ant and another ant resting upon a stone, both dropping from the same height, which will reach the ground first. For those still questioning this, I suggest revisiting junior high physics and engaging in further calculations without making unfounded assumptions. In times past, I guided several torchbearers, some of whom met their demise at the hands of a goddess. Had they learned your methods, they need not fear death following procreation. In the depths of Zhong Yue's consciousness, a small flame exuberantly exclaimed, "Is it that you are pursuing the young heifer?" The implication of this remark suggests that Sister Tao and Sister, you have come seeking me? Zhong Yue was taken aback and stepped toward the two maidens. Upon noticing his approach, both maidens appeared flustered. Tao Dyer quickly interjected, "Zhong Shan, we did not come here to seek you, nor to serenade you. This is not your domain. Anyone is free to be here. We arrived first. Hence you should be the one seeking us." Zhong Yue replied with a smile, "Naturally. Please, esteemed sisters." Yu Fian could not restrain herself, saying, "Zhong Shidi, we indeed came to find you. I wish to inquire about the matter of life and death. Might you be willing to teach me? Do you also aspire to cultivate in such a manner?" Zhang Yue pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "This method of cultivation is exceedingly perilous for me. And even more so for you. Should you leap from the cliff as well, the probability of death would be 99%, and this holds true for every attempt." His assertion was no exaggeration. Utilizing the threshold between life and death to induce extreme reactions is far from a mere leap. For one must visualize and cultivate during this process, seizing the opportunity to elevate one's abilities. Should one become engrossed in visualization, awakening becomes a daunting challenge, rendering one oblivious to the external world. During the descent, if timely awakening is not achieved, the inevitable fate is to be reduced to a pulp upon impact. Zhong Yue's high success rate does not stem from his ability to awaken each time, but rather from the flame within his consciousness, which accurately gauges the moment to rouse his soul, thereby significantly reducing the mortality rate. Although each jump carries inherent danger, it is the timely awakening by the flame that allows Zhong Yue to succeed repeatedly. However, Yu Fian does not share this privilege. If she were to cultivate alone, she would surely perish due to her inability to awaken in time. Even if Tao Dyer floated in midair to time the awakening of her soul, it remains impractical. For the moment passes swiftly, and should there be a slight delay, what awaits Yufian is likely death. Awakening the soul still immersed in contemplation by another individual is an exceedingly arduous task, requiring the invocation of the spirit. Should Tao Dyer falter even slightly in this delicate process, it would be Yufian who pays the ultimate price. If you were to enlist the assistance of Sister Tao, the mortality rate might be mitigated to a staggering 80 or 90%, yet it remains exceedingly perilous. Sister Yu, I shall impart to you the secrets of traversing the threshold between life and death. The decision to cultivate this knowledge lies solely with you. Zhang Yu prepared to enter this liminal space, imparting the techniques to quell the overwhelming terror, stating, Sister, I must continue my training and take my leave first. He hefted a boulder and leapt from the precipice. Tao Dyer hesitated, questioning, Elder sister, are you truly resolved to proceed? Yufian wrestled with her inner turmoil. Zhong Yu had elucidated the dangers inherent in this practice, making her acutely aware of its treacherous nature. Even with Tao's assistance, my chances of survival are perilously slim. And should Tao err? After much contemplation, Yufian sighed deeply and declared, I shall not attempt this. This method of cultivation demands a gamble with one's life. One must endure near-fatal risks to attain the status of a chi refiner, yet achieving that status is not particularly challenging for me. Why must I engage in such reckless endeavors? Tao Dyer exhaled in relief, smiling. Sister speaks wisely. Yufian beamed with confidence, arrogantly remarking, Zhang Shidi's reckless pursuit has yet to yield him the title of chi refiner, while I, adhering to a measured approach, remain the esteemed elder sister of the academy. Zhang Yu lingered at the base of the cliff. Observing that Yufian did not leap, were she to jump and falter in her visualization, he would undoubtedly intervene. After all, Yufian's intentions were noble, having previously demonstrated her willingness to risk her life for his sake. Young Yu, not everyone possesses your courage, nor your fortune in encountering someone like me. The flame child proclaimed with a sense of pride. That woman may appear resolute in spirit, yet her inner state is not comparable to yours. Although her bond with another woman is commendable, it does not reach the level of entrusting one's life. If she were to leap from the cliff, her concern for the other woman's ability to awaken her would inevitably lead to a lack of mental stability in her visualization, causing her to repeatedly transform into a fleeing bird. This alone presents an insurmountable obstacle. Conversely, you have placed your complete trust in me, entrusting your life to my care. When I urged you to jump, you did so without hesitation, effortlessly entering the realm of visualization and thereby accelerating your cultivation. Zhang Yu pondered this insight, realizing its veracity. When the flame child urged him to leap, he acted without a second thought, never contemplating the potential consequences should the awakening be delayed. This exemplifies absolute trust and unwavering assurance. Though he had only known the flame child for a little over a month, where most would form mere acquaintances in such a brief time, he had come to believe in his heart that he could surrender his very existence to the flame child. His unreserved trust in the flame child allowed him to immediately enter the threshold between life and death upon leaping, envisioning the enhancement of his cultivation prowess. The journey between life and death tests not only the individual but also the bond of trust shared between two souls. The trust between Sister Yu and Sister Tao pales in comparison to that which exists between Xinhua and myself. Her decision to relinquish this bond is entirely justifiable. Even if they could attain the same level of trust that Xinhua and I share, the mortality rate would still be exceedingly high. For Sister Tao's insight cannot rival the acumen of Xinhua. As Zhong Yu ascended the cliff, Yufian stood at its edge, her black garments billowing gracefully around her, exuding an air of elegance. Suddenly, she declared with a crisp voice, Zhong Shidi, you toil so relentlessly in your cultivation. I wish to challenge you to a comparison. Let us see whether your fervent dedication surpasses my methodical approach. With merely 2 months left until the year's end, there will be an unrestricted duel among the disciples of the Upper Academy, determining who shall earn the right to enter the Linkhong Palace. I hope to encounter you in that final confrontation. The notion of an end-of-year duel in the Linkhong Palace left Zhong Yu somewhat perplexed. You are unaware of the Linkhong Palace? Tao Dyer interjected, her tone tinged with surprise. Ah, it is understandable, given that you have only been in the Upper Academy for a month. The Linkhong Palace is the most sensitive location for sensing spiritual energy, deemed the ideal place for cultivating such powers. For instance, to sense the sun's spiritual essence, one must project their soul to the sun's vicinity. Can your soul soar to such heights? Yet, within the Linkhong Palace, one can perceive the spiritual energy of the sun, thereby cultivating the essence of the sun. The Linkhong Palace is the supreme sanctuary of our sword sect. Being granted access signifies that the sect acknowledges your solid foundation, deeming you ready to become a qi refiner. Zhongshidi, the opportunity to become a qi refiner arises only once a year, and your eligibility for the Linkhong Palace hinges upon your performance in the year-end duel. With that, Yu Fian turned to leave, adding, however, you have only practiced the Thunder Sword technique as your offensive skill. Relying solely on this method will not suffice to reach the final stages. You may not even secure a place in the top 10. Furthermore, you will require superior soul weapons and totemic pillars, as this will be a battle without restrictions. Tao Tao, let us depart. As the two young women walked away, Zhong Yu pondered aloud. Xinhua, is the process of attaining spiritual power truly this convoluted? Indeed, the journey to spiritual attainment is fraught with complexities, Xinhua replied. Yet, cultivating within the Linkhong Palace evokes a sense of unreliability for me. She continued, in the era of Emperor Sui, his descendants belonged to the Yinzi divine clan. I recall that when they sought to sense spiritual energy, they would embark on a grand dragon ship, the royal offspring standing proudly aboard as they sailed toward the sun. Sensing spiritual energy at its edge, the sun's essence they obtained was the most exalted, the golden crow of the sun. I suspect that those who cultivate in the Linkhong Palace will only acquire the ordinary fire spirit. As Zhongyu listened, a vivid image of a magnificent dragon pulling a gilded vessel through the cosmos toward the sun materialized in his mind, filling him with awe. Who today possesses the ability to journey to the sun's vicinity to sense spiritual energy? He could not help but shake his head. I can, Xinhua exclaimed, her voice brimming with pride. Regardless of whether you wish to cultivate the sun spirit or the moon spirit, I can assist you. Yet, the young girl was correct. Your foundational knowledge is indeed insufficient, vastly so. It is not that your martial prowess is lacking, but rather that your foundations remain insufficiently solid. Should you reach a level that pleases me, I shall grant you passage to the very edge of the sun and the heights of the moon, enabling you to become one with the essence of the celestial bodies. Zhong Yu's heart raced with excitement as he inquired, how shall you send me there? Years ago I, along with the previous bearer of the flame, found ourselves stranded in this place. That old fellow has since become frail, and I have instructed him to prepare for the next successor by establishing 2 grand formations. By activating these formations, one may be transported to the sun's edge and the moon's surface. The flame bearer chuckled, as long as you can satisfy my expectations, I shall allow you to bask in the glory of a true, blooded inheritor of the flame. However, I wonder if our arrangements have withstood the test of time. Now, continue your training. Days turned into weeks, and Zhongyu devoted himself to relentless practice, undeterred by the elements. The consumption of feather spirit pills was alarmingly rapid. Over 900 had dwindled to merely 300. Remarkably, his spiritual sea expanded to a vast area of 3,000 acres, resembling a grand lake. With a mere thought, tumultuous waves surged within, unleashing an overwhelming burst of mental energy that was truly fearsome. Moreover, his arduous ascents honed his mastery over the dragon totem and his physical form, while the combination of the Thunder Sword technique and the dragon totem became increasingly sophisticated. Zhong Yu could traverse great distances at remarkable speed, yet this demanded immense mental fortitude, rendering it less efficient than techniques involving wings. Having reached this juncture, Zhong Yu sensed a deceleration in his progress, and the likelihood of straddling life and death diminished significantly. This method of cultivation offered little threat to him now, naturally lowering his chances of such an experience. Tomorrow heralded the day of the Upper Academy's Qi Refiner's lecture, and Mr. Pu had promised to forge 2 soul weapons for him, which should be ready by now. He wondered what these soul weapons, crafted for him over the past days, would turn out to be. Excitement surged within him, for this was his first encounter with such elevated treasures. In the days that followed, he had been singularly focused on his training, remaining blissfully unaware of other matters. When the scripture pavilion reopened, he discovered many Upper Academy disciples engaged in fervent discussions, primarily regarding the much-anticipated year-end unrestricted duel. He had only recently joined the Upper Academy and was astonished by the reverence the disciples held for this event. As he walked among them, he sensed a palpable air of intensity, prompting a moment of reflection. It is only natural, whether from humble origins or prestigious families. Those who do not attain spiritual mastery by the age of 16 face expulsion. Thus, this unrestricted duel likely represents the hope for all Upper Academy disciples to become Qi refiners. Of course, if I meet the Flame Bearer's criteria, I could achieve spiritual mastery without relying on the Spirit Void Palace. Yet, the standards set by the Flame Bearer are exceedingly high, bordering on the absurd, and I am far from meeting his expectations. Outside the Scripture Pavilion, numerous disciples engaged in friendly competitions, showcasing a variety of visualization combat techniques, totemic pillars, and soul weapons. All in a spirited display. Hundreds of disciples from the upper academy gathered around, forming numerous battle circles where pairs of disciples engaged in fierce competition, employing a myriad of techniques and visualizations. Among them, Zhongyu observed individuals manifesting wings, soaring gracefully in the air, while ethereal weapons darted like lightning, creating a dazzling display of combat prowess. What was the purpose of this spectacle? Upon closer inspection, he noticed an abundance of unfamiliar faces among the combatants, opposing the disciples of the upper academy. Suddenly, a disciple from the upper academy was struck down from the air, crashing heavily to the ground, though fortunately, he sustained no fatal injuries. It was evident that this was not a simple contest. The intensity of their strikes suggested a more serious confrontation rather than a mere sparring session. In an instant, Zhongyu spotted a familiar figure soaring high within one of the combat circles, sent aloft by a powerful blow from an opponent, plummeting helplessly towards the ground. With a swift thought, he summoned his spiritual energy, transforming it into a dragon, which gracefully caught the falling individual and gently lowered him to the ground. Stepping forward, Zhongyu inquired, "Senior brother He, what has transpired? Who are these adversaries?" The one who had been cast out of the battle circle was indeed He Chuan, who wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and replied angrily, "These ruffians are outer disciples who cultivate in the inner sect, here to disrupt the upper academy." Outer disciples cultivating in the inner sect? Zhongyu paused momentarily, then realization dawned upon him. To become an inner disciple and train under the leaders or elders of the sword sect, one must reach the spiritual realm and become a chi refiner. However, prominent clans enjoy certain privileges. Core members of these clans are often taken under the wing of chi refiners from their lineage, receiving guidance and instruction at any time. For instance, Yufian from the Yu clan can seek counsel from the chi refiners of her clan whenever she faces difficulties in her cultivation. Yet, she prefers not to reside in the inner sect, while core disciples from other clans generally inhabit the inner sect, rarely encountering the disciples of the upper academy. Although these individuals train within the inner sect, they remain outer disciples and are required to participate in the upcoming unrestricted duel at the year's end. As the date of this duel approaches, many such disciples have made their way from the inner sect. Their aggression towards the disciples of the upper academy stemmed from their unfamiliarity with their strength. They sought to gauge which of the upper academy disciples posed a significant threat to them. Knowing oneself and one's enemy is the key to victory in every battle. The individuals present included core disciples from the Water 2 clan and the Li Mountain clan. And not only had I been attacked, but senior sister Ting had also suffered. He Chuan spat out a mouthful of blood, exclaiming in anger, "This is utterly unreasonable. It was agreed that we would not use excessive force. Yet senior sister Ting has been gravely injured." The mention of the Water 2 clan ignited a spark of fury within Zhongyu, though he maintained his composure. The Water 2 clan. The chi refiners of the Water 2 clan have colluded with the demon race, unleashing the Celestial Mother. The higher-ups of the Water 2 clan summoned junior sister Shui Qing into the mountain, resulting in her being parasitized by the Celestial Mother, her soul scattered. With a swift motion, he summoned his dragon once more, addressing his fellow disciple, "Your prowess is commendable. I wonder if you would be interested in a sparring match?" The disciple who injured He Chuan fixed his gaze upon Zhongyu and remarked with a smile, "I observe that the dragon you envision, adorned with the totem of thunder, seems to encapsulate the essence of the thunder sword technique. You must indeed be a disciple of Master Pu, correct? I have encountered the abilities of Master Pu's disciples before, and they were rather unimpressive. However, you are different. You have ingeniously combined the dragon totem with the thunder totem, indicating that you are someone who has truly inherited the teachings, possessing some remarkable skills." His gaze was exceptionally shrewd, a testament to his experience as a follower of the Chi refinement sect, and his perspective far surpassed that of the students from the upper academy. Zhongyu's expression remained as tranquil as an ancient well, and he responded softly, "Are you of the Shui 2 clan or the Li Mountain clan?" The disciple replied with a smile, "I am Shui Lingshan of the Shui 2 clan." Zhongyu nodded and stepped forward. He Chuan, suppressing his pain, hurriedly grasped his hand and whispered, "Junior brother Zhong, do not strike too hard. The Shui 2 clan is one of the 10 great clans. You have already offended the Tianfeng clan. It would suffice to match them evenly." Zhongyu gently withdrew his hand, a smile gracing his face. "Rest assured. Senior brother, I know my limits. Do not strike too hard?" Shui Lingshan chuckled in disbelief. "It should be I who refrains from striking too hard. To be frank, I only exerted 70% of my strength in our previous encounter. Junior brother, feel free to unleash your full power. I hope you possess some commendable skills. With a distance of about 10 zhang between them, Zhongyu narrowed his eyes slightly, the corners of his mouth twitching. Shui, 2 clan. Boom. The bluestone slab beneath his feet erupted violently, shards flying in all directions. Suddenly, the ground where Zhongyu stood sank, revealing a foot imprint nearly a foot deep. Shaped like a dragon's claw and vastly larger than that of an ordinary person, as if a ferocious dragon had unleashed its might, collapsing the earth beneath it. In an instant, Zhongyu leaped forth, and as he did, a dragon's roar resonated. Around his form, a monstrous dragon twisted and spiraled, surrounding him in a whirlwind of power. Shui Lingshan blinked, and when his eyes opened again, Zhongyu had already appeared before him, his arm entwined around the thick, powerful dragon body, making his arm appear menacing. With a fierce punch, he struck Shui Lingshan's chest. Boom. The sound was akin to a great drum reverberating, followed by a series of sharp cracks as bones splintered. Shui Lingshan's body bent, crashing backward with tremendous force, snapping a pillar as thick as a water bucket in front of the sutra pavilion, rolling and tumbling to land dozens of zhang away, while battles continued in other areas. This singular strike from Zhongyu unleashed a cacophony of explosive sounds, echoing like thunder, resonating from one side to the other, creating an unparalleled shockwave. Such terrifying explosive power drew the attention of all present. In that moment, every duel paused, whether those engaged in combat or the onlookers from the upper academy. All turned their gazes towards this spectacle. Brother Lingshan. The 2 disciples of the Shui 2 clan exclaimed in alarm, rushing forward to assist Shui Lingshan, who lay feebly, his ribs crushed and broken, having sustained grievous injuries, 7 or 8 ribs shattered. Is he wounded so severely? The expressions of the 2 disciples of the Shui 2 clan shifted dramatically as they turned to glare fiercely, exclaiming, "In a contest among peers, your strikes are excessively ruthless." Are they not? I have already held back and refrained from unleashing my full strength. Zhongyu maintained a serene demeanor, responding, I employed merely 70% of my power. Had I exerted my full strength, he would not have withstood even a single punch. Within his consciousness, the fiery little sprite admonished him, your strength lacks sufficient sharpness. If your power were truly incisive, your adversary would shatter upon contact. Do not speak of 70%, merely 50% would suffice to obliterate him. You must continue your training. You have yet to achieve true incisiveness. 70%? The 2 Shui 2 disciples scoffed in unison. One assisted Shui Lingshan away while the other stepped forward with a mocking sneer, saying, Are you a disciple of the esteemed Pu Lauren, practicing the body-refining techniques? No wonder your speed is so remarkable. Pure body refinement enhances one's physical prowess far beyond that of others. In close combat, the Shui brothers, caught unawares, fell victim to your initial strike, leading to their misfortune. Had he been on guard, would you have triumphed so effortlessly? He brandished his hand, revealing a totemic pillar that soared forth, emanating waves of energy that rippled outward like water, expanding to encompass a radius of dozens of yards. Enveloped by these waves, all the disciples in the upper academy felt as though they stood submerged in water, their movements hindered. Typically, a totemic pillar covers only 2 or 3 yards. This one, however, clearly belonged to someone far beyond the ordinary disciples. A practitioner of body refinement merely treads the path of heresy, proving most ineffectual. A single totemic pillar can decisively restrain such practitioners. The Shui 2 disciple surveyed the writhing dragon around Zhongyu and scoffed. Moreover, your dragon totem is devoid of substance, lacking blood and bone. It has not been imparted with the true teachings. Strike, and let me witness your 70% power. Zhongyu lifted his foot and stamped down heavily. Suddenly, the water-patterned totemic waves surged forth like a tsunami, dissipating the pressure emanating from the pillar. The Shui 2 disciple felt a jolt of alarm as Zhongyu's fist approached with alarming speed. In a frantic effort to visualize a defense, he realized too late that it was futile. 70%, Zhongyu stated coolly, as his fist shattered the ethereal image the disciple had just conjured. The disciple was sent hurtling backward as if struck by a formidable beast, tumbling and rolling for dozens of yards. He had no time to visualize, no time at all. How could he be so swift? The Shui 2 disciple's mind reeled as he coughed up blood, struggling to rise only to collapse once more. Filled with astonishment and fury, how can his explosive power be so terrifying? Are there any more Shui 2 disciples? Zhongyu inquired, surveying his surroundings. Before the scripture hall, hundreds of upper academy disciples stood in stunned silence, his voice ringing clear, I intend to face 10. Outside the scripture hall, The other upper academy disciples were thrown into a tumult of disbelief. For the first time, Zhong Yu had defeated Shui Lingshan with a speed so blindingly swift that it left no room for surprise. His victory derived from Shui Lingshan's ignorance of Zhong Yu's formidable physique. However, the second disciple of the Shui Tu clan immediately summoned the totemic pillar to counter the formidable physique of the body cultivator. Under such circumstances, Zhong Yu still defeated him effortlessly, meeting the same fate as Shui Lingshan. This was no mere stroke of luck. It was a testament to his prowess. The core disciples of the Shui Tu clan were not merely names without substance. They were seasoned warriors. And employing the totemic pillar against Zhong Yu was indeed the optimal strategy against individuals with such robust physiques, a tactic widely acknowledged by most disciples. Yet, Zhong Yu shattered the might of the totemic pillar with a single kick, illustrating the extraordinary strength of his physique. Defeating 10 opponents? Such arrogance was beyond measure. Some recognized Zhong Yu and remarked, so he is the renowned Zhong Shan. No wonder he is so audacious. He was inherently a proud individual. Having previously humbled a senior of the Tianfeng clan before the eyes of their body cultivators, disdainfully declaring their insignificance. Remarkably, within just a month, his power had surged to such heights that even the core disciples of the Shui Tu clan were not a match for him, surpassing the majority of the upper academy's disciples in strength. Nearby, a voice murmured, "Does this fellow harbor a grudge against the 10 great clans? Why does he consistently target their disciples?" After his encounter with the Shui Tu clan, would he next challenge the Lishan and Taolin clans? A disciple from the Lishan clan, overhearing this, chuckled and prepared to confront Zhong Yu, only to be restrained by a fellow disciple who cautioned, "The Shui Tu clan is our rival as well. We are bound to clash in the unrestricted duel in 2 months. We should take this opportunity to assess the strength of the Shui Tu disciples." The Lishan disciple understood and withdrew, nodding. "I initially believed the upper academy was filled with weaklings, but it appears there are indeed formidable individuals here. It would be prudent to observe their capabilities." Ting Lanwei was carried out of the quiet chamber by several disciples of the Pu Lao sect. He Chuchuan hurried over, asking, "Sister, how are your injuries?" "A few ribs are fractured, and my internal organs have sustained some impact, but with the elixir, I shall survive," Ting Lanwei replied. Struggling to rise and gazing at Zhong Yu in the arena, she mused, "Zhang Shidi's words are rather bold. He is excessively domineering and reckless. This may provoke a united retaliation from the Shui Tu clan, yet he is also standing up for us. Wait, that's not right. His beloved, Shui Qing'an, hails from the Shui Tu clan. Is he wreaking havoc upon them out of a rift with her, seeking to exact vengeance upon her kin? What audacity! Claiming he could defeat 10 of our disciples." The core disciples of the Shui Tu clan, who had been observing the battle from the tranquility of the scripture pavilion, rushed forward to assist Shui Lingshan, who had just been carried in, before he could even take the medicine they offered. Another disciple of the Shui Tu clan was sent flying by Zhong Yu. At that moment, Zhong Yu's voice rang out, inciting a mix of shock and fury among the core disciples, who sprang to their feet, eyes blazing with intent as they glared towards the entrance of the scripture pavilion. The core disciples, unlike their peers, often descended from the lineage of the clan leader or possessed the bloodline of the clan's body cultivators, holding a status far superior to others. They were the elite amongst the young generation of the Shui Tu clan, destined to follow the path of body cultivation, following the cultivators of the Water Tu clan, who among them is not a figure of true lineage. Without such a lineage, one would lack the very qualifications to accompany these practitioners. Moreover, the Water Tu clan is one of the 10 foremost clans, boasting core disciples who possess both miraculous elixirs and rare treasures, capable of elevating disciples to formidable heights. These disciples often carry an innate sense of superiority over those from the upper academy, believing that the latter cannot attain true lineage and are thus inferior to their core counterparts. Their arrival at the upper academy is, in truth, a reconnaissance mission to ascertain the prowess of its disciples, though they remain somewhat dismissive of this endeavor. Indeed, upon reaching the upper academy and engaging in several challenges, they effortlessly vanquished each disciple they encountered, thus far failing to meet an opponent of greater strength, leading to a sense of complacency. Yet, at this moment, these elite offspring of the Water Tu clan found themselves confronted by a body cultivator who brazenly declared he could take on 10 of them. How audacious for a mere disciple of the upper academy, having merely practiced body cultivation, to act so arrogantly, dismissing the inner circle's elite with such impudence. A female disciple's eyes gleamed with determination as she rose to leave the quiet chamber, her garments fluttering gracefully around her. I shall teach him the true meaning of humility," she proclaimed. Before she could exit the chamber, she began to visualize, her mental energy transforming into a flowing stream that spiraled around her, forming a surging current akin to a dragon soaring and a python gliding. Water Sword Chi, 13 styles of the sword. The Water 2 female disciple exclaimed, as water swords began to rise from the river, varying in height, revealing an exceedingly profound sword technique. She was a cautious individual, seasoned by countless battles, and did not underestimate Zhongyu. Having witnessed Shui Ling Shan and another member of the Water 2 clan underestimate him and suffer a swift defeat, she remained vigilant. Thus, before engaging in battle, she took the precaution to visualize, lest she be caught off guard by this body cultivator. One of the Water 2 disciples' eyes brightened, and he remarked, "Sister Shui Shang, indeed, you are a person held in high regard by our clan's leaders. Your meticulousness will undoubtedly bring that upper academy lad to his knees." No sooner had he spoken than a fiercely violent aura surged from the entrance, where a malevolent dragon writhed and lashed its tail, colliding with Sister Shui Sheng at the threshold of the quiet chamber. The Water Sword Chi and the dragon unleashed their power simultaneously, and in an instant, a blinding flash akin to a small sun erupted, within which a fierce dragon thrashed about, charging toward the river and shattering it, transforming the water swords into mere mist. Sister Shui Sheng let out a scream as she was struck airborne by the dragon's tail, traversing the quiet chamber and crashing against the far wall with a resounding thud. The wall trembled violently, debris raining down, as Shui Sheng found herself pinned against it, her limbs spread wide like a star, surrounded by a web of cracks. One can only imagine the ferocity of Zhongyu's earlier strike. If the Water 2 clan will not emerge to seek counsel, then I shall enter to receive their teachings. Zhongyu, enveloped in the coils of a dragon, stepped into the tranquil chamber, casting his gaze around. He was met with the astonished and enraged expressions of the disciples of the water painting sect. 1, 2, 3, were there only 7 disciples? Zhongyu felt a twinge of disappointment, murmuring to himself, I had expected to face 10. Impudent. The nearest disciple reacted swiftly, his figure darting forward as his mental energy transformed into totemic patterns. Simultaneously, a totemic pillar rose from behind him and struck the ground, unleashing the might of the water totem. He declared, "This is the tranquil chamber of the water painting sect's chi refiners, not a place for your arrogance." With a rallying cry, the other 6 disciples summoned their totemic pillars, each erecting them with utmost precision. They were formidable individuals, and the arrangement of their pillars formed a constellation of 7 stars, effectively enveloping the chamber in the totemic power. The overlapping totemic designs amplified their strength exponentially. One totemic pillar alone could significantly hinder a body refiner, and with multiple pillars, the pressure was doubled. Aware of Zhongyu's prowess as a body refiner, the disciples acted decisively to neutralize his greatest advantage, leaving him no room for arrogance. River God Totemic Visualization Technique. Water River Sword Chi. Wei Shui under the Songshan. The 7 disciples roared in unison, and in an instant, the chamber was engulfed in a deluge of water vapor, transforming it into a world of flowing rivers. The Wei Shui River merged with the mountains, wielding the river as a sword, and one disciple even conjured the river god, Hebo. With a resonant clang, soul weapons manifested, revealing that the disciples of the water painting sect were prepared to exert their full strength, determined to repay the humiliation Zhongyu had inflicted upon their fellow disciples. However, at the very moment the first totemic pillar descended, Zhongyu had already initiated his counteraction. As the first pillar fell, yet to unleash its power, the Thunderbolt Sword technique erupted. A streak of lightning slashed across the unactivated pillar, which then cracked and splintered in 2. Simultaneously, the other 6 disciples' totemic pillars landed. But the formation of the 7 stars was shattered before it could be completed. Commanding the thunder, Zhongyu soared into the air, lightning crackling around him as he deftly evaded a barrage of attacks, skillfully dodging the soul weapons that flew towards him. The soul weapons curved mid-air, racing towards him with alarming speed, while one disciple shouted, "Surround him with soul weapons. Leave him no escape." Crack! A flash of lightning erupted, followed by a thunderous roar as one disciple was struck, his body jolted upright, charred and rigid. In that moment, a dragon's claw, the size of a mat, descended from the sky, forcefully pinning the recently struck disciple to the ground, causing the chamber to tremble and leaving a human-shaped crater on the floor. With the agility of a dragon traversing vast distances, Zhongyu swiftly traversed the chamber, moving from one end to the other in the blink of an eye, leaving the soul weapons in midair struggling to keep up. The greatest threat came from the soul weapons, How could mere flesh and blood withstand such treasures? Fortunately, his speed was sufficiently swift. The two dragons fought for their prey. The roar of dragons reverberated, and behind Zhongyu, another flood dragon's head slowly emerged. The two dragons coiled around their respective bodies and suddenly dove down, seizing the two disciples and crashing them violently together, resulting in bloodied heads and unconsciousness. Outside the scripture transmission pavilion, hundreds of disciples from the upper academy gazed towards the tranquil chamber of the Shui-Tu clan, witnessing a tumultuous sea within, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunderous roars. The sounds of dragon roars, crashing waves, and chaotic collisions filled the air. After a moment, the waves receded, and the cacophony of thunder, water, and dragon roars subsided, restoring tranquility to the chamber. Zhongyu emerged from the tattered doorway of the chamber, shook off his beastskin attire, and remarked, "Only 8. Curious onlookers peered into the Shui-Tu clan's chamber and beheld a scene of devastation. With 8 male and female disciples sprawled haphazardly across the floor. In a mere instant, all 8 core disciples of the Shui-Tu clan had been decisively defeated. The Shui-Tu clan had indeed suffered a grave humiliation this time. More people gathered, leaning in to witness the scene. Each reveling in the misfortune, the Shui-Tu clan had truly kicked a steel plate, injuring themselves in the process. These individuals had dared to bully the disciples of Old Master Pu, only to provoke a body cultivator as unruly as a flood dragon. Zhongshan's prowess was not limited to mere body cultivation. His mastery of energy techniques surpassed that of the Shui-Tu disciples. A disciple from the Li Shan clan shook his head, defending Zhongyu, stating, although the battle in the tranquil chamber was brief, Zhongshan seamlessly integrated the Thunder Sword technique into his body cultivation, channeling the lightning as sword energy within the dragon totem. The combination of the Thunder Totem and the Dragon Totem swept through the Shui-Tu disciples, revealing the depth of his energy cultivation. Upon hearing this, many nodded in agreement. After all, the core disciples of the Li Shan clan had been personally trained by their energy masters, endowing them with perspectives that exceeded those of ordinary upper academy disciples. While most upper academy disciples believed Zhongyu triumphed solely through body cultivation, few recognized the infusion of energy techniques within his training. This was truly astonishing, as body cultivation and energy cultivation are often viewed as opposing forces. Investing excessive time and energy into one invariably hampers progress in the other. Striving to cultivate both simultaneously typically leads to stagnation in both disciplines, resulting in diminished strength. Yet, Zhongyu had shattered this conventional wisdom, harmonizing body and energy cultivation in a parallel ascent. Despite the multitude of disciples from the Shui-Tu clan following energy practitioners, it was telling that they had summoned junior sister Shui Qingyan to the mountain for the elder mother of celestial phenomena to inhabit, indicating that even if the core disciples of the Shui-Tu clan had not aligned with the demon race, their parents and elders likely had. Zhongyu felt no remorse for injuring these core disciples of the Shui-Tu clan. They were pathetically weak. Even with genuine teachings, the use of soul weapons, and the activation of totem pillars, their abilities were undeniably lacking, leading him to question the competence of those energy practitioners in training their disciples. He was still wrongfully accusing the alchemist of the Shui-Tu clan, for the disciples of Shui-Tu had already established themselves as peerless figures among the upper court students. Had it not been for this, neither Ting Lanwing nor He Chinchuan could have possibly faced defeat. However, despite the earnest efforts of the Shui-Tu alchemist in training his disciples, how could they possibly be compared to the brilliance of Xinhua? Under the guidance of Xinhua, and through the harrowing trials of life and death over the span of several days, Zhongyu not only experienced a significant enhancement in his cultivation, but also attained an unparalleled mastery over his body, mind, and soul, reaching the pinnacle among the upper court disciples. Yet, this was not the most formidable aspect. The most terrifying element was his unfathomable explosive power. Perhaps Zhongyu's cultivation could not rank among the top 2 or 3 within the upper court disciples, given his relatively short period of actual training. But his explosive power was undoubtedly at a level unattainable by others. Although Xinhua constantly expressed dissatisfaction with his progress, his standards were exceedingly high. From such a perspective, Zhongyu's explosive power might not appear astonishing. Yet, amongst the disciples of Shui-Tu, he was akin to a ravenous tiger, while the others resembled mere lambs. When a hungry tiger enters a flock of sheep, it naturally wreaks havoc, leaving the remaining lambs to bleat pitifully. In the upper echelons of the transmission pavilion, a few alchemists leisurely sipped tea while observing the duels among the disciples below. As Zhongyu exited the quiet chamber of Shui-Tu, A middle-aged alchemist could no longer contain himself and abruptly rose in anger. This was Shui Anshan, an alchemist of the Shui Tu clan. Just as Shui Anshan was about to descend the stairs, a gray shadow flickered before him, revealing an elder with flowing white hair blocking his path. Upon closer inspection, the elder smirked and remarked, "Old Pu, how adept you are at protecting your own. Your disciple has struck one of our Shui Tu disciples, which could be forgiven. But to speak so arrogantly is rather deserving of reprimand." Old Master Pu chuckled and replied, "Brother Shui, you may be unaware that this Zhang Mountain is not my disciple. He has offended the Tianfeng clan, and who would dare to take him in? He merely attended a lecture under my tutelage and acquired the true teachings of the Thunderbolt sword technique. He bears no connection to me." Shui Anshan laughed. "Since he is not your disciple, then I shall take it upon myself to discipline him. Surely, old Pu would not hinder me?" Old Master Pu shook his head and smiled. "Brother Shui, the disputes among young disciples are ultimately trivial affairs. It would be quite ridiculous for an adult to intervene in a child's quarrel. What do you think?" Shui Anshan glanced around and noticed other alchemists in the tea room, engaged in casual conversation, yet casting furtive glances in their direction, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. He let out a dry laugh. Indeed, old Pu has a point. Nevertheless, despite his words, Shui Anshan felt a twinge of displeasure. Old Pu claimed not to be protective, yet if that were the case, why would he step out to obstruct me? Excellent. My Shui Tu clan's prized steed has finally arrived. The lost dignity can finally be reclaimed. As Zhong Yu approached Yi Qingchuan and Ting Lanwei, a gentle voice suddenly interjected, "This junior brother, please hold on. You struck one of our Shui Tu disciples and expect to leave so easily?" Zhong Yu halted and turned around, only to see waves cascading down the mountain outside the transmission pavilion, resembling a great river turned upside down. An upper court disciple stood atop the crest of the waves, buoyed by the splashing water, approaching with an air of leisurely grace. With each step he took, waves arose beneath his feet, lifting his form and allowing him to glide effortlessly above the ground, exuding an air of elegance and charm. Upon his arrival, he dazzled all in his vicinity, captivating countless gazes. Even Zhong Yu could not help but concede that this individual possessed an extraordinary charisma, a rare figure indeed. Master Qing Shui. Within the tranquil chamber of the Shui Tu clan, disciples struggled to rise and peered outside, their hearts swelling with joy at the sight of Master Qing Shui's arrival. "Master, this person has intruded upon our serene abode and has assaulted others. We beseech you to uphold justice on our behalf." With a gentle demeanor, Qing Shui nodded in acknowledgement, and, as he stepped forth, waves cradled his body, carrying him to the entrance of the scripture pavilion. The river beneath him flowed with transformative visions of fish, dragons, and great pythons, manifestations of totemic patterns. Within the depths of the river, one could even faintly discern the shifting presence of ice swords, ethereal blades of profound ice energy, coalescing from the totemic designs. Such mastery of cultivation was indeed rare within the upper echelons. Shui turned his gaze toward Zhong Yu, his eyes warm and smiling as he remarked, "Zhong Shan, my junior brother, in our exchanges among peers, your actions have been rather excessive." Zhong Yu shook his head in response. "The disciples of Shui Tu have also acted with severity, injuring senior sister Ting and senior brother He. Is that not also somewhat excessive?" Shui glanced towards Ting Lanwei and He Qingchuan, observing their grievous injuries. He furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing it, stating, "In the course of friendly competition, occasional mishaps are to be expected. The esteemed reputation of Shui Tu cannot be tarnished. Today, I must intervene to restore our honor. Junior brother Zhang, you practice both body and energy cultivation? If so, I shall not take advantage of you and will engage in combat using only physical techniques." With a flourish, the flowing water around him coalesced, intertwining with various totemic patterns. As his feet vanished, transforming into a fish's tail, he became enveloped in spiritual energy. Gradually morphing into a towering figure, his form now a blend of fish and human, with silver hair and wild eyes, exuding a primal ferocity. Though he had once stood at a height akin to an ordinary person, he now towered over all, muscles coiled and brimming with explosive power. Qing Shui's visage had transformed dramatically. As he assumed this battle stance, the air around him became palpably moist, as if one could wring water from the very atmosphere. "Water god Hebo." Zhong Yu's expression turned grave as he recalled Qing Shui's previous display of power. Within the tranquil chamber of Shui Tu, a disciple had previously invoked the Hebo totem visualization technique, conjuring the image of Hebo to aid in battle. However, that disciple's manifestation lacked substance. Mere semblance without flesh or bone, far inferior to the reality that Shui Qingshui now embodied. Shui Qingshui did not merely visualize Yibo, he had transformed into Yibo, employing his formidable spiritual power to become the very embodiment of the water god. Yibo, the deity of water, was the totem of the Shui Tu clan, a legacy from the ancestors who had traversed the wilds millennia ago. Many within the Shui Tu clan had envisioned Yibo, yet few had cultivated to such an extraordinary degree, rendering him a veritable water deity. The cultivation of the river god totem visualization technique has reached an alarming level, compensating for physical inadequacies and even granting an unparalleled advantage in close combat against body refiners. It is akin to battling like a deity. The magnitude of its power is palpable. Young Yu, this individual is formidable. Within Zhong Yu's sea of consciousness, the voice of the fire child suddenly took on a grave tone. His foundation is profoundly deep. Upon entering the spirit void hall, he could instantly become a chi refiner. His mental prowess is exceptionally strong, surpassing even yours, nearing the realm of chi refiners, capable of transforming the intangible into the tangible, making him one of the most formidable figures among the upper academy disciples. Transforming the intangible into the tangible? Zhang Yu felt a chill in his heart. For this is a technique of chi refiners. Chi refiners possess the ability to materialize their mental energy into reality. For instance, in the Baikong Hall, during the battle between the left minister and the elder of the Tianfeng clan, the elder wielded wooden sword Qi, merging his mental energy with it to manifest colossal trees, forming a myriad of wooden sword formations. This exemplifies the transformation of the intangible into the tangible, materializing mental energy as if it were genuine wood. However, this does not literally convert mental energy into wood. It is merely a manifestation of mental energy's materialization, indistinguishable from true wood. Nevertheless, should the mental energy dissipate, the wooden forms would vanish as well. Shui Qinghe has also achieved this transformation, condensing his mental energy into the water god, Yibo, demonstrating a resilience of mental energy that has already attained the level of a chi refiner. Among all the upper academy disciples, this is the first time Zhong Yu has encountered such a powerful individual. The transformation of the intangible into the tangible. The materialization of Yibo elevates his physical prowess exponentially, potentially surpassing even my own physical strength. Zhang Yu's expression turned serious. Shui Qinghe is exceptionally strong, far surpassing Yu Fian, and his strength is terrifying, incomparable to those core disciples of the Shui Tu clan he encountered earlier. Yu Fian has cultivated to the point of manifesting flesh, blood, and bones of a fish dragon, vivid and lifelike. Yet she still lacks that final touch to achieve the transformation of the intangible into the tangible, primarily due to her insufficient mental energy strength. Though the fish dragon she visualizes is clear, it remains somewhat unreal. Zhong Yu took a deep breath. Instead of fear, he felt an exhilarating thrill at the prospect of battling such a master. Young Yu, are you excited? In the sea of consciousness, the fire child gazed at the turbulent waves, astonished. Shui Qinghe's power exceeds yours. You should be intimidated. No. A fiery determination surged within Zhong Yu's chest. The stronger the opponent, the more exhilarated I become. To engage in combat with such a formidable adversary, to defeat him, to crush him, to overpower his body, shatter his confidence, and trample upon his dignity. This sense of accomplishment, fire, can you comprehend it? The emotional fluctuations of a person are often difficult to discern from their exterior, yet the spirit within the sea of consciousness can shift with these emotions. For Zhong Yu, in this moment, his sea of consciousness is tumultuous, waves crashing through the air, evoking an aura of clashing swords and battle cries. This signifies his excitement, fervor, an ardent desire to fight, to struggle, to achieve victory, and to validate his learnings. However, it is challenging to perceive this from his countenance. Well said. The flames of inspiration herald. You have begun to embody the essence of the Fuxi divine clan. Face challenges head-on, rise to confront adversity, and pursue advancement with unwavering resolve. When faced with formidable foes, do not succumb to despair or fear. Instead, trample them beneath your feet. That is the true spirit of the Fuxi clan. Zhang Yu stepped forward, positioning himself before Shui Qinghe as thunderous totems manifested around him, coalescing into a spiraling dragon. With a calm demeanor, he proclaimed, I, Zhang Yu of the Zhongshan clan, accept your challenge. Accept your challenge? Shui Qinghe was taken aback. This situation was meant for him to teach the audacious Zhongshan clan a lesson from a position of superiority. How had it transformed into him challenging Zhong Yu? The resurgence of the weak against the strong is termed a challenge, while the strong oppressing the weak is mere tyranny. If he were to challenge him, did that not signify his own weakness? Intriguingly, it was the first time someone dared to speak to him in such a manner. You presume yourself a body cultivator. Very well, I shall shatter you using the techniques of body refinement. 3 moves. It will take no more than 3 moves to defeat you. With a smile, Shui Qinghe suddenly summoned a tumultuous wave that lifted him, moving with uncanny speed. As the sound of the water surged, a towering wave propelled him toward Zhongyu, delivering a punch aimed directly at his face. With this punch unleashed, the torrents surged forth. And from behind Shui Qinghe's formidable form, a deluge rose to a height of 100 zhang, bearing down upon Zhongyu. This punch gathered the force of the overwhelming flood. How terrifying was the momentum behind it. Zhongyu's form was entwined in a dragon-like embrace. The spiraling dragon growing increasingly robust and vivid, its head fierce, its body thickening to the girth of a barrel. The dragon's essence began to merge with Zhongyu. As pure spiritual energy transformed into the dragon totem and thunder patterns, adorning his skin as if scales were sprouting forth. Within him, muscles bulged, sinews taut, producing a sound akin to the twang of a bowstring at full draw. Moreover, his blood surged with newfound vigor, the heart rapidly circulating energy and blood. The sound of the flowing blood resonating so loudly that even the observing disciples could hear it. Zhongyu did not evade Shui Qinghe's strike. Instead, he let out a resonant dragon's roar and retaliated with a powerful fist aimed at Shui Qinghe. The spectators, witnessing the clash, were visibly shaken. The 100 zhang flood and the encircling dragon form signified that both combatants possessed a strength that eclipsed that of their peers. At that moment, they resembled 2 mighty deities. Clashing head-on, the impact of their muscular collision evoking an unimaginable shockwave. Boom, boom. Both struck true. Shui Qinghe's formidable form was immensely powerful. His punch shattering the dragon forged from Zhongyu's spiritual energy, as the thunder totem patterns scattered in all directions. This blow was potent enough to obliterate even the thunder totem that Zhongyu had envisioned, sending it flying. Zhongyu's thunder totem patterns were not solely for the manifestation of the dragon. They also served to refine the thunderous sword energy, utilizing its sharpness to counter the force of Shui Qinghe's punch. Yet, Shui Qinghe's strength was overwhelmingly potent, effortlessly dismantling the thunderous sword energy as if it were mere chaff, rendering it utterly powerless. As the fist struck Zhongyu, a dull thud resonated, the immense force of the river god's body reverberating through his limbs, his spirit, his very soul. Simultaneously, Zhongyu unleashed a punch upon Shui Qinghe, the might of the river goddess physique becoming evident. The strength behind Zhongyu's blow was formidable. None among the core disciples of the Shui Tu clan could withstand its ferocity. Yet, Shui Qinghe's river god body, reinforced by scales, merely shattered under the impact without inflicting any injury upon him. His body was adorned with thick, heavy scales, akin to a deity of the waters, exuding an aura of majesty and formidable defensive capabilities. Unexpectedly, as Zhongyu's fist descended, his fingers spread wide, and a resounding roar erupted from his palm. A colossal dragon surged forth from his hand, crashing violently into Shui Qinghe, breaking a substantial hole through the river god's form and revealing the figure of Shui Qinghe within. His river god body was not a genuine transformation, but a manifestation of his spiritual energy, concealing his true self within the guise of the river god. This was not true physical training. It could not enhance the innate strength of his body, but merely projected the river god's essence, wielding the power of the river god. Once the form dissipated, so too would the power. In contrast, Zhongyu had cultivated his physical form, his strength continuously augmenting. Even without the manifestation of the dragon, his power was immensely formidable. This distinction underscored the difference between body refiners and energy cultivators. However, an energy cultivator could also visualize the river god form for close combat, potentially surpassing even body refiners in martial prowess. As Shui Qinghe launched his second punch, Zhongyu stood resolute, refusing to evade. He retaliated with a strike aimed at the breach in the river god's form, targeting the essence of Shui Qinghe within. Both combatants exchanged blows. A trickle of blood escaped Zhongyu's lips as he staggered backward, retreating a considerable distance before finally dissipating the terrifying force of the river god's body. The ground beneath him shattered, stones and debris exploding as he moved. Shui Qinghe, too, emitted a muffled grunt, his tail fin propelling him backward amidst the tumultuous waves, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Zhang Yu had indeed breached the river god-s form between their exchanges, inflicting damage upon Shui Qinghe's corporeal body. His physical form lacked the extraordinary resilience of the river god-s guise. Thus, when struck by Zhang Yu, he sustained injuries. Nonetheless, his physique surpassed that of the vast majority of Upper Academy disciples, rendering him less vulnerable to grave harm. Zhong Shan was undeniably formidable. Shui Qinghe inhaled deeply, his expression growing solemn. As a prize talent of the Shui Tu clan, one of the 10 great clans, he was held in high esteem. In his youth, he had been steeped in medicinal concoctions, their potency permeating his being, bestowing him with remarkable physical prowess. The clan's shamans had adorned his body with the essence of various ferocious beasts, painting totems upon him to enhance his strength. Upon entering the sword sect, Shui Qinghe further refined his physique with an array of spiritual medicines, becoming a veritable embodiment of their might. Yet now, he found himself injured. The power wielded by Zhang Yu had exceeded his expectations, the dragon totem cultivated to an extraordinary level. However, it was not merely the dragon totem or the thunder sword technique that had harmed him. It was Zhang Yu's terrifying explosive force capable of penetrating the river goddess form. Zhang Yu's physical prowess exceeded his expectations. The strength of the river goddess physique was formidable. Even after sustaining 2 powerful blows, he merely suffered some internal injuries, which were not too grievous. Such a level of bodily refinement could only be achieved by the chi refiners of Swordgate or some extraordinary beasts and demon tribes. Having already exchanged 2 strikes, they were now poised for the third. Shui Qinghe inhaled deeply, his expression grave, as his fishtail gently swayed. Suddenly, a vast expanse of water materialized around him, rising higher and higher, resembling a small lake that lifted him up. The lake hovered in midair, with Shui Qinghe standing atop it, his aura intensifying as he prepared to charge down upon Zhang Yu. He was indeed employing his most formidable technique, a secret skill honed for the year-end unrestricted duel, aiming to vanquish Zhang Yu in one decisive blow. Zhang Yu's expression turned serious as he braced himself. Suddenly, Shui Qinghe caught sight of several figures and let out a cold snort, dissipating the river god-s form, retracting his spiritual energy, and turning to leave with a frosty remark. Let today's events be for now. Zhang clan, we shall continue this battle during the unrestricted duel. Zhang Yu was momentarily taken aback, following Shui Qinghe's gaze to see a few silhouettes descending from Swordgate Mountain, approaching the upper courtyard. These individuals also exuded a powerful aura, rivaling that of Shui Qinghe, likely disciples from the inner sect. Their origins were unclear, but judging by Shui Qinghe's demeanor, they undoubtedly belonged to one of the 10 great clans and possessed formidable strength. Shui Qinghe wished to conceal his trump cards from these newcomers to avoid losing the upper hand during the year-end unrestricted duel, prompting his retreat. What a formidable individual! Zhang Yu's hand trembled slightly, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, internal pain gnawing at him. He reflected, among the 10 great clans, each possesses unique attributes. Their ancestral totems naturally surpass those of other clans. Shui Qinghe's strength was indeed profound. Even without employing chi refinement techniques, he was already so powerful, far beyond my capabilities. He failed to consider that he had only been genuinely cultivating for a little over a month. While Shui Qinghe had been immersed in spiritual herbs since childhood, accompanied by chi refiners for 5 to 6 years, which accounted for his current prowess. In the upper courtyard, numerous individuals akin to Shui Qinghe existed, all elite members of the great clans. These figures would surely take to the field during the year-end unrestricted duel, where they would compete fiercely for the opportunity to enter the Spirit Void Hall. By that time, it was likely that they would no longer conceal their true capabilities, unleashing their most powerful techniques. Zhang Yu stepped towards Ting Lanwei and He Chenchuan, contemplating. 2 months, just 2 months remaining. In 2 months, I will confront the true elites of these great clans, who can claim victory over the multitude. His heart surged with ambition as he murmured, to dominate the crowd. Who else but me? Zhang Clan's Zhang Yu, these are your 2 soul weapons. Upon seeing Zhang Yu arrive, Mr. Pu beckoned him over, producing 2 soul weapons before him. Smiling as he remarked, I labored for 20 days to forge these 2 soul weapons. I must admit, it has been quite exhausting. What do you think of these? In the serene chamber, disciples of Master Pu, including Ting Lanwei and He Chenchuan, gathered around. Despite her severe injuries, Ting Lanwei gritted her teeth and approached to observe. Many of these disciples wielded soul weapons, albeit of lesser quality, and were exceedingly curious about the soul weapon that Master Pu had spent 20 days crafting. what appeared to be a wooden box. Ting Lanyue and the others were momentarily taken aback, gazing at the imposing 6-foot wooden box. Zhongyu, too, was puzzled, as this very box was the sole weapon bestowed upon him by Master Pu. It was intricately carved from a dark redwood, seamlessly crafted, standing at just the right height to reach his chest. The surface of the wooden box was adorned with numerous patterns resembling dragons, likely totemic engravings. However, these patterns did not seem to be later inscribed. Instead, they appeared to be natural markings of the wood itself. This is dragon bloodwood. Ting Lanyue exclaimed in astonishment. It truly is dragon bloodwood. I have heard from the elders of my family that there exists a dragon blood forest on Sword Gate Mountain. It is said that a true dragon was wounded and bled in the great wilderness a millennium ago, and its blood stained a grove on Sword Gate Mountain. Due to its infusion with dragon blood would inherently possesses dragon totem patterns. Yet it grows exceedingly slowly. It may take centuries to mature. And even the elders are reluctant to use it for crafting soul weapons. The thought that even the elders of Swordgate would hesitate to utilize it sent a tremor through Zhongyu's heart, making the wooden box feel immensely heavy. Despite not being a disciple of Master Pu, the fact that Master Pu had crafted a soul weapon from such a precious material for him was an extraordinary gift. Master Pu caressed the wooden box and smiled. This dragon bloodwood was awarded to me by the sect leader for my contributions to Swordgate in my youth. It has certain benefits for nurturing souls and soul weapons, as well as for sword chi, but it holds little value for me, which is why I have yet to craft a soul weapon from it. I originally intended to leave it for my disciples, but having not found a suitable successor, it has remained unused. His expression softened with satisfaction as he continued, Zhongyu, although you are not my disciple, fate has intertwined our paths. With your cultivation of the Jiao dragon totem, you are indeed worthy of this dragon bloodwood, and thus I have forged a sword box for you from it. Zhongyu felt a mix of shock and joy, tinged with apprehension. Master Pu, this is far too precious. Master Pu laughed heartily. Precious? Not at all. Were it not for your care of Lanyue and the others, my disciples might have perished in the demonic ruins. Other disciples of alchemists have fallen, thousands perished. Yet only a handful of mine survived. In light of this achievement, what is a mere piece of dragon bloodwood worth? You deserve this dragon bloodwood sword box. Now open it and behold. Zhongyu steadied himself and opened the dragon bloodwood sword box. With a soft click, the box unveiled a sword hilt adorned with intricate wooden patterns. He gently drew forth the soul weapon, which measured 5 feet in length. The spine bore strange totemic patterns, and it weighed approximately 100 pounds, exuding a tangible heft in his grasp. The blade was entirely black, with a subtle dark golden gleam, likely forged from a blend of mysterious iron and gold, enhancing the soul weapon's hardness and sharpness. The surface of this soul weapon is adorned with intricate lightning totem patterns, resembling the traces left by bolts of lightning striking the sword. It is evident that Master Pu has forged this soul weapon using pure lightning patterns. The dragon scale-like textures represent the totem of the flood dragon, giving the soul weapon an appearance reminiscent of dragon scales, exuding a chilling aura and razor-sharp edges. The moment it is drawn from the sword box, he can almost faintly hear the sound of dragon blood coursing within the blade. When he channels his soul into the sword, he feels an unobstructed connection. The act of offering his soul brings not discomfort, but rather a profound sense of ease. This distinction showcases the superiority of high-quality soul weapons over ordinary ones. A soul cannot remain detached from the body for too long, lest it suffer damage. A fine soul weapon acts as a second body, where the integration of soul and weapon is seamless, allowing for extended durations without harm to the soul. In contrast, lesser quality soul weapons do not provide such robust protection, and prolonged separation can lead to soul deterioration, necessitating the soul's return to the body for nurturing. Within the dragon blood sword, it feels akin to entering another body, a testament to the sword's exceptional quality. It is indeed a premium soul weapon. The dragon bloodwood nourishes the dragon scale sword, making it the perfect match for you. Master Pu elaborated. Both elements mutually enhance each other and can also harmonize with your own body, aiding your cultivation. Soul weapons require regular soul offerings for nurturing. The closer the bond between the soul and the weapon, the greater the power and swifter the speed. Zhongyu, are you satisfied with these 2 soul weapons? Zhongyu retracted his soul, overwhelmed with joy, caressing the dragon scale sword and the dragon blood sword box, repeatedly expressing his satisfaction. I am satisfied, truly satisfied. This dragon blood sword box can accommodate up to 9 dragon scale swords, but for now, it holds only 1. The remaining swords are for you to procure on your own. Master Pu chuckled. However, once you attain the rank of Qi Refining Master and cultivate sword energy. This box can be filled with sword energy. With but a thought, countless streams of sword energy can erupt from the box, surpassing ordinary soul weapons by an immeasurable degree. Ting Lanwei, He Chinchuan, and the others looked on enviously, while Zhang Yu was captivated, murmuring, sword energy? To forge soul weapons from metals such as Xianjin and Xiantai is merely a minor path. True invincibility lies in sword energy. Master Pu's expression turned solemn as he imparted his wisdom. Qi Refining Masters cultivate energy. Within our sword sect, we refine sword energy. Once you reach the spirit level, you can harness spiritual essence to gather various energies and forge sword energy, freeing yourself from these mundane metals. For instance, this sword box can only hold 9 soul weapons. But when storing sword energy, it can accommodate not just 9, but even hundreds or thousands. Zhang Yu felt a tremendous shock. Hundreds or thousands of sword energies. What a terrifying and magnificent sight that would be. Today, I shall refrain from imparting any new techniques. To grasp too much at once is futile. Instead, continue to refine the methods I have previously taught you, for this will enable you to achieve commendable rankings in unrestricted duels. Master Pu instructed the group and then turned to Zhang Yu, saying, "You have joined us too late and have learned too few techniques. If I were to teach you additional methods now, you might struggle to assimilate them. You need to familiarize yourself with the Dragon Blood Sword box and the Dragon Scale Sword. Diverting too much energy into new techniques could hinder your growth. In the realm of the unforbidden duel, one often encounters the esteemed core disciples of prominent clans, adorned with soul weapons and overflowing with wealth, rendering the likelihood of triumph through mere cultivation techniques exceedingly slim. However, the efficacy of exceptional soul weapons cannot be overstated. During these recent days, refining these 2 soul weapons will fortify your prior mastery of the Dragon Totem and the Thunder Sword technique, thereby enhancing the potency of these 2 disciplines." Zhang Yu felt a pang of disappointment. He had initially hoped to seize the opportunity presented by the opening of the transmission pavilion to learn a flight technique. Yet, old Pu's words rang true. With merely 2 months remaining before the unforbidden duel, it would indeed be somewhat hasty to delve into other cultivation methods. Moreover, the refinement of soul weapons demands time, making it more prudent to utilize this period to amplify the power of the Thunder Sword technique and Dragon Totem, thereby increasing his chances of success. "You must also exercise caution," Old Pu murmured. "In your confrontation with Shui Qinghe of the Shui Tu clan, should your strength be observed. Beware of those who may seek to harm you. If you were to be injured before the unforbidden duel, rendering you incapable of exerting your full strength, the likelihood of others entering the Spirit Void Palace would increase." Zhang Yu's heart tightened at the warning. Old Pu continued, "Your current prowess, while not yet placing you within the top 10, certainly poses a threat to those who do. Thus, remain vigilant against those who may wish to ambush you. Even if they do not resort to such treachery, it is likely that skilled practitioners will seek to hone their skills against you. Train on me." Zhang Yu responded with gratitude, smiling. "Rest assured, Old Pu, I too wish to use them as practice, to warm up for the unforbidden duel, and to fight my way through to it." As Old Pu observed his departing figure, he felt a profound sense of admiration for such an exceptional youth, whose allure only grew with each glance. In times past, countless individuals would have vied to take him under their wing. Regrettably, he had made an enemy of the Tianfeng clan, and, to make matters worse, he had also incurred the ire of the Shui Tu clan, offending 2 of the 10 great clans in one fell swoop. It seemed only a matter of time before he antagonized a 3rd, and perhaps even a 4th. Within the upper courtyard, the core disciples of various clans descended from Swordgate Mountain, preparing for the year-end unforbidden duel. Each clan nurtured disciples with immense potential, many of whom rivaled Shui Qinghe in skill. Nearly every clan possessed disciples whose spiritual prowess had transformed the intangible into the tangible. Shui Qinghe had yet to reveal his full strength. One yearned to witness the extent of his capabilities. In the quiet chamber of the Lishan clan, a young maiden stood with her spiritual energy coalescing behind her, materializing into a magnificent flower spanning a diameter of 36 feet. Within this grand blossom, a 3-faced, 4-armed demon deity gradually arose, balancing on 1 foot, half-crouched, compelling the surrounding disciples of the Lishan clan to retreat. The totem of the Lishan clan is the Lishan demon flower. Zhang Yu had witnessed an awe-inspiring demon lotus during his examination at the Biyun Hall, which enveloped hundreds of miles, a relic left by the clan's ancestors. This Lishan maiden had cultivated to the point of manifesting the Lishan totem, her spiritual energy materializing the demon flower, achieving a degree of prowess that rivaled Shui Qinghe, if not surpassing him in intricacy. Li Xionyang, aside from Shui Qinghe, What of Zhongshan? Inquired the chi-refining practitioner of the Lishan clan from the platform of the quiet chamber. Is he worthy of attention? Li Xunyang gracefully moved forward. Each step she took blossoming like enchanting lotus flowers. With a playful smile, she remarked that he was not worth her excessive attention. His strength posed a mere threat. Yet it was not substantial. What truly intrigued her were the formidable experts nurtured by the esteemed clans such as the Yu, Taolin, Junshan, and Leihu. However, she deemed the Zhongshan clan suitable for practice, a means to accumulate an invincible momentum for her forthcoming unrestricted duel. Meanwhile, in the tranquil chamber of the Leihu clan, a robust man with a flowing beard manifested the deity of thunder behind him, Sam Malay Gong, who also chuckled, suggesting that the Zhongshan clan could serve as a training ground to amass an aura of invincibility. He likened this process to a famished tiger descending a mountain, gaining speed. And when confronting experts like Shuiking, his indomitable spirit would enable him to vanquish those adversaries with a single strike. The refinement of soul weapons involves dedicating one's soul to the weapon, nurturing it with spiritual energy, permeating day and night, establishing a spiritual resonance. Zhong Yu sat cross-legged, the dragon blood sword sheath upright before him, as the flame of knowledge illuminated his consciousness, guiding him on how to refine the dragon blood sword sheath and the dragon scale sword. The longer the refinement, the more stable the connection with the soul weapon becomes. Even if the weapon is lost, it can be summoned back with a mere thought, impervious to theft. However, the sword sheath has already formed a connection with the dragon scale sword, akin to the bond between a scabbard and its blade. Should the sword be lost, the sheath can still be retrieved. At present, he need not refine the sheath. He should focus on the sword, nurturing it with potent spiritual energy and soul essence. Zhong Yu dedicated his soul to the dragon scale sword, and his spiritual energy surged forth, nourishing the treasured blade. For ordinary individuals, nurturing a soul weapon typically involves a straightforward application of soul and spirit, taking several days to refine adequately, a rather rudimentary approach. The guiding flame continued to instruct him. While nurturing, envision the Emperor of Fire from the Palace of Fire, and in doing so, the refinement of the soul weapon could be accomplished in mere hours. Upon hearing this, Zhong Yu immediately envisioned the Emperor of Fire. After several hours, he suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Refine." With a soft click, the sword sheath opened, and the dragon scale sword emitted a low hum as it leaped forth. Shimmering with a chilling light, the temperature in the air plummeted, an oppressive coldness enveloping him. The dragon scale sword seemed to transform into his eyes, allowing Zhong Yu to perceive his surroundings through it. As the sword ascended higher, his vision broadened. Crack! Thunder rumbled in the sky as the dragon scale sword, under his command, executed the thunderbolt sword technique. Lightning danced freely in the air. The dragon scale sword truly became a manifestation of thunder and lightning, moving with the swiftness of a flash. Zhong Yu could not contain his astonishment and delight as he fully unleashed the thunderbolt sword technique. The sword light flickered and leaped in the air, the technique's power manifesting in its entirety. Previously, he had felt constrained when attempting the technique, unable to fully express its potential. Yet, wielding the dragon scale sword, all the variations he could not execute before now flowed effortlessly. No wonder many disciples from the upper academy claimed that a quality soul weapon could double one's strength with the dragon scale sword. The might of my thunderbolt sword technique must surely surpass mere doubling, Zhong Yu mused to himself. You are merely a sacrificial sword at this stage, sufficient for vanquishing ordinary beasts, yet woefully inadequate to confront a spirit like Shui Qinghe. His mental prowess surpasses yours, and his soul weapon is likely on par with yours. Engaging him in battle poses a considerable risk for you. The flame of life transformed into a small flicker, gracefully landing upon the dragon scale sword, merging with its blade, as it stood atop the spirit of Zhong Yu. This sword is commendable, capable of safeguarding your spirit from being shattered by external forces. Its tensile strength and rigidity are of exceptional quality. Unless one is a practitioner of qi, they would find it challenging to break. Furthermore, during clashes with other soul weapons, one need not fear the demise of their spirit. If a soul weapon shatters, does the wielder perish as well? Zhong Yu uttered in astonishment. This is an undeniable truth. When one sacrifices their spirit to a soul weapon for combat, the greatest fear is the destruction of that weapon. The spirit resides within the soul weapon. Should it break, the spirit shall follow suit, resulting in the demise of its master. The flame of life settled upon his shoulder, stating, therefore, one ought to utilize the finest soul weapons when needed. Otherwise, the shattering of a soul weapon will lead to the disintegration of one's spirit. Look at those Na'vi disciples from the upper academy. utterly oblivious. Their soul weapons are often hastily crafted and prone to shattering upon contact. Yet they dare to invoke them in battle, clearly endangering their very lives. Zhang Yu felt a tremor in his heart. Indeed, many disciples from the upper academy heavily rely on their soul weapons in combat. Unbeknownst to them, they are courting death in the eyes of the flame of life. Your sword is commendable. Unless one is a practitioner of qi, it is not easy to shatter your dragon scale sword. So feel free to summon it when contending with the disciples of the upper academy. The flame of life spoke earnestly. However, if you encounter a qi practitioner, you should retreat as far as possible. Otherwise, if they sever your dragon scale sword, your spirit will be at risk of annihilation alongside it. Soul weapons serve merely as substitutes for sword energy, a reluctant choice when one's cultivation is insufficient. Sword energy not only possesses far greater offensive power than soul weapons, but is also considerably safer. Now, let us continue ascending to the heights and practice our swordsmanship. The dragon scale sword surged upward, its blade illuminating the air with a thunderous resonance. Soon soaring to an altitude of 10,000 feet, Zhang Yu gazed downward, witnessing the mountains below shrink in size, yet beside him, Swordgate Mountain loomed like a colossal sword, remaining incomprehensibly high. After a moment of riding the dragon scale sword, Zhang Yu felt his mental energy waning. Though he still had reserves, the intensity of his mental power was insufficient to sustain such a long flight. Despite the distance traversed, the golden pinnacle of Swordgate still towered far above, seemingly unreachable. Here shall suffice, the flame of life remarked as it gazed outward. This is the realm of high-altitude thunder. In the upper atmosphere, fierce sunlight, gale winds, and latent thunder converge. The blazing sun burns like fire, and the cutting winds slash like blades. Should one's spirit ascend to such heights, it risks incineration or being swept away by the winds. While the fierce sun and gale winds are not particularly perilous, the thunder is formidable. It can sense your spirit. Once in the upper atmosphere, the thunder will manifest and strike you down. Will the thunder actively strike me? Zhang Yu pondered in dread. Even if I do not provoke it, will it still target me? Before the soul merges with the spirit, it embodies a feminine essence, while thunder is replete with masculine vigor. When these two forces encounter each other, they invariably attract, leading to the soul being struck by lightning when it ascends to great heights. The path of the fire and the spark likens this to the dynamic between man and woman, where a man is inclined to approach a woman. Your previous practice of the thunderbolt sword technique merely conjured a semblance of thunder through mental visualization, a false thunder, and inner thunder, whereas the natural lightning is a true, potent force, far exceeding the power of the inner kind. The altitude here is just right. The thunder is not overly violent, but rather faint. Your practice of the thunderbolt sword technique is perfectly suited to harness the surrounding lightning, allowing it to temper your soul, spirit, and soul weapon. Be cautious. For the thunder approaches, quickly envision the fire sovereign. Surrounding the dragon scale sword, the air crackled with shimmering electric sparks, multiplying as they coalesced. Resembling a multitude of thunder serpents dancing amidst the clouds, a truly astonishing sight. The gathering electric lights grew larger, akin to a great serpent consuming smaller ones. While the sound of thunder subtly resonated in the air, Zhang Yu felt a jolt within, as though his soul were ensnared by an unseen force, instilling within him a sense of trepidation. He hastily envisioned the fire sovereign of the Fire Time Palace. His mental energy constructed the Fire Time Palace within the dragon scale sword, transforming Zhang Yu into the fire sovereign, a being with a dragon's head, a human body, and a dragon's tail, instantly dispelling his fear. With a thunderous roar, a colossal crack of thunder erupted as a bolt of lightning struck down, catching the dragon scale sword unprepared. An unimaginable power surged through the sword in an instant. Within the dragon scale sword, Zhang Yu's soul was scorched black. Even the fire sovereign he envisioned was engulfed in darkness, as if his very essence were to shatter into charred fragments. His mental energy was nearly obliterated. An excruciating pain coursing through him, the thunderous sound shaking him to his core. Focus entirely, do not be distracted. The spark of fire perched upon his shoulder remained unscathed, yet wore an anxious expression, warning him that distraction would lead to his demise, scattering his soul. Zhang Yu gritted his teeth, enduring the agonizing sensation that threatened to rend him apart, pouring all his energy into concentrating on the fire sovereign. He witnessed his scorched soul begin to mend, akin to an ancient tree rejuvenating in spring. With a resounding crash, another bolt of lightning struck. Just as Zhang Yu's soul was beginning to restore itself, it was nearly shattered once more, the unbearable pain surging back with a vengeance. The spark of fire remained untroubled, encouraging him with laughter. Do not fret. Just grit your teeth. If your body were to clench as fiercely as your soul, you would shatter every tooth in your mouth. Survive the first strike, and the second will not claim you either. Persist in your training without yielding. It hurts. Zhongyu gritted his teeth. Does it hurt greatly? The small flame spoke with a hint of insecurity. The pure-blood Fushi divine clan that I once taught never cried out in pain. Zhongyu gritted his teeth and persisted, continuously visualizing. In just half an hour, over 20 bolts of thunder struck the dragon-scale sword. Even the flame was taken aback. Pondering, when I instructed the pure-blood Fushi divine clan, they did not endure for this long during their first encounter with thunder. They cried out in agony and could not hold on any longer. Yet this lad continues to persevere. Zhongyu felt his soul nearly numbed by the pain, while the thunder persisted in crashing down upon him. However, gradually, he seemed to feel less pain. His mental fortitude was increasing, and his soul became more resilient and formidable, able to withstand such a level of thunderous assault. In fact, flickers of lightning began to dance within his soul and mental energy. Suddenly, Zhongyu spotted a delicate young girl seated in the air, hundreds of feet away, as bolts of thunder incessantly struck her. She lacked any soul weapon for protection, yet remained seated, unyielding under the onslaught. This girl appeared youthful, yet exuded considerable strength. Zhongyu's thought stirred, and the dragon-scale sword flew toward her. The girl opened her eyes, curiously examining the sword, and remarked, "Are you also refining your soul, senior brother? Does it hurt? It was a bit painful earlier, but now I feel somewhat numb," Zhongyu replied, allowing his soul to emerge from the sword. "What is your name, senior sister?" "I am Qiu Tan's descendant, named Qiu Jire." She managed to suppress her pain, saying, "What do they call you, senior brother?" As Zhongyu saw the thunder approaching, he hurriedly returned to the sword, stating, "Zhongshan's descendant, Zhongyu. Your cultivation is impressive, so I dare not resist the thunder directly with my soul." Qiu Jire smiled, "Senior brother Zhong, you seem a bit older than me, so you may call me junior sister." After chatting for a moment, they both felt a bit fatigued. Zhongyu chuckled, "Junior sister Qiu, let us meet again tomorrow." Qiu Jire nodded and flew away with her soul. Zhongyu looked on in astonishment, for he witnessed her soaring toward a grand hall atop a spirit-like mountain platform at Jianmen Mountain. That was the residence of the Qi refiners. How could she? Zhongyu exclaimed. The flame queried, "Isn't she just a Qi refiner? Did you not notice?" Cold sweat broke out on Zhongyu's forehead. "Just now, she called me senior brother, and I referred to her as junior sister. A Qi refiner calls me senior brother. I feel an immense pressure. Tomorrow, once you become a Qi refiner and surpass her in cultivation, won't that title be solidified?" The flame chuckled. "However, you will need to exert considerable effort. For this little cow named Qiu Jire is extraordinary. She is a natural spirit body, comparable to the aptitude of the Fangjian Pavilion. Those of her caliber cultivate with a speed akin to a frenzied little cow." "Jire, how did your cultivation go this time?" On the mountain platform resembling a racier mushroom, the spirit of Qiu Jian'er soared and descended into the body of a seated young maiden. A beautiful woman remarked, "To temper the soul with thunder is the unparalleled skill of the Lei Hu clan, a technique I painstakingly acquired through stealth. By employing this method of soul refinement, the spirit becomes remarkably resilient. You, being an innate with spirit, possess a natural unity of soul. If you can undergo the thunderous tempering, your future achievements will rival those of the 4 formidable young masters of the sword sect." Qiu Jian'er opened her eyes and said, "Mother, I encountered a senior brother in the Thunder Realm who was also refining his soul. His spirit is concealed within a soul weapon. We exchanged a few words." The woman, suddenly anxious, replied, "Could he be a Qi refiner from the Lei Hu clan? If the Lei Hu clan discovers that I have pilfered their secret art, my reputation would be tarnished." Qiu Jian'er hurriedly reassured her, "He is not from the Lei Hu clan." This senior brother identified himself as Zhongshan, named Zhongyu. The woman sighed in relief, puzzled. Which prominent clan is Zhongshan? I have never heard of it. Could it be that they too have stolen the thunderous soul refinement technique from the Lei Hu clan? Is Zhongyu also a thief? Qiu Jian'er expressed her astonishment. The beautiful woman shot her a glance. "What do you mean by thief? We are merely keen learners. It would be unseemly to label us as thieves. I shall pay a visit to the sect leader another day and acquire the profound technique of the great freedom sword Qi from the sword sect. You may practice it." Qiu Jian'er stuck out her tongue in playful defiance. As Zhongyu's spirit returned to his body, he gasped in surprise, noticing that his sea of consciousness had significantly diminished. It had originally spanned 3,000 acres, constantly expanding with the deepening of his cultivation. Now, however, It had shrunk dramatically to a mere 1,000 acres, an astonishing reduction of 2/3. What has transpired? Has my cultivation been diminished by 2/3? Xinhua, having leapt from the dragon-scale sword, shook his head and explained, "This is the wondrous effect of thunderous tempering. Your spirit was initially not resilient enough. Although your sea of consciousness was vast, your spiritual power was weak. The thunderous tempering has purified the impurities within your spirit, resulting in a significant reduction in size but a greater purity and resilience. Look, the presence of thunderous sparks within your sea of consciousness indicates a robust spiritual power." Zhongyu gazed across his sea of consciousness and discerned faint flashes of electric light swirling within, akin to golden serpents concealed beneath the surface. Your spiritual power is still insufficient. If it were strong enough, your sea of consciousness would transform into a thunder pool, a sea of thunder. Your spiritual power would become thunderous sludge, thunderous liquid, a form of spiritual power far exceeding that of that little fellow from the clear water river by countless measures. Xinhua continued. A thunder pool, a thunder sea, thunderous sludge, thunderous liquid? Zhongyu's eyes widened in wonder as he murmured, "When will I reach such heights? Have you not noticed that your soul has also diminished in size?" Xinhua boasted. "Now, as your soul is extricated, observe your spirit." Zhongyu promptly separated his spirit from his body, only to find the surroundings transformed into colossal proportions, with Xinhua, a mere flicker of flame, now appearing over 10 times larger than himself. His soul was diminutive, akin to the size of a bean, while the flame of vitality loomed magnificently. Zhongyu turned to gaze upon his own form, astonished to find himself resembling a towering giant, both divine and demonic, beyond imagination. Initially, his soul had been comparable in size to the flame, yet now it appeared pitifully small. Your soul has also shrunk after being tempered by thunder, purging its impurities. Rest well, consume a few more feather spirit pills, and utilize your mental strength to refine your physical body. Tomorrow, continue your cultivation, the flame remarked with a smile. Once your body is sufficiently strong, we shall subject it to the thunder for further refinement, but that is still a distant prospect. Struck by lightning? Wouldn't that charm me? Zhongyu steadied his thoughts and obediently retrieved 3 feather spirit pills, consuming them. He then envisioned the totem of the flood dragon to refine his body, instantly feeling the potent energy of the pills depleting rapidly. After the span of a single incense stick, the effects of the 3 pills were exhausted, prompting him to ingest another 3. I had previously used the flood dragon totem for body refinement, but could not make further progress. Yet now, with my enhanced mental strength, I am able to elevate my physique. Zhongyu was both astonished and elated, continuing his practice. Unbeknownst to him, he consumed a staggering 60 feather spirit pills throughout the night. At this rate, he would soon find himself scraping the ground to satiate his hunger. As dawn broke, Zhongyu opened his eyes, bemused by the sheer consumption of 60 pills in a single night, a rate surpassing that of his life and death cultivation. He now had a mere 250 pills remaining, enough to last 4 or 5 days. Nevertheless, the gains from that night were immense. He felt an explosive power coursing through his body, every movement akin to thunder. Each muscle harbored terrifying explosive potential, every sinew taut like a drawn bowstring. With nerve transmission speed unparalleled, what level of strength would I attain in 5 days? Could I rival Shui Qinghe? Zhongyu summoned his spirit, drawing forth the dragon-scale sword, its brilliance soaring towards the heavens as he returned to the realm of thunder for further refinement. Before long, Qiu Jian arrived, and they exchanged casual conversation, both engaging in their respective training. The synergy of male and female practitioners proved invigorating. Perched upon Zhongyu's shoulder, the flame mused. This young lad, upon encountering such a diminutive girl, is inspired to strive harder as a chi refiner. Yet, he remains unaware that a congenital spirit body differs fundamentally from an ordinary individual. It is innately a union of soul and body, a natural chi refiner, not a result of cultivation. Should I enlighten him? Perhaps not. The youth ought to possess some vigor. In the days that followed, Zhongyu and Qiu Jian seemed to have tacitly agreed to train in unison, continuing until exhaustion compelled them to take their leave. After 5 days, Zhongyu's sea of consciousness had been refined to a mere 500 acres, and his soul had shrunk to a minuscule size, smaller even than an ant. Had he not diligently consumed feather spirit pills during this period, his sea of consciousness might have diminished even further, and his soul could have shriveled to the point of becoming entirely unnoticeable. Though both his sea of consciousness and soul had diminished in size, he felt a remarkable increase in their strength, as well as in his physical form. Particularly, the sea of consciousness surged with the tumult of thunder, transforming into golden serpents that danced within it. With a mere thought, the serpents writhed in a formidable display. However, Zhongyu had exhausted all his feather spirit pills and could no longer continue his cultivation. The disciples of the upper academy received merely 10 pills each month, a trifling amount insufficient even for an hour of cultivation. Frustration welled within him as he pondered. In the past, he could have accrued merit in the Sword Gate's demon ruins, but with the ruins now sealed, he must seek alternative avenues. He wondered if there were other ways to earn feather spirit pills. Just as he was about to rise, a melodious voice resonated from outside the courtyard, calling, "Junior brother Zhong. Junior brother Zhongyu of the Zhong clan." It was the voice of senior sister Ting. Intrigued, Zhongyu quickly stood and opened the door, contemplating. What brings senior sister Ting here? Upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find an array of vibrant colors outside his small courtyard. Over 30 female disciples from the upper academy were curiously peering around, led by Ting Lanwei, along with Yufian clad in black and Tao Dyer in red. The identities of the others were unknown to him. The air was thick with the fragrant essence of youthful femininity, likely from the cosmetics they had crafted from pollen, enhancing their skin with a dewy glow and a subtle aroma. In the distance, male disciples from the adjacent male academy peered out. Startled by the sight of so many female disciples gathering in their vicinity, their gazes directed at Zhongyu were filled with envy. "Why have you all come to see me?" Zhongyu inquired, perplexed. "Ladies, please come in. I shall prepare tea for you. No need to sit there." Ting Lanwei replied with a playful smile. "Junior brother Zhang, we plan to descend the mountain for some practical experience. Heading to Beast God Ridge for a warm-up before engaging in unrestricted duels. The number of ferocious beasts around Beast God Ridge has been increasing, and several nearby tribes have faced disturbances, with many villages wiped out. We aim to quell the beastly calamity and, in doing so, earn some merit to exchange for spirit pills or soul weapons." Tao Dyer chimed in with a laugh. "Initially, we had no intention of including any unpleasant men. But senior sister, you mentioned your impressive abilities and suggested taking you along. Besides, I've heard you're not unpleasant at all, so we decided to invite you." Zhongyu felt a stir of emotion as the dragon blood sword box flew to his feet. He smiled, saying, "Thank you, Tao sister, for your consideration." Yufian, maintaining her aloof demeanor, interjected, "No need for further pleasantries. We must set off immediately. If we hurry, we may reach Beast God Ridge by nightfall." Tao Daya promptly produced a small pouch, exclaiming, "Beast God Ridge is quite distant. Walking there would take 2 or 3 days. I borrowed a pouch of clouds from my family SG refiners. If we ride the clouds, we should arrive before sunset." The bag was opened, revealing a colorful mist swirling forth. In a matter of moments, Zhongyu and the maidens found themselves treading upon the clouds, feeling an uplifting force beneath their feet, propelling them skyward. Zhongyu marveled, while Tao Dyer chuckled, explaining, "This cloud is a soul weapon crafted by the Tao family SG cultivators. Known as colorful clouds, though it possesses no offensive capabilities, it serves well for travel. I shall steer the direction while the other sisters take turns fueling it with their spiritual energy, allowing us to soar towards Beast God Ridge. When one sister exhausts her energy, she shall descend to allow another to take her place, ensuring we conserve our strength for the journey ahead." In the male courtyard, hundreds of male disciples stood transfixed, gazing at the colorful cloud carrying dozens of flower-like maidens and Zhongyu aloft, each appearing dazed and bewildered. In our neighboring village, there is a magnificent bull, so robust that every full moon, villagers from 10 miles around bring their cows for breeding, queuing in line while other bulls can only watch enviously. One onlooker, gazing up at the cloud, murmured, "We refer to that bull as the Great Breeder." "What are you talking about?" inquired a curious male disciple beside him. In the distance, a burly man with a bushy beard watched the colorful cloud emerging from Sword Gate Mountain, his eyes sparkling with excitement. At last, they set forth. "Prepare the Thunder King boat. Our disciples of the Lei Lake clan shall also venture to Beast God Ridge. I intend to meet this Zhongyu in person." Over 20 elite disciples of the Lei Lake clan responded with enthusiasm, dragging forth a grand boat measuring over 10 zhang in length, at the center of which stood a towering statue of the Thunder God, adorned with intricate lightning patterns. As the group boarded the vessel, it ascended into the sky, heading towards Beast God Ridge. Simultaneously, in the female courtyard, Li Xionyang of the Li Mountain clan summoned her disciples, raising a large leaf, a lotus leaf from the demon god flower, immense in size. Standing upon the leaf, they too soared towards Beast God Ridge. Li Mountain clan. "Do not let me down," Li Xionyang murmured. Beast God Ridge is a rather peculiar location in the Great Wilderness, spanning 800 li. It is said that a beast god perished there, its body transforming into the ridge itself. This place is a paradise for fierce beasts, inhabited by various ferocious creatures, which our sword gates, chi cultivators refer to as demon beasts. Upon the cloud of color, Ting Lanyue addressed Zhongyu, saying, "Junior brother, demon beasts evolve from feral beasts. Yet they possess little intelligence. However, some demon beasts can transform into human form and are known as the demon race. This is quite intriguing. Unlike us, the human race and the demon race are born as such, while the demon race must cultivate to attain their form. Yet only those who are chi cultivators can become demon beings, wielding formidable powers." Tao Dyer chimed in with a grin. "However, there are no demon race chi cultivators within Beast God Ridge. It is said that outside the Great Wilderness lies a sanctum for the demon race. But within the Great Wilderness, we are protected by our sword gate, and the demon race dares not encroach upon our territory. This mission for the sword gate shall be a mere formality for us. Tao, you mentioned you sensed junior brother Zhong. How did you perceive him?" Ting Lanyue remarked, glancing playfully between Tao Dyer and Zhongyu. Indeed. The other young ladies immediately perked up, laughing as they urged. "Do tell us how you two caught a whiff of him. Tao Dao, was it his face or his lips you sniffed? Or perhaps somewhere else?" Tao Daya sprang to her feet, her eyes wide with indignation as she placed her hands on her hips, declaring, "If you keep this up, I shall toss all you little girls off the clouds." Tao Dao, caught off guard, began to feign ferocity. One girl, pouting, leaned closer to Tao Daya with a cheeky grin, asking, "Was it a mouth-to-mouth sniff?" The two girls nearly had their lips touching, and at last, Tao Dyer blushed, hastily turning her head away. The others erupted into laughter, their voices echoing joyfully amidst the colorful clouds. Zhongyu, equally embarrassed, could only pretend he had not heard, inquiring instead, "Dear sisters, what is the scenery beyond the Great Wilderness?" The girls exchanged glances and shook their heads. One girl replied, "We do not know. We have never ventured beyond the Great Wilderness. However, I have heard that it is fraught with danger. In the past, some have left the Great Wilderness, but they seldom returned. Indeed, I have also heard that people in the tribes at the fringes of the Great Wilderness often disappear, taken by the demons from beyond to be devoured." Zhongyu turned to Yufian, asking, "Sister, you seem well-traveled. Have you been outside the Great Wilderness?" Yufian shook her head. "I have not, but there are indeed practitioners from the Yu clan who wander out there. The area beyond the Great Wilderness is not a place for humans." The girls inquired eagerly, but Yufian was reluctant to elaborate, stating, "Should you become practitioners yourselves, you may have the chance to explore beyond the Great Wilderness. What does it mean that it is not a place for humans?" Zhongyu furrowed his brow, turning to Xinhua, who yawned and replied, "How would I know? All I can tell you is that before I fell asleep, there was no Great Wilderness. It was ruled by your Fushi divine clan and other divine tribes. What transpired during my slumber remains a mystery to me." At the Beast God Ridge, the mountains towered like swords piercing the heavens, a treacherous and desolate realm where human presence was scarce, confined to the villages outside the ridge. Within the Beast God Ridge, however, myriad beasts roamed freely, treating this land as their paradise for procreation. Occasionally, human tribes would venture to hunt, yet only on the periphery. The interior of the ridge was so densely populated with beasts that few dared to enter. At that moment, more than 20 disciples from the Sword Gate's upper academy traversed the depths of the Beast God Ridge. These disciples summoned their soul weapons to search for beasts, slaying any they encountered with a swift sword stroke. "Senior brother Han, something feels amiss here. There seem to be far fewer beasts, yet each one we encounter is formidable." The disciples wielded their soul weapons, engaging in fierce combat until they finally felled a fearsome beast resembling a bull. Its strength was astonishing. Its hide was so resilient that even the soul weapons struggled to pierce it. The group expended considerable effort to vanquish it. The bull's carcass loomed like a small mountain, and as they stood upon it, they gazed into the depths of the Beast God Ridge, where miasma swirled like pink mushrooms. A young disciple glanced around, frowning slightly, and addressed the leading senior brother Han. "Brother, something feels amiss. This demon bull is surprisingly powerful. We have never encountered such a formidable beast in the Beast God Ridge." Nearby, someone chuckled, "Junior brother, you worry too much. Brother Han is the foremost among the male disciples of our academy. He has faced countless challenges. Even the likes of the Zhongshan clan and the Shuetu clan are mere jesters in his eyes, unworthy of serious consideration. The esteemed brother Han, renowned as the pinnacle among the male disciples, equal to Yufian, smiled gently in response, saying, "Brother Shui Qinghe possesses considerable strength, perhaps even surpassing mine. As for the Zhongshan clan, they still lack the necessary refinement." Suddenly, the miasma ahead began to shift, and from beneath the pink haze, a maiden of tender age approached. Strangely, she was clad in pink and grasped a thick tendril of miasma, resembling a handle of an umbrella or a mushroom stalk. However, the umbrella-like miasma obscured the view of her features. Judging by her graceful figure, she appeared to be no more than 14 or 15 years old. "Junior sister, be cautious. That is miasma, highly toxic." A male disciple exclaimed urgently, "Quickly, step away from below." "Wait, something feels peculiar." Brother Han interjected, his expression shifting as he whispered. "In the depths of the Beast God Ridge, even we find it challenging to navigate. How could a mere girl manage? It would be best for us to retreat." "Retreat? Where can you possibly go?" The laughter of the maiden echoed from beneath the miasmic umbrella, a lilting giggle. "Humans, the most delectable blood food in the wilderness. I haven't feasted on you in ages. Retreat." Brother Han shouted fiercely, prompting everyone to summon their soul weapons and leap swiftly from the carcass of the bull, hastily making their escape. As the miasmic umbrella suddenly dissipated, it revealed indeed a young maiden, yet her neck was over 3 feet long. Adorned with a massive serpent's head, a human-faced serpent. The serpent spoke in the voice of the girl, laughing, "I told you, you cannot escape, yet you refuse to believe." With a swift motion, her neck elongated in the wind. The serpent's body emerged from her cloaked neck, growing longer and thicker, its head swelling to the size of a small mountain, striking forth with lightning speed, devouring 4 disciples of the Sword Gate in one gulp. This serpent demon was nearing the cultivation level of a chi refiner. Such a ferocious being could not possibly have originated from the Beast God Ridge. It must be an external demon. Brother Han bellowed in rage, "Summon your soul weapons," momentarily impeded. "We need only escape this place." The remaining disciples of the academy hurriedly activated their soul weapons, striking at the great serpent's head and vital points. Sparks flew as their weapons clashed against the serpent. Yet they failed to inflict any damage. Foolish humans, daring to recklessly invoke such lowly soul weapons. Do you not realize you are courting your own demise? The great serpent let out a chilling laugh, opening its maw to unleash a torrent of venom. The noxious liquid cascaded down like rain, and those soul soldiers it touched immediately erupted in thick azure smoke, corroded beyond recognition in an instant. Heart-wrenching cries echoed as the souls of the fallen warriors were tainted by the venom, wailing before dissipating into wisps of blue mist. With a sudden sway, Han and his companions faltered, collapsing one after another. They were all perished. These humans were pitifully weak. No wonder we and other races regarded them as mere fodder. The serpent withdrew its neck, returning to its former state, and with a shake of its head, it chuckled, "Brothers, would you care for a taste? My little sister can share a morsel with you." "Humph, who would desire such a thing?" A towering figure approached, sneering as he spoke. "If I wished to feast on humans, I would simply seize them. There are plenty of human tribes beyond the Beast God Ridge. I once invaded a village and indulged myself to the fullest." This giant stood over 2 yards tall, draped in a thick fur cloak, his chest bristling with a dense mane, and a bear's head adorned his neck, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. I arrived too late. Allowing Sister Shi to seize the opportunity, another figure approached, swift as the wind, sporting a goat's head. He quickly joined the two, grinning, "Brother Bear, you are unaware. Sister Shi was merely being kind. These individuals are unlike ordinary folk. Their flesh is rather coarse and bland. While these beings have undergone cultivation, their muscles firm and chewy. A delight to the palate. If sold at the market, they would fetch a handsome price." Sister Shi nodded, adding with a smile, "Especially the human chi refiners, who are even more valuable. At the last grand assembly in the Void City, I witnessed someone selling human chi refiners. The price was exorbitant, beyond your means." The bear's interest was piqued. "I have heard that the sword sect is filled with human chi refiners. Do not even entertain such thoughts." Sister Shi retorted coldly. "The sword sect guards the vast wilderness. Having endured for millennia, their strength is truly formidable. Not only are you not a chi refiner, but even if you were, attempting to challenge the sword sect would result in your utter destruction. Brother Gongong, would you not agree?" Brother Gongong nodded in agreement, stating, "We have come to accompany our master in search of treasures within the Beast God Ridge. If disciples from the sword sect happen upon us, we may partake. But we must never entertain thoughts of attacking the sword sect. Once our master acquires that treasure, we shall depart immediately. The sword sect's prowess is remarkable." Many formidable forces outside have sought to engulf the vast wilderness, but have failed, illustrating the depth of the sword sect's might. Brother Bear nodded, voice booming. Before we leave, I intend to gather some humans to sell outside. Suddenly, Sister, she turned her gaze skyward, whispering, more are coming. This time there are 3 groups. We need not compete. You 2 brothers, remember to eliminate every last one, leaving no survivors. If we alert the sword sect, it will jeopardize our master's grand plans. Brothers Gonyang and Bear nodded, dispersing to fulfill their tasks. That disciple, Shishimi, extended her long tongue, swiftly darting towards the colorful clouds where Zhongyu and Tao Dyer were situated. She murmured, I hope Master finds that precious item soon, if time drags on. The next visitors from the Sword Gate may not be these little ones, but rather the chi refiners. The colorful clouds gradually descended from the sky, and the young women gazed around during the descent, observing the treacherous and daunting terrain of Beast God Ridge. Many places in the wilderness appeared eerie and perilous. Yet this location exuded a strange and malevolent aura that rendered even these joyful maidens solemn. When the colorful clouds finally landed, Tao Dai retrieved a small cloth pouch and began to chant incantations. In a moment, the colorful clouds swiftly entered the pouch, and within a short while, the entirety of the colorful cloud spanning several dozen meters was contained within it. Yu Fian stepped forward, stating, Sisters, the Sword Gate has issued this mission with substantial rewards. Many disciples have ventured to Beast God Ridge, and some have already set off ahead of us. We must not delay any longer. We should head deep into Beast God Ridge at once to slay the rampaging beasts. Ting Lanyue hurried to catch up, saying, Sister, the elites from the 10 major clans have descended, and among them are formidable individuals like Shui Qinghe and Lei Gan. Not to mention, there are remarkable women as well, such as Li Xionyang from the Li clan and Mu Qinxian from the Mu clan. Do you have confidence in surpassing them? Yu Fian shook her head, replying, Li Xionyang and Mu Qinchuan's mental prowess is said to have reached the level of turning the virtual into the real, indeed surpassing mine. They are core disciples of their respective clans, rigorously selected and cultivated from a young age, naturally possessing extraordinary talents. My Yu clan also has core disciples who are not inferior to them, but if they wish to see me concede, we must compete. Zhang Shidi, you have sparred with Shui Qinghe. How do you assess his strength compared to mine? The girls turned their gazes towards Zhongyu, eager to know his thoughts. Zhongyu pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Sister, you are somewhat inferior to Shui Qinghe. Yu Fian shot him a glare, snorting. How can we determine the victor without a contest? Moreover, Zhang Shidi, I am also eager to compete with you. After your match with Shui Qinghe, I'm even more curious about your capabilities. Zhang Shidi, when will you become the top of the male academy? Tao Dai chuckled, currently. The top of the male academy is Han Qingma, who is on par with Sister Yu and is also an extraordinary figure. If you defeat him, you will be the first in the male academy. Zhongyu smiled. Is such a title truly of great significance? How can it not be important? The young women chimed in. If one can attain the title of top in the upper academy, they will earn the admiration of the female academy disciples and captivate countless maidens. Not to mention, they will attract the favor of the Sword Gate as chi refiners, receiving endless treasures, elixirs, and techniques as rewards. There will even be those who follow you, attending to your needs. With a single call, numerous will gather. Zhongyu gazed in astonishment, stammering, Are there really such benefits? Yet, despite captivating countless young maidens, it seems futile. What I desperately require now is elixirs and techniques. The maidens disdainfully retorted, Senior Han is a figure of equal renown with Senior Yu. He would not be defeated by you. If you aspire to be the foremost in the upper academy, you shall have to wait until next year. Senior Han, valiant and handsome, vanquished the little demon of the Zhongshan clan. Suddenly, Yu Fian's expression grew tense as she commanded, Silence. There are beasts nearby. The maidens, sensing the urgency, quickly positioned themselves back to back, brandishing their totem pillars, ready for the impending confrontation. Zhongyu also heightened his vigilance, but at that moment, he felt a warmth at his back as a soft figure leaned against him. Turning around, he beheld the maiden's flowing hair and alabaster neck. Tao Dai returned a radiant smile, her lips crimson and teeth pearly white, exuding a captivating charm that alleviated the tension in the air with her fragrant presence. Surveying the surroundings, Zhongyu noticed the totem pillars wielded by these girls were merely a foot in length, yet adorned with intricate designs, depicting a phoenix motif, suggesting a higher form of artistry. The ground trembled slightly, and suddenly, the tremors intensified, growing more frequent and violent, as the earth undulated like waves. In the next moment, a multitude of corpulent creatures came into view. Before them appeared hundreds of plump creatures resembling large lizards, their scales glistening, towering over a person with sturdy limbs, yet stretching 2 to 3 yards in length, galloping toward them with thunderous roars. Do not summon the soul weapons. Yufian warned urgently. These creatures consume metal and iron, their bellies filled with corrosive bile. If a soul weapon is bitten, it will be instantly eroded. Immediately, they set up the totem pillars and activated the phoenix totem. With a resounding thud, the totem pillars were planted, the phoenix patterns glowing brilliantly. The designs from dozens of pillars interlinked, transforming into a phoenix that soared above the maidens. Is this a formation? Zhongyu marveled, observing the phoenix formed by the totem pillars. He sensed its formidable power, akin to a technique for visualizing a phoenix, uniting the strength of these maidens in its manifestation. This phoenix, highly concentrated and nearly tangible, was undoubtedly powerful. With a powerful flap of its wings, the phoenix totem unleashed fireballs, each the size of a man, hurtling towards the advancing creatures. When the fireballs struck the horde, they erupted with explosive force, expanding exponentially, wreaking havoc among the creatures, obliterating countless in an instant. Seeing their kin decimated, the remaining creatures shrieked in panic and scattered. The maidens breathed a sigh of relief. But suddenly, the ground quaked violently, fissures opened beneath their feet, and the maidens screamed as grotesque, flesh-colored tentacles emerged from the depths, lacking eyes, ears, or any discernible features. These appendages bore wide, gaping mouths, descending upon the maidens' heads. Before one maiden could even utter a cry, a fleshy tentacle enveloped her head, writhing as it dragged her downwards, engulfing her shoulder. Do not panic, it is merely the great mountain earthworm, exclaimed Fian, soaring like a startled swan. Yu Feiyin let out a cold snort, her arms raised. And one by one, the imagined wild geese she conjured soared forth, skimming the ground. Their wings cleaved through the air, severing the outstretched tentacles of the mountain earthworms. While the girl ensnared by the tentacles hurriedly tore the severed appendages from her body, Ting Lanwei envisioned rain washing away the grime from her form. And the other girls exclaimed in alarm, our totem pillar has been devoured significantly. The mountain earthworms are returning. The corpulent creatures are also advancing. The ground trembled and heaved as more fleshy tentacles erupted from the depths, and the fleeing corpulent creatures thundered toward them, their gaping maws wide open, lunging at the girls. Yu Feiyan's complexion shifted dramatically, and she shouted, you all deal with the corpulent creatures. I shall confront the mountain earthworms. Before her words could fully escape her lips, Zhongyu stomped down heavily, causing the earth to quake violently, accompanied by the thunderous roar of an underground explosion and flashes of lightning darting through the ground. With a resounding crash, the earth split open, revealing a fissure several yards long, from which rolled a massive, fleshy orb, still emitting wisps of smoke. This dark, viscous mass measured at least 5 or 6 yards in size, covered with worm-like tentacles, charred by lightning, rendered utterly lifeless. Simultaneously, the sky was alight with flashes of electricity, as bolts of lightning transformed into razor-sharp sword energy, shooting forth with ferocity, only to suddenly retract, revealing hundreds of the corpulent creatures lying dead upon the ground. Over 30 girls turned their gazes towards Zhongyu, who stood with his sword case at his feet, the case remaining still, while his mental energy conjured the thunder sword technique. Beneath him, a colossal dragon claw emerged, reminiscent of the imprints left by a gigantic dragon's passage. How formidable! The girls gasped in astonishment, and Yu Feiyin cast a deep, astonished glance at Zhongyu, pondering, is Shui Qinghe truly so powerful? If so, I fear I may not be his match. Ting Lanwei gazed up at the towering fleshy orb before her, expressing her astonishment. Is this the true form of the mountain earthworm? Is our totem pillar within its belly? Should we not slice it open? The digestive capabilities of the mountain earthworm were astonishing. This creature could traverse underground, consuming soil, stone, and metal as it encountered them, and the totem pillar, merely carved from wood, had long since been digested. Yu Feiyin steadied herself and shook her head, saying, had our junior sister Ware been swallowed by it, there would likely be no bones left to find. The startled junior sister Ware instinctively caressed her chest, still haunted by the thought. Zhongyu suddenly sensed something amiss and looked into the distance, where several miles away, a pink miasma swirled like a giant mushroom. He furrowed his brow slightly and murmured, unsheath. With a click, the dragon blood sword case at his feet abruptly opened, releasing a black gold beam of sword light that sliced through the air with a whoosh, traveling several miles in an instant, akin to a startled swan or a flash of lightning. Yu Feiyin and the others gasped in shock and turned to see the miasmic mushroom being pierced by the sword light, shattering upon impact, and as the sword light returned, Rain began to cascade down from the spot where the miasma had broken apart, while the sword light remained untouched by a single droplet. Then, the rain abruptly vanished, as if it had never existed. The dragon scale sword flew back, and Zhongyu raised his hand to grasp the hilt, noticing a trace of blood on the blade. Just moments ago, his thunder strike had pierced through the miasma, injuring the creatures that had sought refuge within it. Sister Yu, something seems amiss. The fatty is assaulting us, while the great mountain worm is taking the opportunity to launch a surprise attack from below, not against us directly, but to extract our totem pillars. It seems these creatures are intent on dismantling our phoenix totem visualization formation. Do ordinary beasts possess such cunning? Zhongyu flicked his fingers, causing the bloodstain on the dragon scale sword to be shaken off, leaving not a single drop behind. He then sheathed the sword and remarked, moreover, someone was observing me after I dispatched the great mountain worm and fatty. I sensed their gaze, which prompted my strike. The blood on this sword indicates that both the great mountain worm and fatty were manipulated from the shadows to attack us. Yufian furrowed her brow slightly, while Ting Lanyuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is rather peculiar. These beasts appear to possess significantly greater strength than before. Everyone, exercise caution. Yufian spoke in a grave tone. The beast god ridge is undeniably strange. We shall venture in to explore, should we encounter danger. Taodai must immediately summon the rainbow cloud for our escape. Taodai nodded earnestly. The group collected the remaining totem pillars and proceeded forward. Before long, they arrived at the site where Zhongyu's sword energy had struck. There, the miasma had dissipated, revealing numerous fist-sized craters in the ground, evidence of the rainwater's corrosive effects. This rainwater has remarkably eroded the stones and soil. Its toxicity is truly formidable. Yufian's heart jolted, then jolted again, as she beheld a large hole left in the spot where the miasma had been severed. The walls of the hole were smooth and rounded, measuring a considerable 4 to 5 zheng in diameter, with traces of blood at the entrance. Clearly, the creature that Zhongyu had injured had burrowed its way to escape. The size of this opening suggested that the being which had retreated underground was indeed monstrous. The perceptiveness of that human boy is astonishing. His reflexes are lightning fast. In the distance, several dozen li away, the ground suddenly erupted, revealing a massive serpent's head. As the head retracted, a creature with a woman's body and a serpent's head emerged from the cave, swiftly waving her hand to bury the entrance. It was none other than the demon clan's sister Shi. His sword speed is astonishingly swift, almost catching me off guard. Had I not instinctively twisted my body, I would have been cleaved in two. Sister Shi raised her hand to touch her serpent neck, where blood flowed and a sword mark nearly reached her bone, illustrating the ferocity and speed of Zhongyu's thunderstrike. This lad is no weakling. It was merely a matter of him having the upper hand that led to my injury, and that woman in black seems to be their leader. Could it be that her strength surpasses that of the boy? Others pose little threat. It is imperative that the two of them discern all the intricacies, knowing themselves and their adversaries, lest they face defeat in every battle. Sister Shi, with a serpent's head and a human visage, pondered deeply, her eyes shimmering with an otherworldly light. Having suffered a minor setback during her initial encounter with Zhongyu, she retreated, still wary of Yufian. In her estimation, Yufian was the leader among this cohort of disciples from the Sword Gate's upper courtyard, surpassing even Zhongyu in prowess. If Zhongyu was already formidable, the thought of Yufian being even more powerful made it clear that confronting two such strong opponents alone would be unwise, hence her hasty withdrawal. Let the creatures of Beast God Ridge confront you first, to gauge the strength of that woman in black. The glimmer in Sister Shi's eyes intensified, and a sharp whistle escaped her lips. Shortly thereafter, a deep roar resonated from within Beast God Ridge. Sister Shi swiftly moved deeper into the heart of the ridge. Simultaneously, Lei Gun of the Lei clan and Li Xionyang of the Li clan found themselves besieged by ferocious beasts, testing the capabilities of the two groups of Sword Gate disciples. Lei Gun and Li Xionyang revealed their formidable spiritual prowess, rendering the formidable bear disciple and the goat disciple hesitant to strike directly. Here, on the periphery of Beast God Ridge, any escape by one of their adversaries could jeopardize their master's grand designs. Once these youthful human cultivators ventured into the core of Beast God Ridge, they would be ripe for a feast. Zhongyu, Yufian, and their companions ventured deeper into Beast God Ridge, encountering an array of bizarre creatures along the way. The beasts of the ridge were colossal at times. A giant crocodile would leap from a swamp, measuring over 20 feet in length and impervious to blades. Occasionally, a massive fish would leap from a lake, darting ashore with astonishing speed to attack them. Even the skies harbored enormous birds, with wingspans exceeding 10 feet, creating whirlwinds as they swooped down, nearly sweeping the group away. They also encountered peculiar beings, such as a giant spider that suddenly emerged from the ground, ensnaring a female disciple in silken threads and dragging her toward a dark cavern. When Yufian and her companions managed to rescue the girl, they found her already ensnared in a cocoon, the spider preparing to lay its eggs within her. Sister Nguyen, be cautious. Do not allow the spider to ensnare you again. The girls jested. Your luck is quite poor. You nearly became a meal for that mountain earthworm last time. Sister Nguyen, still shaken, laughed at the comment. It was just a coincidence. How could there possibly be a third time? If another spider comes to devour me, I'll make it regret its decision. Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly soared upward, her head down and feet up, hurtling toward a massive tree. The third encounter came swiftly. The girls were taken aback as they beheld the tree, its crown shrouding an expansive area, its roots hanging low, with thick tendrils and branches surging toward them like venomous serpents. A man-eating tree, Tian Lanwei exclaimed in alarm, promptly envisioning a great fire. Instantly, flames engulfed the sky. And the other girls, understanding her intent, conjured flames as well. Yet, the tendrils pierced through the flames, snaking downwards to ensnare the girls and drag them beneath the tree. Beneath the towering tree, a mound of bones lay stacked, all remnants of the beasts that perished beneath its shade. Yufian swiftly commanded, her wings unfurling from her back as she soared into the air. Just as she summoned her spirit weapon, countless tendrils shot forth, ensnaring not only her, but also a colossal eagle that had lunged at her from above, dragging them both toward the ground. The roots of the great tree lunged at Zhongyu, causing the maidens to pale in fear, and they cried out in unison, Zhongshidi, flee quickly. In the next moment, Zhongyu was firmly bound, entangled with the maidens. Dragon of the flood! Zhongyu shouted, and a thunderous dragon emerged from his brow, coiling around the monstrous tree. Thunderstorm! He bellowed, unleashing the tempestuous power within the dragon to release a barrage of lightning that straightened the roots and branches of the tree. The maidens, startled yet exhilarated, hastily descended and fled in a frenzy. After they had sprinted several miles, they turned to see the tree extend its numerous tendrils, rising to pursue them. They ran desperately, the tree's immense weight hampering its movements, causing its roots to lash out in a fit of rage, shattering the very rocks around them. This tree, it seemed, was on the cusp of becoming a demon. Ting Lanwei exhaled in relief and remarked, many of our senior brothers from the Sword Gate have arrived at Beast God Ridge before us. I heard that senior brother Han, the top student of the male academy, has also brought a large group here. I wonder if we might encounter them? Han's prowess is formidable. Having him along would greatly reduce our peril. Beast God Ridge spans an area of 800 miles, making it somewhat challenging to cross paths with Han Qingma and his companions. Yufian shook her head. Indeed, the beasts of Beast God Ridge have become exceedingly powerful. When I trained here previously, they were not this formidable. Han Qingma would find it equally arduous. However, they should be heading directly to the heart of Beast God Ridge. Perhaps we will meet them there. Within Zhongyu's consciousness, the spark of inner fire awakened, allowing him to behold the surroundings. He marveled at the steep mountains, exclaiming, what colossal ribs! The creatures that perished here could be deemed true deities and demons. Ribs? Zhongyu's spirit, standing within his consciousness, echoed in surprise, what ribs? That mountain. The spark of fire pointed with its small arm, resembling a flickering flame, toward an imposing range. This mountain has transformed from a rib. The beast that died here was a giant. Given the girth of this rib, it must belong to a creature of the beast clan, a divine beast of their kind. Considering the size of this rib, its former strength must have been considerable. Zhongyu was taken aback as he gazed up at the magnificent mountain, which towered 4,000 to 5,000 feet high, steep and wall-like, with a hexagonal shape that rendered it virtually unclimbable for an ordinary person. Such a massive rib. Zhongyu inhaled deeply. Surveying the other peaks of Beast God Ridge, he discerned similar mountains, appearing and disappearing like phantoms, numbering at least 48, surpassing the quantity of human ribs by a factor of 2. This can only be deemed ordinary Beast God ribs. I have encountered even larger specimens before. In the realm of contemplation, I pondered, this place did not exist before my slumber. It must have emerged after my repose. What could have caused the fall of a divine beast here? Ah, this aura? A flicker of flame expressed surprise and then exclaimed with delight, a treasure, indeed. I had presumed that the essence of this divine beast had entirely dissipated, its bones petrified and its soul reduced to ash. Yet, to my astonishment, this creature still retains some residual vitality. Zhongyu's heart stirred with curiosity as he inquired, What residual vitality? When this divine beast perished, it likely sealed its essence and soul, intending to preserve its spirit for a resurgence to ensure its immortality. However, with the passage of time and the absence of offerings from the beast kin, its soul could not transform into a totem and has likely been scattered. Nevertheless, the essence of this divine beast should not have vanished entirely. Have you noticed how the surrounding demonic beasts have grown stronger, even more formidable than before? Acknowledging this, Zhongyu nodded in agreement, recalling that Ting Lanwei and Yu Fian had previously remarked upon the increased strength of the beast of Beast Godrich. The flickering flame continued. This is indeed the very place where the divine beast sealed its essence and soul before its demise. The seal has weakened, causing its essence to overflow, which has been absorbed by these demonic beasts, thus augmenting their strength. I suspect that this area once transformed into a paradise for demonic beasts precisely because the essence of the divine beast began to leak, albeit not as profusely as it does now. Young Yu, these beasts, having absorbed even the slightest trace of the divine beast's essence, can become formidable in a remarkably short time. You must now comprehend the benefits of this divine essence. Thus, the upheaval of the demonic beasts in Beast God Ridge is indeed instigated by the leakage of the divine beast's essence. Zhongyu felt a surge of excitement. Is it possible for humans to absorb the essence of the divine beast? How does it compare to the effects of the feather spirit elixir? The flickering flame, taken aback, eventually replied, the essence of the divine beast far surpasses the feather spirit elixir, a comparison that is simply unfathomable. Within your sword sect, there are likely but a few elixirs that can rival the essence of the divine beast. However, there is one crucial point you must heed. Direct absorption of the divine essence is absolutely inadvisable. If one were to recklessly absorb it, they would undoubtedly transform into a colossal demonic beast, akin to the very creature in its prime. Zhongyu gasped in alarm. Transform into a great monster? The flickering flame chuckled with glee. If you desire to become a monster, it is possible. But why would you wish for such a fate? You, the descendants of Fuxi, are of noble lineage, tracing back to the progeny of the Thunder Dragon and the Serpent God. Both clans are of divine origin, having attained their status in primordial times. Their bloodline inherently surpasses that of the divine beast by a considerable margin. Perhaps the essence of the divine beast could awaken the Fuxi bloodline within you. After all, your blood is rather diluted, and the divine essence may serve to purify it. Flickering flame. Can you truly confirm that the essence of the divine beast can activate the Fuxi bloodline? Zhongyu felt a surge of hope, yet he remained somewhat skeptical. Despite the flickering flame's favorable disposition towards him, its demeanor appeared rather unreliable, casting a shadow of doubt upon its claims. Rest assured, with my presence, the success rate is guaranteed to be 100%. I assure you that I can awaken the bloodline of Fuxi. Come, let us venture deeper into these mountains, where we are certain to uncover the sealed essence of the beast god. The flames of urgency burn within, yet a tinge of uncertainty lingers in my heart. Whether I can indeed activate the Fuxi bloodline remains untested, and I fear the success rate may be rather low. Are there others present? At that very moment, Zhongyu sensed something amiss and turned abruptly, only to behold a large mushroom swaying amidst the miasma in the distance. Once again, this fellow has made a discovery. She chuckled with surprise. This lad is truly perceptive, yet along this journey, I have discerned your strengths, revealing that the abilities of that woman in black are rather mediocre, and only you possess any notable prowess. Thus, I need not be courteous and can directly eliminate you. Someone approaches. Could it be that Brother Xiong has not subdued these humans? The miasma-laden mushroom has departed. Zhongyu retracted his gaze, and the dragon-scaled sword within his sheath resumed its calm. He pondered, I cannot shake the feeling of being scrutinized by unseen eyes, and the relentless attacks from these demonic beasts along the way must surely be linked to this gaze. Just moments ago, I sensed a murderous intent within those eyes. The owner of this gaze seemed poised to strike, but inexplicably restrained themselves. Someone is coming. Remain vigilant. Ting Lanyue noted a presence and gazed into the distance, smiling. There is no need for caution. They are disciples from my upper courtyard. Sister Yu, this group comprises disciples of the Li family, led by Li Xionyang. Li Xionyang of the Li family? The women gasped in surprise, casting anxious glances at Yu Fian. Ever since the core disciples of the 10 major clans arrived at the upper courtyard, tranquility has eluded us, particularly in the women's courtyard. The senior sister of the women's courtyard is Yu Fian, renowned as the foremost of the female disciples. Though Li Xionyang has yet to clash with Yu Fian, numerous female disciples have whispered among themselves, believing a confrontation between the two is inevitable as they vie for the title of senior sister. Yufian snorted softly, her gaze fixed upon the approaching disciples of the Li family. As they drew near, Li Xianyang led the way, flanked by over 20 disciples of the Li family on either side, forming a triangular formation. It was evident that they too had encountered considerable battles, their garments tattered and appearing somewhat disheveled. In stark contrast, Li Xianyang appeared immaculate, her attire untouched by the ravages of battle. Not even a speck of dirt gracing her delicate feet. This young woman from the Li family walked barefoot, each step seemingly taken upon air rather than ground. As ethereal lotus flowers blossomed beneath her feet with every graceful descent, each time, her dainty toes landed precisely on the petals, touching only the fragrance of the blossoms, which were manifestations of her spiritual energy. As she passed, the flowers wilted, their hues fading into nothingness. Even though Yufian harbored suspicions toward this young woman, she could not help but acknowledge the extraordinary mastery over her spiritual energy and visualization that Li Xianyang exhibited. From a distance, Zhong Yu cast an admiring glance, thoroughly impressed by the young woman's remarkable prowess. With each step, a lotus blossoms beneath one's feet, a manifestation of subconscious visualization that requires no deliberate effort. An impressive feat indeed. In contrast to Yufian, who perceives less, one cannot help but commend the depth of understanding. Thoughts arise from the heart, and only when the mind generates ideas can one visualize. This is an exceptionally profound realm that significantly enhances combat prowess. Yet, the maiden of the Li clan has ascended to an even higher level, achieving visualization effortlessly, as if it has become an intrinsic aspect of her being, as natural as walking or reaching for an object. The core disciples of noble clans indeed possess unique traits, not merely sheltered flowers. Zhong Yu glanced at Yufian, contemplating that she had yet to reach this stage and likely lagged behind Li Ziyunio. Thus her position as senior sister was in jeopardy. As Li Ziyunio approached, radiating fierce battle intent, it became evident that she sought to challenge Yufian for the title of senior sister in the female academy. Yufian's expression hardened, her aura gradually intensifying, clearly sensing the fiery spirit emanating from Li Ziyunio. Zhong Yu of the Zhong clan? Many disciples of the Li clan surged forward, but Li Ziyunio suddenly halted, her gaze shifting from Yufian to Zhong Yu. With a sidelong smile, she remarked, "Junior brother Zhong, I have long awaited a duel with you. It is unfortunate that you have kept to your quarters until now. An invitation pales in comparison to a chance encounter. Please, let us begin." Zhong Yu was taken aback, as was Yufian, and the other maidens fell silent. They had assumed Li Ziyunio's target was Yufian, only to discover that her true aim was Zhong Yu. Yufian sighed, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction, pondering whether Li Ziyunio deemed her less of a threat than Zhong Yu. How can one know without a fight? Zhong Yu furrowed his brow and asked, "Senior sister Li, are you challenging me?" Li Ziyunio smiled alluringly, her tone languid. "Junior brother Zhong, consider it a challenge if you wish. I have no ulterior motives like Shui Qinghe. For me, this challenge is merely an act of overwhelming superiority." With her garments billowing, she stood barefoot upon an ethereal lotus, her form appearing both enchanting and otherworldly. "My goal is to dominate formidable opponents such as yourself, to amass an invincible momentum, and then, in an unrestricted duel, to obliterate the elites of other clans with this overwhelming force. Junior brother Zhong, please proceed." Zhong Yu inhaled deeply, feeling a surge of thunderous energy enveloping him, transforming into intricate totemic patterns, and murmured, "Overwhelmed?" Li Ziyunio chuckled lightly, "Do not take my words too seriously. If you possess the skill, you may dominate me as well. Should you defeat me, I shall yield willingly." Her aura intensified, and a terrifying vision began to materialize behind her. A manifestation of her highly concentrated spiritual power revealing the totem of the Li clan, the enchanting lotus. Before them, the colossal bloom, measuring 3 zhang and 6 feet in circumference, began to give rise to a formidable spirit, towering over 10 zhang, with 3 faces and 4 arms, exuding an overwhelming demonic aura. This spirit was the very embodiment of Li Ziyunio's spiritual power, brought to life before the astonished onlookers. The young maiden, seemingly of similar age to Zhong Yu, has achieved remarkable feats, evoking deep admiration. Zhong Yu's gaze flickered as a dragon's roar resonated. From the center of his brow, a ferocious dragon slowly emerged, coiling around his body and limbs, its head rising majestically behind him, its fierce gaze fixated upon the demon god lurking behind Li Ziyunio. In that instant, Zhong Yu's aura underwent a profound transformation, Previously gentle in the company of these maidens, he now exuded an untamed essence that was palpable. Akin to a primordial beast, a fierce tiger awakening from slumber, or a vicious dragon emerging from the abyss in search of prey, imparting an overwhelming sense of danger. With a resounding roar, the dragon formed from his mental energy unleashed a thunderous cry that reverberated through the mountains. In the depths of Beast God Ridge, the roars of creatures echoed in response to the dragon's call. Impressive, Li Ziyunio exclaimed, her steps light yet swift, akin to fleeting shadows as she surged toward Zhongyu. Simultaneously, the massive demon god advanced, its 4 arms raised, each hand forming intricate totemic seals, crashing down upon Zhongyu with tremendous force. Junior brother Zhong. It would be no surprise if you resorted to using soul weaponry, given your recent initiation, Li Ziyunio declared, conjuring imagery in her mind. Petals began to drift through the air, blossoming into ethereal lotus flowers as if scattered by celestial maidens. Falling flower sword array, she called out, with a melodious clang. The petals transformed, morphing into crimson sword energy that swiftly enveloped the surrounding space, encasing Zhongyu within the sword formation. She unleashed her most formidable technique right from the onset, envisioning the demon god and employing the falling flower sword array, seeking to overwhelm and crush him without any preliminary probing. Impressive, Zhongyu murmured, his lips curling slightly as he stood resolute, unyielding. Thunder erupted around him, his mental energy surging like a tempest, imbued with the resonant sounds of thunder itself, filling the air with vibrant totemic patterns that danced like golden serpents. Thunderbolt, sword technique. With a sharp clang, the clash of swords erupted, harmonizing with the thunderous roar. The sword light illuminated the space, colliding with the falling flower sword array, sending waves of sword energy slicing through the air in a dazzling display. Meanwhile, the demon god's palm imprint descended, vast as a tabletop, intricate totemic patterns intertwining within it, embodying tremendous power. The falling flower sword array merely restrained Zhongyu's movements, confining him to his position, while Li Ziyunio's true lethal strike lay with the demon god itself. Zhongyu raised his hand, his arm entwined with the dragon's form, appearing immensely powerful. He met the demon god's massive palm imprint head-on, the moment their hands collided. The air trembled violently, compressing outward in all directions. In the periphery, several young maidens suddenly clutched their abdomens and retched violently, as if struck by a powerful shockwave that reverberated through the air, delivering a brutal blow to their midsections. They were not cultivators of the body, nor did they possess the prowess of individuals like Li Xionyang. Thus, they were ill-prepared for such an unexpected assault. Zhongyu staggered from the impact, while the demon god behind Li Xionyang also swayed under the force. Amidst this turmoil, Zhongyu unleashed a surge of thunderous energy from his feet, instantly transforming into a figure of remarkable swiftness, circling rapidly around Li Xionyang. Li Xionyang was startled, unable to fathom how he could regain his footing so swiftly. Zhongyu's form became a blur, nearly resembling a phantom that whirled around her. Yet, within this ethereal dance, bolts of thunderous sword energy assailed her from all directions, accompanied by fierce dragon claws that lunged towards her. What a formidable opponent! He is significantly stronger than when he faced Xue Qinghe. A cold sweat beaded on Li Xionyang's forehead as her countenance grew increasingly grave. Her hands moved with fluid grace, mirrored by the 4 arms of the demon god behind her, as they adapted to counter the relentless barrage of sword energy and dragon claws. Though his techniques lacked sophistication and the dragon totem he envisioned had not been truly transmitted, his explosive power was overwhelming. Each attack that Li Xionyang received sent her blood surging, and while Zhongyu's strikes were not intricate or varied, their sheer force eclipsed her own abilities, compensating for any lack of finesse with unparalleled speed and strength, forcing her into a defensive stance, unable to execute her own exquisite maneuvers. This cannot continue. If I remain on the defensive, it is only a matter of time before my defenses are breached. With a swift motion, Li Xionyang stepped lightly into the air, conjuring a series of lotus blossoms beneath her feet, ascending gracefully in an attempt to distance herself from Zhongyu. Her pace was astonishingly rapid, and within mere steps, she soared over 20 zhang high. Come down, senior sisterly. Zhongyu crouched low, then leaped into the air like a soaring dragon, ascending over 20 zhang. Reaching out to grasp the maiden's ankle and, with a powerful swing, drove her towards the ground. Boom! Li Xionyang was smashed into the earth, sliding backward amid a flurry of debris and dirt. Alarmed and enraged, she watched as the demon god behind her immediately regained its footing, but at that moment, A figure charged in, unleashing a torrent of punches and kicks upon the demon god. In an instant, countless attacks struck her ethereal form, which was composed of condensed spiritual energy. Bang! The demon god was shattered, and as Li Xiaonyang was propelled backward, a hand shot forth with lightning speed, seizing her by the throat and lifting her effortlessly. Zhang Yu released Li Xiaonyang, stepping back while retracting his aura, and bowed respectfully, saying, "I beg your pardon, senior sister." Li Xiaonyang touched her neck, still in shock, as other disciples of the Li family rushed to encircle her, glaring fiercely at Zhang Yu, poised to attack at her command. Yu Fian, Ting Lanwei, and others stared in disbelief at the outcome, only regaining their senses when the Li family disciples advanced, prompting them to join Zhang Yu's side. Both sides radiated an air of hostility. Zhang Yu spoke softly, "Senior sisterly?" Li Xiaonyang suddenly awoke, taking in her surroundings before glancing at Zhang Yu. With a cold snort, she exclaimed, "What do you intend to do, rebel? Step back at once. If you cannot withstand even a single failure, what does that make you? Disciples of the Li Mountain clan?" The disciples of the Li Mountain clan lowered their heads in shame, retreating behind her. As the shattered demon god behind Li Xiaonyang slowly coalesced, the girl regained her composure, stepping forward to express her gratitude. "Thank you for your restraint, junior brother. I have learned much today. However, today's duel did not engage the soul weapon, and I am still unfamiliar with your abilities, which caught me off guard. When we next meet in an unrestricted contest, we shall determine the victor." Zhang Yu smiled warmly. "Indeed, sister. You did not have the opportunity to exert your full strength this time. I also sense significant deficiencies in my own cultivation and wish to seek your guidance." His words were not mere humility but reflected the truth. Throughout his training, he had only mastered the Thunderbolt Sword technique. The Dragon Totem Body technique was merely a physical refinement method, although he had blended it with the Thunderbolt Sword technique to create an offensive approach. He had yet to receive the authentic teachings of the dragon. Without the genuine transmission, he could not unleash the technique's full potential. For instance, two individuals of the same cultivation level, both envisioning the dragon, would find that one without the true teachings could only visualize the dragon's skin, while the other could conceive its flesh and bones, resulting in a disparity in power. The Fire Chronicles' Huang visualization, which had been imparted to him, was a method for envisioning and refining, but beyond that, he had not practiced any other techniques. He lacked the ability to visualize elemental forces such as water, fire, wind, and cloud, nor did he possess any flight techniques or supplementary offensive methods. Compared to others armed with a plethora of strategies, his practice was disorganized and fraught with significant shortcomings. Li Xiaonyang scrutinized him closely and noticed the young man's buoyant demeanor and sunny disposition, marked by a certain pride yet devoid of aggression, which inadvertently fostered a sense of fondness within her. She smiled. "Junior brother Zhang, have you perhaps acquired the Thunder Lake Clan's Thunder Soul Tempering technique? I perceive the essence of thunder within your spiritual energy, naturally forming thunder patterns, which harmonizes with the Thunder Lake Clan's method." "The Thunder Lake Clan?" Zhang Yu shook his head. "I possess my own Thunder Soul Tempering technique, which is not derived from the Thunder Lake Clan's teachings." Li Xiaonyang realized. The Thunder Lake Clan's Thunder Soul Tempering technique is renowned as the pinnacle of soul refinement within the Sword sect. You too practice Thunder Soul Tempering. It is no wonder your speed and explosive power are so remarkable that you caught me off guard. Junior brother Zhang, Lei Gun of the Thunder Lake clan is also present here. His abilities are quite similar to yours. Had I known of your prowess sooner, I would have sought him out to hone my skills." With a sigh, she expressed her regret at not having cultivated an invincible presence, "If you do not mind, junior brother, perhaps we could venture together to explore the Beast God Ridge and uncover what has transpired." Zhang Yu replied with a smile, "The more companions, the greater the strength. With you and others by my side, my burdens are significantly lightened." As the two walked side by side, Li Xiaonyang moved gracefully, as if each step blossomed like a lotus, while Zhang Yu strode with the power of a dragon and tiger. Glancing back, Li Xiaonyang noticed Yu Fian, Tao Dyer, and Ting Lanwei trailing closely behind them like shadows. She couldn't help but chuckle. Though junior brother Zhang is young, he is indeed quite the romantic, captivating so many girls. It is no wonder. He has become the most prominent figure in the male academy. Even I have fallen to your prowess. Surely, you must have your admirers. But it seems they are all young ladies, indicating a rather fickle heart. Zhang Yu's face flushed crimson, ready to defend himself when the girls behind chimed in. Who has he captivated? That little rascal from the Zhang clan cannot compare to senior brother Han Qingma's handsomeness, until he defeats senior brother Han. The latter remains the foremost in the male academy. Li Xionyang turned back with a cold smile. A bunch of young girls lacking discernment. I have encountered Han Qingma. His abilities are quite mediocre, comparable to that of junior sister Yufian. How could he possibly rival junior brother Zhong? Yufian, incensed, felt her soul weapon stir restlessly. Retorted coldly, is junior sister Li implying that my abilities are mediocre? Li Xionyang replied with a charming smile. I have not said as much, but if you believe so, I cannot help you. Junior sister you still lack some maturity. Challenging me would be futile. It would be more fitting for you to face your clan's Yu Zhonglong. I would very much like to see that. Both young women exuded a fierce aura, causing Zhong Yu to mentally curse his luck and hurriedly sought counsel from the flame of knowledge within his mind on how to handle such situations. The flame, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "It is utterly bizarre for a multitude of women to remain quiet for even a brief moment. It would be strange if they did not fight. In my days, those I taught often incited chaos in their harem, with divine beings clashing in a tumultuous frenzy. The flame thrived on chaos, rendering Zhong Yu's inquiries futile. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a faint scent of blood, stirring his curiosity. He soon heard distant shouts and the sounds of battle carried by the wind, while the two young women continued their verbal sparring, growing increasingly fierce. Silence, all of you, Zhong Yu commanded. Li Xionyang and Yufian were startled into silence, with Li Xionyang pouting. Why are you being so fierce? You frighten me. Listen closely. There are sounds of fighting. Zhong Yu urged, attentively straining to hear. The young women followed suit, and Ting Lanwei closed her eyes in concentration, her mental energy coalescing into a large ear, covered in fur. After a moment of listening, she declared, the sounds of battle are coming from over there. Someone is fighting while moving. Senior Sister Ting is quite knowledgeable, Zhong Yu praised. The group hastened their steps, covering several miles. As the scent of blood thickened in the air, and the sounds of battle grew louder. Ahead, combat was underway, and the prowess displayed was formidable, clearly, a master at work. Li Xionyang focused intently, her expression shifting slightly. Could it be that scoundrel Lei Gun? No, the Lei Hu clan's techniques are thunderous and awe-inspiring. Not like this. The intensity here is lesser. Indeed, the combatants are two colossal beasts, their strength truly terrifying, rivaling our own. Zhong Yu delicately sensed the presence of two formidable demonic auras, and the tremors that shook the earth indicated that these beasts were indeed colossal. Shortly thereafter, they beheld an expanse of enormous footprints embedded in the valley between the mountains, unmistakably belonging to ferocious creatures. Tao Dyer, standing within one of these prints, gestured and tremulously remarked, "These are significantly larger than the demonic beasts we encountered earlier. How could such titanic creatures emerge from the beast god ridge?" Yufian, having made an observation, interjected, "There are traces of thunder here. These must be the remnants left by disciples of the Thunder Lake clan and that scoundrel Lei Gun. They must have fallen into an ambush here. Look, there are corpses over there." They spotted the lifeless body of a Thunder Lake disciple sprawled on the ground, its skeletal structure utterly shattered by some unknown force. As they advanced through the valley, the number of Thunder Lake disciples' corpses they encountered grew increasingly alarming, with the surrounding cliffs bearing vivid signs of battle. Scattered across the ground were shattered fragments of soul weapons and broken totem poles. Lei Gun's strength is on par with my own. He is a core disciple nurtured by the Thunder Lake clan, and he aims to secure victory in the unrestricted duel. Is there truly a beast capable of slaying him in this beast godridge? Li Ziyunio remarked with a countenance that shifted between hope and despair. Moreover, if the two gigantic creatures are not his doing, then who could they be? We are nearing the site of the battle, Ting Lanwei called out. There are even more corpses here. Within the valley, they stumbled upon a greater number of bodies, yet these were not of Thunder Lake disciples. Ruer recognized one of them and exclaimed in shock, "I know this person. He is a disciple from the male academy, a follower of senior brother Han Qingma." Tao Daya quickly noted, "Senior brother Han must have led them to the beast god ridge ahead of us," which means he discovered that senior brother Lei Gun was in peril and rallied the others to rescue him. But how could so many have perished? Could those two ferocious beasts be demonic cultivators? In the valley, the bodies of the Sword Gate's upper academy disciples lay strewn about, their bones crushed beyond recognitions. A gruesome sight indeed. Zhong Yu felt a wave of calm wash over him, only to be startled by the sight of vast pools of blood on the ground, which flowed together like a small stream. Yet the scent was foul and pungent, unmistakably beast blood rather than human. The two colossal beasts had also sustained injuries. Though not particularly severe, their size and strength alone were intimidating. The women breathed a sigh of relief. Yufian quickly instructed, "Tao Tao, take the other junior disciples aloft to survey the surroundings. I, along with Zhong Shidi and Yushimi, will investigate further. These monstrous beasts are too ferocious for you to engage. Upon hearing this, Tao Dia promptly retrieved a small pouch and released it into the air, guiding the others to ascend upon the colorful clouds. Li Ziyunio, observing this, silently admired Yufian's meticulous thoughtfulness, producing a demon lotus leaf for the disciples of the Li Mountain clan to ascend, enabling them to rise into the air as well. Zhong Shidi, let us proceed. Zhong Yu nodded, extending his hand to point, whereupon the sword box behind him opened, and the dragon scale soared forth, nestling into the colorful clouds. Let us go. Li Ziyunio and Yufian exchanged glances, their expressions filled with uncertainty and intrigue. The three individuals hastened forward, traversing swiftly, until the canyon abruptly opened into a vast valley. Surrounding them were fallen forests, a testament to a fierce battle that had transpired. In this valley stood a towering black bear, approximately 14 to 15 feet high, its body marred with wounds, blood streaming incessantly. Nearby lay another colossal beast, a goat of terrifying size, already prostrate on the ground, clearly gravely injured but not yet dead. Within the valley, one man desperately dodged the bear's onslaught, his movements faltering, perilously close to being crushed. It was Han Xingmao, the esteemed brother. Yufian exclaimed upon recognizing his face. Li Xionyang noticed another corpse, her expression shifting dramatically as she uttered, "Lei Gun is dead?" Zhong Yu furrowed his brow, glancing at Lei Gun's lifeless body beside the fallen goat, then at Han Xingmao, who was stumbling to evade the bear's attacks. He murmured, "Strange. Why have I not seen any signs of Brother Han's offensive throughout our journey? Something feels amiss." Xinho chuckled. "Three monsters are merely playing house. How entertaining." "Three monsters?" Zhong Yu squinted at Han Xingmao, asking Xinho, "What do you mean?" "That creature has skinned a human, and wears the hide," Xinho replied with a grin. "The black bear is merely feigning combat, and the goat is acting dead. However, that fellow named Lei Gun has truly met his demise. Thus, it could be concluded that Han Xingmao, the brother whom Tao Dao and Sister Ting revered, had already perished. The demon had donned his skin, masquerading in a struggle with the bear and the goat to lure Lei Gun and the disciples of the Lei family into a trap, only to spring forth and ensnare them all. Zhong Yu's gaze flickered as he swiftly pieced together the sequence of events, realizing, they are pretending to battle here to entice us into their snare. If we engage, eliminating me, Sister Li, and Sister Yu, the others will pose no threat. How curious that the beasts of Beast God Ridge possess such cunning. Could they be demons from beyond the great wilderness? Thoughts raced through his mind. Since arriving at Beast God Ridge, he had sensed a pair of otherworldly eyes fixated upon him, and had endured numerous assaults from various beasts. Coupled with the bloodstains on his sword from a recent encounter, Zhong Yu was now convinced that this gigantic bear, the goat, and Brother Han were undoubtedly from the demon tribes of the great wilderness. What purpose did these three demons have in coming to Beast God Ridge? Suddenly, a realization struck him. They are demons, capable of absorbing the essence of the beast god. The beasts of Beast God Ridge had become formidable with mere fragments of this essence, so for demons, who were superior to mere beasts, the essence must be an unparalleled elixir. These demons had come for the essence of the beast god. Yufian immediately moved to intervene, declaring, "Zhong Shidi, Li Shimi. You handle the giant bear. I will rescue Brother Han." Zhong Yu stepped forward, blocking her path, and shook his head, "Sister Yu, this giant bear has already sustained grievous injuries. You must stay and confront it. Sister Li, please slay that gigantic ram while I rush to rescue Brother Han." Li Xionyang nodded in agreement, acknowledging the necessity of eliminating the creature, despite its injuries, for it might still pose a threat. Yufian hesitated for a moment before conjuring the image of a fish dragon. Her mental energy transformed into flowing water, summoning the majestic creature, which leaped fiercely towards the colossal bear. Simultaneously, Yufian's arms quivered, and two wings sprouted from her back, allowing her to soar high into the air as she commanded her soul weapon to hover before her. Li Xionyang acted in concert, envisioning the flower deity, and with a pointed gesture, she unleashed a flurry of petals that coalesced into a deadly sword formation, aiming for the fallen ram. Meanwhile, the ram, lying helplessly on the ground, felt a surge of anxiety as it surreptitiously glanced at Zhong Yu, who was leisurely making his way towards Brother Han. Stirring a sense of urgency within, would he not move a bit faster? Their strategy was meticulously devised to draw Zhong Yu and his companions into the fray. After all, they had ventured into the territory of the Great Wilderness Sword Sect and could not afford to create a significant disturbance. Otherwise, they would surely find themselves unable to escape the gaze of the sex chi refiners. Thus, it was imperative to ensure that no one slipped through their grasp. Throughout their journey, they had assessed the capabilities of Zhongyu, Lei Gun, and Li Xionyang, realizing that subduing all of them would be a formidable challenge. Since Zhongyu, Li Xionyang, and Yu Fian were the most formidable and likely to escape from Beast God Ridge, it was essential to neutralize them first, rendering the others inconsequential. Under the assault from the Ram and its allies, the remaining disciples of the Li Mountain clan and others like Tao Dare, Ting Lanwei, found themselves utterly unable to flee from Beast God Ridge. The trio had devised this trap to outmaneuver Lei Gun and ensnare all of Lei, whose disciples. However, a slight miscalculation occurred as the relatively weaker Yu Fian fervently attacked Brother Xiong, while Li Xionyang, whose strength was comparable to Zhongyu's, approached him, seemingly preparing to sacrifice herself. Yet, it was Zhongyu, the most formidable among them, who they feared the most, and he was still sluggishly advancing towards Brother Han, prompting the Ram to wish it could kick him to hasten his pace. With a swift motion, Li Xionyang's sword formation enclosed the Ram, and a wave of sword energy swept through, causing the Ram's muscles to convulse and blood to spill. Gritting its teeth, the Ram thought, "Patience is a virtue in the grand scheme. I shall endure. If only I can delay for a moment longer until this fellow reaches Sister Shi, who will catch him off guard and turn the tide in our favor, 3 against 2, and these human women shall meet a dire fate." The sword formation activated, inflicting grievous wounds upon the Ram, but fortunately, its resilient hide absorbed much of the damage, leaving only surface injuries. Yet, in the next instant, the imprint of Li Xionyang's demon god descended, nearly crushing the massive Ram into the ground, compelling it to stifle the urge to vomit blood. Meanwhile, Brother Xiong roared in fury as the fish dragon clamped down, tearing away a substantial chunk of flesh, inciting the black bear's wrath. Nevertheless, it had to feign weakness, pretending that it had already sustained significant injuries from its skirmishes with Lei Gun and Han Qingma, lest it accidentally slay Yu Fian and scare Zhongyu away. Could this human scoundrel not quicken his pace? Are you here to save someone, or merely out for a stroll? Brother Xiong bellowed, casting a disdainful glance at Zhongyu. Raising his paw to strike at Brother Han. Understanding the cue, Brother Han stumbled and hurriedly sought refuge behind Zhongyu. "Dare not to be audacious, beast," Zhongyu proclaimed with imposing authority, unleashing a thunderous roar. With a mere gesture, bolts of lightning erupted forth, piercing the massive bear's thigh with an array of thunderous sword energy, causing blood and black smoke to erupt from its flesh. Brother Xiong, nearly overcome with anguish, lowered his gaze to the diminutive figure of the human, only to witness Zhongyu conjuring 2 serpentine dragons, charging towards him with bared fangs and claws. In an instant, they lunged at his legs. With a crackle, the thunder roared as the latent energy within the dragons detonated, leaving Brother Xiong's legs drenched in blood as he let out a thunderous roar, collapsing to the ground. "Brother Han, do not panic. Retreat behind me," Zhongyu commanded, his presence becoming ever more formidable as he fixed his gaze on the fallen black bear without glancing back. Yu Fian immediately propelled her soul weapon towards Brother Xiong with ferocity. Brother Han, staggering, managed to reach a short distance behind Zhongyu, his eyes transforming into an eerie spectacle. His neck elongated grotesquely, morphing into that of a human-faced giant python, its head raised high, lunging towards Zhongyu with blinding speed. At that moment, both Brother Yang and Brother Xiong's expressions turned tense as they sprang into action. Brother Yang had barely leaped when he was met with a barrage of strikes from Li Xionyang's demonic deity, shattering his bones and tearing his skin, causing him to spew forth blood as he lunged towards Li Xionyang in desperation. Meanwhile, Brother Xiong, his legs injured, attempted to jump but faltered, collapsing to the ground. Yet, with his formidable strength, he managed to shatter the fish dragon conjured by Yu Fian. Li Xionyang and Yu Fian gasped in shock as they caught sight of the human-faced serpent behind Zhongyu, intending to warn him, yet it was too late. At that moment, Zhongyu turned, a smile gracing his face as he looked up at the approaching creature. "You find it convenient to strike from behind me, as it is for me to retaliate," he jested. Just as Sister Shi lunged forward, she felt an icy chill at the back of her neck. A black sword light shot forth, piercing her throat, whirring rapidly around her neck. The sword light, accompanied by the sound of thunder, sliced through her serpent skin with the ease of cutting tofu, circling her neck dozens of times in an instant. "Sister," she screamed as serpent blood gushed forth. The enormous serpent head severed and crashing to the ground, rolling several times before colliding with the forest. The headless body suddenly elongated into a 100-foot-long serpent, rolling through the valley, still very much alive despite the loss of its head. Zhongyu, propelled by lightning beneath his feet, soared high to evade the thrashing serpent's tail, flicking his fingers as the sword light darted into the bear's forehead. With a hiss, the black sword light burst forth from the back of the bear's head. As Zhongyu, with the speed of lightning, positioned himself behind the bear, placing his hand upon the small exit wound of the sword. Thunderous sword technique. Unleash a tempest of thunder. Zhongyu uttered a low growl, unleashing countless rays of light from his palm that pierced through the small sword hole into the head of the black bear. The creature emitted a series of hissing sounds as bolts of thunderous sword light shot forth from its eyes, nostrils, and ears. In that fleeting moment, the colossal black bear's brain was shattered, its essence scorched by the lightning. Zhongyu then grasped the dragon scale sword, twisting his waist and pivoting to strike the ram that was locked in combat with senior sister Li. With the grace of a dragon traversing miles, a serpentine dragon surged forth beneath his feet, coiling and darting towards its target. The sword's brilliance shone like snow as he delivered a fierce slash. The ram, startled, hastily lifted its head, raising its sharp horn to meet the blow. A resounding clang echoed as the sword's force reverberated, and the ram let out a wretched cry as one of its horns was severed. Did you discern the trap? The ram leaped nimbly, escaping the encirclement formed by Li Ziyunio and Zhongyu. In the next instant, it bounded away, leaping repeatedly until it had ascended to the summit of a great mountain, leaving Zhongyu and Li Ziyunio in pursuit, unable to catch up. Standing atop the peak, the ram, drenched in blood and gravely injured, turned to them with a fierce voice. For slaying my junior sister and brother Xiong, my master shall not let you go. Prepare to meet your demise. Zhongyu pointed with a swift motion, sending the dragon scale sword hurtling towards the ram. As the ram leaped down the mountainside, rushing away, the disciples of the Li family and Tao Dyer realized the gravity of the situation, hastily taking to the skies on colorful clouds and lotus leaves in pursuit. Could this ram speak? Li Ziyunio and Yu Fian were momentarily stunned, exclaiming, "A demon! A demon has entered the great wilderness!" Yu Fian trembled. That ram just said its master would not spare us. Could there be an energy cultivator of the demon race in Beast God Ridge? An energy cultivator of the demon race. Li Ziyunio felt a heavy weight in her heart. The emergence of such a being in the great wilderness was a matter that must be reported to the higher echelons of the sword sect. Energy cultivators are not adversaries we can afford to provoke. We must retreat immediately. Zhongyu sprinted like the wind, chasing after the ram, calling loudly, "Sisters, recall Tao Tao and the others. I shall eliminate that ram." Yu Fian and Li Ziyunio's expression shifted dramatically as they urgently shouted, "Junior brother Zhong, return quickly." Zhongyu raced forward with the swiftness of a galloping steed, proclaiming, "If that ram escapes to its master, none of us shall survive to leave Beast God Ridge." The two women observed as he moved with the agility of a dragon, weaving swiftly through the forest until he reached the mountain's summit and vanished from their sight. Junior brother Zhong is buying us time. Otherwise, should we alert the demon race's energy cultivator, we would all perish here. Li Ziyunio urged. We must pursue Tao Dyer and the others, leave Beast God Ridge, and inform the higher-ups of the sword sect. Yu Fian nodded, and the two women soared into the air, with Yu Fian sprouting wings while Li Ziyunio gracefully glided, hastening after the colorful clouds and the demon god's lotus leaves. Before long, they caught up to Tao Dyer and the disciples of the Li family, decisively fleeing towards the outskirts of Beast God Ridge. Li Xionyang and Yu Fian gazed downward, witnessing Zhongyu catching up to the ram. In an instant, man and beast collided, only for the ram to leap and toss Zhongyu aside, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. May brother Zhong slay this beast before the demonic cultivator takes notice and returns safely, the women silently hoped. Amidst the mountains and forests, the ram's combat prowess was astonishing. As it clashed with Zhongyu, swathes of woodland were flattened. Indeed, the adage holds true, the larger the body, the greater the strength. This ram stood over 9 zhang tall, capable of leaping 60 to 70 zhang into the air, exhibiting an incredible explosive power. Under normal circumstances, Zhongyu would not dare claim certain victory against such a formidable opponent. Fortunately, the ram had ensnared itself in an attempt to lure Zhongyu and his companions. It had inflicted wounds upon itself and was further injured by Li Xionyang, suffering broken ribs and a tattered hide. Despite its diminished strength, Zhongyu did not dare to underestimate the creature. Even severely injured, the cornered beast still possessed the capability to slay him. A moment's carelessness could lead to disastrous consequences. Zhongyu, the direction in which the ram flees leads to the location of the beast goddess essence. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Zhong Yu's consciousness. It appears that the ram's master, that demonic cultivator, is attempting to breach the beast god's seal to seize the essence. A chill ran through Zhong Yu as he realized. If that demonic cultivator is within the beast god's seal, not only will I have no chance of acquiring the essence, but I will also surely meet my demise at his hands. You underestimate the beast god's seal. When the beast god perished, he sealed his soul and essence to attain immortality through worship. The voice scoffed, though the seal may be weakened, it is not so easily breached. Such divine beings can intricately arrange various seals, bindings, and lethal traps within their very essence. That demonic cultivator is likely laboriously attempting to break the seal. Obtaining the beast goddess essence is no simple task. As they spoke, Zhong Yu once again pursued the ram, leaping onto its back and hastening towards its head. Simultaneously, a flash of sword light erupted behind him as the dragon scale sword transformed into a bolt of lightning, lunging towards the ram's heart. However, in that instant, Zhong Yu found himself with nothing beneath his feet, as the massive ram rapidly shrank in size, causing him to miss his footing and the sword to stab into emptiness. The ram had morphed into a creature of human height, standing on two legs like a person, its body clad in a woolen coat. Yet its neck bore a ram's head adorned with a long white beard and a single horn, the other horn severed by Zhong Yu. You insolent brat. My master is nearby. You shall find no resting place for your remains. This half-man, half-ram monstrosity, gravely injured, glared fiercely at Zhong Yu. With the agility of a spring, it leapt away, evading the thrust of the dragon scale sword and the thunderous sword aura, making haste towards a sheer cliff. The cliff loomed like a white curtain amidst the mountains and waters of Beast God Ridge, strikingly out of place. Had it been Li Xionyang or Yu Fian who arrived, they would undoubtedly be astonished, for in their previous visits to Beast God Ridge, there was no sight of this cliff, which must have emerged only recently. However, Zhong Yu, having never been here before, felt no surprise, as he was solely focused on pursuing the ram. Master, save me. The ram, enveloped in the aura of the Thunder Sword, charged through the sword energy and barreled towards the cliff, exclaiming, Master. With incredible speed, it was destined to meet a catastrophic end upon impact. Unperturbed, Zhong Yu surged forth, his feet igniting with thunderous force, accelerating like a dragon traversing vast distances. Just as the ram seemed poised to collide with the cliff quivered, and the ram vanished without a trace. Zhong Yu's heart stirred, and he followed closely, only to witness the cliff rushing towards him. Just as he was about to collide, it undulated like water, allowing him and the dragon scale sword to pass unscathed. Sword energy across the sky, he proclaimed, as thunder swirled around him like golden serpents, guarding against ambushes. Once steady, he surveyed his surroundings. Xinhua quietly admired him. A month prior, Zhong Yu was but a reckless youth, lacking the experience of Tingtian Lanwei and Tao Dyer, often relying on their guidance. Yet now, he had transformed into a figure of profound cunning and remarkable progress. What is this place? He wondered, observing that the scenery here starkly contrasted with the treacherous yet verdant mountains outside. This realm appeared rather peculiar. Stone tablets towered majestically, each several yards high, interspersed with flora and streams, and occasionally, elevated platforms rose amidst the tablets. Yet, all this was in a state of flux. The tablets incessantly shifted positions, and the flora seemed to relocate as if endowed with life. The only stillness lay with the numerous high platforms. The ram had already entered the grove of stone tablets, standing cautiously not far from Zhong Yu, reluctant to move. This is the seal of the beast god, Xinhua remarked, surveying the surroundings through Zhong Yu's eyes. These tablets, flora, and platforms are manifestations of the beast goddess spirit, crafted through mental energy. Observe closely. Nothing is truly moving, but rather decomposing and reshaping. Manifestation of mental energy? Zhong Yu concentrated intently, and indeed, he discerned subtler phenomena. The tablets and even the flora and streams were in a constant cycle of disintegration and reformation, reducing to the most minute essence of mental energy before remanifesting. The speed of transformation was so rapid that it eluded the naked eye. Yet with his soul tempered by thunder and his body refined like a dragon, he barely managed to grasp these fleeting changes. However, his current vision was insufficient to fully comprehend them. Before the beast goddess demise, this seal was laid down with mental energy to safeguard its essence from dissipating. Each stone tablet bore intricate totemic engravings, with every surface concealing a unique path of slaughter. The flames of knowledge continued to observe, stating, everything here is composed of spiritual energy. Should anyone intrude, the beast god's spiritual force would activate the lethal techniques inscribed upon the stone tablets, obliterating the intruder. Each tablet is surrounded by 6 others, suggesting that 7 distinct lethal techniques may intertwine to form a formidable 7-kill formation. Zhang Yu pondered, thus, each tablet constitutes a unique 7-kill formation. Each formation varies in its configuration. One may traverse this formation using a particular method. Yet attempting the same with the next would lead to certain demise? Indeed, Xinhua affirmed with approval. However, this is merely a minor aspect. Observe those high platforms. Near each platform lie 49 stone tablets, which together create an entirely different grand formation, a central array composed of 49 7-kill formations, intricately linked. Triggering a minor formation can activate the grand array. The minor formations can easily annihilate qi refining practitioners. Yet even the likes of Fang Jianga or Zhou Xiangxing would find themselves vanquished within the central formation. Furthermore, there are another 49 high platforms, forming yet another grand array of annihilation. This grand array is astonishing. Even your sword sect's leader might meet their end here. Zhang Yu looked up and remarked, there are only 48 platforms. This explains the leakage of the beast god's essence, Xinhua's young disciple observed. The remaining platform must have succumbed to a great earthquake in the ancient wilderness, altering the terrain and causing it to sink into the earth, thus disrupting the operation of the grand array and loosening the seal. This formation is exceedingly intricate. The slightest flaw can lead to the emergence of further vulnerabilities. Each layer is interconnected. If one link fails, the entire chain is broken. The operating trajectories of these stone tablets have also shifted, diminishing their power, causing some tablets to fail in forming the 7-kill formation, thereby granting an opportunity for entry. Were the sealing formation intact, it would be a formidable challenge to enter. But now it is considerably easier. Young Yu, allow me to guide you into the formation so we may seize the beast god's essence. What of that ram? That fellow has already sealed his fate with a single misstep. Zhang Yu glanced at the ram, observing that the tablets nearby had abruptly ceased their motion, blood seeping from them as if they were weeping. The crimson fluid twisted upon the stone, forming eerie totems. The 7 tablets bled simultaneously, their totems gradually becoming more distinct. The ram, sensing danger, attempted to flee, but suddenly, 7 deities materialized from the tablets, their immense hands grasping the ram's head and limbs, tearing it asunder. Devoured by the 7 divine beings. As the blood flowed from the tablets, the 7 deities vanished, and the totem patterns faded away. Do you see? Should you err, your fate would mirror that of the ram, Xinhua declared triumphantly. But with my guidance, traversing the seal and reaching its core will be a mere trifle. Zhang Yu gazed into the distance, where stone tablets stood like a forest and lofty platforms towered above, sending a shiver down his spine. Even after the death of the beast god, its spiritual essence lingered, triggering the formation. From within the stone tablets emerged 7 demonic deities. Feasting upon the carcass of a ram, this was merely the most rudimentary of the 7 killings formation. Should the intermediate formation, composed of 49 7 killings formations, be activated, one could only imagine its devastating power. And what of the colossal formation generated by these 49 intermediate formations? It would likely conjure the terrifying spectacle of divine beings descending upon the vast wilderness of 100,000 miles. This was merely the seal left by the beast god before its demise, had this deity been at its zenith. The seal's force would surely have been even more formidable. Entering such a fearsome formation, even with the guidance of the ember, filled him with trepidation. Yet, a flicker of anticipation ignited within him, a desire to witness the full eruption of the beast god's grand array. I must have been influenced by Ember. How could I yearn for such a cataclysmic event? Blinking, Zhang Yu followed Ember's instructions meticulously, not faltering in any step. He mused to himself, should this formation erupt, the terror it would unleash might resemble a natural disaster. Even the 800 miles of the Beast God Ridge would be obliterated. Only those who thrive on chaos would wish for such devastation, right? Ah, Young Yu, should this formation unleash its power, it would be truly magnificent. Let us see if we can retrieve that submerged platform and restore this grand array. Ember exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, I have been led astray by him, Zhang Yu thought. Ember muttered incantations, calculating the workings of the formation, gradually guiding him deeper within, their path seemingly free of peril. Suddenly, Zhang Yu noticed a stone tablet adorned with fresh blood, the crimson fluid still glistening, depicting an eerie totemic pattern, sparking his curiosity. The other stone tablets were pristine, only revealing totemic markings when the formation was triggered to vanquish intruders. Upon the intruder's demise, these markings would vanish into obscurity. The totemic markings on this particular tablet could not have been the beast god's seal, but rather the work of another, perhaps that Ram's master, the demonic chi practitioner? A thought flickered in Zhong Yu's mind. Could this totemic marking be intended to unravel the suppression of the seven killings formation? He scrutinized the intricate totemic patterns, observing their profound complexity, starkly contrasting with those of the Sword Sect. The Sword Sect's totems revered nature. Whether it was the thunder totem or the dragon totem he had learned, they were conceptualized from natural phenomena, their variations remaining true to their essence. Conversely, the totems of this demon race exuded a palpable aura of bloodshed and otherworldly transformation, forged from blood to amplify their might, rendering them even more sinister. This blood is human. Zhong Yu inhaled the scent of blood, his expression turning cold. The totemic markings on the stone tablet were crafted from human blood, specifically that of innocent children. Are we truly so insignificant as humans in the vast wilderness? If what Ember said is true, that we are descendants of the Fushi divine race, how have we fallen to such a state? He steadied himself and, guided by the flickering flames, ventured deeper into the grand formation. Before long, Zhong Yu suddenly discerned a malevolent aura ahead, manifesting as a hazy, gray mist. Within this mist, he could faintly perceive the flow of blood, coalescing into a colossal form, both divine and demonic, writhing in the fog. Could it be that practitioner of the demon clan? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the mist shifted, and the enormous figure, born of the blood, abruptly turned its gaze towards him, revealing a gigantic eye that glimmered with a fiery crimson hue. In that instant, Zhong Yu felt the world spin around him. A massive blood eye materialized in his sea of consciousness, rolling ominously above, its size encompassing several acres. As this blood eye shone upon him, his vital energy surged, threatening to be devoured entirely by this sinister gaze. Was this bizarre assault the work of that demon clan's practitioner? How audacious to attempt to harm him within his own sea of consciousness. With a muffled groan, Zhong Yu envisioned the sovereign of fire, causing his consciousness to surge as his soul transformed into the sovereign, ascending from the depths of his sea of consciousness amidst thunderous roars and crackling lightning. The might of the thunder was unyielding, capable of shattering all that it struck, while the weight of the tempest could annihilate anything in its path. Upon the emergence of the sovereign, evil spirits recoiled as if a celestial emperor had taken his throne. The blood eye hovering above his sea of consciousness sizzled and was refined by the sovereign, transforming into pure spiritual energy, which cascaded like a torrential downpour, elevating Zhong Yu's spiritual prowess nearly by half. Refining this blood eye was akin to consuming 100 feather spirit pills. Zhong Yu was both astonished and elated when a muffled groan emerged from the gray mist, which began to dissipate, along with the demon's form. A sinister voice pierced the air, coolly remarking, "A practitioner from the Sword Sect? And yet, merely a young whelp. If I capture you and take you beyond the great wilderness, you would fetch a handsome price. Since you have appeared here, I presume my 3 disciples have met with misfortune? A practitioner? He mistakenly believes I am a Sword Sect practitioner?" Zhong Yu pondered, unaware that he had just refined the blood eye in the blink of an eye, although he had not inflicted significant harm upon the demon practitioner. The terrifying resilience and potency of his spiritual energy were unmistakably skills of a practitioner. Yet, the demon had not realized that while Zhong Yu's spiritual resilience and offensive capability matched that of a practitioner, his spiritual cultivation was rather feeble. With his sea of consciousness merely spanning 500 acres, the demon's reckless mental assault could not unveil Zhong Yu's true cultivation level. "Your 3 disciples, a sheep, a snake, and a bear?" Zhong Yu laughed heartily, devoid of fear, and proclaimed, "I have slain 2, and the last one fled into this seal, triggering the formation and perishing. Dear brother of the demon clan, please accept your loss. Ha ha ha, they perished due to their own inadequacies. However, for killing my disciples, you too are deserving of death." The voice of the demonic cultivator resonated with an eerie charm as he laughed. "Though you are a cultivator, your abilities pale in comparison to mine. Being a member of the demon clan, kin to the beast god, I possess the power to manipulate the array within this beast god's seal to obliterate you, little brat." Zhong Yu advanced with purposeful strides, and before the demonic cultivator could finish his words, he had already closed the distance, moving through the treacherous array as if it were a mere illusion. Turning back to observe, Zhong Yu noted that the demonic cultivator was tall and slender, over 10 feet in height, resembling a human yet adorned with scales covering his skin. The precise nature of his lineage unknown. On his back rested a gourd, towering above a person, from which blood bubbled and gurgled, forming swirling masses of crimson at its mouth, each containing the soul of a young boy or girl. The gourd was filled with the sanguine essence of countless innocent lives, harvested through unspeakable acts. Startled by Zhang Yu's swift approach, the demonic cultivator pondered, could this be a cunning ploy? Is he merely feigning the guise of a novice cultivator, while truly being an ancient entity from the sword sect? Otherwise, how could he navigate this formation with such ease, penetrating the beast god's seal so effortlessly? However, as he scrutinized Zhang Yu from a mere few stones' distance, he discerned the young man's true cultivation level, an insignificant child lacking even a trace of spiritual awareness. Staring dumbfounded at Zhang Yu, the demonic cultivator exclaimed, "You are not a sword sect cultivator. How can you possess such mastery over the beast god's seal to reach this point?" He then erupted in gleeful laughter. "You may not yet be a full-fledged cultivator, but your mental prowess rivals that of one, truly a gem among the human race. If I capture you, your worth will surpass that of a cultivator. Little brat, surrender willingly. Blood gourd, heed my call." In an instant, the gourd began to bubble violently, transforming into a massive blood-red hand that reached out towards Zhang Yu. Navigating through the stone tablets, "Zhong boy, take 3 steps to the left, then leap forward by 16 feet, Xinhou instructed. Heeding the advice, Zhang Yu stepped aside and leaped precisely to the edge of the 7-kill array, just as the blood-red hand loomed ominously behind him. Simultaneously, the stone tablets of the array began to shift, blood oozing forth, awakening the array's lethal totems and activating its power. "Now, take a step forward," Xinhou urged calmly. As Zhang Yu stepped out of the 7-kill array, the activation triggered the blood gourd's hand to descend. Yet, at that moment, a terrifying aura erupted from the stone tablets, and the spiritual force of the beast god concealed within surged forth, manifesting as 7 formidable deities that shattered the blood-red hand with a resounding force. "Xinhou, what would happen if I were to attack this killing array from outside?" Zhang Yu inquired, glancing back at the formation, having distanced himself from the vicinity of the 49 stone tablets, a flicker of intrigue igniting within him. Xinhou chuckled. "You would inadvertently activate this intermediate killing formation. What is this? Do you harbor a desire for destruction, wishing to witness the might of this intermediate array? Then let us behold its power." In a flash of brilliance in Zhang Yu's eyes, he issued a low growl, manifesting his mental energy as a raging dragon that surged fiercely into the grand array, aiming directly at the 7 divine demons. The demon race's cheer-refining warrior, witnessing this, felt his fury rise and hastily turned to flee beyond the array. Yet at that moment, the 7 divine demons abruptly merged into a monstrous entity with 7 heads, adorned with 14 arms and 14 legs. Before Zhang Yu's dragon could approach, it was crushed by the overwhelming aura of this creature. Simultaneously, the other 48 killing formations activated, blood gushing from stone tablets as divine demons emerged, roaring in fury. The mid-level killing formation commenced, with divine demons merging into one another, their power escalating. Only 49 7-headed demons remained in the array, rampaging and obliterating everything in their path. Observing from outside the array, Zhang Yu saw the demon race's cheer-refining warrior let out a pitiful scream before being torn apart, consumed wholly by the 49 7-headed demons. Then, the 49 demons suddenly paired off once more, transforming into a singular divine demon of immense stature, which let out a deafening roar that scattered the clouds in the sky. A spectacle of sheer might. Such is the power of a mid-level killing formation. Indeed, it is formidable. Zhang Yu shook his head and advanced. "The great wilderness is not a place for your demon race. Alas, you have realized this too late." At the summit of the Sword Gate, the grand hall shimmered in golden splendor, a magnificent sight to behold. Standing atop the golden peak, the sunlight graced the area for an additional hour compared to the valley below. In the center of the peak stood a towering platform, upon which a rare beast crouched, possessing 4 heads that faced the cardinal directions of the great wilderness. This beast resembled a sculpture, and many cheer-refining warriors had failed to notice any movement from it since their ascent. On this particular day, the beast suddenly stirred, its golden mane bristling, and one of its heads widened its eyes, fixated intently on the direction of the beast god ridge, emitting a deep, resonant roar. The sound reverberated, shaking the golden peak. In an instant, a flash of white light appeared, revealing an elder in white who materialized upon the platform, anxiously inquiring, "Firming beast, what has transpired?" The beast responded, its voice thunderous, reporting to the Grand Elder, "There is activity at the beast god ridge, faintly resonating with the might of divine demons. Due to its 4 heads, The forming beast could observe all directions and distant lands, making it a rare and auspicious creature in the great wilderness. Hence, the Sword Gate elders stationed it at the highest point of Sword Gate Mountain to monitor the movements across the vast expanse of the great wilderness. Should any anomalies or foreign intrusions arise, it could issue an early warning. Grand Elder, please observe. Facing the direction of the Beast God Ridge, one of the heads of the forming beast widened its eyes, projecting a shimmering light that revealed the scene at the Beast God Ridge. There, amidst the 800 miles of the ridge, a terrifying sight unfolded. A towering divine demon, 1,000 feet tall, howled at the heavens, shattering the clouds above. This shocking sight was a manifestation of Zhongyu activating the mid-level killing formation to eliminate the demon race's chi-refining warrior. At that moment, beams of white light flickered, landing upon the platform and transforming into several Sword Gate elders garbed in white. They gazed in astonishment at the scene reflected in the forming beast's eyes, exclaiming in disbelief, "A divine-level seal. Legend has it that the Beast God Ridge was formed from the remains of a fallen beast god. Could this legend hold truth? That it truly is the corporeal manifestation of a divine beast? Yet the origin of the ridge pales in comparison to the greater mystery. Why would such a divine seal remain? Could it be that the beast god sealed away its own treasures? This spells disaster. The demonic tribes beyond the great wilderness have long cast covetous eyes upon our lands, held at bay only by the presence of our sword sect, deterred by the heavy toll of war. But now, with the emergence of this divine seal, proof of the beast god's hidden treasures, the demons may well strike. The elders of the sword sect were expressions of unprecedented gravity, the weight of impending crisis pressing upon them. The current sect master is aged, and the succession has sown discord within the sect. Now, with this external threat looming, the situation grows ever more dire. Truly, these are troubled times. The eldest among them, the Grand Elder of the Youyu clan, spoke solemnly. The emergence of a divine seal in the Beast God Ridge cannot be concealed from the demons. Summon all elders to the Golden Summit at once. We must deliberate our course of action. Within the Grand Hall of the Golden Summit, the assembled elders fell into heavy silence upon hearing the news. After a long pause, the elder of the Shuadi clan spoke slowly. Our sect master is aged. War with the demons is ill-advised. Should they come seeking negotiation, permitting them to explore the Beast God Ridge may not be unreasonable. Better to avoid conflict where possible. The bearded elder of the Lehu clan scoffed coldly. The great wilderness was carved out by our ancestors, not an inch shall be yielded. If the demons come for blood, we shall meet them in battle. Death is but fate, why fear them? Cough. While your words ring true, interjected another. Our sect master is advanced in years, and the next successor remains undecided. Our younger generation has yet to fully mature. If we engage the demons now, we risk losing the entire great wilderness. The Shuadi elder argued further. I do not speak of outright surrender, merely allowing them to explore the ridge. At worst, we lose face, but our foundation remains intact, preserving peace. Elders, do you truly wish to plunge our people into war and carnage? If you have a better solution, enlighten me. Silence gripped the hall. Even the fiery Lehu elder furrowed his brow in contemplation. After a moment, the Youyu elder cleared his throat. Elder Xian, your connections are vast, and even foreign clans respect you. Should the demons learn of the Beast God Ridge, you shall negotiate with them. But mark my words, not an inch of our land shall be surrendered. The lives of our people are more precious than gold. Whoever the demons send, they shall tread lightly upon our soil. Any transgression, and war shall be inevitable, let none prosper from it. The Shuadi elder nodded eagerly. Xian shall not fail this duty. One more matter, this divine seal suggests something extraordinary lies within. Should our sword sect not investigate first? Perhaps we may uncover treasures to strengthen our sect. Yet the beast god's treasures are likely meant for demons. As humans, even if we obtain them, they would be of little use to us. The elder of the Yu clan shook his head and remarked, furthermore, breaking the divine-level seal is exceedingly arduous. The quest for the beast goddess treasure is fraught with peril, and one might suffer considerable losses, rendering any gains futile. If junior brother Shui wishes to explore this matter, he may do so, but I advise against investing too much energy in it. Elder Shui Xian nodded in agreement and chuckled. The Grand Elder speaks wisely. I shall instruct my subordinates to investigate. As Zhongyu proceeded, stopping intermittently, he was approaching the very core of the beast goddess seal. The young fire spirit, utilizing his gaze, surveyed the surroundings and suddenly exhaled in relief, exclaiming, "What a stroke of luck! I never imagined that the deceased beast god had laid further arrangements here. It is far more complex than merely the 7-kill formation." Zhong Yu's heart raced at this revelation, prompting him to inquire, more than just the 7-kill formation? The young fire spirit fluttered out from between his brows and alighted on his shoulder, the flames flickering as he laughed. Observe this river. Zhong Yu focused his attention and beheld a slender stream winding its way forth from the core of the beast goddess seal, meandering through a series of 7-kill formations. However, the river's course was interrupted at several points, failing to flow beneath all the stone tablets, likely due to alterations in the terrain caused by the beast goddess seal. This is the Yinlong River, a formidable killing formation that complements the 7-kill formation. In addition, the array of armed flora has also been destroyed. The young fire spirit lamented, his excitement palpable as he stomped his foot upon Zhong Yu's shoulder. It would be a great misfortune if such a formation remains incomplete. Zhong Yu cleared his throat and cautioned, Xinhua, the essence of the beast god is paramount. The young fire spirit gazed eagerly at his profile, inquiring, once we acquire the essence of the beast god, shall we be able to restore these 3 formations? Feeling the weight of the spirit's hopeful gaze, Zhong Yu's resolve softened, and he nodded, as you wish. The young fire spirit leapt joyfully, exclaiming in delight, but soon quieted, clasping his hands together and eagerly asking, after we restore the formations, can we activate them for a bit of fun? Zhong Yu quickly shook his head, chuckling. A mere mid-level killing formation is already terrifying. If a large divine-level killing formation were to be unleashed, it would surely rend the heavens. Not to mention, you wish to activate 3 formations at once. The power of a single formation is unfathomable, let alone 3. The young fire spirit pouted, muttering sullenly. The pure blood Fuxi divine clan would certainly allow me to play with the 3 grand formations. Zhong Yu chose to ignore this comment. Before long, guided by the young fire spirit, Zhong Yu arrived before a portal. The entrance resembled a circular opening, marred by splashes of dried blood that formed indistinct totemic patterns over time. Moreover, this portal had been opened slightly, emanating a potent aura of malevolence, intermingled with an uncanny fragrance that was intoxicating. Zhong Yu inhaled deeply, perplexed. This scent is peculiar. Could it be that the beast god has refined his essence into a spiritual elixir? You guessed correctly. Xinhou remarked with a smile. Indeed. The essence of the beast god is a rare elixir, though it is not referred to as an elixir, but rather as an inner elixir, a product of the essence condensed during the cultivation of the demon race. During the reigns of Emperor Sui and Fuxi, the demon race was regarded as the most despised of all, and at banquets, the gods would present a platter of the inner elixirs of the demon gods as a delicacy. Zhong Yu was taken aback, only to hear Xinhou continue. Considering the plight of your human race today, it is likely that at the current divine banquets, the hosts would offer a platter of human inner elixirs as a treat. The seal on this portal has been rendered ineffective. Hurry inside, acquire the essence of the beast god, and we shall swiftly complete the 3 great killing formations. By the way, hold your breath and refrain from inhaling this fragrant aroma. If you do, you may find yourself transforming into a beast prematurely. Upon hearing this, Zhong Yu quickly held his breath, suddenly feeling an itch on the back of his hand. He looked down to see scales sprouting beneath his skin, sending a chill of dread through him. He had only inhaled a few whiffs of the fragrance, and already there were signs of his impending transformation into a demon. If he were to consume the essence of the beast god, would he not inevitably become a monster? He hoped Xinhou was more reliable than he appeared. Steeling himself, he pushed open the door, which creaked open in response. Zhong Yu stepped inside, where the fragrance intensified, seemingly permeating through his skin. He felt an increasing itch all over his body, but after concentrating and visualizing Emperor Sui in his mind, the itch began to fade. He lifted his gaze to see that the space behind the door was vast, stretching hundreds of feet in all directions and soaring to great heights. A brilliant pearl hung in the air, radiating light, illuminating the chamber. This was the heart chamber of the beast god, where his heart resided. Before his demise, the beast god had fused his spiritual power and blood, transforming them into the 3 formidable killing formations outside, all to safeguard his soul in this inner elixir. Xinhou urged, hurry. Pluck that inner elixir so we can arrange the formations outside. With his eyes closed, Zhong Yu opened them to find 2 serpentine dragons emerging from beneath his feet, crackling with thunder as they soared toward the inner elixir of the demon god suspended in midair. As he reached out and grasped the inner elixir, he felt scales erupting from beneath the skin of his palm. Quick, imbibe the essence of the beast god into your sea of consciousness, Xinhou commanded urgently. How do I do that? Zhong Yu felt at a loss. The inner elixir was the size of a goose egg. How could it possibly fit into his mind? As he pondered, more scales began to sprout, rapidly spreading up his arms at an alarming rate. Xinhu shouted, just force it in. With gritted teeth. Zhongyu raised his hand and pressed the inner elixir against his forehead. As the inner elixir made contact with the surface of his skin, scales began to burst forth in a frenzy, the energy contained within the essence of the beast god proving to be both strange and formidable, almost too potent to touch. Simultaneously, Xinhu cried, channel your spiritual power. In that fleeting moment, Zhongyu's body commenced a bizarre transformation, scales creeping across half of his form. And he felt an itch on his forehead, as if horns were about to sprout. Even his tailbone felt ablaze, seemingly on the verge of sprouting a tail. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhongyu unleashed his mental energy, enveloping the beast god's inner elixir, drawing it into the sea of consciousness. Strangely, the egg-sized inner elixir of the beast god seemed to lack a true form, merging with his mental energy as it entered his mind. Stunned, Zhongyu gazed at a sea of consciousness, observing the inner elixir floating above, radiating brilliance and exuding waves of heat and light. How could this be? He found it hard to believe. The beast god's inner elixir was the essence of the beast god. How could essence possess a tangible form? Xinhu chuckled. Now you must continuously visualize the Sun Emperor and refine the essence emitted by the beast god's inner elixir, lest you succumb to beastification and transform into the shape of the beast god. Instantly, Zhongyu envisioned the Sun Emperor but felt overwhelmed by the sheer volume of the beast god's essence, which poured forth from the inner elixir, flooding into his body faster than he could refine it. He hurriedly looked down, only to see his palms beginning to undergo beastification. Scales hardened, palms thickened, and the muscles beneath his skin swelled. With a sharp sound, Zhongyu sensed his beast skin shorts tearing apart, and as he reached behind him, he felt a tail sprouting. Turning to look, he beheld a dragon's tail adorned with the striking patterns of a fierce tiger, and oddly, long tufts of mane sprouted from the dorsal fin. Xinhu, what is happening? Before he could finish his sentence, he heard two soft pops, and a sharp pain surged through his forehead as two bony horns emerged from the sides of his head. His body expanded further, muscles and bones growing, with ribs multiplying from the original 24 to an astonishing 48. In mere moments, his physique had doubled in size, transforming into an extraordinary beast. Oh, the beast god that perished here was revealed to be a Long Xiang, a creature bearing the bloodlines of dragon, horse, and tiger. Xinhu gasped in astonishment as Zhongyu's head began to morph, his mouth widening, fangs elongating, and delicate, elongated whiskers sprouting forth, resembling a fusion of dragon, horse, and tiger features. His neck lengthened, scales proliferated, and a magnificent mane developed along his nape. Unable to contain himself, Zhongyu braced his hands against the ground, his tail extending further, dragon-like, yet adorned with tiger stripes and horse-like mane. Now, he stood at a staggering height of over 5 meters, embodying the essence of dragon, horse, and tiger, emanating an aura of an exceedingly high-ranking beast. The Long Xiang gazed fiercely, surveying the surroundings, challenging the heavens, and stirring the seas. The Long Xiang is a creature of auspicious nature, yet also a formidable beast. Xinhu marveled, albeit somewhat apprehensively. Zhongyu, I miscalculated. The essence of the beast god seems a tad too potent. The energy contained within the beast god's inner elixir was as terrifying as an ocean's depth. This elixir's energy had been refined to the size of an egg, and even though Zhongyu had not physically touched it, the mere energy it radiated was sufficient to beastify or transform him. Even with his visualization of the Sun Emperor, he could not alter the course of his beastification. Moreover, Zhongyu felt a terrifying energy continuously surging forth, merging into his very being, deepening his transformation into a beastly, demonic state. Xinhu, can you be any more unreliable? The dragon form of Zhongyu uttered a human voice, deep and resonant. Xinhu scratched his head, feeling increasingly guilty, and whispered, well, from now on, you must maintain your visualization of the Fire Emperor without interruption. If you falter, the demonic transformation will intensify until the Dragon Xiang bloodline completely overwhelms your own, assimilating it, and you will never revert. Furious, Zhongyu reacted vehemently, but Xinhu hastily added, however, as your cultivation progresses, the speed at which you can refine the divine essence of the beast god will accelerate. By refining this essence, you can restore your original form, no longer remaining in the Dragon Xiang state. Yes, of course, even while you sleep, you must visualize, or else upon waking. You may find that after 3 or 4 hours of delay, your transformation into the Dragon Xiang could become permanent. Actually, being a Dragon Xiang isn't so bad. What do you think? Visualizing the Fire Emperor while sleeping? Zhongyu was taken aback. This equated to an unprecedented challenge of continuous cultivation for 12 hours daily. Should he fail, it would mean eternal transformation into the Dragon Xiang. Yet, the advantages of such an endeavor were unmistakable. Other Upper Academy disciples, if they managed 5 hours of visualization in a day, would be considered remarkable. To achieve 8 hours would mean dedicating every moment to visualization, forsaking all other activities. To visualize for 12 hours, utilizing every moment, including eating, drinking, and sleeping, was a daunting task indeed. Previously, Zhongyu could not sustain 12 hours of uninterrupted cultivation due to insufficient elixirs. However, now with the endless supply of divine essence from the beast god's inner core, he was compelled to engage in continuous practice. Li Xiaonyang moved gracefully, subconsciously integrating visualization into her consciousness, akin to the natural act of eating or drinking, yet requiring the additional challenge of maintaining that focus even in sleep, far more difficult than her instinctive visualization. Zhongyu felt an immense pressure. Yongyu, once you become adept at this continuous visualization and shed the Dragon Xiang form, you will be able to draw forth even more formidable energy from the beast god's inner core, refining it to elevate your Fushi bloodline. Currently, the divine essence you are absorbing is still too scant, and the purification of your Fushi bloodline is negligible. Xian Hua, oblivious to Zhongyu's internal turmoil, cheerfully remarked. But now that you possess the Dragon Xiang form, with its immense strength, the power of both dragon and tiger, and the swiftness of the divine steed, combined with the divine essence within your consciousness, you nearly have an inexhaustible source of energy, just perfect for excavating that high platform buried underground. Then, I will teach you how to shift those stone tablets into the correct positions, dig a few channels, and redirect the Yinlong River to restore the seal of the beast god. Xianhua, do you think I can elevate my cultivation to the level of refining the divine essence before I am completely transformed? Rest assured, I guarantee you will succeed. The little flame declared confidently, with me by your side, success is assured. Zhongyu steadied himself and stepped out of the beast god's heart chamber. Under the guidance of Xinhua, he located the high platform buried beneath the mountain rocks. With a low shout, his spiritual energy surged forth. Just as he began to envision the dragon, he was astonished to see his spiritual energy instantly transform into a dragon, stretching an impressive 100 feet long. He was momentarily taken aback. Previously, his spiritual energy would only manifest a dragon of about 10 feet in length. The sudden transformation into a 100-foot dragon startled him greatly. The innate spiritual power of the dragon was formidable. Now, in the dragon form, his spiritual energy was naturally amplified. Do not be astonished, Xinhua remarked. If you refine the beast god's essence and release the dragon form, your spiritual energy can reach this level too. Quickly, tear open the ground. With a mere thought, Zhongyu commanded the dragon to plunge its claws into the earth, forcefully ripping it open to reveal a gaping chasm several dozen feet long. Such overwhelming spiritual power. Zhongyu was astounded, scarcely able to believe this was his own strength. He continued to urge the dragon, and in a few moments, he unearthed the hidden high platform from the depths of the earth. Jumping down, he hoisted the platform from the pit and placed it in the correct position under Xinhua's guidance. Good. Now let us complete the Yinlong River and the All Things Are Weapon formation. Before long, Zhongyu restored the disordered stone tablets, realigning the Yinlong River and the All Things Are Weapon formation, before stepping out of the seal. At that moment, outside the beast god's seal, a river of Wei flowed through the air, extending endlessly, with a large ship sailing upon its surface. This Wei River was indeed an embodiment of spiritual energy. On the ship, several chi refiners from the Shui Tu clan stood at the bow. Elder Shui Zian stroked his chin thoughtfully, adjusting the course of the Wei River towards the beast god Ridge's seal. Our grand elder of the sword sect is somewhat too rigid, Shui Zian whispered to the chi refiners behind him. He only seeks to maintain peace, avoiding conflict with the demon clan, unaware of the principles of commerce. If we cannot breach this beast god seal, Shan, you should venture beyond the great wilderness and sell this information to the demon clan at a good price. Shui Anshan hesitated. Sell the news of the divine formation appearing in Beast God Ridge to the demon clan? Some may label the Shui Tu clan as traitors of the great wilderness. Traitors? You exaggerate, Shui Zian scoffed. The emergence of the divine formation cannot be concealed from the demon clan. The difference lies merely in whether they learn of it sooner or later. By selling this information to the demon clan, our Shui Tu clan could earn a substantial reward. Why not take advantage of it? The ship gently descended outside the beast god seal. Everyone gazed at the long white stone barrier when suddenly an extraordinary beast leapt from the mountain wall, moving with the grace of a dragon and tiger, vanishing in an instant. This beast appeared to be Several Qi refiners gasped in shock, exclaiming, "It is a dragon horse. A creature of a higher order than our sword sect's seeming beast. Heavens, how could such a divine entity exist in a place like Beast Godrich? Could it be that there lies a remarkable treasure within?" Shui Zian was also greatly intrigued and immediately declared, "There must be even greater treasures within the Beast Godrich. I personally ventured to explore the Beast God's seal, while you all pursue that dragon steed." The several Qi refiners of the Shui Tu clan responded in unison, swiftly soaring into the air in pursuit of Zhongyu. Meanwhile, Shui Zian took a deep breath and stepped toward the white stone wall, murmuring, "The dragon steed has also appeared. Could it have escaped from the divine level formation?" The Grand Elder claimed there could be no treasures here usable by our human race. He may have been gravely mistaken. Ancient texts record that the dragon steed is a divine species, bearing the bloodlines of dragons, heavenly steeds, and tiger spirits, each an ancient divine race. The four Qi refiners of the Shui clan hastened in the direction Zhongyu had departed, with Shui and Shan leading the way, exclaiming, "The dragon steed is exceedingly rare. I never imagined one would appear in our vast wilderness, and even as a cub. If we were to capture it and raise it within our Shui Tu clan, our standing among the top 10 clans in the wilderness would undoubtedly rise by 2 or 3 ranks, surpassing the Lei Hu and other clans." One of the Shui Tu Qi refiners inquired, puzzled, "That dragon steed just now is nearly 2 zhang long. Is it truly a cub? Not only is it a cub, but it seems to have been born not long ago." Shui and Shan chuckled. "An adult dragon steed is sacred, its body as immense as a mountain, soaring across lands and seas. Fortunately, it is merely a cub. Had it been slightly older, the elders would likely have intervened personally to subdue it." The other 3 Qi refiners sighed in relief, laughing. "A newborn cub is surely easy to capture, requiring no effort at all." The moment Zhongyu leapt from the Beast God's seal, he noticed the arrival of the Shui Tu clan's grand vessel. However, now that he had been assimilated by the essence of the Beast God, transforming into the form of a dragon steed, he appeared as a beast to the human race, rendering an encounter ill-advised. Moreover, he held little fondness for the Shui Tu clan, prompting him to flee swiftly. He needed to find a secluded place, free from prying eyes, to diligently cultivate for a few days, refining the Beast God's essence that altered his physique back into human form. Otherwise, being mistaken for a beast and slain by the Qi refiners of the great wilderness would be a most unjust demise. It must be said, the dragon steed form is indeed formidable. Its speed is astonishing, surpassing even Zhongyu's thunderous flight by a considerable margin, all while he progressed at a normal pace, exerting no effort. The Qi refiners of the Shui Tu clan were closing in. Zhongyu glanced back, his heart racing. Are they planning to exorcise me as a demon? Indeed, in my current form, I bear no distinction from a beast. Should I attempt to speak, they might well perceive me as a creature of their kind, warranting extermination. Ah, little dragon steed, come to me obediently. One of the Shui Tu Qi refiners hovered in midair, gazing down at Zhongyu, who was hastily traversing the mountains and forests below. With a chuckle, a magnificent figure of the water deity, Hebo, materialized behind him, surrounded by swirling waters. Reaching out to grasp Zhongyu. Though both Hebos are the same, the effects conjured by the Qi refiner differ greatly from those envisioned by Shui Qinghe. The Hebo imagined by Shui Qinghe is intricate, possessing flesh and bone, while the Hebo conjured by the Qi refiner is far more than that. It radiates a sacred aura, akin to the true essence of deities and demons. Hebo embodies the divine, the master of flowing waters. Moreover, the river god was ensconced in serpentine waters, a sword adorning his waist, exuding an aura that surpassed even the clarity and sanctity of the river itself. One arm extended forth, and to the astonishment of all, the river god's arm elongated, transcending several miles, reaching out towards Zhongyu. "Brother Anshan, with this extraordinary beast at our disposal, do you not think our clan ought to recognize our great merit?" chuckled the alchemist who envisioned the river god. "Surely, offering such a divine creature to our Shui Tu clan must be a considerable achievement." "Indeed," came the reply. "Wei Shui whip." "No." Anshan laughed heartily, gesturing with his hand as tumultuous waves surged forth. A mighty river of Wei Shui rushed, hurtling towards Zhongyu, who had narrowly avoided the river god's grasp. "This foul beast managed to elude your grasp. It truly is a rare breed, possessing the bloodline of the divine race, able to evade the capture of an alchemist right from birth." The Wei Shui River narrowed, resembling a long whip or a soaring python, swiftly maneuvering behind Zhongyu, closing the distance. Zhongyu gritted his teeth, summoning his strength to dash forward, the surrounding mountains and forests blurring past him like fleeting shadows. The four alchemists of the Shui-Tu clan stood agape, transfixed mid-air, witnessing the dragon horse rise as if bipedal, sprinting away with astonishing speed. A creature, part dragon, part horse, part tiger, trailed by a lengthy dragon tail, was running on two legs like a human. Such an occurrence was perhaps the most bizarre spectacle they had ever encountered. Is there a mistake? Do dragon horses truly run on two legs? One alchemist pondered aloud. Shouldn't it run like a horse? The others were equally bewildered, unable to provide an answer to his query. It stands up. Yes, it runs on its hind legs, yet it cannot possibly outrun us in flight. We shall swiftly catch it and capture that dragon horse. Zhongyu surged forward with incredible speed, leaping across the chasm of the river. Despite the four alchemists soaring above, they could not close the gap, exchanging astonished glances. Dragons descend from clouds, tigers emerge from winds, celestial steeds possess wings, and dragon horses are renowned for their swiftness. Who would have imagined this dragon horse running bipedally would retain such remarkable speed? Their astonishment deepened, further affirming that this dragon horse was a rare anomaly, surpassing even the famed four beasts of the sword sect. Thus it was imperative to capture it. Pooling their efforts, they propelled the watercraft, their mental energies transforming into the Wei Shui, maximizing the vessel's speed. I refuse to believe we cannot catch a mere newborn dragon horse. An alchemist exclaimed. Brother, if we all manifest our mental energies as Wei Shui, our vessel will indeed soar faster over the waters, yet the toll on our mental strength will be considerable. Once we close in on that dragon horse, it shall not escape. Even if our powers wane, it will remain within our grasp. The four alchemists immediately activated the watercraft, their mental energies coalescing into a long river in the air, propelling their vessel in pursuit of Zhongyu. Zhongyu dashed forward, with countless beasts of the beast god ridge lifting their heads in astonishment, gazing at this two-legged dragon-like creature, their bewildered hearts profoundly shaken. The disciples of the Shui-Tu clan were in hot pursuit. Their speed was astonishing. In a moment of haste, Zhongyu glanced back and saw a great wave soaring through the air, with four chi refiners from the Shui-Tu clan standing at the bow of their vessel, cutting through the waves and approaching even faster than he. Suddenly, one of the chi refiners leaped from the ship, and amidst the air, waves surged forth to lift him. With fingers splayed, he forcefully pressed downward. Ice Soul Sword Chi, Sword Technique 23. Clang, clang, clang. In midair, the water vapor coalesced, transforming into numerous Ice Soul swords that swirled around, hurtling downward towards Zhongyu, who was still running, enveloped in the Ice Soul Sword Chi. Zhongyu saw the swords rotating around him, their glimmering edges incessantly stabbing toward him. Instantly, he struck out with his dragon claws, swiping left and right, while his dragon tail swept across, shattering the incoming sword energies. It hurt. A few sword energies managed to pierce through his defenses, leaving several blood holes on his body, and the icy chill instantly invaded him, chilling him to the bone, as if it sought to freeze him entirely. However, within the sea of consciousness at his brow, the beast god inner core stirred slightly, releasing waves of heat that melted the icy chill, rendering it utterly ineffective against him. The chi refiner was taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief, "How is this possible? Is this dragon truly a mere juvenile? Why can't my ice soul chill bind him? Junior brother, come here. I shall capture him alive." Another chi refiner from the Shui-Tu clan leapt from the bow of the ship, transforming midair into the form of a river god, charging towards Zhongyu atop the crashing waves. Amidst the mountains and forests, waves surged tumultuously, crashing at the peaks. Yet Zhongyu had already descended the mountains. The Shui-Tu chi refiner, embodying the river god, surged downwards, only to see the dragon-like creature accelerating as it ran. Suddenly, a burst of thunderlight erupted beneath its feet, further enhancing its speed. With a thunderous boom, the dragon-like entity broke through the sound barrier, a massive white aura encircling it as it continued its flight. In less than a breath's time, the dragon-like creature had covered over 10 miles, leaving the Shui-Tu chi refiner utterly unable to keep pace, standing there in utter bewilderment. That dragon-like being commanded the lightning. 3 other chi refiners from the shores approached, equally astonished, murmuring, "This creature has only just been born, yet it can harness thunder?" An elderly voice resonated, proclaiming, "Dragons ride the clouds, tigers ride the winds. Thunder is born of storms. It is not surprising that a dragon-like creature can command thunder." The 4 chi refiners quickly bowed and said, "Elder, beyond that cliff lies the beast goddess seal, exceedingly intricate. It cannot be easily breached." I observed from outside for a while, but was unable to unravel the seal. So I had to abandon the task. Shan, you must now go to the Void City and convey this news to the demon tribe. Shan Zian approached, hands clasped behind his back, shaking his head. That dragon is still young. Its control over thunder cannot last long. It will soon exhaust its strength, making it easy to catch up to him. Jianping and Jianshu. You shall pursue the dragon steed while I return to the mountains to await the visit from the leaders of the demon clan. The two alchemists from the Shui-Tu clan bowed in agreement and hastened away, while Shui and Shan promptly set off towards the vast wilderness. Heading for the city of Honghuang, Beast God Ridge returned to tranquility, yet this serenity lasted merely for a fortnight. After this period, the formidable demon leader, Yin Yunxing, the master of Sulphur Island and one of the three principal heads of the demon clan, arrived at Jianmin. Accompanied by 100 alchemists from his clan, the entire Jianmin trembled at his presence, for the aura of the Sulphur Island master was wild and boundless. Upon his arrival, Yin Yunsheng unleashed an overwhelming might that subdued all alchemists of Jianmin, casting a shadow of demon clouds over the mountain, intent on instilling fear among its practitioners. Suddenly, from the golden peak of Jianmin, a torrent of sword energy surged skyward, stirring the winds and dispersing the pervasive demon miasma. An ancient voice resonated, declaring, "Master of Sulphur Island, you are a guest from afar. I hope you will abide by the customs of Jianmin." Yin Yunxing's expression shifted to one of caution as he let out a hearty laugh. "Old wind, I thought you had perished. Now that our demon clan has established a sacred domain in the wilderness, and the beast god lies entombed in Beast God Ridge, this ridge shall henceforth belong to my clan." The ancient voice fell silent, no longer to be heard. Elder Shui Zian stepped forward with a smile and remarked, "Master Yin, allow me to discuss the matter of Beast God Ridge with you." Shortly thereafter, an agreement was reached between Yin Yunsheng and Shui Zian, permitting the demon clan to explore the beast god's seal within the ridge, yet forbidding them from trespassing into any other areas of the wilderness. Days later, immense skeletal ships emerged from the vast wilderness, making their way towards Beast God Ridge. Crewed by demon alchemists, the second of the three island masters of the demon clan had arrived at the sacred domain of Honghuang. In the depths of the wilderness, a robust dragon steed raised its head, staring in astonishment at the colossal skeletal ships soaring above. It could not help but shudder, murmuring, "Xianhua. Do you believe today will be a day of bloodshed?" A small flame flickered from the steed's mane, filled with anticipation at last. "I shall witness the simultaneous strike of the three formations." The two alchemists from the Shui-Tu clan were closing in again. Zhongyu looked up, gritting his teeth in determination, and sprinted forward. The past fortnight had been excruciating for him, as he struggled to refine the excess beast god essence within while evading the relentless pursuit of the two Shui-Tu alchemists throughout the wilderness, transforming into a dragon steed. He possessed remarkable speed, even harnessing the power of thunder for rapid escape. However, he could not sustain this pace for long, as the two alchemists would soon catch up. Yet, the greatest threat was not from the Shui-Tu alchemists but from the incessantly emanating beast god essence from his core. He had to maintain his visualization of the Flame Emperor without interruption. Otherwise, the accumulation of beast god essence would ultimately transform him entirely into a dragon steed. This ordeal surpasses even the torturous trials of life and death. In the thunderous tempering of the soul, it is an unprecedented ascetic practice. On one hand, one must engage in uninterrupted visualization and cultivation, while on the other, evade relentless pursuers. Even in slumber, maintaining the visualization is imperative. This poses an immense challenge to one's mental fortitude, physical endurance, and willpower. In the initial 2 days, he managed to persevere, but by the third day, he nearly succumbed, collapsing beside a mountain stream into a deep slumber, forgetting both the visualization and the pursuing chi practitioners of the Shui-Tu clan. Fortunately, the ever-watchful flame of supervision roused him, urging him not to neglect his visualization, thus sparing him from complete assimilation into the dragon form and from falling into the hands of the Shui-Tu practitioners. After enduring this arduous trial for over 10 days, Zhongyu had essentially reached the realm of non-thought. This state of non-thought allows one to engage in visualization without the need for conscious effort, effortlessly slipping into a meditative state. Li Xiaonyang had achieved this level through years of diligent practice, whereas he had attained it through this torturous ordeal. However, to reach a state where one can maintain uninterrupted visualization even in dreams, known as non-thought, is exceedingly challenging. Non-thought transcends the level of non-thought, and only with the continuous reminders from the flame can he intermittently reach this state, though it does not last long. Deeper stages of sleep disrupt his meditative state, These days have been unfathomably torturous for him, yet his unwavering willpower has seen him through. Nonetheless, this experience has been a tremendous refinement, propelling his mental prowess to new heights. His sea of consciousness has expanded dramatically, now encompassing an area of approximately 3,000 acres. And his mental energy has become exceedingly pure. The two Shui Tu Chi practitioners seem to be an unrelenting presence. Zhang Yu gritted his teeth. With his cultivation having advanced and his sea of consciousness broadened, the essence emanating from the beast goddess inner core above him began to synchronize with his refining speed, hinting at a nascent equilibrium. This marks a significant leap in his cultivation. At this rate, in a few days, he would be able to refine the excess beast god essence accumulated within him, transforming from the dragon form back into his human shape. Ah, have these two practitioners split up? Zhang Yu suddenly sensed the distinct separation of their auras, one closely pursuing him, while the other grew increasingly distant, evidently taking a detour. Curious, he squinted. After such a prolonged pursuit, they had failed to hinder him, and now, separated, they would find it even more challenging to obstruct him. Not good. Water vapor ahead, so that acid. After running for a while, he beheld a mighty river surging before him, its width spanning several thousand yards, with tumultuous waters creating waves several feet high. This river, flowing through the area, curved around the hillside beneath his feet, indicating that the other Shui Tu practitioner was not merely taking a detour, but had separated upstream, preparing to intercept him on the river's surface. One individual pursued him from behind, creating a pincer movement that aimed to keep him above the surface of the mighty river. Zhang Yu narrowed his eyes, gazing downstream, where numerous tribes and settlements dotted the shores, with many fishing boats anchored at the banks. This was dire. It was the Weishui River, home to the Shui Tu tribe. It was likely that some Qi refiners from the Shui Tu were stationed nearby. If he were cornered here, escape would be nearly impossible. Zhang Yu took a deep breath. Downstream lay the Shui Tu tribe, and both above and behind him were Shui Tu Qi refiners. His only path forward was to cross the river before being ensnared by the two Qi refiners and to fight his way to the other side. Upstream on the Weishui, tumultuous waves surged as a Qi refiner strode upon the water, transformed into the embodiment of the river god, riding the torrents with remarkable speed. Meanwhile, the Shui Tu Qi refiner behind him also quickened his pace, drawing ever closer. Without hesitation, Zhang Yu leaped, racing towards the opposite bank of the Weishui. His swift steps barely touched the water's surface, and with explosive force, he propelled himself upward, creating a series of splashes as he surged forward like a dragon. This is the domain of our Shui Tu tribe. Do you think you can escape here? A booming laughter echoed as the Shui Tu Qi refiner accelerated, conjuring towering waves that surged across the entire Weishui, rolling towards him with a chilling scorn. On this river, we of the Shui Tu are the invincible rulers. The towering waves, formidable and relentless, threatened to crush everything in their path. Zhang Yu gritted his teeth, unleashing a surge of thunderous energy from his feet, greatly increasing his speed as he broke the sound barrier. However, the waves were swifter. By the time he reached the middle of the river, they were already at his side. Ice Soul, Sword Mountain. The Shui Tu Qi refiner, standing atop the waves, stomped down heavily. Countless icy sword energies shot forward with ferocity. Zhang Yu leaped high, evading the onslaught of sword energies, soaring to a height of 100 feet. The Shui Tu Qi refiner laughed heartily, urging his river god form to attack, taunting, "Wretched beast, do you think you can contend with me upon the Weishui?" In the midst of this exchange, another Shui Tu Qi refiner descended upon the river, his speed markedly increasing as he pursued Zhang Yu. At the same time, Qi refiners from the Weishui tribe noticed the commotion upstream and began to rise into the air to observe. Its senior brothers Jianshu and Jianping. Several Shui Tu Qi refiners exclaimed in astonishment. They are capturing a rare beast. We must assist them. The Shui Tu Qi refiners hastened upstream, while Zhang Yu, without a second thought, envisioned a flood dragon and clashed with the river god form of Shui Jianping, only to be sent tumbling from the sky. The young boy from the Firewood clan lazily remarked, why envision a flood dragon when you could envision yourself?" "Envision myself?" Zhang Yu, having been knocked from the air, was momentarily taken aback. Below him, massive water dragons surged skyward, their fierce and menacing forms lunging at him, poised to capture him. It appeared that Shui Jianping had conjured this terrifying spectacle from the waters. In the clash with the Qi refiners, he was still far too inexperienced, though Shui Jianping was merely an ordinary Qi refiner. The disparity between the disciples of the upper academy and the Qi refiners was akin to that of the heavens and the earth, they were not to be compared. With his current strength, he was utterly incapable of contending against them. Of course, envisioning himself, what was a mere flood dragon? It paled in comparison to the might of a true dragon. Xinhua cheerfully remarked, "You are the dragon." Over these past days, you must have become familiar with the essence of the dragon. Envisioning the dragon and transforming it into a totemic pattern should pose no challenge for you. If you can envision the dragon and merge with it, your physical prowess will at least double. Would you still fear being unable to escape? A surge of realization struck Zhongyu, prompting him to envision the dragon, which was essentially envisioning himself. Instantly, his vast mental sea surged, and torrents of mental energy flooded to every corner of his body, filling him with unimaginable strength. A resounding dragon's roar erupted from Zhongyu's mouth, his voice resonating with fervor. The latent thunder within his mental energy erupted, enveloping him as he treaded the air, moving with astonishing speed. With a thunderous crash, he shattered a water dragon that had coiled towards him, sending torrents of water cascading down upon the river's surface. One after another, the water dragons were forcefully broken apart. Shui Jianping felt a jolt of shock as he reached out with his river god's form, but he was far too late to grasp Zhongyu, who slipped through his fingers like a wisp of smoke. How could he move so swiftly? Shui Jianping's mind reeled as the waves surged beneath him. Countless sword energy shooting forth, a storm of icy sword chi aiming directly at Zhongyu. Yet, with a series of crisp sounds, the sword chi struck Zhongyu but failed to penetrate the dragon scales that adorned his skin. Fog locks the great river, Shui Jianping bellowed, as towering columns of water surged into the sky, forming a cage. A thick mist began to pour forth from the water columns, shrouding the Wei Shui. At that moment, a resounding crash echoed as the dragon shattered a water column, breaking free from the mist and soaring into the air, where thunder and lightning followed in its wake. Shui Jianping stood in stunned silence as Shui Jianshu reached the center of the Wei Shui, while the Qi refiners from the tribe arrived downstream, gazing in disbelief at the spectacle. This dragon was growing far too quickly. They could not keep pace. The Qi refiners exchanged glances, each shaking their heads in resignation. Shui Jianshu cleared his throat and said, "You continue the pursuit. I shall inform the elders at the sword gate. We must request their assistance to mobilize more Qi refiners to encircle him. Otherwise, with just our few numbers." He shook his head and departed. At the edge of the Wei Shui tribe, having seized the advantages of time, place, and people, even such favorable circumstances had failed to capture the dragon, leaving a significant blow to their confidence. Meanwhile, Zhongyu, treading upon the air, moved swiftly, his heart brimming with joy. Suddenly, he let out a long howl, his form shifting from that of the dragon back to his human guise, yet he remained aloft, walking upon the air. Finally restored. No longer concerned about being mistaken for a beast to be slain, he could finally return to the sword gate. Zhongyu could not contain a resounding howl, envisioning the majestic dragon as it infused his spirit with vitality throughout his entire being. Even after shedding the form of the dragon, he was still able to traverse the skies, unburdened by the fear of plummeting. Young Yu, the ember of consciousness could not help but remind, "You are without attire. Your leather tunic and shorts have been torn asunder during your transformation into the dragon." A startled cry echoed through the air. Zhong Yu stealthily ventured into the depths of the forest, his mental energy radiating outward. Before long, he stumbled upon a human tribe, and with a mere thought, he summoned several garments. Ashamed, he realized his hubris had led him to forget that his own attire had been torn. Once he donned his clothing, he exhaled in relief, but suddenly recalled something, saying, "Xinhua, if my mental energy were to manifest as garments upon my body, would it be discernible to others? Those with lesser cultivation than you would indeed be oblivious, while those of greater mastery would see you laid bare in an instant." At that moment, an aura swept through the air above, accompanied by a gaze that fell upon Zhongyu. Upon recognizing him as a young man of the human race, the observer paid him no heed. It was yet another Qi refining practitioner from the Shui-Tu clan. Zhongyu cast a glance, unperturbed, for he had now returned to his human form. The Shui-Tu's practitioners were in search of Long Xiang, and thus harbored no suspicion towards him, allowing him to depart without a care. He pondered the fleet of skeletal vessels that had recently sailed towards the Beast God Ridge, questioning their origins. As he made his way to the sword gate, he mused, the individuals aboard those vessels exuded an aura of monstrosity, unlike any Qi refining practitioners from the sword gate. Could they be formidable beings of the demon tribe? It is peculiar. The demon race and humanity are sworn adversaries, so how could they infiltrate our vast wilderness so brazenly? He found himself baffled. The Beast God Ridge, situated in the heart of the wilderness, should not have gone unnoticed by the Sword Gate regarding such a significant incursion by the demons. The absence of any response seemed rather strange. These demons were undoubtedly headed for the Beast God seal, yet they remained unaware that apart from a single Beast God core, there was nothing else within the ridge. Zhong Yu's expression turned peculiar as he reflected. Moreover, they are oblivious to the peril that now resides within the Beast God seal. The current seal is insufficiently bound merely by the totemic inscriptions on the stone tablet. For both the Yin Dragon River and the Grass and Wood Army array have been restored by Xinhua and myself. The Beast God Ridge and its seal, along with the demon Lord Yin Yunsheng of Sulphur Island and another prominent demon figure, the Lord of Xinshi Island, Xiao Tianqian, personally led demon practitioners into the seal, where countless of them commenced the dismantling of the barrier. These demon practitioners were renowned powerhouses from the city of Stinkong, possessing profound knowledge of formations and an intricate understanding of totemic inscriptions. Outside the Beast God seal, a massive toad squatted on the ground, while a gigantic python coiled nearby. The demon practitioners relentlessly wielded their blades, slicing through the skin of the toad and python, collecting barrels of fresh blood to deliver into the seal. Meanwhile, the demon elites employed the blood of the python and toad to inscribe various totemic patterns, aiming to suppress the Beast God totem on the tablet, neutralizing its power and eradicating the 7 kills within the stone. This toad bore 6 eyes, each as large as an acre, protruding and arranged in a grand circle. The python, on the other hand, sported blade-like horns atop its head, dorsal fins along its back, and even delicate cicada wings enveloping its sides. They were neither mere demons nor beastly entities, but spirits, 2 of the demon tribe's most formidable entities. The 2 great touring entities exuded a wild aura, resembling deities or demons, astonishing beyond measure. Clearly, the demon race placed immense importance on this endeavor to seal the Beast God. Thus they deployed the totemic touring from Sulphur Island and Embroidered Island. The blood of the totemic touring is not mere blood. It is a confluence of natural totemic patterns, taking on a blood-like form. Infused with the spiritual energy amassed from countless years of worship by the demon race, perfectly suited for unraveling the seal of the Beast God. Everyone, gather your spirits. We must not allow any missteps. Yin Yunxing surveyed the surroundings, noting that the power of the Beast God emanating from the stone tablets was being subdued. He breathed a sigh of relief and remarked, "The Beast God Ridge is indeed the transformation of the Beast God after death, morphing into an expanse of 800 miles of mountains. This Beast God is extraordinarily formidable. Brother Xiaotian, the leader of the Sword Gate, still lives, though it is likely his time is short. My purpose in visiting the Sword Gate is twofold: to establish authority and suppress all figures within the Sword Gate by sheer force, and to discern the fate of that old ghost. Although this old ghost has managed to dispel my imposing presence, he has not revealed himself, opting instead to send Shui Tushur to converse with me. Had he possessed the temperament of the so-called Sword God from his past, he would have long since acted to eliminate me. This indicates that he is indeed nearing his end." Xiao Tianqian, hands clasped behind his back, spoke leisurely. "As long as the old ghost of the wind remains alive, no one dares to act against the Sword Gate. Once he perishes, the Sword Gate is bound to be obliterated. His struggle for survival is merely an attempt to linger on for a few more years to cultivate the next leader for the Sword Gate. Unfortunately, the elder generation of the Sword Gate has withered away, and the younger generation's 4 great masters, Feng, Fang, Lei, and Jun, have only recently gained prominence. Though they can contend with the elders, they remain far from reaching the status of true giants. It is uncertain whether the old ghost of the Sword Gate can endure until these 4 mature into giants. Feng, Fang, Lei, and Jun, all possessing innate spiritual bodies, were born with spirit and destined to become chi refiners, yet their training time has been too brief to be underestimated." Yin Yuxing chuckled. "In the vast wilderness, our demon race is destined to prevail. The wilderness is our grazing ground. These humans serve as our sustenance, knowing how to reproduce and hunt for themselves. We simply need to let the human race roam freely here, harvesting them periodically, ensuring our food supply remains inexhaustible." Xiao Tianqian, taking matters into his own hands, used the blood from the 2 great totemic touring to seal the stone tablets, stating, "This treasure of the Beast God surely conceals ancient relics of the Beast God. It is a pity that the Lord of the Void City is unwilling to come. Otherwise, with his presence, our speed in breaking the seal would be greatly enhanced." As the power of the Beast God from the stone tablets was subdued, many demon race chi refiners, along with Yin Yunxing and Xiao Tianqian, gradually delved deeper into the seal. Suddenly, Xiao Tianqin halted, staring intently at the gently flowing river not far beneath him, a contemplative expression crossing his face. Abruptly, his countenance twisted into a grimace, and he took a deep breath, bellowing, "Stop! Everyone, cease at once!" His voice was deafening, disorienting the demon-raised qi refiners and inadvertently halting their actions. Yan Yunqing furrowed his brow and inquired, "Brother Xiaotian, what has transpired?" Xiao Tianqin's complexion turned pale as he slowly retreated, his voice hoarse as he spoke. "The beast god seal contains a second layer of sealing. We have only unraveled the first. We must withdraw immediately, retracing our steps without deviation." Yan Yunqing, sensing the ominous turn of events, promptly followed suit. Suddenly, a demon clan qi practitioner misstepped. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, rendering even the faintest sound inaudible. Xiao Tianqin and Yan Yunqing's expressions changed dramatically as they hastily fled. With a thunderous roar, a slender river within the beast god seal surged upwards, expanding uncontrollably, transforming into a fearsome black dragon that wreaked havoc within the seal, unleashing a brutal massacre. In that instant, chaos erupted among the demon clan qi practitioners, who scattered in all directions, desperately attempting to escape the confines of the seal. At that moment, blood began to pour forth from the stone tablets, the very totems they had struggled to suppress now breaking free from their restraints. The tablets stirred to life, and the seven-kill formation began to coalesce. Simultaneously, the flora and fauna within the seal swayed erratically, each flower and blade of grass morphing into formidable soul weapons, transforming into perilous armaments. The clang of steel resounded as the plants took flight and the iron steeds turned against their masters, a palpable aura of slaughter saturating the air. Within the beast god seal, severed heads rolled as limbs of the demon clan qi practitioners were mercilessly cleaved from their bodies. Some, in a fit of rage, reverted to their true forms, immense and monstrous beasts, summoning soul weapons to withstand the unleashed fury of the beast god seal. As these creatures revealed themselves, colossal divine demons emerged from the tablets, flooding the seal with their chaotic presence, seizing the massive beasts and tearing them asunder. Countless demon clan qi practitioners were brutally shredded, devoured by these divine entities. Fortunately, several qi practitioners possessed extraordinary strength, valiantly resisting the onslaught of the divine demons, particularly the formidable island masters, Yan Yunqing and Xiao Tianqin, whose unmatched power sent the demons sprawling with a mere wave of their hands. Those who survived this carnage were the elite among the demon clan qi practitioners, renowned for their prowess even within the sword gate. A fearsome roar erupted as the intermediate formation of the beast god seal activated, colossal demons clashing within its confines, blood and flesh soaring through the air. In less than a breath, over 1,000 demon clan qi practitioners met their demise, leaving only Yan Yunqing and Xiao Tianqin standing. The pair reached the edge of the seal, mere steps from freedom, when suddenly, the high platforms within the beast god seal began to tremble violently. The booming sound surged like a tidal wave. Beams of light shot forth from the platforms, piercing the azure sky. Meanwhile, Zhong Yu approached the sword gate, glancing back to witness 49 massive beams of light ascending from the direction of the beast god ridge, forming a brilliant luminous barrier in the heavens. This radiant screen resembled a mirror, spinning incessantly as colossal divine demons were drawn into its depths. At long last, the three grand formations activated in unison. The flames of ambition surged with fervor, leaping from his consciousness to perch upon Zhong Yu's brow, urging him to behold the grand spectacle. As Zhong Yu turned, a jolt of astonishment coursed through him. He beheld a radiant screen shimmering, from which descended a leg, as thick as a man's body, adorned with dragon scales. Following was an immense form, a lengthy tail, and a head as colossal as a mountain. It was a dragon xiang, a dragon composed entirely of totemic patterns, unfathomably grand in stature. The terrifying aura it exuded, reminiscent of a divine beast, reverberated throughout the great wilderness, causing every living soul to tremble in its presence. The dragon xiang landed at the beast god ridge, its gigantic form visible in the distance, rising and falling like a range of mountains. A black dragon also lurked amidst the peaks, appearing and disappearing, accompanied by sword energy slicing through the air, seemingly capable of cleaving the heavens. Suddenly, a six-eyed toad soared through the sky, bearing a skeletal vessel upon its back. Beneath the toad, a massive python ascended, gracefully navigating the air, rushing forth with a howl. In the next instant, the python was seized, devoured by the black dragon, and the sword energy cleaved the six-eyed toad, sending it crashing down. The dragon xiang let out a thunderous roar, colliding with the skeletal vessel, which shattered upon impact, sending two figures tumbling, hurled out of the beast god ridge. Zhang Yu watched in a daze, while the flames of ambition shook its head, contemplating, how could there be survivors? Is it possible my arrangements were flawed? Failing to unleash the full might of the three deadly formations. It cannot be my fault. With my wisdom and prowess, how could I err? It must be the beast god's incompetence. Indeed, that must be it. The three divine formations at the beast god ridge erupted, shaking the entire great wilderness. Their reverberations felt even beyond its borders. Almost all the chi refiners of the sword sect were momentarily distracted, turning their gazes toward the beast god ridge, where the dragon Xiang, the black dragon, and the sword energy continued to wreak havoc within the vast expanse of the ridge. After a considerable time, the three formations finally subsided, dispersing the dragon Xiang, the black dragon, and the sword energy, restoring tranquility to the beast god ridge. However, the impact of these formations on the sword sect's chi refiners was not easily dissipated. Moreover, the activation of these formations resulted in the entombment of over 1,000 chi refiners from the Demon Clan's Void City, severely wounding 2 island masters, leaving the Void City significantly weakened. The repercussions of this incident were not something that could be swiftly forgotten. The totemic spirits of Sulphur Island and Brocade Island lay buried within the Beast God Ridge, their losses lamentably severe, particularly for the elite Demon Clan chi refiners who perished there. In the short term, the Void City, a sacred domain of the demon race, would find it exceedingly challenging to regain its vitality. Within the upper echelons of the Sword Sect, a storm brewed, numerous elders swiftly reacted, debating whether to seize this opportunity to eliminate the island masters Yin Yunsheng of Sulphur Island and Xiu Tianchen of Brocade Island. This was a rare moment. Xiu Tianchen and Yin Yunsheng were 2 of the 3 titans of the Void City. If their lives could be preserved, the demon race would pose no further threat. Yet, some elders voiced concerns, fearing that failure to eradicate these 2 demon titans would irreparably offend the demon race, particularly with another formidable figure, the Lord of the Void City, who would undoubtedly not stand idly by while his 2 island masters were slain. Moreover, although these 2 island lords have suffered considerable setbacks, they remain formidable dominators, making their elimination a formidable task. The elders engaged in fervent debate, their voices rising in a cacophony, rendering a consensus elusive. Fengshan, we must depart. Cloaked in white, the colossal turtle resembling a mountain, they emerged from the sword gate, the Feng Sword Pavilion soaring above, with the turtle trailing closely behind. Hastening towards the fleeing directions of Xiu Tianchen and Yin Yusheng. Feng Sword Pavilion, halt. An elder surged out of the sword gate, his voice booming. Our council has yet to reach a conclusion. You cannot act unilaterally. The decision to pursue the 2 island lords of the demon race is a matter that affects the future of the Sword Gate and the Void City. It is not for you alone to decide. Without turning back, the head of the Feng Sword Pavilion replied indifferently, I shall pursue them, once you reach a decision. Have someone notify me. The elder's face darkened in fury, ready to retort, when suddenly a young man soared through the air, departing from the Sword Gate. Smiling as he spoke, Brother Feng makes a valid point. Opportunities are fleeting. The elders may deliberate at their leisure, but opportunities must be seized. Brother Feng, I shall accompany you. Count me in, a woman chimed in, emerging from the sword gate with a smile. When it comes to hunting down lords of our sect, especially 2 such lords, how could I be absent? Amidst laughter, another individual, riding on waves of lightning, declared, the heads of Island Lord Sulphur and Island Lord Brocade shall be claimed by my own hands. The elder's complexion turned ashen, helplessly watching the 4 depart towards the wilderness in pursuit of the 2 island lords of the demon race, trembling as he murmured, this is chaos, utter chaos. Let them go. My 4 young masters of the Sword Gate require a trial to vie for the next lordship. To become the lord of my Sword Gate, one must possess the strength to conquer the vast expanse with a single sword. The Grand Elder of the Yu clan approached him, whispering, moreover, this is also the Lord's intent. Let us proceed with the meeting. On this day, the 4 young masters of the Sword Gate united to hunt down Yin Yunsheng, the Island Lord of Sulphur, and Xiu Tianchen, the Island Lord of Brocade, in the vast buffer zone between the wilderness and the Island of Sulphur. A grand pursuit and counterattack were destined to unfold. A spectacular battle was inevitable between the 2 demon lords and the 4 young masters of the Sword Gate. However, all of this bore no relation to the instigator, Zhang Yu. He hastened towards the Sword Gate and, after several hours, finally returned to the upper courtyard, neglecting to greet Yu Fian, Li Xiongyan, and others to report his safety. Instead, Zhongyu retreated to his chamber and fell into a deep slumber. The past several days had been an inhuman ordeal, leaving him utterly exhausted, and only upon arriving at the protective confines of the Sword Gate could he finally relax. The Beast God Ridge had encountered disciples of the demon race. The Beast God Seal had faced the demon race's chi refiners, and he had battled these chi refiners. Acquired the Beast God's inner core, undergone demonic transformation, completed 3 divine formations, and subsequently faced the pursuit of the Shui, 2 clans chi refiners, crossing the Wei River in a desperate struggle. Such experiences were far beyond what an ordinary disciple of the upper courtyard could endure, yet he had lived through them. And the pressure from several near-death escapes was unprecedented. Only upon reaching the Sword Gate, which guards the wilderness, could he finally lay down his burdens and breathe easy. After a deep slumber, Zhongyu awoke with a yawn, only to emit a dragon's roar that startled him. He hastily looked down and was taken aback to find himself transformed into a majestic dragon, sprawled upon his bed. How unfortunate! I had slumbered too soundly, neglecting to visualize the Su Huang in my dreams, and thus succumbed to the overpowering essence of the beast god, which overwhelmed my own bloodline. Strangely, why did the Xinhua not rouse me in time to encourage my continued visualization? Regaining his composure, Zhongyu beheld a flickering flame quietly burning at the shoulder of his soul within the sea of consciousness, revealing that the Xinhua was also sound asleep. Realizing this, he refrained from waking him, contemplating. These days, the Xinhua has labored tirelessly to help me evade numerous life-threatening perils. Without his assistance, I would have perished long ago. It is best to allow him some well-deserved rest. Fortunately, my cultivation has progressed significantly during the night. The essence overflowing from the beast god's inner elixir would not be sufficient to completely transform me into a dragon. His cultivation now far surpassed what it was when he ventured to the Beast God Ridge, with a vast sea of consciousness spanning 3,000 acres, allowing him to refine the essence of the beast god at an accelerated pace. Though he had transformed into a dragon, as long as he maintained his visualization, reverting to human form would not pose a challenge. Before long, Zhongyu successfully suppressed his dragon form and restored his normal appearance. Zhongshidi, called out a chorus of young maidens from outside, and not just one voice. Perplexed, Zhongyu opened the door to find dozens of girls gathered outside, their faces alight with surprise and joy. They rushed toward him, babbling excitedly, "Zhongshidi is truly alive. I told you he wouldn't die. We heard yesterday that someone saw you return, so we came over. We thought you might be resting and didn't want to disturb you. This morning, we sisters came over, and you really have returned safely. Zhongshidi, have you slain that ram? Did you encounter the demon race's chi refiners? You wouldn't believe it. Something big has happened at the Beast God Ridge." With a thunderous sound, a colossal dragon emerged from the ridge. It was enormous. I've heard that the Shui 2 clan's chi refiners encountered a smaller dragon as well. They returned yesterday to mobilize the entire clan's chi refiners to capture it. That little dragon was so adorable. I truly wish to bring it back and raise it. The girls, including Ting Lanyu, Tao Dai Er, and numerous disciples from the Lishan clan, chatted animatedly, creating a lively atmosphere that left Zhongyu uncertain of how to respond to their myriad inquiries. After a moment, he smiled and suggested, "Sisters, why don't you come in and sit for a while?" The young maidens rushed into his courtyard, with Li Shonyang and Yu Feiyin also stepping inside. Surrounded by so many young women, Zhongyu felt his courtyard suddenly seemed much smaller. Meanwhile, outside, many male disciples from the upper courtyard glanced over enviously. Zhongshan's prized bull has returned, and he is immediately surrounded by so many sisters. Doesn't he feel overwhelmed? Someone grumbled. Why should it be this way? After some time, Zhongyu escorted the young maidens out of the male courtyard, and Li Xionyang remarked, "Zhongshidi, we will come to find you again if there is anything else. Also, I still wish to spar with you to see who truly is the best in the upper courtyard." Yu Feiyin spoke softly, junior sisterly. While it can be said that junior brother Zhong has claimed the title of the foremost in the male academy, you have yet to ascend to the pinnacle of the female academy. If you wish to compete with him, you must first defeat me. Li Ziyunio replied with a cheerful grin. That sounds agreeable. If junior sister you wishes to concede, I shall gladly oblige. The fervor of the two women ignited a palpable excitement among the male disciples, who whispered amongst themselves, "Indeed, even the two senior sisters of the female academy are prepared to vie for the favor of Zhongshan. Is he truly so captivating? By what right?" Upon returning to his secluded abode, Zhongyu cleared his mind and contemplated. The embers of the fire are still resting, likely to remain dormant for a day or two. Yet, my cultivation cannot falter. With the essence of the beast god at my disposal, I can continue to refine my soul with thunder. I wonder if, with my current strength, I can achieve the level of soul purification without the aid of the dragon scale sword. He was quite tempted, but prudently decided to channel his soul through the dragon scale sword instead. With a click, the dragon blood sword box opened, and the sword's brilliance soared skyward, ascending to the stormy heights in an instant. "Senior brother Zhong, you have returned," exclaimed Qiu Jianer, her spirit soaring with joy as her soul approached. "It has been some time since I last saw you. Have you been out on your adventures?" Being addressed as senior brother by this young female cultivator made Zhong Yu feel a tinge of embarrassment, and he responded with a smile, "You guessed correctly, junior sister Jianer. I have indeed been out training and narrowly escaped perilous situations." The young girl expressed her concern. "Descending the mountain is fraught with danger. My mother always admonishes me not to venture down lightly. I have worried for you these past days of your absence." The two continued their cultivation amidst the thunder, losing track of time. Over the course of those days, Qiu Jianer showed remarkable progress in her cultivation, truly deserving of her innate spiritual physique. As she had a soul presence from birth, her abilities had deepened significantly, her soul now entwined with lightning. Senior brother Zhong has also improved rapidly during his descent. Qiu Jianer observed as she gazed at the dragon scale sword. She noticed Zhong Yu's soul discreetly emerging from the sword, which had grown from the size of a bean to nearly an inch. Standing upon the blade and undergoing the baptism of thunder while visualizing the form of the Fire Emperor transformed into a dragon-headed human shape. Though Qiu Jianer's soul was not large either, it towered over Zhong Yu's, measuring more than half a foot in height, clearly showcasing her superior mastery in soul cultivation. It was no surprise, as she was a naturally gifted spirit body, inherently stronger than others. As their training became increasingly strenuous, they each withdrew their souls, agreeing to resume their practice the following day. "Mother, that senior brother has returned once again," Qiu Jianer reported to the beautiful woman. "His cultivation has advanced remarkably. He can now refine his soul without relying on a soul weapon." Indeed, the beautiful woman appeared somewhat distracted, muttering, "The master of the sword sect's great freedom sword qi is challenging to acquire. It has been a source of constant worry for me. This supreme technique is the pinnacle of the sword sect's classics. The master cannot possibly have left no records. Where could they be hidden?" Qiu Jianer felt a bead of cold sweat forming on her forehead, realizing her mother was being rather audacious in contemplating the master of the sword sect's ultimate techniques. The master of the sword gate will undoubtedly impart the profound techniques of the great freedom sword qi to the next successor, as the current master ages. The time of his departure is uncertain, thus he will certainly leave behind texts detailing the intricacies of the great freedom sword qi. The beautiful woman pondered, "I have roamed the Golden Summit countless times these past few days and have visited the study numerous times. Yet I have been unable to discover where he has concealed the texts. I have only managed to steal a sword token. However, this token is of little use. For the sword intended harbors is merely an ordinary sword technique known as the metal sword qi. Initially, I had secretly observed the master meticulously carving this token, thinking it to be a prized possession, but to my dismay, it turned out to be the commonplace metal sword qi." Qiu Jianer took the sword token and examined it. Indeed, it was the metal sword qi. This technique is rather ordinary within the sword gate, and Qiu Jianer had previously studied it, deeming it not particularly profound. "Mother, even without cultivating the great freedom sword qi, I may not be weaker than others. There is no need for you to worry," Qiu Jianer smiled. The beautiful woman shook her head, speaking earnestly. "While your words hold truth, the current situation is far from typical. Had the master been in his prime, he would have ample time to select his successor and provide you sufficient opportunity to train and compete with the four formidable young talents of the sword gate. However, the master is now aged, and the decision regarding his successor will be made within the next few years. You joined the gate late, while the four prominent young talents have already made their names known, leaving you little chance to shine in the near future. If you wish to stand out and catch up with those four from the Fong Sword Pavilion, you must take a shortcut." "I do not wish to stand out," Qiu Jianer murmured. "If you do not seek prominence, who will heal your legs?" The beautiful woman sighed, lifting her and placing her in a wooden wheelchair, pushing her outward. "You possess the innate wood spirit body. Your affinity for wood is too strong, rendering your legs unusable since birth. I consulted the elder of the Yu clan, who remarked that an innate spiritual body is both a blessing and a curse. Your heavy wood affinity at birth has transformed your body, and without timely cultivation, the accumulation of this wood affinity has grown ever more profound. The notion of trees taking root signifies that the wood spirit must establish its foundation upon birth. Your legs serve as the roots, your body as the trunk, and your mind as the crown. The inability to move your legs is but a minor issue. If you wait a few more years, your entire being may become entirely woodinized, leaving only your soul capable of escaping, thus becoming a living corpse. Qiu Jin'er remained silent for a moment before smiling. Mother, there is no need for you to push me. I am now also a qi refiner, and even with immobile legs, I can soar through the winds. The beautiful woman shook her head, resolutely pushing her along. Only by enhancing your cultivation and unraveling the wood affinity within you can you return to normalcy. However, the wood affinity within you is too heavy and deeply entrenched. At your current rate of cultivation, it is uncertain how many years it will take to resolve it. Should your body become solidified by the wood affinity, you will if you were to cultivate the Master's Great Freedom Sword Qi, your progress would be swift. And in the future, would I still hinder your desire to venture out? Qiu Jin'er clutched the sword token tightly, remaining silent. You ought to bask in the sun. Your complexion lacks vitality. The beautiful woman wheeled her out of the grand hall, crouching down to tap on Qiu Jin'er's legs. Do you feel anything? Qiu Jin'er shook her head. The beautiful woman pinched her waist again and asked, Does it hurt? It does, Qiu Jin'er replied. The woman sighed in relief and smiled. That's good. It hasn't spread to your lower back. If it reaches there, it could become dangerous. Once it reaches the waist, it is not far from the heart. If the heart becomes numb, there would be no salvation. Once you have rested, I will revisit the Golden Summit. I am confident we shall uncover the whereabouts of the Grand Freedom Sword Qi. Qiu Jin'er smiled sweetly, her waist marked with bruises, evidence not of her mother's doing, but of her own making. Her waist had long since gone numb, rendering her insensible to any pain. The following day, Zhongyu encountered Qiu Jin'er again amidst the thunderous clouds. He beheld the young girl as spirit soaring, wielding thunder to refine her soul, flitting like a sprite through the storm while executing a set of sword techniques. The sword play was remarkably sharp, suffused with golden energy. As the sword qi danced in harmony with the thunder, an exquisite spectacle, far surpassing the thunder sword technique imparted to him by Master Pu. Junior sister Jin'er, what sword technique is this? Zhongyu inquired with curiosity. This is the Gungjin sword qi, Qiu Jin'er exclaimed in surprise. Every practitioner in our sword sect can almost master it. Have you never practiced the Gungjin sword qi, senior brother? A look of shame washed over Zhongyu. He felt embarrassed, for he was not even a practitioner, leaving him unworthy of cultivating the Gungjin sword qi that only they could master. Only that foolish girl, Jin'er, would fail to recognize that he did not belong to their ranks, he mused to himself. Senior brother, wait. Qiu Jin'er's spirit hurriedly darted towards Sword Sect Mountain. Moments later, she returned, her spirit manifesting within a sword plate. Zhang senior brother, this sword plate bears the engraving of the Gungjin sword qi. You need only to observe it with intent. Feel the essence of the sword within, and you shall learn it. Zhongyu accepted the sword plate and gazed intently at its surface, only to find a chaotic array of sword scars, making it difficult to discern the Gungjin sword qi. Doubt crept into his mind. After a brief moment, he suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. The scattered sword scars on the plate began to expand, and before his eyes, they transformed into piercing beams of sword light that seemed to slash through the heavens, cleaving the world in two. One sword fell upon the stars, another severed life and death, while yet another divided yin and yang. As time passed, Zhongyu gradually observed the sword scars beginning to dissolve, morphing into marvelous totemic patterns that flowed within the scars. This was, indeed, the essence of the Gungjin sword qi. His heart stirred. He focused intently, and the more he scrutinized, the more his heart raced. The totemic patterns concealed the ultimate mysteries of the techniques. The source of all power in martial arts derived from the simplest transformations and combinations of these totemic patterns. For instance, the thunder sword technique, whose core strength lay within the thunder patterns taught to him by Master Pu, comprised 12 types of thunder patterns, which together formed the entirety of the technique's variations. As he examined closely, he discerned that the totemic patterns within those sword scars were as many as 36. Yet, as he concentrated more deeply, he began to perceive a thread of profound truth. These 36 totemic patterns were merely superficial. In reality, the Gungjin sword qi's totemic pattern was singular. The other 36 totem patterns are merely embellishments of this singular totem design. This totem resembles the sword scabbard of Zhongyu's dragon blood sword. Placing a sword within transforms it into a sword scabbard, while inserting a dagger converts it into a dagger scabbard. This totem pattern, akin to a sword mark, serves as the foundation, filled with 36 other totem patterns, forming the visualization totem of the Gung-Jin sword chi. Had he not cultivated the Sui Huang visualization, causing his soul to transform into the state of Sui Huang with a third divine eye emerging from his brow, he would have never perceived the hidden sword mark within the sword scars. Is there truly only one totem-based sword technique? Zhongyu pondered, surprised that the fundamental totem pattern of the Gung-Jin sword chi was this sword mark totem, which was even fewer in number than the rudimentary Thunderbolt sword technique. The Thunderbolt sword technique was merely attainable by upper house disciples, while more profound thunder-based sword techniques were held by the Leihu clan's chi refiners. Zhongyu had heard from Elder Pu and Ting Lanwei that the Leihu clan possessed as many as 128 types of thunder patterns. The greater the number of totem patterns within a technique, the more intricate the technique becomes. Logically, the 12 thunder patterns of the Thunderbolt sword technique should surpass this singular sword mark of the Gung-Jin sword chi, yet upon meticulous observation of the sword mark, Zhongyu found it to be exceedingly exquisite, likely surpassing the Thunderbolt sword technique by an immeasurable degree. The chi refiners were indeed formidable. Possessing a set of Gung-Jin sword chi was an act of profound sophistication. Zhongyu inhaled deeply. The intricacies of this totem pattern extended beyond mere appearances. He sensed that this sword mark totem could potentially harmonize with the thunder pattern totem, evolving into new variations, with power that would likely exceed that of the Thunderbolt sword technique alone. If it were to intertwine with the Jiao Long totem, marvelous transformations could emerge, giving rise to an attack method that combines sharpness and strength, surpassing the Jiao Long surrounding technique significantly. The sword marks composing the Gung-Jin sword chi seemed capable of amalgamating with any totem pattern, hinting at countless variations. Truly, the Gung-Jin sword chi can be described as a boundless sword energy, limitless in its potential, with a sword soaring into the sky. Where is it that one cannot reach? Zhongyu marveled, wholly engrossed in the study of the transformations of this sword mark, unaware of when Qiu Jianer had departed. The intricacies of the sword mark on the sword plate were indeed profound, and he dismissed the other 36 totem patterns forming the Gung-Jin sword chi from his mind, considering them auxiliary and inconsequential to his practice. Had Jianer left? Zhongyu sensed a slight fatigue in his spirit and mental energy as he accepted the sword plate, contemplating that he would return it to her the following day. This sword mark totem was so intricate that he could not fully decipher it alone. Jianer, being a chi refiner and having practiced the Gung-Jin sword chi for so long, surely had insights to offer. He resolved to consult her for guidance the next day. Upon regaining her corporeal form, Qiu Jianer found the grand hall desolate, with only herself present. Her mother had yet to return. Attempting to rise, she suddenly tumbled from her wooden wheelchair with a thud. With a flicker of her mental energy, she levitated gently, settling back into the wheelchair with a soft sigh. Jianer, your waist. The elegant lady stood at the entrance of the hall, gazing at her in a daze, her voice trembling. Do you not feel anything? Jianer lowered her gaze and noticed her garment had torn during the fall, revealing her bruised skin. With a sudden thought, the lady summoned Jianer and her wooden wheelchair, lifting them into the air and urging, we can delay no longer. I must seek the Grand Elder and implore him to suppress the wood energy within you. A pang of anxiety gripped Jianer's heart as she quickly replied, Mother, perhaps we should wait until tomorrow. After I part ways with Brother Zhong, I will seek out the Grand Elder. Not a moment longer. The lady hastily carried her toward the pinnacle of the sword gate. The following day, Zhongyu's spirit soared into the stormy skies with the sword token, but Jianer was absent. He waited for a considerable time, yet the maiden did not arrive. Could it be that my junior sister has been delayed? I had intended to inquire about the mysteries of the sword patterns within this token. On the third day, Jianer still did not appear, nor did she on the fourth. For a prolonged period thereafter, Zhongyu encountered no sign of the young woman amidst the thunder. Perhaps my junior sister will not return here. As Zhongyu's spirit basked in the lightning, he toyed with the sword token, feeling the profound sword intent contained within. He recalled the cheerful, radiant maiden, and a sense of melancholy washed over him. I do not even know where she resides, leaving me with no means to seek her out. I can only wait until I become a chi refiner and gain entry into the inner sanctum of the sword gate, at which point I shall return this token to her. The sword gate imposes stringent requirements on its inner disciples, necessitating enlightenment and the status of a chi refiner. Though countless disciples inhabit the upper academy, The number permitted into the inner sanctum each year is indeed scant. This presents a formidable barrier separating mortals from the illustrious chi refiners, with the mundane world outside and the realm of the extraordinary within. The sword intent within this token is indomitable, suggesting it embodies an exceedingly sophisticated technique from the sword gate. The spark of the Ember Child awakened. A small flame leaping forth from the dragon scale sword, roughly the same size as Zhongyu, both resembling diminutive figures. The two little beings sat together, and the Ember Child gazed at the enormous sword token before them, absorbing its sword intent, exclaiming, "The sword intent within this token is remarkably profound. The sword patterns conceal an intricate technique, likely beyond your current comprehension." Zhongyu's spirit, taking on the form of the Dragon Emperor with a dragon's head and tail, coiled in meditation while basking in the thunder, nodded in agreement. I too have sensed the profound technique concealed within these sword patterns. However, it is a skill reserved for chi refiners, and I indeed cannot fathom it. Can the chi refiners of the sword gate truly comprehend these sword patterns? The Ember Child asked in astonishment. Understanding the technique within the sword patterns demands immense wisdom. Even those born with spiritual bodies can grasp at most 4 or 5 parts. It appears that the chi refiners of the sword gate indeed possess exceptional intellect. Zhongyu, feeling somewhat bewildered, murmured, "Did not my junior sister say that most chi refiners could master this gunmetal sword chi? Why then does the Ember Child describe it as so difficult to grasp?" He was utterly perplexed, unaware that the Gungjin sword chi mentioned by Qiu Jin'er referred merely to the 36 totem patterns within the sword plate, rather than a specific sword pattern. Why would this sword technique be named Gungjin sword chi? It seemed an incongruous title. Xinhua, puzzled, contemplated the profound techniques hidden within the sword patterns and pointed out to Zhongyu. Technique. One signifies the essence, the other the method. Essence pertains to the inner workings, the path of cultivation. Method refers to the manifestation, the divine power that transforms cultivation into formidable force. Hence it is termed a method of approach. What does method of approach mean? Why include the character for door? Upon hearing this, Zhongyu felt a stir within and responded. The door represents a portal. The essence of one's cultivation is contained within the body. To transform this essence into divine power, one must open a portal to release it, thus it is called a method of approach. Xinhua nodded in approval, stating, "Indeed. The name of your sword sect conceals profound mysteries. However, few cultivators within the sword sect can comprehend this. They blindly pursue swordsmanship without understanding its principles. This sword pattern constitutes a technique. Essence requires spirit for refinement, while method becomes simpler. By combining sword patterns with other totem patterns, one can achieve an endless variety, wielding it effortlessly, rendering others oblivious to the true nature of your technique." Curiously, is this truly a technique possessed by every cultivator of the sword sect? Despite his extensive experience, having lived since the era of the Fire Emperor, he could not help but be perplexed. Zhongyu expressed his disappointment. Must one attain spirit to cultivate? Only by achieving spirit can one grasp the essence of this sword chi, drawing energy from the myriad things in the universe to refine it. However, this is merely the path for ordinary cultivators of this sword chi. Xinhua perched upon the blade, legs shaking with excitement, declared, "Yet, as a successor of Xinhua, I am liberated from such constraints. Although you may not be a legitimate successor, I still rely on you to seek out the pure blood Fuxi divine clan. If your abilities are lacking, it would be my face that suffers. Allow me to unveil the mysteries of this sword pattern for you." A radiant light emanated from the eyes of the small fiery figure, as if a grand curtain was slowly drawn back, illuminating all the intricate details of the sword plate's patterns. Zhongyu's soul opened its third eye at the center of his brow, peering into the sword patterns. This divine eye could only manifest when his soul transformed into that of the Fire Emperor. Through this eye, he perceived the world with unparalleled clarity, as if discerning the illusory from the veritable. From the sword plate, he discerned the singular sword pattern totem, revealed solely through the third eye of his soul. The textures of the sword patterns became increasingly distinct, resembling a monumental sword gate, with the sword chi contained within. This gate expanded, growing taller and more majestic. Upon its surface emerged numerous dragon-like and serpent-like textures, the intricate totem patterns concealed within the sword pattern. The sword pattern itself was a totem, and none could have anticipated the complexity it harbored, intricately woven from countless totem patterns. Zhongyu observed closely, witnessing many totem patterns entwined like great dragons and serpents around the gateposts, rugged and twisted, exuding an ancient grandeur that was profoundly awe-inspiring. Gradually, the towering sword gate before him reached a height of 100 zhang, while Zhang Yu appeared as diminutive as a flickering flame, merely an inch in stature. In his perception, the 100 zhang portal loomed as if it were 10,000 zhang high, yet even at that staggering height, the intricate totemic patterns upon it remained exceedingly complex. The actual structure of these totemic designs was astoundingly intricate, to a degree that was almost unfathomable. Despite their complexity, these totemic patterns paled in comparison to the visualization of the fire monarch imparted to him by the Xin Hui lineage, which was truly labyrinthine, vast as the sea of clouds, and beyond imagination. Although he had managed to grasp a rough visualization of the fire monarch's image, the more detailed totemic patterns constituting the fire palace, the fire monarch, and the fire tree eluded him. Achieving a complete visualization of the fire palace and the fire monarch was an immensely colossal endeavor, far surpassing the challenge posed by this sword gate, demanding an extraordinary level of spiritual power. Currently, Zhang Yu's spiritual energy coalesced into a vast sea of consciousness spanning 3,000 acres. Even if he expended all his spiritual force, he could likely only visualize a single fingertip of the fire monarch in its entirety. In truth, this set of, well, the essence of the Gung metal sword qi was also rooted in visualization. The Xin Hui lineage harbored a certain resentment towards the title Gung metal sword qi, deeming it a grievous misappropriation of the technique. They explained, albeit reluctantly, that it is about nurturing a sword gate within the sea of consciousness, cultivating the sword energy. However, it does not solely rely on spiritual power for this nurturing, but draws upon the energy from the myriad things of heaven and earth. If one possesses a spirit, one could extract metal energy from iron and gold, wood energy from trees and forests, water energy from rivers and lakes, and fire energy from volcanoes and the sun, transforming it into one's own sword energy, not merely the simplistic Gung metal sword qi. However, at this moment, you have yet to cultivate a spirit, thus cannot extract sword energy from the myriad things of heaven and earth. To extract sword energy from the essence of the universe? Zhang Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of longing, deeply admiring the energy cultivators of the sword gate, remarking, each practitioner possesses such an enigmatic technique. Indeed, the inheritance of the sword gate is formidable. Xin Hui, he inquired, is it truly impossible to cultivate without a spirit? Xin Hui, brimming with pride, replied, while you cannot extract sword energy from the universe, you possess the essence of the beast god. The beast god has already refined this essence. You merely need to master it to forge beast sword qi. Beast sword qi? What an odd name. In truth, it refers to the sword energy in the form of a dragon steed. After a moment's thought, Xin Hui suggested, beast sword qi indeed lacks elegance. Let us instead call it dragon steed sword qi. You can utilize the essence within the beast god's inner core to forge dragon steed sword qi. Now, observe this sword gate closely, and once you have perfected the gate, draw upon the essence from the beast god's inner core to infuse it within the sword gate. Zhang Yu blinked, asking, Xin Hui, is there anything I should be cautious about? None at all, Xin Hui reassured him. Cultivate boldly. I assure you, there is no danger whatsoever. Moments later, Zhang Yu's soul was assailed by the fierce essence of the beast god, transforming into a dragon steed amidst the thunder, struck blackened by lightning. As he glared indignantly at the flickering flame upon the sword, it appears that there exists a modicum of peril. Xin Hui, somewhat apprehensive, remarked, yet it isn't overly dangerous. Just exercise caution. After spending half a day refining the excess divine essence of the beast gods, Zhang Yu restored his soul to the state of the Fire Emperor, meticulously constructing the sword gate with his mental prowess, carefully absorbing the divine essence of the beast gods to infuse it into the sword gate. Days turned into a fortnight, and he finally succeeded in refining the Longxiang sword qi. This sword qi, extending 5 feet in length, resembled a dragon in flight, yet it was exceedingly sharp, imbued with a ferocious and bloodthirsty essence reminiscent of a vast ocean of slaughter. Upon its emergence, the air seemed to ignite, turning a fiery crimson. With a subtle shift of thought, Zhang Yu summoned the dragon scale sword, allowing it to intersect with the Longxiang sword qi. A sharp sound echoed as the sword qi was cleaved by the dragon scale sword, causing him to furrow his brow. Could it truly be so effortless to surpass a soul weapon in merely a fortnight? With another thought, he observed the severed Longxiang sword qi restore itself. Pondering that the dragon scale sword, forged from profound iron and profound gold, was considered an upper-tier soul weapon among the disciples of the Upper Academy. If the Longxiang sword qi could indeed sever the dragon scale sword after only a short period of cultivation, it would be exceedingly exaggerated. However, the advantage of the Longxiang sword qi lay in its independence from soul summoning. Even if the sword qi were to be destroyed, he would suffer minimal detriment. He gestured with his hand, causing the Longxiang sword chi to descend into the sword box. With a gentle flick of his finger, the sword chi soared back out, embedding itself in his third eye, continuing to absorb the divine essence of the beast gods, growing ever stronger and more stable. Day and night, this sword chi steadily improved, and the totemic patterns constituting the sword gate became increasingly vivid and resilient. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before the Longxiang sword chi surpassed the dragon scale sword. The year-end unrestricted duel was approaching. Zhongyu contemplated how much his Longxiang sword chi could elevate itself before the contest. Suddenly, the young Xinhou leaped up, clapping his hands in excitement. I have a splendid name. The Gungjin sword chi shall henceforth be known as the Zizai Great Sword Chi. This technique transforms the sword chi into myriad forms, refining the essence of all things in the universe into sword chi. Zizai Great Sword Chi? Zhongyu was momentarily taken aback, suggesting, perhaps the name Great Zizai Sword Chi would sound more melodious. Let it be Zizai Great Sword Chi. It possesses greater grandeur. Imagine a sword chi the size of mountains descending upon your foes. How formidable is that? Very well, I shall acquiesce to your wishes. It shall be known as Zizai Great Sword Chi. Zhongyu, yielding to Xinhou's enthusiasm, reflected on the fact that the Longxiang sword chi he had cultivated could indeed be refined to an even smaller form. The smaller it became, the more stable and manageable its power, and the more difficult it would be to defend against. In this regard, he and Xinhou held differing perspectives. When facing a multitude of lesser adversaries, a grand sword chi was undeniably fierce and dominating, capable of annihilating foes with ease. Yet, against formidable opponents, it was the more diminutive sword chi that wielded greater potency. Of course, for someone like Xinhou, who could effortlessly replenish the seals of the beast gods, the might of a colossal sword chi was undeniably exhilarating. For Zhongyu, he remains far from that realm, still requiring meticulous refinement in order to eventually wield the sword energy of the Grand Mountains. The dragon-roaring sword chi, both formless and substantial, possesses the power to shatter the unyielding, yet can also transform into a gentle caress. As the year draws to a close, before the unrestricted duels, I must condense this dragon-roaring sword chi, refine it into something even more delicate. Zhongyu summoned his soul high into the sky, harnessing the thunder to temper his spirit, quietly murmuring, in this unrestricted duel, I may encounter her, the celestial mother. Rest assured, Sister Shui, during this duel, I shall vanquish this demonic entity and avenge you. As time progressed, he devoted increasing thought to mastering the free and unfettered sword chi, gaining profound insights into this technique. With the year's end fast approaching, a crisp sound resonated as a blade of sword energy surged forth from Zhongyu's fingertip. Its crimson brilliance measuring merely 5 to 6 inches, dancing erratically upon the tip of his finger. The sword light flitted like a fish, suddenly darting between his fingers, transforming into a miniature dragon roaring, joyously leaping and bounding around him. Moments later, the dragon roaring morphed into a slender thread of sword energy, concealing itself amidst his dark hair, akin to a solitary red strand among a sea of black. Unlike others, who, when cultivating sword energy, would find it growing increasingly robust and resplendent, he found his cultivation yielding a finer and more diminutive result. Originally, this sword energy extended 5 to 6 feet. Yet now it measured a mere 5 to 6 inches. The thunderous refining purged impurities from the sword energy, rendering the dragon-roaring sword chi increasingly adept. As if an extension of his own being, a delicate chime echoed as the dragon-roaring sword chi lightly collided with the dragon-scale sword, producing a crisp sound. Remarkably, the sword crafted by Master Pu over 20 days bore a small chip the size of a bean. The dragon-scale sword, a weapon of exceptional quality, suffered a small notch from such a gentle clash with the dragon-roaring sword chi, illustrating the terrifying sharpness of the latter. Master Pu, an elderly cultivator, had spent 20 days forging the dragon-scale sword from mysterious gold and iron, employing the totems of the flood dragon and thunder, while Zhongyu, in just over a month, cultivated the dragon-roaring sword chi, surpassing the dragon-scale sword, revealing the profound depth of the free and unfettered sword chi. Zhongyu retracted his dragon-roaring sword chi, his soul returning to his body, the energy settling into its scabbard, contemplating, in this unrestricted duel, all disciples of the Upper Academy may participate, including the Celestial Mother, and this dragon-roaring sword chi shall be my trump card. With her strength, she will undoubtedly advance effortlessly to the final round, and I shall confront her there, ready to strike her down. The annual unrestricted duel is upon us. The Upper Academy buzzed with excitement, all disciples eager and poised for action. This duel aims to select those worthy of entering the Spirit Void Hall. And only those who qualify may sense the spirit and become cultivators. The significance of this duel is evident. Young Yu. This unrestricted duel also serves as a test of whether you have met my expectations. Xinhua smiled and said, if you can embody the essence of the three words, crisp, fierce, and resolute, I shall grant you passage to the edges of the moon and sun, allowing you to obtain the purest essence of lunar and solar spirits. Now, the time has come to test your cultivation results. Sweep away all contenders in the upper courtyard. Sweep away all contenders in the upper courtyard? Zhang Yu's expression was as calm as a tranquil well, exhibiting a maturity beyond his years, yet emanating an aura of peril. Akin to thunder poised to strike or a volcano ready to erupt. In his heart, he mused, my true goal is not this, but rather you, the celestial matriarch. Nevertheless, to confront the celestial matriarch, what harm could there be in clearing the upper courtyard of all challengers? The day of the unrestricted duel had finally arrived, illuminating the golden summit of Sword Gate Mountain with radiant light. Streams of golden rays cascaded downwards, resembling brilliant sword lights that bathed the mountains in their glow. Elders of the Sword Gate descended from the golden summit to preside over this unrestricted duel, summoning the disciples of the upper courtyard to participate at Wusong Peak. Disciples from the inner courtyard also returned to the upper courtyard, revealing many unfamiliar faces. Predominantly those nurtured by the top 10 clans, each under the tutelage of skilled chi refiners. At Wusong Peak, Zhang Yu surveyed his surroundings, noticing towering platforms where the elders sat aloft, shielding themselves from the sun with large umbrellas and thatched coverings. Below, an increasing multitude of disciples from the Sword Gate's upper courtyard gathered, creating a vibrant assembly. Junior brother Zhong, at last, we can engage in a fair contest. Yu Fian approached, radiating confidence, and softly remarked, you have evaded me multiple times. Now, amidst this unrestricted duel, you can no longer escape, can you? Zhong Yu smiled gently, replying, senior sister, with thousands of disciples in the upper courtyard, it remains uncertain whether our paths will cross. With an air of determination, Yu Fian declared, I am destined to reach the final stages. As for whether you can endure until then, that depends on your recent cultivation. Indeed, junior sister Yu, your recent progress has been commendable. No wonder you speak with such confidence, Li Xionyang chimed in, her tone playful. Yet, despite your improvements, you still lag behind me. And the gap has only widened. Fortunately, my opponent is not you, but rather your core disciple, Yu Zhenglong, nurtured by the Yu clan. With a disdainful snort, Yu Fian manifested a vision of flying fish and wild geese, intertwining in a dance with the fish dragon and swan. Zhong Yu observed with intrigue as her manifestation grew more vivid, the outlines of the fish dragon and swan obscured by feathers and scales, indicating her spiritual prowess had indeed reached a level of substantial reality. Senior sister Yu's advancement is noteworthy. It appears she has been diligently honing her skills. Yet, I wonder if she has attained the state of non-thought. If she has not, she may not be a match for senior sister Li, Zhang Yu contemplated inwardly. The two young women, brimming with competitive spirit, seemed poised to eliminate each other before the duel had even commenced. Fortunately, the arrival of Tao Dyer and Ting Lanwei prevented any confrontation. Zhang Yu scrutinized the scene before him, observing that the maidens had adorned themselves with new totemic pillars, each donning their soul weapons with precision, albeit with a hint of trepidation. Ting Lanwei whispered, as long as we secure a position within the top 100, we shall gain entry to the Linkhong Palace. Let us strive to be among the elite. Tao Dyer, with a grimace, murmured, the combat prowess of my Tao Lin clan's Yunling is not formidable. This time, we can only rely on agility and our soul weapons to prevail. A young girl inquired, sisterly, which experts shall we encounter in this unrestricted duel? Sisterly replied, among the 10 great clans participating in this unrestricted duel, I am the strongest of the Li Shan clan. Lei Gun of the Lei Hu clan is perished, and while there are many skilled fighters remaining, few can rival Lei Gun's prowess. Li Xiongyan delicately gestured, saying, the second clan is the Yu clan, and their formidable Yu Zhenglong is none other than Yu Shimi's brother. Zhong Yu and Ting Lanwei turned their gaze, spotting a rather refined youth standing alongside disciples of the Yu clan. Upon sensing their scrutiny, he turned his head, his gaze gliding past Li Xiongyan's face and settling on Zhong Yu, offering a slight nod in acknowledgement. Zhong Yu reciprocated with a distant salute, prompting Yu Zhenglong to withdraw his gaze. The third clan is the Tao Lin clan, with their core disciple being Tao Yanran, the very woman before them. The Tao Lin clan's techniques exhibit weak combat capabilities in the early stages, yet they grow increasingly potent as one's cultivation deepens. Tao Yanran stands as the most formidable among the female disciples of the Upper Academy, a truly challenging adversary. Li Xiongyan pointed towards her, revealing a maiden whose beauty resembled blooming peach blossoms, standing amidst the Tao Lin disciples. Upon sensing the attention, she turned, beckoning to Tao Dyer with a smile. Tao Tao, over here. The fourth clan, Nan Lu, is represented by Nan Zhan. The fifth, Tian Feng, by Tian Yin Feng. The sixth clan is the Lei Hu. The seventh, Jun Shan, features the maiden Jun Qinghua. The eighth clan, Shui Tu, is led by Shui Qingha. The ninth is our Li Shan clan, and the 10th clan, Xiao Tan. Initially comprised a female disciple who has since been revealed as a natural spirit body and is now a Qi refinement master. As Li Xiongyan introduced each clan, Zhang Yu found himself stirred at the mention of Xiao Tan, wondering if the individual referred to was indeed his beloved sister. Brother Zhang, your little sweetheart has arrived. Ting Lanwei suddenly remarked with a grin. At that moment, Xianhua's voice echoed within Zhang Yu's consciousness, declaring, the celestial phenomenon matriarch has arrived. Zhang Yu's heart quickened as his gaze fell upon a group of approaching maidens, noting how Shui Qingyin had grown increasingly enchanting, her delicate form seemingly fragile against the wind. As she walked alongside the female disciples of the Shui Tu clan, the young maidens laughed carefree, but Zhang Yu remained oblivious, focused solely on that familiar yet foreign figure. Do not exhibit any murderous intent. Xianhua cautioned softly. The celestial phenomenon matriarch can sense your murderous aura. It is far too intense. Shui Qingyin tilted her head, casting a look of perplexity in his direction. Zhang Yu withdrew his gaze, silently contemplating. The swiftness of my heart shall dictate the swiftness of my sword. I wonder if my heart can be quick enough to sever their heads before the elders intervene. During this unrestricted duel, all 10 clans have disciples participating. Why is it that the first clan is absent? Ting Lanwei inquired curiously. Zhang Yu's heart stirred as well, just moments ago. Li Ziyunio had introduced the core disciples of the 9 clans, yet the first clan was notably absent. Logically, the first clan, being the mightiest in the Great Wasteland, should have sent disciples to partake in this unrestricted duel. The first clan is the Feng clan, the very clan to which our sword sect's leader belongs. Renowned for their formidable bloodline, rumored to possess the blood of deities. Li Ziyunio shook her head and remarked, although the Feng clan is powerful, they are regrettably few in number, hence they have no disciples participating this time. However, despite their scarcity, each member of the Feng clan is exceptionally formidable. For instance, Feng Wuji, one of the 4 young prodigies of our sword sect, hails from the Feng clan. Moreover, our sword sect's leader is the most powerful entity in the Great Wasteland. The Feng clan? In Zhang Yu's consciousness, Xinhua was both startled and elated. The Feng clan is the largest surname from the era of Fuxi, one of the earliest surnames to emerge. Renowned as the foremost surname in the world. Back then, the Feng surname was directly descended from the first generation of Fuxi and Anhua. I wonder if the Feng clan of the Great Wasteland bears any connection to that of the Fuxi era. Young Yu, I must meet someone from the Feng clan. Perhaps I can discover pure blood descendants of the Fuxi divine lineage. Zhang Yu's heart raced, just moments ago. Li Ziyunio spoke of the Feng clan's naturally robust bloodline, and now Xinhua asserts that the Feng clan descends directly from Fuxi. It is indeed possible that pure blood Fuxi divine lineage can be found within the Great Wasteland's Feng clan. The Feng clan resides within the Great Wasteland, and there are members of the Feng clan within our sword sect. As long as I can encounter our sword sect's leader or Feng Wuji, it shall suffice. Yet, given my current standing, what right do I have to meet them? I must first become a Qi refining disciple of the sword sect to have the opportunity to engage with them, I suppose. All disciples from the Upper Academy have gathered at Wusong Peak, and the Qi refining disciples from the Scripture Pavilion have also arrived, standing behind the elders. Great umbrellas of reed float above, while numerous elders are seated beneath them. Shortly thereafter, one elder rose, surveying the thousands of Upper Academy disciples below, and solemnly stated, Today's unrestricted duel allows Upper Academy disciples to unleash their full might without restraint. Soul weapons, totem pillars, and various forms of attack are all permissible. However, as you are still fellow disciples, please exercise discretion, merely determine the victor without endangering lives. Lushidi, please elaborate on the rules for them. Another Qi refining disciple stepped forward and recited the rules for this unrestricted duel. The rules of the sword sect's unrestricted duel are straightforward. Seize the high platform. There are a total of 100 platforms. One need only occupy a single platform alone to obstruct others. The one who occupies the platform will face challenges from others. and as long as they maintain control of the platform for 2 hours, they shall be recognized as one of the top 100 disciples of the Upper Academy. Following this contest among the 100 platforms in the Sword Sect, the top 100 strongest will be determined, securing their eligibility to enter the Linkhong Hall. Furthermore, among these 100 disciples, there will be a grand duel to establish the strongest among them, with the victor receiving the most abundant resources upon entering the Linkhong Hall. Is it truly that simple? Upon hearing the rules of the duel, Zhongyu couldn't help but feel a slight astonishment. Pondering, would such a contest truly test the disciples' genuine capabilities? After all, some disciples have cultivated the art of flight, and a competition on elevated platforms would fail to showcase the intricacies of their aerial skills. Moreover, with thousands of disciples in the Upper Academy, the multitude would inevitably crowd the 100 platforms at Wusong Peak, rendering them nearly impassable. Once the Qi Refining Master finished articulating the rules, he turned to seek the Elder's approval. The Elder nodded and instructed, "Bring forth the Shandong Dragon." The Qi Refining Master acknowledged with a nod, bellowing, "Summon the Shandong Dragon." Yes. More than 10 Qi Refining Masters responded in unison, their voices resounding, "Summon the Shandong Dragon." At the vicinity of Jianmen Mountain, close to the Golden Peak, the clouds churned tumultuously. Numerous Qi Refining Masters gripped thick chains, with over 100 individuals managing a multitude of chains, each tethered to the depths of the cloud sea. With great effort, they tugged, and the cloud sea roiled like a true ocean, billowing waves and undulating mists. Moments later, a colossal creature was forcibly extracted from the clouds. This immense being, resembling a chicken-headed, turtle-backed dragon with a scaly tail and razor-sharp claws, was ensnared within the cloud sea. As it was drawn forth, it erupted in a furious roar, echoing like a crowing rooster among the mountains. Zhongyu gazed upward, witnessing the Shandong Dragon, sprawling over a mile in length, floating in the air, desperately resisting descent. Jianmen harbored such an extraordinary beast. Its profound heritage was truly remarkable. Yet, what purpose did they have in bringing forth the Shandong Dragon? Beside him, Ting Lanhua murmured, "So the rooster calls I hear each morning are actually the roars of this Shandong Dragon." I was puzzled as to why there would be chickens kept in such a sacred place as Jianmen. The Shandong Dragon, still struggling despite being summoned by the Qi Refining Masters, glared at Ting Lanhua in indignation. "You dare call me a chicken?" Ting Lanhua stuck out her tongue and hurriedly hid behind Zhongyu. An elder from Jianmen stood up and commanded, "Cease this commotion, Shandong Dragon. We at Jianmen have cared for you until now, and the time has come for you to serve us." The Shandong Dragon, speaking in a deep and resonant voice, retorted, "Little brat, I am of your grandfather's lineage. If you wish to summon me, at least utter a word of courtesy." The elder, resigned, muttered, "Please." Only then did the Shandong Dragon cease its struggle, and suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy emanated from it. Zhongyu felt a jolt in his heart as, at the summit of Wusong Peak, 100 mountain ridges began to rise and fall, continuously appearing, their bases overlapping and spreading in all directions. Within mere breaths, 100 peaks materialized around the crowd, vividly manifesting from the Shandong Dragon's spiritual energy. The mountains undulated, forests flourished, and wild beasts roamed freely, while birds soared overhead, their calls bright and clear. Countless miles of mountains emerged in an instant, as real as if they had always existed. A disciple from the Upper Academy approached and gently touched the mountains, exclaiming in astonishment, "It feels so real." The Shandong Dragon's spiritual energy transformed the ethereal into the tangible. The mountains, trees, creatures, and birds conjured from its imagination were lifelike, ensuring that even stepping upon them felt utterly authentic, with no fear of misstep. The phenomenon known as a mirage is attributed to the formidable spiritual prowess of the Shandong, a creature whose very essence is imbued with extraordinary strength. The Shandong residing amidst the ethereal clouds of Jianmen Mountain is a rare breed among its kind, capable of projecting its spiritual energy to envelop the entire mountain, transforming it into a realm of illusion. Its spiritual force is so potent that even when manifesting as a mirage, the illusion appears as tangible as reality itself, devoid of any discernible anomalies. Historically, Jianmen has endured several incursions from foreign tribes, during which this Shandong took part in the fray, leveraging its illusions to achieve remarkable victories. However, due to its untamed nature and frequent attempts to escape, it has been tethered. Its lineage is venerable, even the elders must bow in deference to its stature. In the skies above, several elders nodded gently, while the alchemists of the transmission pavilion released their spiritual energies. High platforms ascended and sped toward various mountain peaks. Before long, all platforms were positioned atop the summits, signaling the commencement of the duel. With this proclamation, an innumerable throng of disciples from the upper court surged forth, racing toward the mountains. Some transformed their spiritual energy into wings, soaring aloft to secure a position on the platforms ahead of their peers. Securing a high platform and establishing a totemic pillar would grant a significant advantage. Zhongyu remained composed, refraining from immediate action as he stood still, waiting patiently. Beside him, Ting Lanyue also held her ground, along with a dozen others who exhibited no inclination to advance. These individuals displayed remarkable composure. Rushing forth recklessly would only lead to continuous skirmishes, depleting their cultivation and leaving them vulnerable. One elder, stroking his beard with amusement, remarked, "Though these dozen individuals may not be the mightiest, they are undeniably the most astute. They are likely biding their time to select the weakest mountain peak, thereby engaging with lesser opponents and ensuring their place among the elite." The other alchemists and elders nodded in agreement, acknowledging, if one's strength is sufficient, there is no need for hesitation. One can simply charge forth and secure the high ground. Zhongyu surveyed his surroundings and noted the absence of Li Xionyang and other young masters from the 10 major clans. Shui Qingyin had also departed, her destination unknown. Xinho, have you noticed which mountain peak Tianxiang Lamu has chosen? Xinho paused momentarily before responding. I am observing through your eyes. If you see nothing, I cannot either. Do you wish to confront Tianxiang Lamu? Young Yu, she embodies the soul of a demon god, not merely an ordinary disciple of the upper court. Her prowess far surpasses that of insignificant figures like Shui Qinghe. Zhongyu gazed at the mountain peaks, where some had already claimed their platforms, engaging in fierce contests with the pursuing disciples. Moments later, the high platforms teemed with competitors, igniting a series of intense rivalries. Meanwhile, the dozen upper court disciples swiftly identified their targets and set off toward a chosen mountain peak. Ting Lanwei, too, departed with purpose, suddenly turning back with a fierce expression. Warning, junior brother Zhong, do not choose this path, or I shall have no choice but to bite you. Zhongyu stood in silence and chose to walk down a different path, pondering. The celestial phenomenon is indeed formidable. Should I not encounter her this time, I shall undoubtedly face her in the competition among 100. There is no need for haste. He proceeded forward, encountering few disciples along the way, most of whom had already gathered near the high platform. In the heights above, the elders and chi practitioners observed his movement with astonishment, exchanging glances and whispering. Does this young man truly possess such poor judgment? After deliberating for so long, he has chosen this path? This path leads to Shui Qinghe, the core disciple of the Shui Tu clan, one of the 10 great clans, who is qualified to contend for the title of the strongest disciple in the upper academy. How could he possibly select this route? Is he not merely inviting trouble for himself? Such a lack of wisdom. They speculated that his perception must be severely lacking. The elders and chi practitioners shook their heads in disbelief, unable to fathom Zhongyu's choice. Meanwhile, Zhongyu strolled leisurely, and before long, he reached the mountain summit, where he beheld a torrent of water surging forth, enveloping the high platform. Surrounding the platform, water dragons entwined, and totemic pillars stood tall. Water swords and ice swords crisscrossed in a formidable array, thwarting the assaults of the upper academy disciples below. One upper academy disciple had just soared into the air, intending to launch an aerial attack, when suddenly a stream of water sword energy shot forth, sending him plummeting back to the ground. Shui Qinghe stood resolutely at the platform. Unassailable, he embodied the spirit of the river god, executing grand and sweeping movements, standing alone against the onslaught of numerous upper academy disciples from all directions. Many of them possessed soul weapons, yet none could set foot upon the platform. Some who dared to ascend were swiftly cast aside. As a core disciple of the Shui Tu clan, personally guided by adept chi practitioners, he was akin to a fierce tiger or a coiling dragon. Although many upper academy disciples were formidable in their own right, they were no match for such a figure. Up to this point, Shui Qinghe had not even resorted to using soul weapons, managing to suppress dozens of opponents below, indicating he still had ample strength to spare. Zhongyu of the Zhongshan clan, Shui Qinghe, standing amidst the surging waters, suddenly fixed his gaze upon Zhongyu, his eyes brightening with recognition. Junior brother Zhong, our agreement of 3 strikes need not await any longer. You may join them now, please. His fighting spirit soared, and the dominance he exhibited over the crowd imbued him with an unprecedented confidence. Shui Qinghe now possessed an invincible assurance, believing he could defeat any adversary. This confidence would enable him to shed all constraints, heightening his mental acuity and allowing for more fluid and powerful movements in his techniques. thus enhancing his overall strength. Such is the state of an invincible spirit. When Li Xionyang initially sought out Zhong Yu, it was also in pursuit of this invincible mindset, maintaining an unstoppable momentum all the way to the finals. Alas, the disparity between the Zhong Yu she had anticipated and the Zhong Yu she faced in battle was vast, leading to her bitter defeat. Your qualifications do not even extend to carrying the shoes for the celestial phenomenon, she had remarked. Zhong Yu narrowed his eyes, halting his steps approximately 20 zhang from the high platform. He slowly raised his right hand, fingers splayed and palm directed toward the platform, contemplating. If you lack the merit to bear the shoes for the celestial phenomenon, then you certainly lack the merit to carry mine. He exhibited no trace of martial spirit, nor did he display any flow of mental energy, and there was no aura radiating from him. The sword sheath behind him remained as tranquil as ever, with only the palm of his hand facing the high platform and the figure of Shui Qinghe atop it. The crackling of lightning surged from his palm, with strands of thunderous power contained yet unyielding, delicate as a strand of hair, dancing between his fingers, akin to diminutive dragons in motion. However, upon closer inspection, these slender threads of lightning were comprised of intricate totems of thunder and dragon motifs. Yet, all of this was merely superficial. The true essence of these thunders was rooted in the sword pattern of the boundless sword energy. The threads of lightning in his palm were forged from the convergence of 12 thunder totem patterns, 8 dragon totem patterns, and that singular sword pattern, transcending the mere thunder sword technique. You, allow me to witness if you embody the essence of fierceness, might, and resilience. The sea of consciousness rippled gently. And though Zhong Yu's mental fluctuations were subtle, the spark of his spirit was exceptionally exuberant. Perched upon Zhong Yu's soul, the flickering flame danced energetically, exclaiming, "Explode him. Obliterate him in one strike. Xinhua, come and witness the ferocity of my blow." Zhong Yu's expression was as calm as a still pond as he lifted his hand and gently shook it, murmuring, "Thunder." Crack. A thunderous explosion reverberated, stunning the dozens of upper academy disciples besieging the high platform into a daze. The collective visualization of nearly all was shattered, and the sound alone was enough to leave one disoriented, unable to focus. All attacks encircling the high platform directed at Shui Qinghe were obliterated, with soul weapons clattering to the ground as the disciples stood there, bewildered and oblivious. A long, resounding dragon-esque roar echoed as the threads of lightning surged forth from Zhong Yu's palm, traversing 20 yards in a heartbeat, so swift that the eyes could scarcely follow. Upon reaching the midpoint, these threads transformed into dragons spanning 2 to 3 yards in length, and by the time they reached the high platform, they had grown to over 12 yards. In this singular motion, Zhong Yu conjured 12 dragons to counter the 12 forms of the Thunder Sword technique. It appeared as a synthesis of the Thunder Sword technique and the Dragon Totem Wrapping technique, yet the skill employed was firmly rooted in the boundless sword energy. Each vibrant dragon was, in fact, a manifestation of thunderous sword energy. The dragons twisted and turned, embodying the very essence of sword energy in their movements. In that moment, the surrounding water dragons, water swords, and ice swords shattered, water columns collapsed, and the horde of dragons surged forth, shattering the totemic pillars with explosive force. The formation laid by the totem pillars crumbled as if trampled by a dragon horde, disintegrating utterly. Shui Qinghe's complexion changed dramatically. The speed was overwhelming. From the moment Zhong Yu raised his hand to the explosion of thunder and the emergence of dragons, to their assault upon the high platform. It all transpired in the blink of an eye, barely enough time for him to close his eyes once. In that fleeting moment, the formation he had established on the high platform disintegrated. Before him loomed 12 ferocious dragons, their jaws bared and terrifying visages contorted, each embodying the arcane mysteries of their unique powers, charging at him from various directions. Zhongshan, do not underestimate me. I had originally thought that I would only unleash my ultimate skills during the decisive battle against the core disciples of other clans, yet unexpectedly, I must first employ them against you. Water Qinghe bellowed, his voice erupting like an explosion, as if his very spirit were on the verge of bursting forth. The embodiment of the river god became incredibly steadfast and robust. Water Qinghe transformed into a towering figure, akin to a deity of Tinzhang. With a resounding hissing emanating from his body, scales began to emerge from beneath his skin, resembling a suit of scaled armor. Upon closer inspection, each scale overlapped with the others, signifying a dual-layered defense of the scaled armor. Moreover, each scale functioned as a shield, adorned with totemic engravings that were defensive in nature, effectively forming a miniature defensive formation. With a height of 10 zhang and an abundance of scales, how formidable was the defensive array enveloping him? The strength of the scaled armor was unparalleled. It was precisely this protective ensemble that granted him the audacity to contend with the other elite disciples from the upper academy, including the likes of Li Xionyang and Yu Zhenglong among the 10 core disciples. Furthermore, beneath the scaled armor, the river god's skin bore an additional layer of totemic engravings, enhancing the defense and creating an impenetrable barrier. Who could possibly breach such defenses? If his opponents were unable to overcome his protection, he would effectively stand invincible, and thus, it would be his adversaries who would face defeat. 12 dragon-like creatures surged downward, curiously devoid of any sound of impact. Instead, they emitted the sound of sword chi slicing through the air. These were not mere dragons, but rather dragon-shaped sword energies, imbued with the ferocity of thunder. As the 12 dragons collided with Water Chingha, the platform trembled violently, and a figure was sent flying. The dragons twisted and turned, relentlessly colliding with that figure, propelling him several miles from the mountaintop before he finally plummeted downward. The figure that was catapulted was none other than Water Chingha. His scaled armor was now riddled with countless wounds. Enveloped by the last of the dragons, his armor shattered, and the river goddess form disintegrated completely. With a thunderous crash, Water Chingha fell to the base of the mountain, tumbling through a grove of trees in a most astonishing manner. Zhongyu stepped forward, as the gaze of the upper academy disciples fixated upon him, and he slowly ascended the platform. Upon reaching the summit, Water Chingha was nowhere to be seen, leaving Zhongyu standing alone. In the distance on Wusong Peak, the elders and Qi refiners observed the scene, nearly leaping from their seats. With a mere gesture, the ownership of the platform shifted. Zhongyu had chosen this path. They had initially thought his judgment was lacking for selecting the core disciple from the Shui clan, Water Chingha, but they soon realized that with a simple wave, Water Chingha was sent flying, ceding control of the platform to Zhongyu. One elder murmured, "Could it be that Zhongshan possesses an innate spiritual body, akin to Feng Jianga and Feng Wuji? Brothers, do you seek to ascend and inquire further?" Zhongyu's voice resonated softly from the platform. Below, dozens of upper academy disciples exchanged glances, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows, as they felt the weight of the pressure emanating from the platform. The youth on the stage did not exude any astonishing aura, nor did he display exceptional mental prowess. Yet, merely standing there, he imparted an intangible pressure that rendered them motionless. With a mere gesture, he sent Shui Chingha tumbling off the platform, instilling a sense of utter chaos in the hearts of the upper academy disciples. Although Shui Chingha's strength had not yet evoked feelings of despair, the power of Zhongyu instilled a profound sense of hopelessness. "Young Yu, your strength and presence have reached an impressive ferocity, akin to a hungry tiger descending the mountain to invade a flock of sheep, like a venomous dragon emerging from the abyss, traversing vast desolate lands. This intensity, this overwhelming force, is precisely what one craves. Your spirit is unwavering, akin to the Emperor of Heaven seated in the center of the court, flawless for your current realm." Within his consciousness, the flame of insight suddenly shook its head, saying, "However, I have yet to perceive the quality of resilience. True resilience implies an unbreakable force, capable of leveling mountains and obliterating deities, achieving tenfold impact with a mere ounce of strength, unleashing the full potency of power without reservation." Zhongyu furrowed his brow, sensing an incongruity within. "Flame of insight, I comprehend your words, yet they speak of lethality. To exert an ounce of strength for a tenfold explosion necessitates a harmonious coordination of every sinew, every bone, muscle, blood vessel, and organ, unifying spirit and body into a singular, pure force, released in a cataclysmic eruption. This is the resilience you speak of. Yet, it is a technique of murder, a pure art of killing. One can easily imagine the fate that awaits Shui Chingha should such power be unleashed. The moment Zhongyu's strength makes contact, he would undoubtedly be obliterated, meeting an untimely demise." Though Zhongyu harbored discontent towards the Shui clan, he did not believe that Shui Chingha was complicit in the matter of Tianqiang Laomu, to the extent of warranting his death. "Flame of insight, I shall demonstrate that I fulfill your criteria. My strength is sufficiently resilient, my spirit is adequately unwavering, and my presence is undeniably fierce." Standing atop the platform, Zhongyu gazed across the mountain peaks, finally discerning the whereabouts of Shui Qingyan, and quietly remarked, "However, Shui Chingha is yet unworthy." In the brief span of 2 months, this individual had become formidable to such a degree. At the foot of the mountain, Shui Chingha, his garments tattered and torn, bore the scars of the thunderous sword chi that had ravaged him. Having plummeted from the heights, he was bruised and battered, taking a moment to recover before laboriously rising to his feet. Zhongyu of the Zhong clan. If we were to measure cultivation, I would not stand as your equal. Yet, one's prowess is not solely determined by cultivation level. Shui Qinghe gazed toward the mountain summit, his garments billowing as the sound of tinkling chimes resonated. Suddenly, a series of slender silver needles, resembling diminutive swords, materialized before him. These silver blades measured merely 4 inches in length, complete with sharp edges and hilts, exceedingly delicate. Blending in the air, their presence barely perceptible. There were 8 of these silver swords, his sole weapons. Moments ago, he had been caught off guard. Unprepared to wield his sole weapons as Zhongyu had effortlessly cast him down from the high platform. The 8 sole weapons, known as the 8 precious swords, were a rare achievement crafted over several months by Shui Zian, an elder of the Shui Tu clan. Imprinted with 8 distinct totems, they are exceptionally valuable. Initially, upon the disciples of the Shui Tu clan joining the sword sect, Shui Zian decreed that only the strongest among them could claim these 8 precious swords. Shui Qinghe triumphed over his peers and thus acquired this set of soul weapons. The 8 precious swords are remarkably supple, capable of being concealed against the skin beneath clothing, hidden within sleeves, or even hung as mere decorative tassels on other weapons. Yet, these silver swords harbor immense danger. Once summoned, they become difficult to detect and can be arrayed in a water sword formation, synergizing with the Shui Tu clan's visualization techniques. They can be concealed within the icy essence of sword energy and the river-like currents of mental force, rendering them nearly impossible to guard against. Initially, Shui Qinghe underestimated Zhongyu and the other disciples, opting not to wield these soul weapons. However, upon being forcefully cast down from the high platform by Zhongyu, his anger ignited, prompting him to reclaim the high ground with the 8 precious swords. From a distance, Shui Qinghe gazed at the serene summit. While other peaks were alive with duels among the upper courtyard disciples, this particular peak remained still, as Zhongyu's single strike had quelled any challengers. One by one, disciples descended from the mountain, hastening towards other summits, convinced that they stood no chance against Zhongyu for the platform, thus abandoning their current position in pursuit of easier conquests elsewhere. After a moment's hesitation, Shui Qinghe gritted his teeth and turned away, heading towards another peak. He mused to himself, the Zhong clan is exceedingly formidable. Even if I could leverage the 8 precious swords to surpass him, it would likely be a Pyrrhic victory, leaving both of us severely wounded. Should I suffer too great an injury in this contest, it would severely disadvantage me in the forthcoming competition for the top 100. My goal is to secure the first position in the upper courtyard and attain the finest inheritance from the Lingkong Hall. I must not allow minor losses to jeopardize my greater ambitions. 2 hours passed without a single challenge to Zhongyu. Suddenly, the high platform beneath him trembled lightly, lifting him into the air and soaring towards Wusong Peak, where he landed gracefully. In this unrestricted duel, maintaining control of the high platform for 2 hours would suffice for victory. Others might claim the title of the top 100 before him. As Zhongyu surveyed his surroundings, he noticed 5 high platforms returning, each bearing an upper courtyard disciple. These disciples cast glances in his direction, nodding and smiling, yet their eyes betrayed a hint of wariness, clearly recalling his decisive victory over Shui Qinghe, perceiving him as a formidable rival. Zhongyu returned their nods and smiles, reflecting inwardly, Yu Zhenglong of the Yu clan, Tao Yanran of the Tao clan, Nan Zhun of the Nanlu clan, Tian Yinfeng of the Tian clan, and Jun Qingwei of the Jun clan. So it is they. They are the core disciples of the 10 major clans, well-known and formidable. Knowing their prowess, the other upper courtyard disciples chose to seek victories on other peaks rather than face them directly, thus allowing them to succeed swiftly. However, I wonder why Sister Li Xionyang, a core disciple of the Li Mountain clan, has not made an appearance? As he contemplated this, a high platform soared into view, upon which stood Li Xionyang. Her attire bore numerous tattered patches, her appearance somewhat disheveled, with her hair cascading down her back and several bloodstains marring her face. It was evident that she had encountered a formidable opponent and had endured a fierce battle before emerging victorious. That madcap Yufian is determined to challenge me again. Humph. Was she not defeated by my hand? Junior brother Zhong, it seems we are destined to cross paths in the competition for the top 100. Upon spotting Zhongyu, Li Xionyang displayed no signs of astonishment, instead considering it a matter of course. She smiled and remarked, "Last time I was bested by you. But when the time comes for the top 100 competition, we shall settle the score." Zhongyu nodded, returning her smile. "I hope, senior sisterly, that you will show mercy when that time arrives." Yu Zhenglong, Tao Yanran, and the others felt a jolt of surprise, their gazes shifting towards him with increasing wariness. Was it true that Li Xionyang had also fallen to his prowess? This Zhang clan scion, seemingly unremarkable, had consecutively vanquished 2 core disciples from the top 10 clans. Junior brother Zhang, I have prepared a trump card for you. I shall not hold back, Li Xionyang declared with fervor, laughing. To show you leniency would be to invite humiliation. I would lose with great ease. Before long, another high platform approached. It was Yufian. Her attire similarly ragged and her body marred by numerous injuries, clearly having engaged in a fierce struggle against Li Xionyang. The 2 young women stood atop their respective platforms, glaring fiercely at one another, as if still yearning for another bout. Gradually, more high platforms appeared. And aside from Zhong Yu and the core disciples of the 10 great clans, the other upper academy disciples were of comparable strength, resulting in arduous battles. The platforms changed hands multiple times, making it difficult to determine a victor. The surviving disciples bore numerous injuries, most having achieved hollow victories. Zhang Yu surveyed the scene. Noting Shui, Qingyan returning atop a high platform, her body remarkably unscathed. The competition stretched from morning to afternoon, and then into the night, with battles still raging on and the number of high platforms diminishing. It was not until the break of dawn on the following day that the unrestricted confrontation of the top 100 concluded. Ting Lanyue also earned the title of the top 100, though Tao Dyer, having been defeated, did not qualify. The young woman was despondent, surrounded by many others offering consolation. Shui Qinghao once again seized a high platform, remaining in the competition. An elder rose and commanded, Shenlong, cease your divine ability and switch to another. The myriad peaks suddenly vanished, and the Shenlong yawned, exhaling an endless torrent of water, which soon transformed the air into a vast ocean, upon which floated a city adorned with towering edifices and majestic temples. You may each drink, eat, and tend to your wounds, after 1 hour. The contest for the top 100 shall commence. The elder's gaze swept across Zhang Yu and the others, his voice grave. Do not blame me for not granting you rest. For in true combat, your opponent will not afford you any respite. You may also choose to forfeit, even if you do not participate in the top 100 battle. You may still enter the spiritual void palace, light the incense, and begin the timer. Before long, more than half of the 100 upper academy disciples withdrew, leaving only a little over 30 remaining. Each of those who exited bore injuries, some grievously wounded, clearly finding an hour's rest insufficient for recovery. Well, the hour has elapsed. The elder rose abruptly, exclaiming, Open the spirit void palace. Yes, echoed the voices of the Qi refiners. Open the spirit void palace. Above Swordgate Mountain, the air suddenly stirred with violent waves, and before a grand hall, for towering brass figures, each over 50 zhang tall, sprang into motion. They grasped chains that extended into the sky, pulling forcefully, producing a cacophony reminiscent of gears grinding in the air. Gradually, a magnificent portal hidden in the atmosphere was drawn open, resembling the Sword Gate, a significant site within the Sword Gate, leading to the Spirit Void Palace. Those who had relinquished their hopes could now enter the Spirit Void Palace. The elder surveyed the surroundings and proclaimed, Within the Spirit Void Palace, the 10 most potent spirits have been sealed. The remaining spirits may be sensed at your discretion. Those who can perceive them are considered Qi refiners. As for the inner disciples of our Sword Gate who cannot sense them, they must wait until next year. If you're already 16, prepare to leave the Sword Gate. The rest shall determine the top 10 among the 100 strongest. Remember, the surface of the sea is already a battlefield. Now, the duel commences. On the high platform, the upper disciples immediately sprang into action, leaping onto the vast sea formed by the Shenlong's mental energy, running across its surface towards the city upon the water. Along the way, some encountered other upper disciples, instantly engaging in fierce battles upon the waves, showcasing various techniques and manifestations of divine powers clashing upon the sea. Totem pillars rose from the water, soul weapons danced through the air like lightning, and some conjured surging waves, creating tumultuous phenomena. Zhong Yu also set forth, his feet upon the water, a dragon-like form emerging beneath him, propelling him swiftly towards the city upon the sea. Simultaneously, over 30 Qi refiners soared through the air, each closely trailing an upper disciple for protection, wary of the intense clashes that might render the Shenlong unable to shield them in time. Should a life-threatening situation arise, the Shenlong's mental energy could swiftly rescue them, yet the Shenlong's focus could falter. Thus, these Qi refiners followed closely behind all disciples to safeguard those in peril. In such circumstances, the prospect of slaying the celestial phenomenon mother seemed nearly impossible. Zhong Yu's gaze was fixated on Shui Qingyan, who was gracefully riding the waves across the sea with remarkable speed. Unless my sword's light is swift enough, fast enough for even the Xinlong and Qi refiners to react. Suddenly, with a splash, the sea surged, and Shui Qinghe transformed into a river deity, her body adorned with shimmering scales, appearing before Zhong Yu. Zhong Yu of the Zhongshan clan, please proceed. Before Shui Qinghe's words could fade, she summoned the great waters that surged towards him, producing a continuous sound of splashes. The 8 treasures sword melded into the surrounding ocean, where icy sword energies and water swords, along with serpentine water dragons, flowed, rendering the traces of the 8 treasures sword indistinguishable. Zhong Yu charged forward, his mental energy surging forth like a vast ocean, and he could see serpentine dragons entwined around his arms and legs. He raised a hand to strike through the watery veil, shattering the icy sword energies, water swords, and water dragons. The 8 treasures sword shot forth from the cascading waters, aimed directly at Zhong Yu. At that moment, ethereal strands of dragon-like sword chi emerged before him, clashing with the 8 treasures sword, creating a dazzling spectacle of shimmering light. The sword chi, forged from Zhong Yu's mental prowess, successfully intercepted the 8 treasures sword, allowing him to step forward and confront Shui Qinghe at the river's edge. With a decisive punch, Zhong Yu struck the river god's form, causing a thunderous explosion that left Shui Qinghe in a state of shock. As he looked up, he saw a massive hand reaching for him, gripping his face and forcefully pushing him downwards. With a deafening roar, the sea erupted, waves surging in all directions as Shui Qinghe plummeted into the water like a meteorite, rendered unconscious by the impact. Shui Shixiao, why do you fail to learn from your mistakes? Zhong Yu remarked, stepping forward as a dragon rose beneath him, propelling him across the tumultuous waters toward Shui Qingyan. Behind him, Shui Qinghe lay sprawled on the sea's surface, eliminated from the competition and denied a place among the top 10. In the skies above the ocean, a chi-refining master summoned his thoughts. Witnessing the unconscious Shui Qinghe being gently lifted and escorted out of this mental sea domain, his gaze shifted to the figure of Zhong Yu as he sped away, and he murmured, "This Zhongshan clan member is formidable in both body and spirit, with explosive power that is truly remarkable. He may very well be the most concealed talent among the upper courtyard disciples, emerging in this unrestricted duel to make a resounding statement and claim the top position. Such an individual is akin to the likes of Zhuo Xiangxing and Tian Yinzong. In their time, Zhuo Xiangxing and Tian Yinzong had refined their strength to rival that of chi-refining masters even before sensing the spirit. Zhongshan is no different." Another chi-refining master, who was closely following Zhong Yu, whispered, "Of course, he cannot compare to the likes of Fang Jianga and Feng Wujie, who possess innate spiritual bodies. Yet he is not to be underestimated. However, the fact that he has concealed his strength until now to unleash it suggests he may pose a challenge for me. I must stay close to him, lest he unleash his power to eliminate his opponents uncontrollably." In the past, Zhuo Xiangxing and Tian Yinzong had also concealed their powers, only to reveal them suddenly during the unrestricted duel, defeating all challengers and claiming the title of the upper courtyard's strongest disciple, thereby securing the mightiest spirit of the Lingkong Palace and establishing an unshakable foundation for themselves. Both were exceptionally gifted individuals, though not quite on the level of Fang Jianga and Feng Wujie. Nevertheless, having obtained the most potent spirit from Lingkong Palace, their cultivation progressed rapidly, rendering them nearly equal to Fang Jianga and his peers. It was only during the unrestricted duel that Zhuo Xiangxing, unable to restrain his power, ended up slaying his opponent, causing quite a stir and implicating the chi-refining master responsible for ensuring the safety of both him and his opponent, who subsequently faced punishment. Later, Zhuo Xiangxing was assigned to assist the Tianfeng clan in managing the Biquang Hall, a consequence of this incident. Originally, he could have been entrusted with significant responsibilities and become the hall master of the sword sect, but now he could only oversee the outer sect, instructing disciples from the outer court. Zhong Yu also noticed the chi-refining master closely trailing him in the air. With a thought, he continuously altered his movements upon the water's surface, gliding like a dragon across the sea and stirring up waves. Yet he could not shake off the persistent presence of that chi-refining master. If this chi-refiner keeps an eye on me, alongside the chi-refiner guarding the celestial matron and that formidable Xinlong, could I truly achieve my goal under their watchful gaze and slay the celestial matron? The chi-refiner's heart was equally astonished, although Zhong Yu had yet to attain the status of a chi-refiner. Lacking the cultivation of spirit and the mastery of chi refiner-level techniques, his agility was such that even in pursuit, the chi refiner found himself somewhat challenged. With the lurking presence of a dragon in the abyss, poised to strike amidst thunder and transform with the winds. This Zhongshan individual exhibited the potential to metamorphose into a dragon. What he lacked was the awakening of spirit. The chi refiner mused, "This Zhongshan has amassed formidable strength, and it is only a matter of time before he undergoes transformation post the 100-strong tournament." At this moment, numerous encounters unfolded upon the sea, pairs engaging in combat, a cacophony of battles erupting. Those of lesser cultivation were swiftly eliminated on their journey to the maritime city, thus forfeiting their chance at the top 10. Only those with absolute confidence in their abilities could tread upon these waters, yet to reach the heart of the sea and set foot upon the city. One must possess at least the cultivation of turning spiritual energy from virtual to tangible. Merely achieving this transformation is insufficient. It requires formidable techniques to bolster one's prowess. Superior totem pillars and soul weapons are indispensable to establish a foothold amidst the waves and within the city. Zhong Yu, riding upon the dragon, surged forth in pursuit of the celestial matron, who dispatched her adversaries and ascended to the maritime city. Upon his arrival, Zhong Yu beheld an array of temples standing tall. Countless edifices resembling a dense forest, with streets crisscrossing in intricate patterns, while the celestial matron had vanished without a trace. This maritime city, sprawling over a radius of more than 10 miles, was a manifestation of the Xuanlong's spiritual energy, every element appearing almost corporeal, making the search for an individual's whereabouts exceedingly arduous. The chi refiner, accompanying us, could locate others through their positions, enabling stealthy strikes. A spark of inspiration ignited within Zhong Yu as he gazed upwards, noticing the chi refiners stationed at the city's edge, each vigilant over their designated areas, not accompanying the disciples into the city. This strategy proved futile. As Zhong Yu's gaze flickered, he observed above the city as an individual unleashed a flight technique. Their spiritual energy transforming into a bird with wings spanning several yards, soaring into the sky in search of opponents. This individual was rather reckless. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from within the city, manifesting as various visualization techniques, fish and dragons dancing, thunderclaps resonating, water ripples spreading, and an array of totem techniques bombarding the airborne disciple, severely injuring him, only to be rescued by a chi refiner at the city's edge. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly faced annihilation. A glimmer of brilliance ignited in Zhong Yu's eyes as he discerned the water-based totem technique and, like a wild goose, he glided from the city walls into the heart of the city, hastening towards the source of the water-based totem technique. The celestial matron, occupying the body of the water sister, must have utilized the water totem technique to obscure her presence. With the water sister having been eliminated, the water ripples that had earlier pervaded the air were undoubtedly her doing. He sprinted through the streets, while others within the city also moved, heading towards the locations where the previous totem techniques had emanated, in search of their adversaries. The streets were flanked by towering skyscrapers, their grandiose presence looming high above. Zhong Yu was hurrying along when he suddenly heard a voice ask, "Are you searching for me?" He halted, lifting his gaze to find a young girl standing between two colossal buildings, balanced on a slender silver line that spanned the heights. The girl was Shui Qingyan, barefoot upon that delicate thread, her eyes clear and curious as she scrutinized Zhong Yu. As their eyes met, a flicker of hope ignited within Zhong Yu. He revealed the wound on his arm, inflicted by a beast while rescuing Shui Qingyan, and smiled, "Sister Shui, do you not recognize me?" Shui Qingyan tilted her head, studying him with a bemused expression, her gaze somewhat perplexed. "You have shown me malice on multiple occasions. I am quite curious as to the reason behind it. Do you still remember this wound?" Zhong Yu pressed on. "I assure you, I have not wronged you. So I am at a loss as to why you harbor such murderous intent towards me." Shui Qingyan responded in kind. Their conversation fell into silence, and Shui Qingyan lightly tapped the silver thread beneath her feet, laughing melodiously. "It seems we are not on the same wavelength. It appears we must resort to combat. Be cautious." A voice echoed in Zhong Yu's mind, the voice of Hua, suddenly alerting him. "The celestial matriarch harbors murderous intent towards you. Surely, it is due to your repeated displays of hostility that have aroused her suspicion." Taking a deep breath, Zhong Yu felt an unprecedented unity of spirit and energy as the dragon blood sword box behind him clicked open, releasing a resonant dragon's roar and revealing half of the dragon-scaled sword. With a swift movement, Shui Qingyan descended from the air. The silver line coiling and transforming into a cocoon the size of a fingertip suspended in her hair. Young Yu, be wary of that sword. Xianhua's voice turned grave, urging, this sword is not to be trifled with. Should you channel your soul into the dragon-scaled sword, avoid any collision with this weapon, otherwise, your sword will be powerless to defend, and the soul within it will be annihilated. Is that truly a sword? Zhong Yu's heart raced as his gaze fell upon the silver cocoon, which shimmered like silk, subtly revealing a glimmer of sword light. It was indeed a sword. Delicate as spider silk, far thinner than hair. Sword silk. Sword cocoon. The so-called sword cocoon is crafted from the finest mystical silver, meticulously polished and forged, with totemic patterns imprinted upon a blade as slender as silk, while simultaneously preserving the flexibility and strength of such a fine form. Forging sword silk measuring over 10 zhang allows it to be coiled into a cocoon the size of a fingertip. This cocoon, diminutive and easily concealed, is exquisitely crafted and perilously powerful, a sole weapon of utmost danger. The sword cocoon could be hidden within the ear, entwined in hair, stowed in pockets, tied at the waist, or draped upon garments, rendering it nearly undetectable. Such sole weapons pose the greatest threat. When summoned, they go unnoticed, capable of creating lethal arrays with ease, leading to dire consequences if one is not vigilant. Your eyesight seems to be rather sharp, Shui Qingyan remarked with a chuckle upon noticing his focused gaze. This is a sword cocoon, and your ability to discern its danger indicates you are not an insignificant character. Beyond the city walls, 2 chi refiners became aware of the unfolding scene. One of them fixed his gaze upon the sword cocoon that hung from Shui Qingyan's flowing hair, his expression transforming drastically as he whispered, "This is bad. That is the sword cocoon crafted by Elder Shui Zian. How could Elder Shui bestow such a lethal weapon upon the disciples of our clan?" The other chi refiner felt a jolt of fear, shivering at the realization, the sword cocoon, one of the 10 fiendish weapons? This could lead to fatalities. What should we do? Shall we allow these two to engage in combat? The 10 fiendish weapons of the sword gate, each steeped in bloodshed, included the sword cocoon forged by Elder Shui Zian. This sword, as slender as silken threads and extending 20 zhang in length, was both immensely tough and razor-sharp, with a total of 64 sword cocoons. The term fiendish weapon was attributed to the grim history of Elder Shui Zian, who, during his youth, faced an ambush when departing from the great wilderness. He formed a sword formation using the 64 sword cocoons, annihilating hundreds of adversaries in a gruesome display. These foes were left in utter ruin, their remains reduced to mere fragments, with not a single bone left intact. After mastering sword chi, the sole weapon of the sword cocoon held little value for Shui Zian, rendered inferior to his own sword chi, prompting him to cast it aside. For elders of the chi refining class, soul weapons had lost much of their significance, leading many to seal their own. The elders of the sword gate had previously evaluated the soul weapons used by generations of their predecessors, and the sword cocoon ranked amongst the 10 fiendish weapons, recognized as one of the deadliest. Although Shui Qingyan possessed but a single sword cocoon, its lethality was akin to that of mowing down grass. It was dreadfully powerful, capable of claiming lives before even a chi refiner or a Shinran could intervene to offer assistance. "Go notify the elder. I shall remain here." One chi refiner immediately took to the skies, while the other, visibly anxious, focused intently on Zhong Yu and Shui Qingyan, silently praying that they would refrain from engaging in battle. With a resonant clang, the sound of a sword echoed through the air as the dragon-scale sword returned to its scabbard on Zhong Yu's back. He executed a sweeping kick. The dragon entwined around his leg, striking the beam of a lofty building nearby. With a crack, the stone pillar shattered under the force of his blow. Grasping the now severed pillar, which was over 10 zhang long, he declared, "Please, brothers, we are merely 200 to 300 votes shy of humanity's supreme breaking into the recommendation rankings front page. Let us return to the realm of ancient Chinese mythology, chronicling the legendary rise of humanity amidst the savage wilderness, for only humanity's supreme can achieve this." The two combatants had commenced their duel. The chi refiner inwardly lamented, scanning the surroundings and noting that other disciples from the upper academies were also engaged in battles, leaving no opportunity for assistance, compelling him to grit his teeth and watch the confrontation between Zhong Yu and Shui Qingyan unfold. In the city below, as the youth clashed, peril manifested in abundance, sending chills down the spine of the chi refiner. Zhong Yu did not wield the lengthy stone pillar as a melee weapon. Instead, he treated it as a spear, twisting at the waist and forcefully hurling it into the fray. The stone pillar, resembling a hurled spear, harbored immense power. As it soared through the air, the resultant gusts created a cacophony that reverberated against one's eardrums, threatening to burst them as it hurtled towards Shui Qingyan. With a fluid motion, she invoked the water dragon spiral. Her sleeves billowed as her mental energy surged forth, transforming into a torrent that coalesced into 3 azure water dragons. These serpentine creatures twisted and twirled, their heads oriented toward the stone pillar, creating a tumultuous vortex. A piercing sound erupted as debris scattered wildly. The colossal force contained within the pillar bore down relentlessly, yet the water dragons churned and shattered it, reducing the once mighty structure, over 10 zhang in length, to mere powder in an instant. The ground erupted with explosive force as azure water dragons catapulted from the earth, lunging ferociously at Zhongyu. He retreated rapidly, with the point of impact between the dragons and the ground sending stones flying, creating gaping craters in the street. The 3 water dragons intertwined, continually rotating. When they missed their target, they burrowed into the earth, vanishing from sight, leaving behind deep holes in the surface. In the next moment, the 3 serpentine dragons burst forth from the ground, soaring into the air to strike at Zhongyu. The water dragon visualization technique of the Shui family was a formidable ultimate skill. The Qi cultivator in the air was taken aback, realizing that those who possessed such authentic teachings were exceptionally gifted. To his astonishment, this Shui Qingyan, previously unknown, had mastered the technique to an extraordinary level, manifesting the water dragons with remarkable finesse. Shui Qingyan's water dragons had developed flesh, sinew, bone, membrane, and blood. Their essence was vividly portrayed, and her mental energy had solidified into a tangible form, allowing her dragons to assume countless shapes and vanish without a trace. Such a level of mastery placed her firmly among the top 10 disciples in the upper academy. Meanwhile, Zhongyu continued to retreat, his fingers dancing erratically as he unleashed a flurry of strikes. Each gesture released surges of mental energy, transforming into thunderous dragon-like entities that darted through the water dragons, heading straight for Shui Qingyan. These thunderous entities, appearing as both lightning and dragons, were, in truth, manifestations of his mental energy, imbued with the power of thunder and the might of dragons. Among these techniques, only the Thunderbolt sword technique bore true authenticity, yet its potency paled in comparison to the water dragon's ultimate visualization. However, when combined with the dragon's might and the totemic patterns of the freeform sword Qi, the diminutive thunderous dragons wielded power that rivaled that of soul weapons. This explained why Zhongyu had previously shattered the opponent's 8 treasures sword with the sword energy of thunderous dragons. Zhongyu's thunderous dragon sword energy was truly astonishing, zipping through the air like lightning, effortlessly penetrating the onslaught of water dragons to reach Shui Qingyan. The dragon-shaped sword energy slashed and pierced with relentless precision. At that moment, Shui Qingyan conjured a series of water-patterned shields, which absorbed the impact of his dragon-shaped sword energy. As the energies collided, waves surged, and the totemic patterns on the shields were severed, yet they remained unyielding against his assault. Crack, crack, as Zhongyu retreated. His legs swept the streets like a guillotine, obliterating stone pillars in his path. With a swift motion, he propelled a pillar towards Shui Qingyan, the rushing wind shattering the windows of the towering buildings flanking the street. Fortunately, every structure within this city is a manifestation of the spirit power of the Mirage Dragon, rather than physical entities. Had they been tangible, it is likely that the young combatants would have demolished half the street in the brief instant of their engagement. Remarkably, the shield is indeed a true legacy. A gasping onlooker, a Qi-refining master, fixated intently on the water-patterned shield conjured by Shui Qingyan, found it hard to believe. This water-patterned shield is a pinnacle technique of the Shui Tu clan, a water-based divine ability known as the Ripple Shield Visualization Technique. Shui Qingyan, a mere girl who had entered the upper academy and become a disciple for less than half a year, had remarkably mastered 2 authentic techniques. And with the sword cocoon bestowed by Elder Shui Zian of the Shui Tu clan, it dawned upon him that Shui Qinghe might not be the core disciple of Shui Tu, but rather this young woman. Could it be that she possesses a natural spiritual body? Otherwise, how could her cultivation progress so swiftly? Yet, that notion seemed flawed. If she were indeed a natural spiritual body, she would have already attained the status of a Qi-refining master. The Qi-refining master was enveloped in uncertainty. Suddenly, Zhongyu felt a surge of alertness. He halted, and at that moment, lightning erupted from beneath his feet, propelling him high into the air. In that instant, The ground beneath him exploded, and a colossal flower bud emerged from the earth as the water lotus burst forth, its petals unfurling like blades, emitting streams of sword energy that surged upward, targeting Zhongyu suspended in midair. Concurrently, a series of explosive sounds reverberated as the ground of the street trembled. Water lotuses erupted from beneath, blooming in succession, carpeting the street with pink blossoms, their stamens piercing forth, and the water sword energy inundated the entire expanse above the street. The true transmission of the water lotus sword energy, another authentic legacy. The chi-refining master in the air could not restrain his astonishment. This Shui-2 girl, even without employing the 10 fierce weapons, could undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the upper academy. The blooming water lotuses on the street, their stamens transforming into swords and striking through the air, produced an unparalleled shock. Meanwhile, Zhongyu's figure resembled a dragon gliding through the sky, gracefully landing atop a 9-story building. With a mere thought, his spirit power erupted, transforming into dozens of slender dragons that collided with the oncoming torrents of water sword energy. As the water sword energy shattered, it seemed as though a gentle rain began to fall from the sky. Shui Qingyan moved, and waves surged from beneath her feet, lifting her higher and higher. With another step, she had already alighted upon the high building, facing Zhongyu. Her body was enveloped in the ripple shield, which intermittently manifested to deflect the onslaught of dragon-shaped sword energy. The assaults from the dragon-shaped sword energy were dense and relentless, while the ripple shield continuously emerged, colliding in a melodious symphony reminiscent of a zither's notes. The two individuals had nearly reached the realm of non-conceptual thought. The chi-refining master in the air could not help but murmur softly, contemplating. The transformation of spirit power from the intangible to the tangible signifies a realm of spiritual cultivation, where non-conceptual thought and non-conceptual thought represent two significant stages of spirit power application. Among them, non-conceptual thought is an essential technique for chi-refining masters, akin to the instinctive acts of eating and drinking. Conversely, non-conceptual thought embodies unconscious visualization, with both its attack speed and frequency transcending that of non-conceptual thought. The cultivator, himself merely having reached the realm of non-thought, found himself considerably distant from the realm of non-thought. Meanwhile, both Zhongyu and Shui Qingyan, being mere youths, had astonishingly attained the non-thought state, a realization that struck him with profound dismay. Suddenly, a thunderous vibration echoed as the floor beneath Zhongyu erupted, and water dragons surged forth from within the building, fierce and menacing, charging towards him. Zhongyu swiftly maneuvered, his figure shifting positions rapidly as he darted towards Shui Qingyan. As the water dragons burrowed in and out of the wooden structure, it became riddled with holes. "Draw," he exclaimed, and with a sharp sound, the dragon scale sword flew from its sheath into his grasp. "Entwine," he commanded again, and his spiritual energy transformed into robust dragon serpents that coiled around him. With the dual dragons beneath his feet, his body entwined by dragon forms, each of his arms and legs bore a dragon serpent wrapping around them. Even the dragon scale sword was ensnared by a dragon along its blade. The two thunderous dragon serpents propelled him straight towards Shui Qingyan. Around him, resounding booms echoed as water dragons erupted from the tall structure, their heads raised high as they lunged down aggressively, causing the building to begin its collapse. With its ornate beams crashing down, Zhongyu's speed did not wane. In fact, it intensified, propelled by the dual dragons beneath him, exuding an overwhelming aura. With a delicate shout, Shui Qingyan summoned a towering figure of a river god, standing at an impressive height of over 10 zhang. The figure reached out, and water ripples formed, morphing into an immense ice sword exceeding 8 zhang in length, which was then thrust downward with great force. The brilliance of the sword flashed. Thunder roared, and the dragon serpents howled in unison with the cacophony of the collapsing building, the dragon scale sword clashing against the river god's colossal sword, resonating with a series of sharp clangs. By this moment, the building had collapsed significantly, yet the young duo remained suspended in midair, engaging in a rapid exchange that was almost mesmerizing to behold. The cultivator's heart twisted in anxiety, nearly contorting with tension as he fixated on the battle between the youth and the maiden. The river god's form, the river god's sword, both manifestations of true legacy. This Shui-2 girl was indeed astonishing. Just how many true teachings did she master? The cultivator could not help but lament. And what of the Zhongshan youth? Is it not monstrous that he has only mastered a singular true teaching, a rudimentary version of the thunderbolt sword technique, yet is able to contend with the genius maiden of Shui-2 up to this point? Why must I be so unfortunate as to encounter two prodigious individuals? Your strength is commendable, yet it seems you possess knowledge that ought not to be known. It is time for you to depart. Shui Qingyan murmured, her gaze shimmering. Water lotuses began to materialize in the air, encircling Zhong Yu and herself, numbering in the hundreds, blooming magnificently across the sky. As the water lotuses blossomed, the sword energy permeated the atmosphere, each lotus bearing 18 stamens, each stamen a blade of sword energy. With hundreds of lotuses unfurling, nearly 2,000 blades of sword energy surged forth, a spectacle that rivaled the confrontation with a cultivator. The sword energy surged from all directions, leaving no space for evasion. The cultivator's mind became clouded. Shui Qingyan's mastery of spiritual energy had transcended that of the upper courtyard disciples. So profound, so robust. It was undoubtedly at the cultivator level. Young Yu, do you require my assistance? In the depths of Zhong Yue's consciousness, the young flame-bearer could not help but feel a surge of tension. Peering through Zhong Yue's eyes, he could only perceive a sky filled with sword qi, amidst which the resolute figure of the river god loomed like a formidable deity wielding a colossal sword. Urgently, he proclaimed, "Entrust your body to my control." "Not necessary," Zhong Yue retorted. "Flame-bearer, witness the fruits of my arduous cultivation during this period. Is my strength sufficiently fierce, robust, and resolute? Behold my explosive power." With a thunderous roar, the coiling dragon that surrounded him vanished, replaced by a multitude of dragon scales erupting violently from beneath his skin. Behind him, a faint silhouette emerged, resembling a dragon. A horse and a tiger, unmistakably the form of a dragon xiang. Instead of envisioning the Emperor of Fire, he focused on the dragon xiang, the entity he was most familiar with. The dragon xiang rapidly materialized through his formidable mental prowess, merging with him as a deep dragon's roar reverberated from his lips. Countless beams of sword light surged forth, striking Zhong Yue. His body became adorned with dragon scales that vibrated with a cacophonous sound as the sword light and qi erupted, failing to pierce through even a fraction of his scales. Zhong Yue raised his fist and struck against the giant sword descending from the river god, which immediately cracked under the impact. As the river god's fist collided with his own, a thunderous sound echoed, akin to rolling thunder. Water Qingyan's eyes widened in astonishment as the formidable figure of the river god behind her burst apart with a resounding explosion. Behind Zhong Yue, the tail of the dragon xiang swept forcefully, and the dragon scale sword shot forward like lightning, aiming directly at Water Qingyan's brow. In an instant, it was a mere inch from her forehead, the sword qi razor-sharp, threatening to pierce through the young girl's skull. A qi refining master hovering at the edge of the city gasped in alarm, unable to restrain himself from intervening. Earlier, when Zhong Yue was struck by 2,000 streams of water lotus sword qi, he had already felt compelled to rescue him. Now, as the dragon scale sword approached Water Qingyan's brow, he felt an urgent need to save her as well. The rapid exchange of offensive and defensive maneuvers left even him, a qi refining master, somewhat flustered, his heart racing wildly. The speed of the Zhongshan clan's sole weapon is too swift. I cannot intercept it. The qi refining master broke into a cold sweat, just as the dragon scale sword was about to pierce Water Qingyan's brow. The sword cocoon hanging from her hair suddenly whirled, and the delicate sword thread was finally drawn forth. This sword, as fine as a silkworm's thread, unfolded and sliced downward with precision. Clang! The tip of the dragon scale sword snapped off, shortened by an inch, while the sword thread rapidly entwined around it. The qi refining master gasped once more, preparing to save Zhong Yue, realizing that this strike had bound his soul within the soul weapon. If the dragon scale sword were to be destroyed, his very essence would be obliterated as well. Before he could act, he witnessed Zhong Yue's arms surge, the dragon blood sword box soaring into the air. The dragon scale sword halted its advance, transforming into a streak of light, and, before the sword thread could shatter the soul weapon, it swiftly fell into the sword box. Such a quick reaction? The qi refining master was taken aback, his heart nearly leaping from his throat. The dragon blood sword box closed, and the sword thread surged forward alongside the dragon scale sword, piercing through the air with a swift, straight thrust aimed directly at Zhong Yu's brow, intent on skewering him. Should it succeed, he would be cleaved in two. Zhong Yu's body plummeted downward, mirroring the descent of Shui Qingyan, as the sword thread flickered erratically in the air, relentlessly pursuing him. They landed one after the other just as the towering structure of the grand universe finally collapsed entirely. Shui Qingyan pressed forward, unarmed but wielding the sword thread with unparalleled agility, moving like lightning, making it nearly impossible for anyone to grasp such a slender weapon easily. She manipulated the sword thread with her spirit, allowing it to traverse any distance and morph into any shape. Zhongyu had long understood that the power of sword energy lies not in its size but in its adaptability, which is why he had cultivated the dragon-roaring sword qi to be both compact and versatile. He recognized the peril of the sword thread's diminutive form. The finer it was, the more dangerous it became, demanding a higher level of mental acuity. The sword thread was extraordinarily thin, requiring an almost superhuman level of mental strength, a feat achievable only by Shui Qingyan, whose body was possessed by the formidable Celestial Mother. Faced with such an indomitable weapon, Zhongyu had no choice but to retreat, unleashing his mental energy to transform into a thunderous sword qi, which surged through the air like a dragon, relentlessly targeting Shui Qingyan in search of an opening. Simultaneously, he resembled a primal deity, standing firm upon twin dragons, every limb entwined with their serpentine forms, pushing his physical prowess to its zenith. With a resounding crash, he collided with a massive wall of the temple, creating a gaping hole in the shape of a man. Retreating into the temple, he unleashed torrents of thunderous sword qi that shot forth from the breach, aiming directly at Shui Qingyan, who was close behind. A faint flash of sword light sliced through the air, cleaving a substantial portion of the temple wall, which then hurtled into the temple, colliding with a brass pillar. In midair, Zhongyu's mental energy manifested as thunderous sword qi, each strand being severed by the razor-sharp sword thread. The thread's sharpness was undeniably formidable. As Shui Qingyan stepped into the temple, Zhongyu had uprooted the brass pillar, wielding it with the grace of the wind, sweeping it fiercely towards her. The sword thread hissed as it wrapped around the pillar, and before the pillar could reach Shui Qingyan, its front half was rendered into countless fragments. The sword thread suddenly snapped straight, piercing through the center of the pillar. A trickle of blood appeared on Zhongyu's brow, and in the instant the thread threatened to penetrate his skull, he leaped back, summoning a colossal statue, towering over 10 feet, to hurl at Shui Qingyan. Water dragons materialized, churning and shattering the statue into pieces. Shui Qingyan continued her relentless advance, and within the temple, both combatants unleashed their full might, sword light weaving through the air. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar echoed as the grand temple crumbled. From the swirling dust and flying debris emerged 2 figures, darting into another towering structure. With a thunderous boom, it was not long before that building too collapsed in ruin. At last, the alchemist hovering above the city could no longer contain his impatience and descended into the city. Gazing below, he beheld the magnificent temples and towering edifices collapsing with a thunderous roar, as if 2 colossal beasts were engaged in a fierce battle, an astonishing sight indeed. The conflict raged on, with no clear victor in sight. The alchemist's expression twisted in alarm. The scene before him filled him with trepidation, yet the details remained obscured. He murmured to himself, deaths could occur at any moment. The question is, who will fall? These 2 monstrosities. Suddenly, his countenance shifted as he witnessed the grand towers crashing down. While not far away, Yu Zhonglong and Nanjun were embroiled in a fierce clash. Each was a core disciple nurtured by their respective clans, Yu from the Yu family and Nan from the Non-Lu family, both wielding formidable power. They circled around a building, their mental energies transforming into ethereal entities, resembling serpents and mountains, engaged in a deadly struggle. Step aside, the alchemist shouted, waving his hand forcefully. Yu Zhonglong and Nanjun paused, momentarily taken aback, confused by the sudden interruption. Just as they pondered the situation, a violent tremor coursed through the ground, as if 2 giant beasts had collided with the very edifice they fought upon, causing it to sway precariously. In their haste to look, they saw streams of sword energy swirling like venomous serpents, densely packed and, in an instant, nearly demolishing the lower half of the structure. At that moment, a scarcely perceptible beam of sword light flickered, its length stretching an astonishing 20 yards and moving with unimaginable speed, reducing everything within that range to mere fragments in an instant. Yu Zhonglong and Nanjun found themselves within that perilous zone. Their scalps tingled as the flickering sword light enveloped them, the very essence of death looming near. Suddenly, a powerful force enveloped them, lifting them skyward. Simultaneously, a parasol-like soul weapon unfurled, shielding them from the onslaught of sword light. The sound of slicing echoed around them as the parasol was shredded to pieces. Above, the one who had grasped Yu Zhonglong and Nanjun was a female alchemist, her face contorted in pain, clearly distressed by the destruction of her soul weapon. Fortunately, she refrained from summoning her spirit, aware of the ferocity of the sword light. Otherwise, her soul would have been reduced to mere shards. Is that the sword cocoon among the 10 fiends? The female alchemist exclaimed in disbelief, her voice trembling. Who has summoned the sword cocoon? Could it be one of the Shui-Tu clan, who possesses the capability to contend with the sword cocoon and remains unscathed until now? It must be that disciple of the Zhongshan clan who offended both the Tianfeng and Shui-Tu clans, known as Zhongyu, who engaged in battle with Shui Qingyan of the Shui-Tu clan, invoking the sword cocoon. The alchemist assigned to protect Zhongyu hurriedly flew over, a bitter smile on his face. I have already sent someone to summon the elder. If the elder does not arrive soon, I fear I shall perish from their intimidation. Ah, the elder is here. Above the sea, an elder approached, riding the winds, swiftly closing the distance to the coastal city. Below, Zhongyu furrowed his brow, sensing that Shui Qingyan's onslaught had intensified drastically, clearly intent on eliminating him, someone who might reveal her secrets before the elder's arrival. I too shall strike you down before the elder arrives. Zhongyu's gaze flickered as the dragon blood sword box behind him suddenly soared into the air, with a click. The sword box opened. Go. Zhongyu uttered a low growl, and instantly, the gleam of his sword flickered. The sword cocoon and sword threads swept through the air like a net. Shui Qingyan's intention was straightforward. At the moment when the dragon scale sword emerged, she aimed to shatter it along with Zhongyu's soul enshrined within, leaving him no chance of survival. However, her efforts were in vain. The dragon scale sword did not take flight. Zhongyu laughed heartily, striking down with force, propelling the dragon blood sword case fiercely forward. Seizing the fleeting moment when Shui Qingyan's attack missed, it pierced through the web of sword cocoon and sword threads, hurtling toward her. Had the struggle of a cornered beast finally begun? Shui Qingyan let out a cold snort, one end of the sword cocoon and threads slashing toward Zhongyu, while the other aimed at the dragon blood sword case. Zhongyu bellowed, envisioning the thunderous dragon as a colossal creature spanning several dozen zhang materialized, its claws gripping the ground. With a sudden heave, the earth trembled, and a massive parcel of land, about 60 zhang wide, was uprooted and sent flying toward the sword cocoon and threads. The sword light flickered as the airborne terrain was cleaved open, providing Zhongyu the opportunity to leap. Stepping onto the advancing earth, swiftly dodging the sword thread assaults, and lunging toward Shui Qingyan. Meanwhile, the dragon blood sword case was torn in half by the opposing sword threads, causing the dragon scale broken sword to shoot forth, aimed directly at Shui Qingyan. Unfazed, Shui Qingyan revealed a hint of a smile as she regarded the hurtling dragon scale broken sword and the approaching Zhongyu. The sword cocoon and thread swirled, severing the dragon scale broken sword into fragments with a series of sharp sounds. Then, with lightning speed, they redirected toward Zhongyu. Die. Both Shui Qingyan and Zhongyu shouted in unison as the sword cocoon and threads advanced toward Zhongyu suspended in midair, leaving him with no escape. One end of the sword threads attacked from behind, slicing through the airborne land, while the front transformed into a descending blade, poised to pierce his scalp, on the verge of cleaving through his skull and brain. At that moment, the split dragon blood sword case darted toward Shui Qingyan, passing by her sides. Suddenly, from the left half of the sword case, a blazing scarlet sword energy shot forth, the dragon's roar sword chi, striking across Shui Qingyan's neck. This sword energy was exceptionally sharp, slicing through the girl's skin and muscle as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, penetrating into her bones. Zhongyu felt a sharp pain at his back, sensing a sword thread piercing through, aimed at his heart. Am I to perish? Yet if I die, the celestial mother of phenomena cannot survive either. A tranquil acceptance enveloped Zhongyu, entwined with confusion. Why was the fire of inheritance, which always worried for my safety, not here to use my vessel to escape this calamity? Has it fallen asleep? Within his consciousness, the fire of inheritance sat placidly upon Zhongyu's forehead, a small flame quietly flickering, leading Zhongyu to wonder if his soul's essence still existed, or if it had been completely consumed by this little flame. The small flame's eerie stillness was unusual. In similar circumstances before, it would have surged to action. In the balance between life and death, the fire of inheritance spoke softly. Zhongyu's heart jolted as the sword cocoon and threads descended from above, the moment stretching into an eternity, while the threads aimed at him from behind seemed to slow. This was the threshold between life and death, after the overwhelming terror. His body, mind, and soul surged with heightened awareness and reaction speed far beyond ordinary limits. He had once leapt from the precipice of Imma-Terrace, teetering on the edge of life and death, but as his cultivation deepened, it became increasingly difficult to enter that state. Now, Confronted by the sword cocoon of the 10 fiends, he once again found himself in this enigmatic realm. Yet, this experience was distinct from his previous encounters. Before, he had struggled to maintain composure, needing to forcibly visualize the Flame Emperor to restore his serenity and quell his inner demons. This time, however, an unprecedented tranquility enveloped him. In previous brushes with death, although perilous, he had always sensed the flicker of life within, assuring him he would not perish, thus preventing him from fully immersing himself in that state. Now, he had plunged deeper into the abyss of life and death. Even as he navigated this perilous moment, the threat of the sword cocoon and threads persisted. Zhong Yu's body erupted with a cacophony of cracks, contorting at an uncanny angle in a desperate bid to evade the impending danger. His head collapsed downward, the skull misaligned, resembling a broken neck, while his chest thrust forward, creating a profound indentation in his back. The sound of dislocated bones reverberated within him, and every sinew twanged like a bowstring as his ribs dislodged from their original positions, his vertebrae shifting forward like beads on an abacus. His muscles flexed and surged, striving to escape the encroaching sword threads from behind. His entire skeletal structure seemed to transform into a multitude of independent entities, freely moving at will, while his internal organs shifted accordingly to avoid collision with the relocating bones. Then, his skeleton shifted to the right, muscles undulating, propelling him a remarkable 3 feet away in a most peculiar manner. All these transformations transpired in the blink of an eye. Had anyone witnessed this scene, they would surely have gasped in astonishment, as if confronted by a creature of the abyss. The angles at which Zhong Yu contorted were extraordinarily bizarre, his bones scattering and reassembling, rendering him akin to a boneless humanoid serpent, narrowly evading the descending sword threads aimed at his head and the piercing threads from his back. He appeared to dismantle and reconfigure his body in an extraordinary display. Blood splattered as the sword threads grazed his left ribs, slicing through several bones and leaving him acutely aware of at least 5 fractured ribs. Fortunately, his evasive maneuvers spared his internal organs from harm. A crimson line traced his forehead, extending from the crown of his head to the center of his brow, while a gash marred the tip of his nose. With a violent cough, Zhong Yu spat out a mouthful of blood. This time, forcibly rearranging his entire skeletal structure to escape danger had still crushed his internal organs. Yet compared to certain death, this outcome was already the best possible result. Thank the heavens I once lived as a Longxiang for a time otherwise. This would have been my end without a doubt. He soared away atop a coiling dragon, evading the deadly threads of the sword cocoon, having once transformed into a Longxiang. His understanding of its physiology surpassed all others, truly inheriting its deepest secrets. During this period, he had refined his body through meditating upon the Longxiang, tempering his physique to unprecedented resilience. It was precisely because of this newfound strength that he had been able to perform such a feat in the fleeting instant between life and death. As Zhong Yu's figure shot through the air, his gaze swept toward Shui Qingyan, only to freeze in shock. The Longxiang's sword energy slashed toward her neck, mere moments from severing her windpipe and carotid artery. Suddenly, an elephant's head emerged from between her brows, like a divine elephant-headed deity. Its trunk lashed out with a metallic clang, deflecting the sword energy just enough. Beneath the girl's feet, spider legs sprouted in an instant, carrying her away in a desperate, near-miraculous escape. The heavenly elephant matriarch. Zhong Yu dodged the sword cocoon's threats, hovering midair as the Longxiang's sword energy returned to his grasp. Who would believe a word you say? Shui Qingyan halted, the elephant-headed deity and spider legs vanishing. She touched her neck, nearly half severed, barely clinging to her body, and regarded him warily. You entered the threshold between life and death just now, she murmured. I'd very much like to know, who stands behind you, granting you such power? Boom! The collapsing building rained down upon them, massive beams, shattered pillars, and broken walls plummeting from above. Behind Zhong Yu, a sinuous dragon manifested, its ferocious head intercepting the falling debris. Shui Qingyan, meanwhile, was wreathed in coiling water serpents, shielding her from harm. The sword threads hissed, retracting into a thumb-sized cocoon that dangled once more from her temple. Agony lanced through Zhong Yu's 5 severed ribs, blood gushing from the wounds. His entire body burned with searing pain. In that moment between life and death, he had unleashed his latent potential, leaving his body and spirit hollowed out. Fortunately, the beast goddess inner core still supplied him with energy, while his soul, meditating upon the image of Emperor Swerin, continued refining the beast goddess essence into vast spiritual power. His combat strength remained at its peak, but his wounds remained untouched by the beast goddess essence. Who is the one behind you? Shui Qingyan whispered amid the storm of rubble. Surely not someone from Sword Gate. You've mastered the Longxiang sword energy, your body momentarily scaled like a dragoness in battle. And you've been to Beast God Ridge, could it be the Beast God himself? Her voice dropped lower. If others learned the Beast God hides within your consciousness, your fate would be no better than mine. Cease this. Stop at once. The elder of the Sword Gate rushed in a flurry, his agitation palpable. With a mere gesture, countless vines descended from the heavens, swiftly ensnaring Zhongyu and Shui Qingyan like a colossal python. The thick tendrils wriggled violently, tightly binding the sword cocoon at Shui Qingyan's temple, preventing the deadly Ten Fiend's weapon from erupting once more. Zhongyu made no attempt to resist the constricting vines, nor did Shui Qingyan. Both remained silent. In Zhongyu's mind, the celestial matriarch believed the spirit of the beast god resided within him, using it as leverage against him. However, his true concern was not the discovery of the beast goddess Interdan in his sea of consciousness, but rather the potential revelation of the ember of his fire. In Zhongyu's estimation, that ember posed a far greater danger than the beast god or the celestial matriarch. This flickering flame dared to unleash chaos, even igniting the demonic soul's glow. The unpredictability of human nature loomed large. Should the Sword Gate-S members uncover the ember and harbor intentions to seize it, the consequences would be dire. Fortunately, they had only sustained minor injuries, with no threat to their lives. The elder examined the two, letting out a sigh of relief. Otherwise, our Sword Gate would lose two prodigious talents, and there would be no place for regret, he declared. You two needn't fight any longer. Both are the top of the upper academy, treasures within the Spirit Void Hall, and each shall receive their due share. Both are the finest. Zhongyu had 5 broken ribs, and Shui Qingyan's neck was nearly severed, which startled the elder. He hastily retrieved healing ointments for their wounds and commanded 2 qi refiners to escort them for rest, stating, "These two must be closely monitored. They cannot be allowed to clash again. When 2 tigers contend, one must surely perish. The loss of either would be a significant blow to our Sword Gate." A qi refiner murmured, "Elder, the Shui Tu clan possesses the Ten Fiend's weapons. Such combat prowess is expected. Yet, that Zhongshan clan member hails from the Zhongshan tribe and wields such power, there must be some hidden intricacies at play." The elder felt a shiver run through him and nodded thoughtfully. "Let us not concern ourselves with that for now. We shall heal their injuries first. The elders of our Sword Gate will undoubtedly uncover his entire background." The 2 qi refiners promptly led Zhongyu and Shui Qingyan away. The elder gazed upon the seaside city, noting with alarm that in the brief encounter between the 2 youths, nearly half of the city, spanning over 10 miles, had been devastated. Though Shui Tu clan had a clean reputation in the Ten Fiend's weapons, their combat strength was not extraordinary. Yet, the Zhongshan clan member could not be overlooked. The ability to contend with the Ten Fiend's weapons to such an extent, and to injure Shui Tu to this degree, could a scion from the smallest tribe of the Great Wilderness truly achieve such feats? The elder furrowed his brow in contemplation, pondering. As for this Shui Qingyan, can she truly have grown to such a degree in just a few months? This girl appears suspicious. She may not be as innocent as she seems. Meanwhile, the battle within the city raged on, with Li Xionyang, Yu Zhonglong, Yu Fian, Tian Yefeng, and others still embroiled in fierce combat, unaware that they were not contending for the title of Upper Academy champion, which had already been claimed. This unrestricted duel had nearly spiraled into catastrophe. The qi refiners hovering above the city silently acknowledged the peril that loomed. The subsequent competitions were no longer related to Zhongyu, who lay on his sickbed, his wounds treated with ointment. Periodically, a practitioner would enter to replace the dressings. The quality of the medicinal balm from the Sword Gate was exceptional, facilitating a swift recovery. After 2 days, Zhongyu felt his ribs beginning to heal, and the skin and muscles severed by sword threads started to knit together. The competition for the top 100 in the upper courtyard had concluded, and the names of the Zhongshan and Shui Tu clans reverberated throughout the upper courtyard. Many practitioners became acquainted with Zhongyu and Shui Qingyan, and soon rumors spread that the two were young lovers, entangled in a tumultuous relationship of love and hate. Yet, Zhongyu remained oblivious to these whispers. Outside his room, practitioners stood guard, ostensibly to protect, but in reality to surveil him. For it was evident that the higher-ups of the Sword Gate had grown suspicious of his rapid ascension in such a short time. "Do not fret," the young fire spirit remarked nonchalantly. "If worse comes to worst, we can detonate the demonic souls beneath the Sword Gate and turn the place upside down." Days passed, and Zhongyu finally rose from his sickbed, taking a few steps. He felt that his ribs had indeed healed, and the scars on his side began to shed, leaving only a faint mark, though breathing still brought slight discomfort. While ordinary individuals might require half a year to recover from such injuries, his robust physique, far superior to that of an average person, coupled with the exceptional healing ointment from the Sword Gate, facilitated his remarkable recovery. He resolved to stock up on similar medicinal balms for future expeditions. As he moved about, a practitioner outside noticed and entered with a smile, saying, "Has your injury healed, junior brother? Your physique as a body refinement practitioner is indeed commendable. You recover faster than others. If it were me, I would likely need to remain bedridden for several more days." "Junior brother?" Zhong Yu paused, then smiled, saying, "This esteemed uncle." The practitioner quickly interjected, "You may simply call me Brother Gu. Do not address me as uncle. Given your recent triumph in the unrestricted duel, you are destined to become a practitioner. And by seniority, all disciples in the upper courtyard will have to refer to you as uncle. However, before we enter the Spirit Void Hall, several elders wish to meet you. Please follow me." "Elders wish to see me?" A flicker of emotion stirred within Zhong Yu as he rose to follow. Realizing that his display of strength in the duel against the celestial matriarch had aroused the elder's suspicions. A disciple of mediocre talent, who had taken 5 or 6 years in the outer sect to enter the upper courtyard, had achieved the rank of first in mere months. Such rapid progress was indeed alarming and could not fail to provoke the elder's curiosity. "Brother Gu, may I exchange my injuries for merit points to obtain the healing ointment?" Zhong Yu inquired. Brother Gu led him forward, gradually exiting the upper courtyard and making his way toward the inner gate of the Sword Gate, smiling as he spoke. "This healing ointment is known as Spirit Jade Balm, crafted from various spiritual herbs collected by practitioners. You may exchange merit points for it, either in the outer or inner sect's medicinal repository. If it were an ordinary blade or sword injury, even severed tendons would heal in half a day with just a little application. For significant wounds like yours, approximately 10 days of rest would suffice for complete recovery. Your physique surpasses that of others, hence your swift healing." At this juncture, Brother Gu could not help but shake his head, remarking, "The disciple of the Shui Tu clan you faced was far less fortunate. Her neck was nearly severed by our junior brother. It is said that when the elder applied medicine to her injury, he had to expose half of her neck, pouring a basin of concoction onto it to reattach the severed flesh." Zhong Yu replied with calm composure, "Her abilities are not inferior to mine. I presume her recovery has progressed adequately." Brother Gu nodded in agreement. "It is rumored that the Shui Tu clan's junior sister also possesses rapid healing abilities. She should have recovered by now. This time, the elder has summoned you, as well as her." A flicker of intrigue stirred within Zhong Yu's heart. The elder's summons extended to Shui Qingyan as well. Did this imply a growing suspicion towards her? Before long, they arrived at the edge of a precipice. Zhong Yu gazed down to behold a chasm that spanned several miles, its depth shrouded in an ominous black light, as if a malevolent force was brewing within. As he peered down, dizziness overcame him, and it felt as though his very soul was being drawn into the depths of that abyssal glow. The black light surged restlessly, striving to ascend, only to reveal intricate totemic patterns etched into the cliffs on either side, complex, grand, and awe-inspiring, creating an eerie yet magnificent turbulence that suppressed the encroaching darkness. This aura felt hauntingly familiar to Zhong Yu, and he realized the source. It was the essence of the demonic soul's miasma. The black light within the chasm resonated with the same sinister energy. In that fleeting moment when the black light was subdued, he faintly discerned masses of flesh writhing upon the cliffside, mere flesh without skin, appearing to grow from the depths of the chasm, as if striving to reach the summit and escape from this precipice. What manner of entity lurked beneath this chasm, suppressing the turmoil within? The languid little flame's spirit in his consciousness roused with vigor, peering through Zhong Yu's eyes into the abyss below, exclaiming in astonishment, "Indeed, the demonic souls are confined here. Ah, truly, this is the seal of the gods. The sword sect is established atop a volcano that could erupt at any moment, and a moment's inattention could lead to utter annihilation. These seals could not have been set by the alchemists of the sword sect," Zhong Yu queried, his previously settled composure shaken anew. The little flame shook its head. "The totemic patterns below are the seals of the gods. The deities have infused their essence and forms into these symbols, which is what keeps the entities beneath at bay. The alchemists of the sword sect alone lack the power to achieve this. The outbreak of the demonic soul's miasma, I surmise, is due to a slight fissure in the seals below. Fortunately, this flaw does not lie within the sword sect. Otherwise, it would spell great trouble for us." Brother Gu chuckled, Junior brother, the depths of this chasm are forbidden ground for our sword sect. Above the precipice exists a peculiar force capable of nullifying all divine abilities. Here, no visualization or mystical arts can be employed. To proceed into the inner sanctum, one must summon the crocodile dragon. The crocodile dragon? Zhongyu was perplexed as he stood before two towering cliffs, known as the sword gates, that loomed opposite each other, shrouded in swirling mists. His senior brother Gu led him to one of the sword gates and struck the bronze gong hanging beneath it. The resounding clang echoed through the air. And after a brief moment, the mist began to roil, revealing a colossal crocodile emerging from the clouds. To Zhongyu's astonishment, this gargantuan creature possessed wings and floated gracefully in the sky, drawn to the sound of the gong. The crocodile resembled a floating island in the air. Upon closer inspection, Zhongyu noticed it had 4 eyes and numerous pairs of wings sprouting from its back, an eerie sight indeed. Here, one could not merely conjure visions. Yet the wings of this crocodile were not mere figments of imagination. They were tangible flesh and feathers, capable of flight, rendering it immune to the oppressive forces of the area. The two men leaped onto the creature's back, and Gu brother chuckled, "Crocodile dragon, please take us up the mountain." The crocodile nodded, its wings flapping as it turned to soar towards the opposite sword gate, rumbling in a deep voice, "Young Gu, this fellow seems unfamiliar. Could he be a newly initiated Qi practitioner?" Gu brother replied with a smile, "This is Zhong, a disciple of the Zhong clan, who has achieved first place in the recent unrestricted duel." "Ah, I see," the crocodile responded. "To attain such a rank among thousands is indeed impressive. Zhong clan, should you achieve great success in the future, do not forget to extend your favor to Crocodile Dragon." Zhongyu nodded in agreement. The crocodile then shook its head and tail, flapping its wings to transport the two to the opposite shore. Upon disembarking, the crocodile retreated back into the mist, disappearing from view. Disciple Zhong, this cliff marks the boundary between the inner and outer sections. Crossing it signifies entry into the ranks of the inner disciples, Gu brother explained. And the crocodile dragon is the guardian of this precipice. Do not underestimate it simply because it belongs to a demonic race. The crocodile dragon is several centuries old. A unique being from Thunder Lake, brought here by the Qi practitioners of the Thunder Lake clan to safeguard this cliff. Brother, ahead lies the Sword Valley, where several elders await you in the Sword Heart Pavilion, Gu continued. As Zhongyu entered the Sword Valley, the sound of swords echoed around him. Glimmers of sword light flickered intermittently, revealing glimpses of various soul weapons within, colliding in midair and vanishing just as swiftly, sometimes transforming into forms of swimming fish, flying birds, or roaming beasts, all exceedingly peculiar. The Sword Valley served as the repository for the Elder Soul weapons, remnants of countless generations, still alive in this valley despite their creators having long since passed. Gu brother lamented, "The 10 fearsome weapons are also sealed here. Typically, we inner disciples cannot enter the Sword Valley. It is only because the elders wish to meet you, disciple Zhong, that I have the fortune to accompany you here." The 10 fearsome weapons? Zhongyu's heart raced as he surveyed his surroundings. Where might they be? They are sealed within the Sword Heart Pavilion. Inner disciples cannot even enter the Sword Valley, let alone witness the 10 fearsome weapons in the pavilion. To be summoned by the elders to the Sword Heart Pavilion is something that would make many envious, Gu brother remarked. He then guided Zhongyu to the entrance of the Sword Heart Pavilion, bowing respectfully, "Elder Yu, I have brought Zhongyu of the Zhong clan." As the doors of the pavilion creaked open, an overwhelming surge of sword energy emanated from within, causing both men to shiver involuntarily, as if their very souls had been pricked. "Let him enter." A voice, aged and resonant, echoed from within. "Brother Zhong, Elder Yu is the Grand Elder of our sword sect. Once you enter, do not forget your manners." "I shall not accompany you further," Brother Gu whispered. Grateful, Zhongyu stepped into the Sword Heart Hall. Upon entering the vast, vacant hall, he beheld a grand altar standing tall at 5 zhang in height and 8 zhang in width, upon which was enshrined a soul weapon. This weapon, several zhang long, was tilted ominously within the altar, resembling both a sword and a great saw, its serrated edges stained dark red, bearing traces of blood. The blood eel sword. Ninth among the 10 fiendish weapons was a soul weapon from the Lei Lake clan, having consumed excessive blood, now possessing a spirit of its own, infamously known to devour its masters, with 10 sword masters having perished to its treachery. Zhongyu felt a shiver within, sensing an insidious aura emanating from the blood eel sword, as if a malevolent spirit resided within, beckoning mortals to offer sacrifices, urging them to spill blood to quench its thirst. Next, Zhongyu's gaze fell upon another altar, where a sword case, taller than a person, was enshrined. with blood seeping from its base, an eerie sight. The Tian Feng clan's Tian to Ozi soul weapon concealed within harbored 130 soul-devouring swords as thin as cicada wings. Ominous in their nature, having claimed 8 masters. Stunned, Zhongyu mused, this soul weapon also devours its masters? As he advanced further, he discovered yet another altar, adorned with over 60 sword cocoons, causing his heart to tremble. Sword cocoons. The 8th among the 10 fiendish weapons, the Shui Tu clan Shui Xian soul weapon, contained 64 soul weapons, having consumed excessive blood, showing signs of devouring its master, thus sealed away. Zhongyu inhaled deeply, whispering, such a malevolent soul weapon, yet it ranks only 8th among the 10 fiendish weapons. How formidable must the preceding weapons be? You would be mistaken to think the weapons before the sword cocoons are superior. A venerable elder, his hair and beard white as snow, approached Zhongyu. The sword cocoon and sword silk's 8th rank is not due to inferiority to the other 7 soul weapons. On the contrary, they are exceedingly powerful, perhaps surpassing some of the others. However, the sword cocoon has yet to fully awaken, hence the slight diminishment in its reputation. Zhongyu of the Zhong clan. I pay my respects to the Grand Elder. Zhongyu bowed respectfully, maintaining a dignified composure. The elder, the Grand Elder of the Yu clan, raised his hand, bidding him to rise. The prowess of the sword cocoon and sword silk is precisely why I wish to meet you here. To witness how a disciple yet to attain the rank of Qi refinement could survive the onslaught of the sword cocoon, even coming perilously close to severing his opponent's head. The elder's final words carried weight, resonating powerfully within the sword heart hall, inciting a chorus of echoes from the fiendish weapons. The atmosphere shifted, the fiendish weapons trembled, their murderous intent chilling the hall, while certain areas grew inexplicably warmer, and others were shrouded in a crimson hue, creating an eerie ambience. Undaunted by the overwhelming terror of life and death, Zhongyu remained resolute. The mere tremors of the 10 fiendish weapons within the sword heart hall did not instill fear within him. Has the Grand Elder discerned anything? The Great Elder's gaze fell upon him, observing this young man with a hint of approval in his eyes, shaking his head as he remarked, it is not yet apparent. However, your ability to remain unperturbed in the face of these fierce weapons indeed speaks volumes of your exceptional courage. Were it any other individual, even among Qi refiners, few could maintain such composure in the presence of these malevolent armaments. Your fearlessness in confronting these lethal forces may very well be a reason for your survival against the onslaught of the sword cocoon. The killing intent of the 10 fierce weapons is immensely formidable. Some, even if they are Qi refiners, find themselves paralyzed by the murderous aura and bloodlust emanating from the 10 fierce weapons, their courage extinguished before a single blow is struck, leaving them vulnerable to slaughter. Yet, the mere fact that Zhongyu possesses such bravery indicates his extraordinary resolve. Unafraid of the fierce weapon's malice, he can unleash his full potential when faced with the sword cocoon. As the Great Elder advanced, Zhongyu followed a step behind, soon coming upon a shrine. Upon the shrine rested a fierce weapon named Fian, left behind by a former female elder of the sword sect, hailing from the Youyu clan. Opposite the shrine stood another fierce weapon called Yunjian, originating from the Taolin clan, bequeathed by their female elder. Both of these elders had long since passed, having met their demise under the very souls of their weapons, with Fian and Yunjian severing their spirits. Aside from these 2 elders, several masters had wielded these soul weapons subsequently, yet they too did not endure long, falling victim to the backlash of the fierce weapons. The Great Elder, pondering the sentience of these fierce weapons, wondered aloud, why did they slay the souls of their wielders? The 10 fierce weapons emerged from the 10 great clans, each inscribed with the techniques and totems of their respective lineages, representing the pinnacle of the martial arts of the 10 great clans of the Great Wilderness. Another elder strode forth, his voice resonating like thunder. The soul weapon devours its master. In truth, it is the sword's essence that consumes the wielder. The sword's heart is the heart of the Qi refiner, as well as that of the soul weapon. When the soul weapon takes life, it parallels the Qi refiner's own lethal intent. The sword heart of a Qi refiner can give rise to demons, thus tainting the sword heart of the soul weapon. These elders did not fall at the hands of their soul weapons. Rather, they were vanquished by their own inner demons, slaying themselves. His towering stature surpassed that of ordinary men, and his voice boomed like thunder. As he moved, the air crackled with electricity, suggesting he hailed from the Leihu clan. The elder from the Leihu clan exuded an imposing presence, his formidable physique commanding attention as he stood beside the shrine of the Leihu clan's fierce weapon, the blood eel sword. His gaze fell upon Zhong Yu as he continued. Elder Shu Izin willingly relinquished the sword cocoon, triumphing over his inner demons, thus attaining extraordinary prowess. Ranking among the most accomplished in our sword sect, Zhongshan clan, you managed to evade his fierce weapon. And within your technique lies the thunder-refining soul method of the Leihu clan. Your actions are indeed suspicious, highly so. His aura resembled that of a thunder god amidst a storm, enveloping Zhong Yu, his eyes flashing like lightning, seemingly piercing through to his very essence. Zhong Yu offered a respectful greeting. I am Zhong Yu of the Zhongshan clan. Honored to meet you, Elder Lei. Has Elder Lei discerned something? Nothing has been revealed. Elder Lei, who was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Though I am unaware from whence you acquired the soul-tempering technique of the Leihu clan. I assure you, our martial arts are by no means inferior to those of the Shui-Tu clan. It is only natural that you survive beneath the sword cocoon. Should you have perished, it would imply that the martial arts of the Leihu clan are weaker than those of the Shui-Tu clan. However, his voice turned cold and ominous as he inquired, from where did you obtain the techniques of my clan? Aside from the Leihu clan's arts, you have also practiced that peculiar method of life and death. Elder Yu Yu, standing beneath the shrine of the Yu Yu clan's fierce weapon, the flying swallow sword, spoke leisurely. Though one may advance rapidly through the practice of life and death, it is fraught with peril, and the mortality rate is alarmingly high. Only our sect's leader has successfully trained with this method and lived to tell the tale. I have heard from the flying swallow that you have likewise practiced this method and yet remain alive. Who imparted this technique to you? As soon as he finished speaking, another elder appeared in the Sword Heart Hall, hands clasped behind his back, striding forward with an air of calm authority. During your skirmish with the female disciple of the Shui-Tu clan, you employed a remarkable visualization technique known as the Dragon Xiang. Furthermore, you have ventured to the Beast God Ridge, a resting place for the elite of the demon race, the tomb of the Beast God. The true form of the Beast God is the Dragon Xiang. Zhongshan, after your return from the Beast God Ridge, your cultivation has surged dramatically, and your mental prowess has materialized into reality, achieving the realm of a chi-refining practitioner at an unprecedented pace. His imposing presence weighed heavily upon the air in the Sword Heart Hall as he approached the shrine of the fierce weapon of the Nanlu clan. Zhong Yu felt a stir within and bowed. Zhongshan s. Zhong Yu, paying respects to Elder Nan. The elder, hailing from the Nanlu clan, chuckled. It is intriguing that during your conflicts, you exhibited a tendency towards embodying the Dragon Xiang. The Beast God is the Dragon Xiang, and you too visualize the Dragon Xiang. This is indeed worthy of contemplation. What insight does Elder Nan possess? Zhong Yu inquired. Elder Nan Lu shook his head, nothing definitive. The Dragon Xiang is an auspicious beast, a divine entity. If your mental energy can manifest the Dragon Xiang, and you have cultivated the Dragon Xiang sword chi, it is certainly plausible that you could survive the attacks of the sword cocoon. Yet, the rapidity of your advancement raises significant doubts. Another elder, a woman with a visage as delicate as a peach blossom, clad in golden attire and exuding an ethereal aura, approached with a smile. You have trained for over 5 years in the outer court, displaying rather mediocre performance. Yet, upon entering the upper court for less than half a year, you transformed entirely, defeating the core disciples of the 10 major clans. Such progress could be expected of one with a naturally gifted spiritual body, but you are not one of them. How do you account for this? Zhongshan s. Zhong Yu, paying respects to Elder Tao, he replied, contemplating before stating, I have attained enlightenment. The female elder from the Tao Lin clan approached the shrine of the fierce weapon of the Tao Lin clan, chuckling softly. In comparison to this explanation, I would be more inclined to believe that a most formidable figure has been guiding you from behind the scenes, or perhaps that this formidable figure has already possessed you. Zhongshan is no longer the original Zhongshan, but has become another being entirely, or perhaps not a being at all, but a demon, or a god. Interestingly, you once ventured into my Sword Gate's demon ruins, where a tumultuous uprising occurred, leading to the demise of countless disciples. An elder then emerged, regal in demeanor, presumably hailing from the Jushan clan. Approaching the shrine of the Jushan clan's fierce deity, he coldly remarked, only you survived with the group. The uprising in the demon ruins was instigated by the emergence of demonic alchemists, who sought to awaken their ancestral figure, the celestial matriarch. However, upon her awakening, the celestial matriarch fled. Our council of elders has sought her in vain, and it is at this moment that you emerged from the ruins with a dozen companions. Thus, who exactly is behind you? Is it the beast god or the celestial matriarch? Elder Shui Zian also graced the Sword Heart Hall, standing before the shrine of the sword cocoon. his gaze settling on Zhongyu, as he smiled and inquired, "Could it be that you are the beast god or perhaps the celestial matriarch? The Zhongshan clan demands proof that your knowledge is not derived from them." Elders from the Lishan, Tianfeng, and Shotan clans approached, each standing at the shrines of their respective fierce deities, leaving only the foremost fierce deity's shrine unoccupied. Zhongyu furrowed his brow slightly, and within his consciousness, the spark of fire was equally perturbed, muttering, "These old fellows are quite cunning. Escaping this sword heart hall will not be an easy feat." Within the hall stood 10 fierce deities and 9 elders, each poised beneath their respective fierce deities, ready to unleash their wrath should he make a single misstep. These elders would summon the fierce deities to reduce him to mere pulp. Zhongyu discerned their suspicion. They doubted whether he had been possessed by the celestial matriarch or the beast god, hence their choice to confront him here in the Sword Heart Hall. If he were not the beast god or the celestial matriarch, it would be one matter. If he were, his fate would be sealed. Should they discover the clever and whimsical spark of fire within his consciousness, it too would likely meet a grim end, would it not? Steeling himself, Zhongyu took a deep breath and asked, "Elders, why do you suspect me and not Shui Qingyan of the Shui Tu clan?" Elder Shui Zian was momentarily taken aback. Chuckling, "Shui Qingyan is my personal protege. Her achievements are entirely warranted. The sword cocoon is a gift from my own hands. What reason do you have to doubt her? Surely, you do not suggest she is the celestial matriarch?" Zhong Yu's expression darkened, while the spark of fire reassured him. "Do not fret. There are only 9 elders and 9 fierce deities here, with yet another fierce deity unawakened. The power of that fierce deity far surpasses the others, making it the mightiest within this Sword Heart Hall. Should negotiations falter with these elders, I will borrow your form to summon that fierce deity, and we shall eliminate these 9 elders entirely, then detonate the demonic essence beneath the ground, allowing us to wander the world freely. Without the protection of the Sword Gate, our human race will become mere fodder for the demon and other tribes." After pondering, Zhongyu inquired, "Elders, how may I prove that I am neither the beast god nor the celestial matriarch?" The 9 most powerful elders furrowed their brows, lost in contemplation. Elder Shui Zian cleared his throat and declared, "The matters of the beast god and the celestial matriarch are of utmost gravity. We would rather wrongfully slay one than let any escape. This approach is unwise." The elder of the Talon clan shook her head and remarked, "If he is not a celestial phenomenon or a beast deity, would it not mean that our sword sect has lost a valuable talent? Which is of greater significance, the talent of an individual or the looming threats of celestial phenomena and beast deities?" Shui Zian smiled and said, "If any of you esteemed brothers have a more compelling solution, feel free to share." The other elders exchanged glances, and the Grand Elder of the Yu clan cleared his throat and said, "Zhongshan clan, you must open your consciousness. We need to inspect your mind and soul." Elder Lehu nodded in agreement. That is indeed a viable approach. However, to examine his consciousness, we must enter with our own souls. If he truly is the celestial mother or a beast deity, it is likely that our souls would stand no chance against him and would be devoured. Who is willing to take that risk? The Grand Elder of the Yu clan stepped forward towards Zhongyu and declared, "I will take the risk. Zhongshan clan, you must open your consciousness. Fellow disciples, prepare your formidable weapons. If I perish, strike him down immediately." Zhong Yu's heart tightened, and he thought fiercely, "Let him conduct the inspection. This Grand Elder of the Yu clan possesses the strongest cultivation. I can take this opportunity to annihilate this old fool's soul, making our escape much easier." As the Grand Elder of the Yu clan approached, Zhong Yu's heart grew heavier. "Xinhua, can't you hide so that the Grand Elder does not detect you? I could conceal myself. This old fool likely wouldn't notice. However, the beast deity's inner core within your consciousness cannot evade detection." Xinhua scoffed. "Listen, young Yu, setting aside the immense allure of the beast deity's inner core, it is uncertain whether these individuals might be tempted. Even if this old fool remains indifferent, he will suspect that the inner core harbors the spirit of the beast deity. To prove there is no spirit within, he would need to extract and shatter the inner core from your consciousness for verification. Such a precious treasure is exceedingly rare. If it were to be destroyed, where would one seek another? Furthermore, if word of your possession of the beast deity's inner core were to spread, you would be doomed." Zhong Yu was taken aback. Xinhua's words were devoid of exaggeration. If news of his possession of the beast deity's inner core were to leak, he would indeed face certain death. The 2 great island masters of the demon race led their elite practitioners to the beast deity ridge, only to meet their demise, with even the totems of the 2 great demon islands sealed within. The two island masters suffered grievous losses, pursued for thousands of miles by the likes of the Fong sword pavilion. If the news of a mere human like Zhong Yu possessing the beast deity's inner core circulated, the wrath of the demon race's giants would be unleashed upon him, and he would be as good as dead, no doubt about it. The sword sect would not be able to protect him. Given the sword sect's relinquishment of the beast deity Ridge, Zhong Yu had no doubt that, upon the revelation of this news, the higher-ups of the sword sect would sell him to the demon race in exchange for peace. Was there truly no path other than to fight his way out of the sword sect? He gazed at the approaching Grand Elder of the Yu clan, his heart heavy with despair. Fear not, even if humanity is left with but one of you. You can still plunder the beauties of other races and propagate a new lineage. Xinhua reassured him, this is within my expertise. I have guided many generations of inheritors on how to raid the beauties of various clans and ensure the continuation of their bloodlines. Xinhua, escaping the sword sect is possible, but do not ignite the demonic soul. In the depths of despair, Zhong Yu murmured, I do not wish to become a sinner of the great wilderness human race. Very well, Xinhua retorted with fiery intensity, but every soul within this sword heart palace must perish. Otherwise, our escape from this place will be impossible. Am I destined to be a traitor to the great wilderness? Zhong Yu felt as if a great mountain bore down upon his heart, rendering him breathless. If the 9 elders of the sword sect were to perish within this palace, he would undoubtedly be hunted down as a traitor, perhaps forever barred from returning to the great wilderness. At that moment, the esteemed elder of the Yu clan approached him with a smile, saying, Zhong Shan, open your sea of consciousness. Zhong Yu nodded, unveiling his sea of consciousness, and replied indifferently, Elder, please proceed. Behind the elder, his soul materialized, merging spirit and essence into a form reminiscent of a fish dragon, poised to swim into Zhong Yu's sea of consciousness. Suddenly, an ancient voice resonated through the Sword Heart Palace, proclaiming, Elders, wait. Zhong Shan is utterly innocent. There is no need for further investigation. The elder of the Yu clan halted his soul's advance, while the other 8 elders furrowed their brows, turning towards the entrance of the palace. The doors swung open, revealing an elderly man who hastily entered, gasping for breath, and declared, Zhong Shan is beyond reproach. There is no need for further scrutiny. Mr. Pu? Zhong Yu was taken aback, recognizing the intruder as Mr. Pu, the mentor of Ting Lan Yue and the others, who appeared breathless from a rapid journey. Even I find myself filled with doubts. Why does Mr. Pu insist on my innocence? Zhong Yu pondered. Why do you assert this, Mr. Pu? Shui Zian interjected, frowning. Zhong Shan carries numerous suspicions. Should we not investigate thoroughly? He will inevitably become a dire threat to our sword sect, and it will be too late for regrets. Elder Lehu coldly added, Indeed. The demon ruins, Beast God Ridge. He cannot absolve himself of suspicion from any of these. If he wishes to prove his innocence, he must present evidence that convinces our council of elders. Mr. Pu swiftly turned to Zhong Yu, exclaiming, Why are you dawdling? Quickly present the evidence. Zhong Yu, bewildered, asked, Mr. Pu, what evidence? Mr. Pu, with a hint of irritation, replied, The sword token you possess, the one given to you by the girl of the Chiu clan. If you had presented it sooner, we would not be in this predicament. Hurry and retrieve it for the elders to see. The sword token given to me by junior sister Chiu Jianu? Zhong Yu was further astonished. Only he and Chiu Jianu knew of this matter. How could Mr. Pu be aware of it? Without time for further contemplation, he quickly produced the sword token. Mr. Pu seized it and presented it to the elder of the Yu clan, stating with a smile, This is the evidence. With this sword token, all his inexplicable encounters can be elucidated. The elder of the Yu clan, still skeptical, examined the sword token closely. Suddenly, a chill ran through him, and he handed the token to Elder Lei Hu, saying, The sword intent contained within this token. Elder Lei Hu scrutinized the token, his expression shifting dramatically, before passing it to Elder Tao Lin, exclaiming, It bears a striking resemblance. The face of Tao Lin also changed as he presented the sword token to the lower elder, stating unequivocally that it was indeed genuine. One by one, the elders circulated the sword token, their expression shifting dramatically as they nodded in agreement, acknowledging that if this token were authentic, it would indeed elucidate how he could achieve such rapid advancement in his cultivation within a short period, as well as explain his survival upon returning from the demon ruins and Beast God Ridge. How enlightening, Elder Shui Zian remarked, examining the sword token before returning it to Mr. Pu with a wry smile. Why didn't you present this sooner? I foolishly suggested that it would be better to err on the side of caution and eliminate this troublesome individual. However, how could this token have been retrieved so hastily? It seems rather reckless and impulsive. Zhang Yu, taken aback, was utterly oblivious to the significance of the sword token that had so astoundingly altered the elders' countenances. This token was given to me by junior sister Jane to assist me in mastering the gunmetal sword chi. Junior sister Jean had clearly stated that this technique was distributed to everyone, and nearly all chi refiners have practiced it. Mr. Pu chuckled. He stumbled upon this token by chance and was unaware of its origins. The owner of the token knew it had fallen into his hands and learned that you were investigating him, prompting him to hasten my arrival to prevent you from acting too swiftly and eliminating him. Elder Yu of the Yu clan, reclaiming his focus, laughed heartily. Congratulations. Our sword sect has gained another talent. From this day forth, Zhongshan, you shall be an inner disciple of our sword sect. Here is your inner disciple token. Proceed to the upper courtyard and prepare your belongings, then report to the inner sect promptly. Zhang Yu accepted the token, feeling utterly bewildered. Elder Lei Hu approached and patted him heavily on the shoulder, chuckling. Were you scared out of your wits by us old ghosts just now? If you were, do not feel ashamed. I, too, have been frightened in my youth. Be sure to cherish that token. It is a rare treasure. And this is the first time it has been bestowed upon another. Do not let it slip away. Strange, why would that old fellow give this token to you? If others were to find out, they would surely be envious. Old fellow? Zhang Yu was astonished. Junior sister Jean appears rather youthful. How could she be referred to as an old fellow? Ah, they must be speaking not of her, but of the individual who entrusted the token to her. Who might that be? Mr. Pu placed the sword token firmly in Zhang Yu's hand, smiling gently. Do not hold the elders accountable. Their rigorous scrutiny was due to their ignorance of your possession of this token. They act in the best interest of our sword sect. The upper courtyard is no longer your abode. Return and gather your things for the inner sect. Once you are settled, you may proceed to the Linkhong Hall to receive the strongest spirit of our sword sect and become a chi refiner. Zhang Yu remained increasingly perplexed as he secured the sword token, inquiring, Mr. Pu, who is the owner of this sword token? Mr. Pu shook his head. The individual did not disclose their identity, and I dare not speculate. Just know that this token is of great significance, and that is sufficient. As Zhang Yu exited the Jianxin Hall, his mind swirled with curiosity. What was the true origin of this sword token? Why did the 9 elders appear so startled upon encountering it? The esteemed sister has bestowed upon me such a precious item, enabling me to navigate through this calamity unscathed. I cannot help but wonder where she is now. Such a treasured possession ought to be returned to her promptly. Within the Swordheart Hall, the atmosphere suddenly turned somewhat eerie. After a brief pause, Elder Yu slowly shook his head, remarking, so it turns out he is the disciple of the sect master. This explains the performance of the Zhongshan clan in the confrontations at the Demon Ruins, Beast God Ridge, and the Unforbidden. The sect master's great freedom sword chi indeed allows for rapid advancements in cultivation. Elder Lei nodded in agreement, stating, the Thunder Soul refinement technique of my Lei Hu clan must have been imparted to him by the sect master as well. The female elder from the Taolin clan chuckled. He has also mastered the Dragon Roaring Sword Chi, which is not particularly surprising for one who cultivates the Great Freedom Sword Chi. Yet, the rapid transmission of the Great Freedom Sword Chi by the sect master raises questions. Could it be that this Zhongshan possesses greater aptitude than Feng Wuji or Feng Jianga? Those born with celestial physiques? Elder Nanlu questioned in confusion. Pu Lao, could Zhongshan truly be an ordinary individual? Shui Zian also pondered aloud. Why would the sect master choose him as a successor? Given your close relationship with the sect master, you must have some insight. Mr. Pu chuckled softly, turning to depart, saying, I am merely the sect master's old servant. How could I possibly fathom his intentions? Nevertheless, the sect master's actions surely carry profound significance. The elders furrowed their brows. Troubled, the sect master has acted rather rashly. Elder Shuizian shook his head. Feng Wuji, Feng Jianga, Lei Hong, and Jun Sixi are the 4 most promising young talents of our sword gate, all of whom are likely candidates for the next sect master. Yet, none of them have received the Great Freedom Sword Chi. While it is bestowed upon an outer disciple, I fear they may harbor resentment. What profound significance could Mr. Pu be alluding to? The elders furrowed their brows in deep thought, yet could not arrive at a conclusion. After leaving the Sword Heart Hall, Pu Lao ascended to the peak of the Sword Gate, entering a garden, where he smiled at the elderly man fishing by the pond. The matter has been settled. My master, it seems there may indeed be some hidden intricacies concerning Zhongshan. Why does the sect master not permit the elders' council to investigate thoroughly? Though Zhongshan harbors secrets, who among us in the Sword Gate does not possess their own? The elderly man, appearing gaunt and shrouded in an aura of death, replied languidly. This great freedom sword Qi was originally intended for curing the young girl of the Chioteng clan. However, the girl failed to discern its essence, whereas he did, indicating a certain connection between us. Do you know how astonished I was when I sensed the sword Qi he comprehended from the sword token? A hint of unhealthy color crept onto his pallid visage as he coughed. In my youth, when my master imparted the great freedom sword Qi to me, it took me a month and a half to comprehend and cultivate the first strand of sword Qi. Yet he accomplished it in merely half a month. At the upper courtyard of the sword gate, Zhang Yu returned the Wei's token to the upper house, carrying only a medicinal basket, within which lay the tattered copper lamp. He sought out familiar acquaintances such as Tao Dyer to bid farewell, while Tao Dyer and the young women of the female courtyard came to see him off, weeping profusely. In this recent unrestrained duel, Tao Dyer faced defeat, thereby missing the opportunity to enter the Linkhong Palace. Fortunately, at merely 14 years of age, she possesses 2 more years to hone her skills in pursuit of becoming a Qi refinement practitioner. Meanwhile, Yu Fian, Ting Lanwei, Li Xionyang, and Yu Zhonglong have already entered the Linkhong Palace, diligently engaging in their cultivation, deeply immersed in the essence of the spirit, yet to emerge. The Tao Lin clan's cultivation methods are profound and enduring, and it is certain that Tao Daya will eventually become a Qi refinement practitioner. Zhong Yu bid a heartfelt farewell to the young women, offering words of comfort. Moreover, I have yet to enter the Linkhong Palace, even if I do. Who can say if I will become a Qi refinement practitioner? Perhaps I may not sense the spirit within the palace and might return to the upper courtyard to accompany all of you. Tao Daya, wiping her tears to reveal a smile, replied, Junior brother Zhong, you are the foremost in the upper courtyard. How could you possibly fail to sense the spirit? The inner courtyard must have prepared the strongest spirit for you. Once you enter the Linkhong Palace and return, you shall be our Uncle Zhong. Uncle Zhong? Zhong Yu was momentarily taken aback, chuckling as he shook his head. Before encountering the flame of enlightenment, he was merely an outer courtyard disciple, troubled daily by the notion of his spirit departing. Now, he was to be referred to as Uncle Zhong. He waved a farewell to the girls, stepping towards the inner gate of the sword gate. Behind him, an ethereal and melodious song arose. As the maidens of the Tao Lin clan serenaded him with their enchanting voices, the sound gradually receding into silence. The youth turned back, catching a glimpse of the girls still gazing at him from afar. I will await you in the inner gate. Zhong Yu vigorously waved his hand and struck the copper gong before the cliff. Before long, he entered the inner gate, surveying the surrounding scenery, which surpassed that of the outer gate. Water cascaded like a waterfall, exotic beasts roamed freely, and one could occasionally witness the clash of sword lights in the air, accompanied by the exhilarating sounds of swords. In the distance, Qi refinement practitioners sat cross-legged atop the peaks, channeling their soul weapons. Some soared through the skies, practicing their flying techniques, with some sprouting wings from their backs, while others harnessed the power of their soul weapons. The distinction of the Qi refinement practitioners was evident. Such phenomena were absent in the outer courtyard. Zhong Yu silently praised the grandeur before him. Junior brother Zhong, you've boldly ascended. Suddenly, a Qi refinement practitioner spotted Zhong Yu and swiftly descended, hastening to his side, whispering, You are being rather reckless. Many within the inner gate are aware of your acquisition of that sword token and harbor significant resentment, planning to seek trouble with you. It was none other than Senior Brother Gu, the very one who had guided Zhong Yu into the Sword Valley. Puzzled, Zhong Yu inquired, Isn't that sword token something everyone receives? Why target me specifically? His curiosity deepened. It seemed only a select few elders in the Jianxin Palace knew of his possession of the sword token. How had this information spread throughout the inner gate? Who could be disseminating such rumors? Senior Brother Gu chuckled helplessly. Everyone receives one? If I had one, it would be a stroke of ancestral luck. Junior brother, you must exercise caution. There are many formidable figures in the inner gate. If you encounter them, do not engage in conflict. By the way, have you not registered yet? You are still unfamiliar with our inner gate. Allow me to take you there. Register? Zhong Yu followed him, perplexed. The inner sect differs from the outer sect. Disciples of the outer sect, even those from the upper academy, cannot be deemed true disciples of the sword sect. Only the inner sect disciples hold that distinction. Senior Brother Gu elucidated the rules of the inner sect, stating that the techniques imparted in the outer sect originate from various clans and do not represent the true lineage of our sword sect. Conversely, what is taught in the inner sect comprises the genuine, unparalleled skills of our order. However, before this, the junior disciple must first register at the Minglu Hall. Ensuring their name is officially recorded, thereby qualifying them as a named disciple of the sword sect. The distinction between the inner and outer sect lies here. Disciples of the outer sect do not have their names recorded within the sword sect, while only those who ascend to inner sect status will have their names documented, formally becoming disciples of the sword sect. Accompanied by senior brother Gu, they arrived at the Minglu Hall. Gu remarked, "Once you have registered at the Minglu Hall, you may proceed to the Linghong Palace. As long as you become a Qi refinement master, you will be granted a residence." A residence? Zhongyu's eyes gleamed. Is it those grand halls atop the Lingji platform? Senior brother Gu chuckled. Junior disciple, your aspirations are lofty. Those grand halls are the abodes of our sect's hall masters and elders. Only if you can command a hall will you be permitted to reside within. However, as a named disciple, you are still quite distant from the positions of hall masters and elders. Only upon becoming a true transmission disciple will you draw nearer to that status. The hall masters, also known as sword masters, include figures like Zhuo Xiangxing, who, after defeating the hall master of the Bikuan Hall, became the new master, known as Zhuo Jianzhu. Oh, I see. Zhongyu, enlightened by this information, inquired with a smile, "Senior brother Gu, have you ever heard of the name Qiu Jianer?" After pondering for a moment, Gu replied, "Qiu Jianer? Is she not the one with the innate spiritual body from the Qiu clan? She is said to have trained under her mother, and it is rumored she resides within the Yangshan Palace. However, she has never ventured outside that realm, and I have not encountered her. I did hear last month that this girl fell ill and was sent to Elder Yu by her mother. I wonder if she has returned since then." Jianer has fallen ill? Zhongyu, after inquiring about the locations of the Yangshan Palace and Linghong Palace, expressed his gratitude to senior brother Gu and turned to enter the Minglu Hall for registration. Upon exiting, he contemplated whether to head to the Linghong Palace or the Yangshan Palace. The Linghong Palace held little significance for him, as Xinhua had already promised to take him away from the sword sect to experience the essence of the sun spirit and moon spirit. Thus, he decided to first check on Jianer in the Yangshan Palace. As he left the Minglu Hall, the Qi refinement master who had recorded his details suddenly sensed a thought, manifesting their spiritual energy into a soaring crane. Shortly thereafter, the crane flapped its wings and arrived before a residence, calling out, "Tuoyo. The Zhongshan disciple you inquired about has arrived." As the door to the residence opened, a Qi refinement master emerged, looking up and expressing gratitude. "Thank you, senior brother. At last, the sword token containing the Master's boundless sword energy has arrived." In front of the cave, a large black ox was grazing. Upon hearing this, the ox's eyes widened, and it swiftly turned and fled, bounding through the mountains until it reached another cave, exclaiming, "Master, the Zhongshan disciple has arrived." Silence. A voice filled with ire resounded from within the cave, chastising, "You foolish ox, do you not see the numerous guests present? If you let this news slip, will you not be revealing it to them as well?" A woman's laughter echoed through the cavern. "Brother, do you intend to hoard it all for yourself? That sword token is the master's unparalleled skill. If you were to take it, would you be able to bear the master's wrath? It is precisely because it is the master's ultimate technique that one must seize it." 6 or 7 Qi refiners emerged from the cave in succession, the foremost among them, a young man, chuckled. "If we were to snatch the sword token, it would only prove that such a person is unworthy of being the master's disciple. If they cannot defeat us even after acquiring the master's skill, they deserve to be robbed." Such is the reasoning. The Qi refiners immediately dispersed, proclaiming, "Let us first gather information about the Zhongshan clan's cave and await him there." At the summit of the sword gate, Qiu Jianer remained composed, while the beautiful woman beside her wore a somber expression, gently pushing her toward the sun god temple. "Mother, my heart has not entirely petrified yet," Qiu Jianer reassured. "It is merely the tip of your heart that has become petrified. Even if it were entirely so, you would not perish. It merely renders you immobile." The woman forced a smile, stating, "The Grand Elder cannot suppress the wood energy within you," indicating that Jianer possesses exceptional talent. The mother and daughter consoled each other as they made their way to the sun god temple. The beautiful woman sat with Qiu Jianer for a moment, engaging in conversation, before suddenly rising with determination, exclaiming, "Mother must see the master once more. If he refuses to meet me, I shall kneel to death at the summit. I refuse to believe he can stand by and watch me perish." Qiu Jianer hastily urged her to reconsider, but the woman had already stormed off, heading straight for the summit. "Mother is too hasty. The Master's supreme sword energy is intended for the next leader. If you plead with him, he will not teach you. The summit would already be filled with those kneeling for his instruction." Qiu Jianer shook her head. a hint of a smile breaking through as she mused, I wonder if Brother Zheng is still refining his soul amidst the thunder layers. I have not seen him in quite some time. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a familiar voice called out from outside the Sun God Temple. May I inquire if this is the Sun God Temple? Is Qiu Jian'er residing here? Surprised and delighted, Qiu Jian'er took a moment before an elderly caretaker hurried into the hall, saying, Miss, a young man with large eyes has come, claiming to be an old acquaintance. Would you like to see him? Joy blossomed in Qiu Jian'er's heart, but as she glanced down at her wheelchair, her expression dimmed, and she shook her head. Just tell him I am not here. Very well, the old woman replied as she exited the hall, her voice echoing, My lady says she is not here. Qiu Jian'er's face flushed with embarrassment, and she quickly concentrated her thoughts, allowing her wheelchair to rise as she draped her skirt over her legs, exclaiming with mock anger. Aunt Lu, must you be so honest? You. Never mind. I shall go out to meet him. The wooden wheelchair soared outward, the voice of the old woman continuing to resonate. Oh, wide-eyed youth, your human race is truly complex. One moment you say you are not here. The next you assert your presence. I have followed my lady for half a lifetime, and still cannot fathom it. Qiu Jian'er felt an even greater embarrassment, her heart racing like a startled deer. As the wheelchair exited the Sun God Temple, she noticed a simple young man on the Lingji platform turning to look at her, the sunlight illuminating him, making him appear as radiant as the day itself. Jian'er, my junior sister, it has been quite some time. Zhongyu approached with an apologetic expression, saying, I have come to return this sword token to you. I have greatly benefited from the Gungjin sword technique I learned from it. However, this token is exceedingly precious. I implore you to keep it safe. And what is the matter with your leg? This sword token should be kept by Brother Zheng. As it holds no value for me, Qiu Jian'er replied, her countenance darkening as the wooden wheelchair gently descended to the ground. I have accumulated wood energy within me that I cannot dissipate. I fear that before long, I shall turn into a mere block of wood. The Grand Elder has said I possess a wooden spirit body destined to transform into a wood spirit. Zhongyu questioned, Is it not possible to dispel the wood energy using Gungjin sword qi? The old woman nearby chuckled helplessly, wide-eyed youth. If Gungjin sword qi could dispel the wood energy within my girl, it would indeed be a remarkable phenomenon. Why can Gungjin sword qi, which can extract sword energy from all things, not refine the wood energy within my junior sister? Zhongyu pondered, stepping forward. Allow me to give it a try. Junior sister, please lift your skirt to reveal your leg. Qiu Jian'er blushed, perplexed by his intent, but resolutely lifted her skirt slightly, exposing her delicate calf. Zhongyu knelt down, his palm gliding over her leg as he closed his eyes, envisioning the enigmatic sword pattern of the supreme sword qi, attempting to draw forth the wood energy from within the young girl. As he began to visualize, a surging wave of wood energy rushed forth, instantly filling the sword pattern he had conjured. A wooden sword qi formed within his consciousness, growing increasingly pure and expansive. What a magnificent wood energy! Zhongyu marveled. Equally astonished was his companion, Xianhua. After a moment, Zhongyu withdrew his hand, gently squeezing Qiu Jian'er's calf, and raised his gaze. Does it hurt? The young woman nearly buried her face in her chest, her voice barely a whisper. A little. Zhongyu breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. This indicates it is indeed effective. The old woman beside them was so astonished that her eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, murmuring to herself, Gungjin sword qi can also heal my girl's leg. What has my lady been up to all these years? Zhongyu pinched his fingers, feeling a slight slickness between them. He cast a fleeting glance at Qiu Jian'er's dress. His heart stirred momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure, exclaiming in surprise, Jian'er, have you not practiced the Gungjin sword qi? Qiu Jian'er lowered her head, poking her calf, a mixture of astonishment and joy on her face. As she shook her head and replied, I have practiced the Gungjin sword qi, but it seems somewhat different from yours, senior brother. The Gungjin sword qi can only absorb the essence of metal, providing little relief for the excess wood energy within me. Zhongyu suddenly understood, smiling as he said, It appears you have not discerned the more subtle totems within the Gungjin sword qi. In that case, allow me to teach you. With an open heart, he did not dwell on the self-given name of the great sword qi. Chuckling, Sister, I will impart to you the fundamental totem of the Gungjin sword qi. Together, we shall refine the excess wood energy within you, enhancing the speed of your recovery. Perhaps before long, you will be able to move freely. Qiu Jian'er felt a surge of joy and quickly turned to Granny Lu, saying, Granny, please go to the Golden Summit and inform my mother that senior brother Zheng has come to see me and has a method to heal me. Tell her not to plead with the sect master any longer. Granny Lu pursed her lips, eyeing Zhongyu warily, and shook her head. My dear girl, I am tasked by the madam to guard this Yangshan hall and cannot leave even a step. Moreover, with me here, no one shall dare to bully you. Xiao Jinner laughed. With senior brother Zhong here, who would dare to trouble me? I am precisely concerned about him, Granny Lu replied bluntly. My dear girl, you are unwell. Should he act on his base instincts and take advantage of you, where would you find solace to weep? She recalled how, years ago, the madam had been alone and was taken advantage of by your ill-fated father. Had I been present, I would have put an end to him, leaving you alone here. I cannot ensure you do not repeat the madam's misfortunes. Zhongyu was both amused and exasperated, while Qiu Jian'er's face turned crimson as she stole a glance at him, whispering, Granny, senior brother Zhong is not that kind of person. That remains to be seen, Granny Lu retorted. Then it seems my mother must endure the hardship. Qiu Jian'er sighed in resignation, saying, Senior brother, shall we begin? Zhong Yu's mental energy surged forth as he commenced constructing the patterns of the great sword Qi, allowing her to observe closely. Although this pattern was singular, it was exceedingly intricate. Even with Zhong Yu's formidable mental prowess, manifesting the complete pattern in the air proved to be a challenge, especially in demonstrating the pattern to Qiu Jian'er, as it required showcasing all the complex lines, demanding a high level of mental acuity and control. The learning of this pattern was also a test of Qiu Jian'er's intellect. As Zhong Yu constructed the pattern, he elucidated the techniques embedded within it. The methods derived from the pattern were profoundly obscure. Thanks to the teachings of the flame, he had invested considerable effort to fully comprehend the techniques concealed within the pattern. Taking nearly half a month to do so, Qiu Jian'er found her own studies to be exceedingly arduous, particularly as the pattern, though superficially a mere totem, contained countless intricate totem lines that allowed for not a single error. The cultivation technique was even more abstruse. Zhong Yu instructed while simultaneously refining the excess wood qi within her body. After over half a month, Qiu Jian'er finally grasped it and began attempting to forge sword energy through sword patterns. The wood attributes within her had diminished significantly. The wood qi surging toward her heart had been refined by Zhong Yu over these days, eliminating the risk of petrification. However, her legs remained immobile. Is this the innate spiritual physique? Zhong Yu's soul stood above the sea of consciousness, gazing at the sword energy he had forged by refining the wood qi within Qiu Jian'er over these past days. In just a short span, this wood sword energy had already matched the purity of his own dragon steed sword energy. The dragon steed sword energy was forged from the essence of the beast god, the inner elixir essence of the dragon steed demon god. If the wood sword energy could rival it, did that mean Qiu Jian'er was akin to a living beast god inner elixir? Boy, if you could couple with this girl, your power would surge tremendously, Xianhua declared solemnly. This girl is a human-shaped spiritual pill, an immense tonic that could undoubtedly help you forge astonishing wood sword energy. Zhong Yu coughed lightly and retrieved the sword token, placing it in Qiu Jian'er's hands. Junior sister Jian'er, now that you've mastered the gung metal sword energy, all you need is continuous practice to refine the wood qi. Within half a year at most, your legs should recover. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Qiu Jian'er was reluctant to see him go. Senior brother Zhong, where do you reside? Once my legs heal, I shall visit you. Zhong Yu relayed the location of his cave abode before departing, musing to himself. I haven't even had the chance to visit my own cave, but since the Spirit Void Hall has reserved a place for me, I must make an appearance. Instead of returning to his cave, he headed straight for the Spirit Void Hall. Meanwhile, outside Zhong Yu's cave, numerous young intersect qi refiners waited under the scorching sun for his arrival. Over half a month has passed, and Zhong Shanshi still hasn't appeared. Could it be that he is afraid? One youth muttered impatiently. If he never shows up, are we to wait here indefinitely? Tuo Weo sneered. If you lack patience, you may leave. No one is stopping you. The others echoed his disdain, yet none departed. After all, the sword token Zhong Shanshi possessed was of immense significance, representing the highest inheritance of the sword gate. None were willing to relinquish such an opportunity. Within the Spirit Void Hall, Zhong Yu surveyed the surroundings. Towering sword gates, numbering over 100, stood within the grand hall, each representing the inheritance of a spirit. If fate permitted, a gate would open, allowing the top 100 disciples of the upper court to enter. Whether one could perceive the spirit within depended entirely on their own aptitude. The spirit prepared for you in the Spirit Void Hall is the mightiest in the great wilderness. The elder guarding the hall sat cross-legged, his brows and beard trembling slightly as he spoke gravely. It lies within this sword gate, the spirit of our sword gate mountain. The sword spirit. This gate has remained unopened for 10 years. and the accumulated spiritual energy is vast and profound. Meditate carefully and see if you can awaken it. Zhong Yu's heart stirred, but he refrained from immediately attuning to the gate. Instead, he bowed and inquired, "Elder, has Shui Qingyan arrived as well? Which gate did she enter? Is she the woman of the Shui family? She stands alongside you as the foremost in the upper court." Having entered this sacred gate over 10 days prior, the elder lowered his gaze, yet his long white eyebrows lifted, gesturing towards a sword gate, stating, "Behind this portal lies the spirit left by the first-generation master of my sword sect, a divine being as powerful as the sword spirits themselves." Zhang Yu turned his attention to the gate, a flicker of killing intent igniting in his eyes. Suddenly, the sword gate swung open, revealing a young maiden stepping forth. It was Shui Qingyan, adorned with a snow-white mink collar that accentuated her fair complexion. This collar served not merely as decoration, but also to conceal the scar on her neck, a remnant of her battle with Zhong Yu, where his dragon roar sword energy had nearly severed her neck in twain. Their gazes met, and the elder sensed an unusual tension in the air, a palpable aura of hostility within the Linkhong Hall. "Brother Zhang," Shui Qingyan greeted with a cheerful smile. "Sister Shui," Zhong Yu returned the gesture. Shui Qingyan chuckled softly and turned to leave, prompting Zhong Yu to avert his gaze. Feeling a disquiet in his heart, "I was summoned by the elder for a rigorous investigation, yet the mother of heavenly phenomena remains unscathed. The sword sect does not uphold fairness." With a sense of injustice pervading the sword sect, he settled into a meditative posture, deliberately refraining from sensing the energies around him. After a moment, he rose and addressed the elder. "I am unable to sense what is needed to open this sword gate. It appears I am unfit for the sword spirits within." The elder finally opened his eyes, studying him intently before responding with a smile. "You have yet to sense. How can the sword gate open? If you are unaware of how to attune yourself, I can guide you. Visualize the sword gate in your mind, release your spiritual energy, and you shall be able to perceive the spirits behind these gates. If a gate is suited to you, it shall open automatically. Even if the sword spirit is not aligned with you, there will be other spirits that are. Do not hastily surrender, young man." Zhong Yu blinked, contemplating. "I aspire to leave the sword gate and commune with the spirits of the sun and moon. However, connecting with such celestial spirits may prove challenging. Perhaps I should seize this moment to experiment first." He settled into stillness, cultivating his spirit and envisioning the Sun Emperor. The elder nodded slightly, thinking, "This youth possesses potential. Though somewhat impetuous, he shows the capacity for correction. I wonder if he can indeed unlock the sword spirit gate." Just as this thought crossed his mind, a series of creaking sounds resonated through the hall, and one of the sword gates began to open slowly. The elder acknowledged this development, reflecting, "Remarkable. To have opened the gate so swiftly indicates his spiritual energy is sufficiently strong, and his visualization is adept. Yet this is not the gate of the sword spirit." Suddenly, the sounds of creaking multiplied within the Linkhong Hall, and the elder's expression shifted to one of shock as he scanned the surroundings, his countenance changing dramatically. To his astonishment, he saw that over 100 portals were now all gradually swinging open. The gates of the sword spirits have opened, and even the gates of the divine beings have followed suit. All portals have opened. This signifies that the spirits concealed behind these gates deem this young man suitable for them. This occurrence marks an unprecedented event in the history of the Sword Gate Mountain. Even a naturally gifted spirit cannot possibly open every portal. How could he achieve that? The elder was profoundly shocked, and after a long while, he regained his composure and hurriedly glanced towards the spot where Zhong Yu had been seated, only to find him vanish without a trace. A jolt ran through his heart. Which portal had he entered? Outside the Linkhong Palace, Zhong Yu descended the mountain of Sword Gate with a medicinal basket on his back. Murmuring, "It seems that sensing the spirit isn't as challenging as it appears. Xinhua, shall we set off now?" Xinhua exclaimed with enthusiasm, "The sooner, the better. What are sword spirits and divine beings compared to the magnificent legacy left by the great Xinhua? Let us seek out the teleportation array I established, and I shall first send you to the moon, allowing you to sense the moon's spirit." Meanwhile, in front of Zhong Yu's cave, Tua Wuyo and the others anxiously awaited his return. The numerous young Qi refiners of the inner sect offered each other words of comfort, asserting, "Zhong Shan will surely return. This lad is undoubtedly comprehending the spirit in Linkhong Palace. If we remain here, we can intercept him. Hold on. All our efforts will bear fruit. Mother of celestial phenomena. Are you suggesting that Zhong Shan seems to know your background?" In the empty hall, Shui Qingyan regarded the figure in the shadows with a hint of trepidation. The figure smiled, "Rest assured, I have ascertained the reason for Zhong Shan's acquisition of the old man's great freedom sword Qi." The old man. Cherishing the daughter of Qiu Tan, Qiu Jianer, who is a natural spirit body, wished to prevent her from becoming wooden, hence instructed Qiu Tan to steal the sword token. However, Qiu Jianer did not grasp its intricacies and instead gifted this sword token to Zhongshan. While Zhongshan may be aware of your origins, the old man certainly is not, so you need not worry. Shui Qing insight in relief. What about Zhongshan? He knows my identity, which ultimately poses a threat and is detrimental to our grand scheme. Currently, no one believes him, as he is of little consequence. However, if the old man were to summon him one day, his status would become significant. If he were to expose me then, even the Elder Council would weigh his words carefully. If I were to be exposed, do not think I would spare you. The figure in the shadows smiled faintly and replied, you need not concern yourself. I have already given instructions. Zhongshan will not leave Sword Gate alive. A shock ran through Shui Qingyan as she exclaimed, you plan to eliminate that lad within Sword Gate? Are you mad? That child has caught the old man's attention. If he dies here, it will surely lead back to you and implicate me. Mother of celestial phenomena, you need not worry. I shall leave no trace. If I desire to kill, even in your presence, you would not know it was I. Zhongshan will vanish without a sound. No one will connect it to me. My roots run deep, intertwined and entrenched within Sword Gate, and my supporters extend beyond merely Shui. Tuesday Zhongshan's demise will create but a ripple in the well, which will soon settle. Zhongyu arrived at the edge of the precipice, struck the bronze gong, and soon, the crocodile dragon shook its head and tail, soaring through the mist from the chasm to land at the shore. Senior Crocodile Dragon, I kindly ask you to take me to the other side. Zhongyu said politely as he ascended onto the back of the crocodile dragon. The creature spread its wings and soared gracefully into the mist at the center of the precipice. However, midway through the journey, Zhongyu furrowed his brow as he noticed the dragon's speed diminishing until it gradually came to a halt. Young man, it is not my intention to harm you. Rather, I owe a debt of gratitude to someone that must be repaid, the crocodile dragon murmured beneath Zhongyu. A sudden alarm surged within him as the dragon abruptly rolled, causing the world to spin wildly around him, flipping him upside down. This was the death roll of a crocodile, clearly an attempt to toss him into the forbidden grounds below, known as the Sword Gate, a place where malevolent spirits were suppressed, steeped in darkness. With flesh and blood perpetually growing and crawling up the cliff, a grotesque sight that only ancient deities could seal away. If he were to be thrown into that forbidden zone, it would undoubtedly mean his demise. Zhongyu's reflexes were astonishingly swift. In the instant the crocodile dragon rolled, he crouched down, gripping tightly onto the dragon's bony protrusions, his body being flung straight, narrowly avoiding being cast into the abyss below. Visualize the Sun Emperor, he thought, as his mental energy surged within his consciousness. However, the overwhelming malevolence of the area, coupled with the deific seals, shattered his attempt to visualize the form of the Sun Emperor before it could even manifest. Amidst the swirling mist, the crocodile dragon rolled again, its speed accelerating as it sought to dislodge him and cast him into the abyss. Zhongyu felt his grip on the bony protrusions weakening, and a sense of despair washed over him. In a sudden decision, he released his hold, letting himself be flung free. Explode! He shouted in fury, his form plummeting like a meteor toward the forbidden zone. Suddenly, he stomped down with great force, his foot striking the air as if to condense it, creating a thunderous boom that reverberated across a radius of 30 feet. His descent slowed momentarily. He lifted his other foot and stomped down again, producing another resounding crash, compressing the air further and slowing his fall even more. With each step, the air was compressed flatter and flatter. As he lifted his feet, the released air coalesced, and droplets of what appeared to be rain began to fall. Yet it was not water, but blood, extracted from the atmosphere by his exertion. Zhongyu finally ceased his descent, his formidable physical prowess manifesting as he began to ascend, stepping solidly in the air. This boy has truly honed his body to such an extraordinary level. Above, the crocodile dragon observed in astonishment. There was no need for visualization. He was utilizing the rebound force created by his steps upon the compressed air to elevate himself. Such demands on physical strength and explosive power were terrifyingly high, even for a creature of his caliber. Yet, to witness Zhongyu achieving such feats at the tender age of 15 or 16, one can only imagine the extraordinary strength he has honed within his physique. As he propelled himself through the air, ascending with a grace akin to walking on clouds, the toll of continuous exertion weighed heavily upon him, rendering him unable to maintain this pace for long. The crocodile dragon soared towards him, a creature of formidable lineage, possessing the might of both a jiao and a dragon. Its colossal form was not only immensely powerful, but also remarkably agile. And the cyclone it generated as it lunged forward almost incapacitated Zhong Yu's ability to maneuver through the air. Brother Zhong, it is not the crocodile dragon that seeks your demise, but rather your transgressions against someone you should not have offended. That individual has bestowed kindness upon the crocodile dragon, and I am merely repaying that debt. As the massive creature bore down upon him, Zhong Yu continued to leap through the air, desperately evading the impending onslaught. He struck the crocodile dragon with a powerful punch, but its body, encased in impenetrable bone armor, absorbed the blow without sustaining any damage. The impact sent Zhong Yu hurtling backward, distancing him from the behemoth. He ascended swiftly, declaring, "Crocodile dragon, who has commanded you to slay me?" The crocodile dragon remained silent, its wings unfurling as it soared vertically, effortlessly surpassing Zhong Yu. In a swift motion, its enormous tail descended upon him. Caught off guard, Zhong Yu was unable to evade, and the tail struck him, causing him to lose his balance and plummet towards the abyss below. The colossal creature inhaled deeply, drawing air into its formidable frame, creating a collapse of the surrounding atmosphere. With a powerful exhalation, it unleashed a tempestuous gust that chased Zhong Yu downwards, forcing him to succumb to the depths of the forbidden lands below. My apologies, the debt of gratitude is far too great. I am compelled by circumstance. The crocodile dragon flapped its wings, ascending into the clouds, vanishing from sight. Zhong Yu's expression shifted as he continued to leap through the air, but the relentless gale bore down upon him, hindering his ascent. He glimpsed the towering cliffs whizzing by, their surfaces devoid of skin, revealing pulsating flesh and massive veins that throbbed, supplying the meaty masses with blood. Upon those cliffs lay enormous crimson totems, intermittently illuminating to suppress the malevolence and writhing flesh below, creating an eerie tableau. As he descended, the intangible malevolence in the air began to invade Zhong Yu's consciousness, stirring tumult within his mind as shadowy phantoms emerged, wreaking havoc. In a fit of agitation, Zhong Yu's eyes turned a fierce crimson, yet his mind remained remarkably lucid, likely due to the deity's seals upon the cliffs, preventing the malevolence from exerting control over him. As dark mists, reminiscent of ethereal souls, surged towards him, a spark leapt from his consciousness, alighting upon his shoulder. This flickering flame emanated a gentle glow, repelling the encroaching black fog and thwarting even the dense, aqueous malevolence and the deity's oppressive force from breaching this protective luminescence. With a resounding thud, Zhong Yu landed softly. Yet beneath his feet lay a gruesome tapestry of flesh and blood, not mere piles of stones. Shielded by the sacred flames, he was able to withstand the oppressive forces of the divine seals and the malignant influences of the abyss. He felt his consciousness stirring, allowing him to visualize the Sun Emperor, purging the inner demons that had taken root in his mind. Fortuitously, the sacred flames remained, for without them, the encroaching black mist would surely claim his life. Zhong Yu exhaled in relief, but suddenly, the sound of a heavy object plummeting from above pierced the air. Alarmed and enraged, he sprinted forward, wondering if the crocodile dragon had spotted him alive and sought to crush him with a boulder. A thunderous crash resounded as the object struck the ground behind him. Narrowly evading this peril, he turned to behold a shocking sight. It was not a stone, but the crocodile dragon itself. The colossal creature's eyes were wide with terror, its forehead shattered by an unknown force, its brain matter obliterated, an ignoble death indeed. The black mist surged forth, swiftly consuming the dragon's flesh, leaving only a stark white skeleton that lay mournfully atop the bloodied remnants. A chill coursed through Zhong Yu's body, and his heart grew colder still. In a twisted act of gratitude, the crocodile dragon had cast him down the cliff, allowing the black mist to obliterate him, all while its benefactor sought to silence the beast to prevent any leaks of information. Looking skyward, he was met with a thick shroud of black mist, obscuring any view of the heights above. Could it be the formidable figure of the Shui Tushar, who had embedded the celestial entity within his water sister, that had slain the crocodile dragon? No, the dragon had spoken of a benefactor, and as a creature from the Thunder Lake. Its true benefactor should be the Thunder Lake clan. Zhong Yu's hands turned icy as he recalled the boisterous visage of the Thunder Lake elder, who had casually spread the news of his acquisition of the sword plate, orchestrated the dragon's assassination, and then had the audacity to eliminate the dragon itself. What treachery was afoot within the sword sect, entwined with the machinations of the demonic race? The flesh at the cliff's base writhed as if a gaping maw, slowly engulfing the massive corpse of the crocodile dragon. Zhong Yu felt the encroaching tendrils of flesh attempting to grasp at his legs, prompting him to leap into the air. As he soared 100 feet high, a colossal light screen materialized above him. The totems of the divine seals upon the cliff walls radiated brilliantly, an invisible force pressing down upon him. Zhang Yu let out a muffled groan as he was inexorably pulled downward. The divine seals, left by the deities upon the cliff, permitted no entry nor exit, binding him to this cursed abyss. The crocodile dragon was dead, and so too was the Zhongshan clan. In the emptiness of the grand hall, Shui Qingyan smiled, her curiosity piqued. Even if this deed goes unnoticed by the gods, it will not remain concealed for long. The crocodile dragon's swift disappearance will soon raise suspicions, and the vanishing of the Zhongshan clan cannot be hidden indefinitely. Should someone venture to the base of the cliff and discover the bodies of Zhongshan and the crocodile dragon, they could easily ascertain the identity of the killer from the wounds upon the dragon's corpse. The celestial phenomena remain a mystery to you, as do the entities suppressed beneath the sword gate and the seals of the deities. From the shadows, a voice chuckled, "That is the seal of the gods. Once one falls within, there is no escape, and none dare venture to investigate. Even if someone were bold enough to descend, they would find no trace of the crocodile dragon and the Zhongshan clan's remains, for," he smiled, "they have already been devoured, leaving not a single trace. Moreover, even if one could enter the realm of demonic souls and emerge alive, they could never fathom what lies above me. For, heh." Shui Qingyan felt a tremor in her heart, and replied with a playful laugh, "I am quite curious. Even I, a demon lord long accustomed to the great wilderness, possess limited knowledge of the seals beneath the sword gate. How is it that you know so much, even the intricate details of the seals? Who exactly are you?" The figure in the shadows gradually dissipated, like a phantom, and spoke leisurely. "Do not pry too deeply, celestial phenomenon matriarch. You only need to understand that by cooperating with me, you shall not only avoid any losses, but will also avenge the deep-seated grievances of millennia past, subjugating the people of the great wilderness and rendering your demonic kin more glorious and powerful than ever. As for me, I merely desire the entities suppressed beneath Sword Gate Mountain." Shui Qingyan snorted coldly and turned to leave, exclaiming, "Playing tricks. At the bottom of the cliff." Zhang Yu furrowed his brow in contemplation. "With the seals of the gods in place, it seems I cannot escape from here. What shall I do now?" "Ah, the demonic soul's miasma erupted from outside Sword Gate Mountain, did it not?" Xianhua, filled with curiosity, surveyed the surroundings with great excitement, muttering to himself. Upon hearing this, he laughed and said, "Indeed, the demonic soul's miasma erupted just outside Sword Gate Mountain, a mere 100 miles away." "What do you mean?" Zhang Yu took a deep breath and replied, "The seals at the cliff are formidable, yet the seals at the site of the miasma's eruption must be considerably weaker. That is the only place where the seal can be breached. To survive, we must pass through there, but I wonder what dangers lurk in this forbidden land." Xianhua leaped with joy, exclaiming, "The realm of demonic souls. I've longed to explore it. Let us go. Hurry, let us delve inside and uncover its mysteries." Zhang Yu nodded, glanced skyward, and turned to venture deeper into the forbidden area. "The great wilderness is the realm of my people. No foreign entity shall meddle, nor conspire with outsiders to harm our kin." His steps were heavy as he trod upon flesh and blood. "My current strength may be insufficient, but it shall not remain so forever. The Lord of the Sword Gate may be aged, but I am still young." The valley was strewn with immense chunks of flesh, interconnected by veins as thick as several feet, branching into thinner vessels, as if a heart still pumped life through them, the veins pulsating occasionally. The walls of the cliff resembled a web of blood vessels. As Zhang Yu surveyed his surroundings, he felt as though he had entered the body of a colossal being. Along the way, he encountered more divine engravings left by the gods, which, despite the passage of countless ages, had not faded. The potency of the divine seals persisted, formidable and presenting abstract patterns. Although Zhang Yu could only glimpse fragments of the seals, he felt a profound sense of trepidation. The seals here reveal an exceedingly profound and intricate totem, obscure and inscrutable. The sheer variety of totems is enough to induce a sense of bewilderment, indicating the multitude of deities involved in this sealing. The presence of so many gods and demons suggests that their purpose extends far beyond merely confining malevolent souls. There must be deeper, more astonishing secrets buried here. Zhang Yu exchanged a glance with Xianhua, both uttering in unison, "Young Yu, retrieve the bronze lamp." Xianhua's tone suddenly turned grave as he whispered, "The malevolent energy here has intensified. It is likely that something undesirable will manifest." "Undesirable?" A tightness gripped Zhang Yu's heart as he retrieved the bronze lamp from the medicine basket. Xianhua darted into the wick of the lamp, causing the flame to illuminate more brightly. He murmured, "If what emerges is the soul of a demon god, I can withstand it and prevent it from penetrating my light." However, Should it be a life form born of malevolence and demonic energy, once it takes on flesh and becomes sentient, I shall be unable to resist, and it will require your intervention. This bronze lamp, his sanctuary, must possess significance beyond its seemingly dilapidated state. Yet Xianhua had never divulged its mysteries. As Zhongyu surveyed his surroundings, he noted the fleshy formations creating a spacious passage, yet nothing appeared to be manifesting, prompting him to inquire, Xianhua, what exactly is this undesirable entity? The gods and demons are exceedingly powerful. Even these lesser deities are formidable adversaries. Moreover, they harbor a terrifying vitality within them. Their demise was not due to natural causes, and thus, their life force should not have dissipated entirely. Xianhua, perched upon the wick, scanned the area and remarked, with so many gods and demons interred here, the life force that has not yet faded would coalesce into something formidable. After all, they have been dead for an extended period. The combination of their vitality, malevolence, and the resentful spirits of the fallen gods and demons could very well give rise to some eerie manifestations. Furthermore, with all this flesh present, if combined, it could potentially spawn corpse demons that would roam this forbidden zone. Yongyu, envision the Sun Emperor. He is divine, and should any malevolent force approach, it would find it difficult to draw near you. A shiver ran through Zhongyu as he advanced with the lamp, unconsciously slowing his pace. With Xianhua's protection shielding him from malevolence and the seals of the gods, he maintained a state of visualization, his spiritual energy emanating behind him, forming the towering silhouette of the Sun Emperor. This figure stood 12 zhang tall, with a dragon's head, a human body, and a dragon's tail, exuding majesty, solemnity, and gravitas, dispelling the aura of evil. Suddenly, a sword aura shot forth, transforming upon landing into a diminutive dragon, scurrying about in a frenzy. Another wooden sword aura emerged, landing as a small sapling, both the dragon and the sapling barely measuring a foot in height, with the sapling's roots thrashing about on the ground. Fully armed, Zhongyu treaded cautiously forward, feeling a pang of regret. If only he possessed a Ten Fiend's weapon, it would be even more perfect. The Ten Fiend's weapons of the Sword Gate are immensely powerful, yet they are notoriously difficult to wield, their ferocity capable of harming both the wielder and the foe. As the bloody remnants ahead began to thin, Xianhua's voice grew more somber, stating, "The reduction of flesh here confirms my suspicions. Strange beings have already come into existence. Ah, here lies a skeleton. What sort of soul could have ventured to this place, only to have their flesh and blood drained away? No. This individual perished from exhaustion before being stripped of their very essence. How peculiar, how peculiar." Zhongyu also noticed a humanoid skeleton kneeling before the wall of flesh, propped up by a broken blade, evidently a member of the human race. Although the blade had been severed significantly, it still measured over 5 feet in length. This person was of robust stature, their bones adorned with various totemic engravings. Upon closer inspection, Zhongyu's heart skipped a beat. This individual had inscribed totemic symbols upon their bones to enhance their physical strength. The totemic engravings depicted dragons and phoenixes, suggesting they were of a remarkably high caliber. Perhaps one of the supreme legacies of the Sword Sect. Beneath the skeleton, there was not a trace of flesh, revealing the bare rock, which bore the marks of fingers that had etched words into its surface. The 14th generation master of the Sword Sect, Tianya of the Yu clan, sensing the end of his days, ventured into the forbidden zone, encountering a corpse demon. He fought valiantly, slaying 18,000 demons, until he was utterly spent. As Zhongyu read this, a wave of shock washed over him, and he exclaimed, "This is the 14th master of our Sword Sect. How could he have come to this place and met his demise here?" The flickering flames of the fire shook, and it spoke. It is likely he was aware of the burgeoning threat of the corpse demons within this cursed zone. If left unchecked, these demons would accumulate and jeopardize the divine seals, potentially leading to a catastrophic outbreak that would threaten the vast wilderness. Knowing his time was short, he chose to confront the demons. Yet, he did not die in vain. The demons he vanquished must have been exceedingly formidable, for he could not have exhausted himself otherwise. Take this broken sword. It is surely of great significance, being the blade of a master of the Sword Sect. Zhongyu bowed respectfully to the skeleton and reached for the broken sword. However, just as his fingers grazed the hilt, it shattered into countless pieces with a resounding crash. As the man fell, so too did his sword. When Tianya of the Yu clan perished, his sword was already lost to oblivion. The flickering flame shook its head and remarked, "He is indeed a person worthy of respect. Let us move on." Zhongyu cast one last glance at the skeleton, filled with reverence, and turned to delve deeper into the forbidden area. Before long, he encountered another skeleton, also humanoid in form. The 8th-generation master of the sword sect. Lei Qianqiu of the Lei clan, knowing his time was drawing near, plunged into the forbidden zone, sacrificing himself to secure 500 years of peace for future generations. In his final moments, he remained at peace, longing for those who would come after. A shiver coursed through Zhongyu. Yet another master of the sword sect had fallen within this cursed domain. He pressed onward, discovering a third skeleton. The 19th-generation master of the sword sect. Tao Qinxian of the Tao clan, aware of her impending demise, followed in the footsteps of the sect's forebears, entering the forbidden zone to behold their remains. Grateful for the encounter, the 5th-generation master of the sword sect, Feng Xingtian of the Feng clan, cognizant of his dwindling lifespan, ventured into the forbidden zone. Sacrificing his remaining years for 500 years of peace for the people of the vast wilderness. Forgetting the future masters, he willingly gave his life. Zhongyu continued forward, encountering the skeletal remains of the masters of the sword sect through the generations. As long as the person existed, so too did the sword. When the person perished, so did the sword. One by one, the aging masters of the sect had entered this realm of demons, battling fiercely with their frail bodies until they ultimately succumbed. Upon encountering these skeletal remains, accompanied by lines of inscriptions, his heart was stirred with both shock and sorrow, a surge of valiant emotions enveloping him. With myriad thoughts dancing in his mind, this was the master of the sword gate, a remarkable figure from the vast wilderness, who had devoted his last vestige of strength to safeguard the sprawling expanse of the wilds and to ensure the prosperity of humanity. Something is amiss, suddenly exclaimed Xinhua. Steady yourself. It seems a formidable creature approaches. Zhongyu was jolted into alertness, flicking his fingers to summon the dragon's roar sword energy, which transformed into a stream of blade-like force, piercing through the 100-zhang high ceiling of the passage ahead with a resounding crack. At that moment, the walls quivered, as if a colossal entity was advancing towards them from the depths of the forbidden zone. The fleshy walls trembled incessantly, indicating that whatever was approaching was indeed immense. Yet, a sense of perplexity gripped Zhongyu. The vibrations were not the result of footsteps, but rather the pressure of a heavy object grinding against the ground. What could it possibly be? Pondered Xinhua, equally intrigued. Before long, a grotesque vehicle emerged around the bend of the fleshy corridor, a meat cart. Zhongyu found himself at a loss for words to describe the sight before him. The cart was a grotesque amalgamation of flesh and bone, stretching approximately 30 zhang in length, its yoke, windows, framework, and axles all composed of stark white bones. The wheels resembled legs, splaying outward from the axle. As the wheels rolled, the legs moved forward. The windows were obscured by animal hides, seemingly stripped directly from ferocious beasts, while a crossbeam made of countless leg bones supported a series of fleshy orbs. Each orb measured about a zhang in diameter, suspended every 2 zhang, forming a row of 16. This was the first time Zhongyu beheld such an extraordinary creature. A bizarre sense of wonder and disbelief washed over him. Was there anything more surreal than a cart composed of living flesh and bone? Xinhua, could this truly be a corpse demon born from the forbidden zone? Zhongyu murmured, handing the bronze lamp to the shadow of Su Huang behind him. Xinhua, equally bewildered, had never encountered such a strange entity and muttered, its appearance is quite peculiar, be cautious. Suddenly, one of the fleshy orbs atop the massive cart unfurled, revealing a head that drooped down, limbs outstretched. What had hung from the crossbeam was not merely flesh, but a long tail. As a large orb completely unfurled, it transformed into a bizarre creature, crashing to the ground with a thud, its tail unleashing sharp, blade-like edges that fanned out into 2 rows, resembling the blood ray sword. One of the 10 ferocious weapons Zhongyu had encountered in the sword heart hall. With a hiss, the corpse demon's 4 claws also sprouted sharpened blades, each 3 feet long, rendering it a veritable combat machine. Thus, it became evident that this was indeed a corpse demon, while the cart merely served to transport these dreadful beings. Zhongyu exhaled in relief. Although the living cart was peculiar, engaging in combat with a living corpse cart would be utterly bizarre. With a whoosh, the first corpse demon leapt into action, lunging towards Zhongyu and stirring a tempest within the corridor. How swift, Zhongyu thought, his heart racing, as the speed of the corpse demon proved astonishingly incredible, closing the distance before him in an instant. As the claws, resembling blades, cleaved through the air, they produced a thunderous crack, a testament to the air being explosively compressed, indicating that the speed of the creature's assault surpassed the very fabric of sound. This signified that the speed of the corpse demon's attack rivaled that of a chi refiner solely focused on physical cultivation. Be cautious, Xinhua exclaimed, In that fleeting moment, the corpse demon was already before Zhongyu. The passage was illuminated by shimmering sword lights, accompanied by rumbling thunder. The scales and patterns of a dragon manifested upon Zhongyu's skin, conjuring the image of the dragon Xiang to bolster his physical strength and reaction speed. He resembled a young dragon, yet his speed was astonishing. Moreover, as he moved with remarkable swiftness, his visualization remained uninterrupted. Waves of sword energy surged forth, crafted from his innate great sword energy, forming a thunderous sword aura to counter the corpse demon's lethal claws. A mere physical cultivator? Upon collision, Zhongyu felt an immense force emanating from the demon's claws, revealing that not only was its speed formidable, but its strength was equally overwhelming. Leaving his muscles tingling and forcing him to stumble backward, the corpse demon, too, was jolted back, but quickly regained its footing and surged forward. Leaping onto the fleshy wall of the passage, advancing toward Zhongyu with the swiftness of lightning. In the next instant, it closed the distance, its elongated sword-like tail slicing down toward Zhongyu with blinding speed. Though I am not yet a chi refiner, I am a master of both strength and energy. Die! Zhongyu roared. Suddenly, a sapling erupted from below with a hissing sound, rapidly growing in the wind, branching out into countless limbs, each imbued with sword energy. In a single strike, it pierced the corpse demon, leaving it riddled with wounds. As the demon's tail swept toward him, Zhongyu unleashed the Huang fist visualized behind him to parry the razor-sharp tail. The tail hissed as it sliced through the manifestation of his mental energy, its speed diminishing drastically. Ultimately, the tail halted mere inches from his neck, and Zhongyu landed safely on the ground. At that moment, the corpse demon unexpectedly disintegrated into countless fragments, crashing to the ground as it was dismantled by the sword tree formed from his wooden sword energy. This was the power of a chi refiner's sword energy, undeniably formidable. Zhongyu's heart raced as he marveled at the potency of the wooden sword energy. Although he was not yet a chi refiner and could not draw spiritual energy from the universe to forge sword energy, Qiujianer, possessing a natural spiritual body, harbored a surging essence of wood within her. He had harnessed the excess wood energy within her to create this miniature tree-shaped sword energy, and witnessing its formidable might was truly astonishing. The corpse demon, akin to a chi refiner focused solely on physical cultivation, had been effortlessly severed as if cutting through tofu by the wooden sword energy. The wooden sword energy he extracted from Jinner was merely a fraction, 1 or 2%, of the excess wood energy within her. If Jinner were to fully refine her surplus wood energy into sword energy, what unimaginable terror and astonishment would that yield? Zhongyu could not help but feel a sense of longing. However, this does not imply that body-refining chi practitioners are inferior to their chi-refining counterparts. In a confrontation between two chi practitioners of comparable prowess, it is indeed challenging to determine who might prevail. The speed of a body-refining chi practitioner may allow them to eliminate their opponent before the latter even has the chance to strike, leaving them with no opportunity to react. Conversely, a chi-refining practitioner might also gather their sword energy in advance and strike down their opponent with a single blow. It is only Zhongyu, a practitioner of both strength and chi, who can effortlessly vanquish a corpse demon in battle. While the corpse demon is undeniably formidable, it is not excessively grotesque. This particular corpse demon likely has just recently come into existence, as the more powerful ones have been eradicated by generations of sword sect masters. Zhongyu let out a sigh of relief and gazed ahead, only to notice a sudden twitch at the corner of his eye. In the brief moment since he had slain the corpse demon, numerous large flesh orbs from the corpse cart had fallen to the ground, unfurling to reveal a total of 15 corpse demons emerging in the passageway. This was indeed a troubling development. Zhongyu took a deep breath, and suddenly, the horde of corpse demons surged forward, rushing towards him. Within the vast expanse of the passage, the demons dashed with astonishing speed, their forms flickering erratically, moving too swiftly for the naked eye to perceive. There was no choice but to fight to the death. Zhongyu bellowed, unleashing the power within him as he charged forward, matching the speed of the corpse demons. Although the demons possessed formidable strength, they did not hold an overwhelming advantage over him. Not only was he astonishingly fit, but he also cultivated chi, honing his mental prowess. Though he lacked the sharp claws of the corpse demons, his mental acuity rivaled that of a chi practitioner. Dragon Roar sword energy, go! In the passage, behind the horde of corpse demons, a sword energy suddenly erupted from the flesh wall, transforming into a 3-foot-long dragon roar that moved in tandem with Zhongyu. Converging towards the demons at the center of the passage, Zhongyu's speed intensified, with the ethereal figure of his mental energy closely following him. the figure reached out, grasping a small sapling that had been flung into the air, and with a mere shake, the sapling surged with growth, morphing into a sword tree. As Zhongyu neared the advancing swarm of corpse demons, he thrust both hands forward with great force, and a thunderous roar reverberated through the passage, unleashing countless bolts of thunderous sword energy slicing forward. The brilliant lightning illuminated the surroundings, blinding to the eye. The clash between man and the horde of corpse demons ensued, with furious roars echoing, and the passage was instantly filled with a chaotic flurry of flesh and blood. The dragon roar sword energy sliced through the air with a sharp sound, severing a colossal head, while the ethereal figure wielding the sword tree descended upon the demons, resulting in a whirlwind of dismembered limbs. The attacks from the corpse demons were equally ferocious, their sword tails and claws ripping through the air, producing thunderous sounds at a speed that was nearly imperceptible. Zhongyu soon found himself stained with blood, narrowly evading the lethal claws of the demons as well as the sudden strikes of their sword tails. Raising his hand, the dragon roar sword energy surged forth, swirling around him like a gentle breeze as he raced through the passage, making contact with the demons but never lingering. To stop would mean falling into the siege of the demon horde, undoubtedly leading to his demise beneath a storm of blades. The resonant sound of the dragon's sword energy clashed with the myriad of sword lights that surged forth from all directions. Behind Zhongyu, the ethereal figure of the Flame Emperor expanded and contracted dramatically, the sword tree in his grasp suddenly swelling outward before retracting violently, shrouding the surroundings in chaos. In an instant, Zhongyu darted through the passage like a bolt of lightning, even scaling the fleshy walls, his feet moving with such agility that he engaged the approaching undead demons mid-air. His speed was astonishingly swift, so much so that even while maneuvering upon the fleshy walls, he did not falter. Indeed, if one possesses sufficient velocity, not only can they ascend vertical surfaces, but they may also traverse through the air, outpacing flight itself. At that moment, Zhongyu was darting rapidly along the fleshy walls and ceiling of the passage, his sword energy surging forth as he desperately evaded the encroaching undead. The demons trailed closely behind, clambering up the walls with astonishing speed and razor-sharp claws. Yet, even amidst this relentless pursuit, some demons were occasionally pierced by his sword strikes, with others sustaining a sudden, minute puncture in their foreheads, causing their bodies to plummet from the walls. After a brief interval, Zhongyu staggered to the ground, gasping for breath, his body marred by numerous wounds, each marked by sword cuts, his muscles aching, and his left leg giving way, nearly collapsing to the ground. Suddenly, a demon leaped down from the fleshy wall, causing the ground to tremble, and with a furious roar, it lunged at him. Just as the demon soared through the air, it abruptly fell powerless, as a stream of sword energy erupted from its forehead, transforming upon impact into a diminutive dragon that hastily approached Zhongyu. Not far behind him, the ominous corpse cart suddenly revealed a window-sized opening, from which legs began to emerge, its wheels rolling rapidly as it fled deeper into the passage. "Slay it!" cried Xinhua excitedly from within the dim light.